So, picture this. Our main guy suddenly wakes up solo in a creepy cave, right? And he's not alone. There's a massive dragon there, but the poor beast is wrecked and fading fast. Even though she was checking out, the dragon really dug our hero's vibe because he was actually nice to her. So she decided to hook him up with one last epic present. She basically downloaded all the OG, ancient dragon magic secrets straight into his brain. For weeks on end, the kid grinded nonstop. We are talking a serious training montage with 0 days off. He survived on these weird, supercharged glowing fruits he found and kept leveling up his stats by sparring with the dragon. Before long, even though he was still basically pint-size, he was already outclassing grown-up wizards in both raw muscle and magical brain power. But the dragon mom wasn't done yet. She locked a chunk of her crazy power inside him, saving it for later like a trust fund he could tap into down the road. You know, once he wasn't a total rookie and could actually handle the heat. But wait, how did this prodigy kid end up in a mysterious cave in the first place? Grab some popcorn, because the backstory is wild and we gotta rewind to the start. Usually, these stories are about total zeros, simps, and nobodies who get hit by a truck, die, and then come back as unbeatable gods. It is the classic trope, right? But flip the script. This guy was already a boss, a literal king racking up wins left and right before he kicked the bucket way too early. Nobody knows exactly why he croaked, but next thing he knows, he blinks open his eyes and boom, he is a drooling newborn baby again. And instead of waking up in a golden crib like he expected, he is stuck in a totally basic, average house. Talk about a downgrade. His new mom is Alice, who is basically a saint of a woman. And his dad, Reynolds, solid dude, super charming, total dad energy. If you ignore that he acts like a giant toddler sometimes. Anyway, this new timeline is way more old school and primitive than where the king came from. After spying on everyone from his crib for weeks, our guy figures he has this boring world all figured out. But hold up, he was dead wrong. Turns out, this place is actually dripping with magic. He spots his mom casually using healing magic to fix a boo-boo caused by his dad's typical clumsiness. That is the moment he realizes this new server has way cooler features than he thought. And honestly, he is completely clueless about how any of it works. Fast forward a bit once he can crawl, he starts going straight Mission Impossible, sneaking out of his crib to binge read every book in the house. From the moment he found the family library, he has been creeping out every single night to unlock the lore of this world. He figures out the map is split into 3 big shot kingdoms. You got Elenwar, where the elves chill in the woods. Then Darv, the massive underground caves where the dwarves hang out. And Sapin, human territory, which is crowded as heck. Just like back home, kings and queens run the show here. But here, you get the crown just by being born, not by earning it. To him, that system feels totally backwards and outdated. He quickly realizes the main reason for this. Lack of cool tech is because everyone relies way too much on magic to solve their problems. So, he starts grinding the magic basics immediately. Back in his past life, they used a force called Ki to buff their bodies and weapons, but that took years of intense sweat and tears. This place has mana instead. But unlike Ki, which is inside you, mana is floating everywhere in the air like Wi-Fi signals. Controlling it is mostly a genetic lottery, though. Only like 1 in 100 kids gets the gift. It usually comes in 2 flavors, augmenting and conjuring. Augmenters juice up their bodies with mana, turning themselves into super soldiers with insane strength and speed. The catch? They have to get up close and personal to do any damage. Conjurers are the opposite. They blast mana outwards to warp the environment around them. To pull off a spell, they have to mix their own internal energy with the mana floating in the air. Turns out, his mom is a total unicorn called a deviant, specifically an emitter. Deviants are super rare mages with broken abilities, and emitters like her are basically the designated healers. The books say a mage usually does not awaken their powers until they hit puberty or their late teens. That is when the mana core finally pops up. And honestly, this whole mana core thing sounds exactly like the key center he had in his past life. Back in the day, the meta was to teach kids how to meditate and track down mana fragments in their bodies, dragging them all to one spot to build a mana core. But when our diaper-wearing protagonist decides to speedrun the technique himself, he totally crushes it on the first try until his mom crashes the party, before he can even save his progress. Fast forward, and 2 years zoom by in a flash. Alice still feels like she hasn't unlocked her kid's full character bio yet. She's figuring him out 1 pixel at a time. She named him Arthur, and honestly, he's the cutest loot drop she's ever received. One day, she catches her husband trying to teach the Nugget sword fighting, and she goes full protective mom mode because the kid barely has walking animations yet. Alice is obsessed with vlogging her life via diary entries, and moments like these are pure serotonin for her. She also peeps that Arthur is totally addicted to the downtown market zone in Ashboro. So instead of the usual weekly grocery run, she's scheming to hit the town every other day. She gaslights herself into thinking she's not spoiling him, it's strictly for, educational purposes. Since Arthur is a total nerd for new data, the fresh snacks she brings home are just the pre-order bonus. Watching Arthur level up so fast, she wonders what his endgame build is gonna look like. With Reynolds as his dad, she figures he'll want to be an adventurer, but the thought of him grinding in the wild stresses her out. She just hopes he has better RNG than those level 1 noobs dreaming of stardom who end up wrecked. Now, if she could just patch his glitch where he keeps breaking into the library. She almost moved his crib in there, but that's a side quest for later. That's the tea on what Alice has learned about her son in the last 2 years. One day, Arthur is creeping by the window and spots his dad charging up a spell. Reynolds has his game face on. The intensity is off the charts, and Arthur is hyping himself up to see some S-tier magic. Suddenly, the rocks on the ground start floating as his dad hits max charge. The junk hovers like a few yards in the air. Arthur is devastated. Reynolds is emoting like he just won the Super Bowl, but Arthur is not impressed. Watching his dad buffer for 3 minutes just to lift some pebbles, that is laggy as hell. He's thinking, bro, just use your hands. It's faster. Then Alice spawns in next to him. She looks outside and her face says it all. Hubby has turned the front yard into a disaster zone again. Arthur figures out his dad is an augmenter, which makes him curious about his own stats. He wonders what class he'll roll when he awakens. After watching his dad scrub it up, Arthur decides to bounce. He tries to parkour off the bench but fails the dexterity check and stumbles. His eyes are squinting from the mental grind, but Alice thinks his battery is low and he needs a nap. She scoops him up, but the kid claps his tiny paws together and begs to keep grinding his intelligence stat instead. The Q factor is too OP, leaving Alice no choice but to nerf her authority and let him win. Arthur parks himself in front of a book that's bigger than his entire hitbox. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes outside. Alice assumes her clumsy husband just aggroed another tree. She rushes out to check the damage, leaving Arthur alone to min-max his mana core. You see, besides downloading info about this world, Arthur's biggest flex is his progress on the mana core. For 2 years, he's been playing a mental puzzle game, moving tens of thousands of mana bits to his solar plexus. Arthur totally gets why it usually takes normies until puberty to finish this quest. It's a massive grind. But he's at the finish line. Just one last piece to slot in. The second that final fragment clicks, boom, massive shockwave. The whole house gets deleted. Outside, Reynolds goes full tank mode, shielding Alice from the blast radius. When the dust settles, the couple turns around to see their base has been completely griefed. Alice is losing it. They sprint to the rubble to find their kid, Reynolds tossing debris aside like a maniac. But when he spots his son, the panic turns into a wait, what? Moment. Right there in the wreckage, their kid is casually hovering like he's in creative mode. Arthur looks totally chill. His tiny avatar is glowing with a faint mana aura. Project complete. The little guy lands on his feet, finally sensing that sweet, sweet mana core humming inside him. He's totally vibing with the sensation of his awakened mana core, and honestly, even the trees are looking high-definition green today. But then the reality check hits, his house is straight up demolished. He has zero clue who or what pressed the self-destruct button. Flash forward 5 years since that little oopsie. While his mom is homeschooling him on reading and writing, Arthur has also been low-key grinding XP in the basics of mana manipulation. At first, since his toddler body was way too squishy for actual combat, they focused on gym bro workouts to build muscle. Just recently, his dad decided it was finally time to level up. Reynolds grabs the wooden sword Arthur got for his 3rd birthday and drags the kid outside for some training. As Arthur locks in, gripping his brand new wooden blade, his dad just flexes with a random tree branch and tells him to sync his breathing with the mana flow, like it's cardio or something. Treat your mana core like it's just another kidney, bro, his dad explains. But Arthur is sitting there thinking there's no way these vague, abstract instructions are gonna teach a literal 4-year-old anything. Arthur squares up and trades a few baby hits with his dad. Reynolds is having a blast sparring with a toddler, but Arthur is getting increasingly tilted. Our boy knows his dad won't let him rage quit until he pulls off something highlight reel worthy. With no other options, he channels his inner main character and swings that wooden sword hard enough to literally shatter his dad's stick. After that mic drop moment, he immediately tells them he wants to go back to his books. Nerd alert. Once our boy gets back to his magic studies, we find out that the power system in this world is basically color-coded based on your mana core. Mana cores start off black, totally gunked up with impurities like blood and other gross body particles. Over time, as you filter that junk out, the core's color shifts, and you get way more OP. The tier list goes from black to red, orange, yellow, silver, and finally the god tier white. Each rank is split into 3 sublevels: dark, solid, and light with the lighter shades, meaning you're purer and packing more punch. Just as our boy is deep in the zone, his mom interrupts to call him for dinner. Sitting at the table, Arthur is feeling low-key annoyed. Sick of the constant interruptions to his grinding, Reynolds starts yapping about finding a legit mentor to boost Arthur's stats. But Alice instantly shuts that down, pointing out that Arthur is only 4 years old, way too young to be shipped off like a package. Reynolds claps back, saying their son is a prodigy at mana manipulation and he refuses to nerf his potential. Alice, however, holds the line, insisting she's not going to yeet her child to some faraway city. Reynolds tries to smooth it over, promising it's not just some random place and that his best bud will personally babysit Arthur. Arthur is zoning out of this drama until they suddenly turn to him like, "Yo, what do you think?" His dad asks if he has any interest in heading to the big city to train under a real pro. Our guy is kind of creeped out that his dad is literally asking a preschooler for major life advice. Anyway, he activates cute kid mode and shyly asks, "Can't we all just go together?" The room goes dead silent for a second before they all burst out laughing. Turns out these goofballs hadn't even thought about just moving the whole family. With that problem solved, Dad makes the final call. Road trip to Xyrus City, baby. Moving day hits, and they've got a whole squad rolling with them. A party of adventurers is tagging along for protection on the journey. Dad daps up one of the adventurers and introduces his son to the crew. The tiny MC bows respectfully and thanks them for the escort to Xyrus. This adventurer digs the kid's vibe immediately. That's Crunch, an augmenter who mains the spear. Then there's Angela Rose, a wind conjurer. Let's just say she's extremely gifted in certain areas and definitely stands out. Next up is Duran Walker, another conjurer, but he's all about that earth magic life. Then there's Jasmine Flamworth, a rogue build with deadly dual daggers. She's the silent type, barely says a word. She ghosts over to the carriage. Finally, we got Helen Shard, an augmenter with aimbot-level archery skills. Now that the intros are done, Reynolds decides it's time to bounce. They load the loot into the carriages and roll out. Finally, Arthur gets to leave the starter village and explore the open world. Dawn breaks, and guess who shows up? The monsters. The squad deletes the mobs easily and sets up camp deep in the forest, chilling by the bonfire for the night. Arthur, though, looks a bit bummed out by the slow travel pace. Helen Shard notices and slides over to chat with our boy. She was dying to know what his deal was, especially since his dad wouldn't shut up about his magical skills the whole trip. Meanwhile, Crunch clocks them chatting and decides it's the perfect time to vibe check Reynolds' kid personally. No heads up, no nothing, he just yoinks the little dude off the ground and challenges him to a throwdown. When Art finds himself squaring up against a grown adventurer, he's basically like, is this even legal? He shoots his dad a desperate help me look, but Pops just stands there grinning like an idiot, telling him to get the dub. Arthur seriously can't believe how useless his old man is in clutch moments like this. Anyway, our boy drops into a stance, tapping into that past life muscle memory with a death grip on his sword before launching at Crunch. Crunch doesn't even flinch, standing there like a brick wall waiting to dodge the hit. But joke's on him, our main character pulls a straight-up ninja vanish and glitches right behind the bad boy's back. Our hero stabilizes his tiny self, pumps pure mana into his blade, and takes a swing without wasting a millisecond. Crunch sidesteps that swipe like it was in slow motion, though, and claps back with a nasty slash. The mini-hero ducks just in time, feeling the wind from the blade give him a haircut as he spots a tiny opening. He throws his whole body weight into Crunch's ribs, tackling the big guy to the dirt, but Crunch isn't staying down for a nap. He sweeps his leg low to trip the kid, but our boy reads him like a book and ducks again, narrowly dodging the combo. At this point, he's starting to wonder if his luck meter is running on empty. Crunch winds up for a haymaker, and sure enough, when that hit connects, it eats our boy into the stratosphere. He face plants 10 feet away with his back screaming, while Duran smacks Crunch upside the head for going full try-hard on a toddler. Crunch is standing there with his jaw on the floor, totally shook by the skills he just saw. He can't wrap his head around how Arthur is this cracked when his dad claims he never taught him squat. But as always, Papa Reynolds sticks to his story like glue. He didn't teach the kid anything. Mom jumps in with the heels, patching Arthur up while chewing him out because she hates that he's been secretly grinding combat stats. Art tries to play it cool, acting like he just learned from watching Dad and reading books, but Crunch calls cap on that immediately. He knows for a fact you don't learn moves that sick from a library, and now he's dying to learn the tech himself. Arthur eventually caves and breaks down the parkour moves he just flexed on them, but whenever the squad tries to copy him, they faceplant hard. A few days into the road trip, Arthur's birthday hits, and he hauls in a bunch of loot mostly as a thank you for the lessons. Basically, payment for trying to teach these boomers new tricks. Shockingly, even the resident Ice Queen, Jasmine, actually gets him a present. Meanwhile, the training grind with Adam, Helen, and his dad is actually yielding some XP gains. To Art's surprise, Jasmine actually nails a few of the moves, which totally blows his mind. She picks up on the mechanics crazy fast, especially the fancy footwork, so the squad packs up and keeps moving after a pit stop at a waterfall. Eventually, they roll up on a landscape that looks like a total wasteland. Major downgrade from the lush green paradise they just left. The crew is roasting Arthur's dad, joking that the guy is a magnet for drama and always drags them into messy situations. Arthur's trying to get some reading done, but he can't focus to save his life. The problem? Jasmine is staring a hole through him, and she hasn't blinked in ages, until some bandits decide to crash the party. While everyone scrambles to get ready, the ambushers start raining arrows down on them like confetti. Thank God for Angela's wind magic, which puts up a barrier and scatters the arrows like they're nothing. The adventurers switch to battle mode instantly, flexing their intense auras and grabbing their gear. Helen drops into a stance and knocks an arrow, ready to turn someone into a pincushion. But looking at the Zerg rush of bandits coming over the hill, one arrow isn't going to cut it against this mob. There is a massive swarm of bandits surrounding them, basically cornering the squad from every angle. Finally, the ugly mug of the bandit leader pops up, and this scumbag starts barking orders at his minions. He yells to keep the women and the kid alive because he doesn't want the merchandise damaged. Dude literally says, "Damaged goods don't sell for much," which is just gross. Yo, this is the massive vibe check where Arthur finally realizes this new world is just as messed up as the server he rage quit from. The crime rate here, totally uncapped and just as savage. Doesn't matter though, our boy is strapped and ready to throw hands. He's clutching that dagger, knuckles turning white, bracing himself for the absolute storm about to drop. But before he can even blink, his mom pulls a total wholesome move and yanks him into a bear hug, whispering for him to chill because she's got his back. Meanwhile, the ops decide to spam a barrage of arrows, but Duran Walker isn't having any of that. He instantly spawns a massive earth wall, blocking the spam like a top-tier tank. The bad guys start rushing B though, swarming the squad from literally every angle. A couple of stray arrows manage to glitch past the wall, heading straight for Arthur and his mom. Thank God for Angela Rose. She activates her wind hacks and yeets those projectiles right out of the air. The raid boss finally decides to stop camping and walks down to face them. Helen Shard isn't letting that slide though. She unleashes her own combo, clapping two noobs with aimbot precision, but the boss deflects her shots like they're nothing. Meanwhile, Reynolds enters full try-hard mode, absolutely deleting these trash mobs left and right with a dash speed that's actually broken. He wipes an entire squad in one move. Some sneaky camper tries to backstab Reynolds, but Helen's map awareness is on point and she drills him before he can do anything. The PvP is getting intense, and we finally see Cranch popping off too. He's going goblin mode when a chubby enemy tries to creep up on him. Cranch dodges the hit instantly and counters with some devastating pokes. We also see Jasmine showing everyone why dual daggers are the current meta. She is absolutely dissecting these goons, going for critical hits on necks and eyes. Zero mercy. Out of nowhere, some creep in the back cracks a whip at Jasmine, but he rolls a natural one and slices his own teammate's leg instead. That hit was lightning fast and totally OP. Jasmine barely manages to frame through it. The dude has zero chill and cracks the whip again. His attack speed is honestly insane, but Jasmine is playing 4D chess, using her parkour skills to dodge and weave through his spam attacks. She dodges the heavy hitters, but she's still taking some nasty chip damage here and there. Proves she's not using God mode after all. Meanwhile, Arthur is spectating the 1 versus 1 between Jasmine and the whip guy. He notices Jasmine is getting kited and struggling against the ranged matchup. He knows he needs to figure out a strat to help, but let's be real, he's got a toddler hitbox against a high-level adult. Not great odds. Suddenly, someone gets yeeted into their carriage like a ragdoll. Bad news, it's Reynolds, and his HP is critical. He just got completely wrecked, and the guy who did it, the bandit boss himself. Arthur screams at his mom to cast heal, but Alice is too traumatized by the chaos. She's just sobbing uncontrollably instead of using her magic. Reynolds flashes a grin like a total Chad and says "'tis but a scratch," so she doesn't need to panic. Pops then tells his son he can solo the leader, but not if he has to worry about his family getting spawn camped. He tells Alice and Arthur to book it back down the trail and keep running. Arthur hits decline on that idea, saying he can throw hands too. Reynolds gives him a proud pat on the head. He respects the hustle, but reminds Arthur that his main quest is protecting his mom and the unspawned baby. Before Reynolds can say more, Arthur swears on his save file that he'll keep his mom safe. His dad nods and tells him to speedrun the escape, pointing out the enemy team has a stack of 4 mages. The bandit leader figures out the plan instantly and orders his minions to capture the healer as soon as possible. Arthur grabs his mom's hand and bolts, literally running for their lives. Suddenly, a thug lunges at them, but Cranch intercepts like a linebacker, pinning the foe to buy them precious frames to escape. Another villain tries to no-scope them with an arrow from the bushes. Arthur's spider sense tingles instantly. He tries to swat it down with his starter weapon, a wooden sword. The arrow is way too overpowered though, and snaps his wooden sword in two. The archer is lagging in real life, shocked that a kid blocked his ult. But while he's distracted, an arrow from Helen deletes him. She screams for Arthur to run. As the kid sprints with his mom, he notices something super sus. According to the intel, there were supposed to be 4 mages, but he can't spot the 4th one anywhere. Where is he? He's actually trying to do a head count in the middle of this mess. One guy is throwing hands with Crunch, another is scrapping with Duran Walker, and the third is locked in with Jasmine. That is exactly when Arthur clocks the 4th mage. This dude is lurking on top of the hill, charging up a massive spirit bomb of raw mana like an anime villain, and he yeets that energy ball straight at the mom and son duo. Arthur freezes up, totally glitching out on what to do in the heat of the moment. Even if he tries to tank it with mana, his mom is going to be way too slow to dodge the hit. In a split-second clutch play, he stomps his tiny feet, shoving his mom out of the kill zone. And right through that swirling ball of doom, he chucks his dagger with insane, god-tier speed. The dagger instantly spears the bad guy's leg total bullseye. But that mana ball hits Arthur like a truck, sending him flying off the cliff. As he starts falling, he decides he's taking the mage down with him. Turns out the dagger Arthur threw was attached to a mana string, so now he's reeling the mage in like a fish. Right before they go splat, the mage frantically grabs the edge of the cliff. Tough break, though the rock he grabs crumbles under their combined weight, and both of them start free-falling into the void. Duran Walker sees the little dude plummeting to his doom, so he whips up a giant hand made of earth to try and catch him. But it looks like Duran is lagging. He's too late. Tears start streaming down Arthur's face as he keeps falling helplessly. What really wrecks him isn't the fall itself. It's the crushing realization that his dream of being a big brother is getting permanently deleted. Scene switch to the fancy room of an old guy named Marlon, a top-tier advisor to King Gray. And yeah, spoiler alert, King Gray is our boy Arthur. This is King Gray in his past life pulling up for a meeting. Marlon talks about how hyped he is to be on the council, but he also drops a truth bomb, admitting that even with his sweet gig, he sometimes gets jealous of the clout and glory kings get after a big win. Finally, Marlon asks why King Gray is even there, wondering what business a legend has with an old-timer like him. That is when Gray silently pulls out his shiny war medal he snagged from his latest victory. He drops it on the table and starts walking out, announcing he is retiring immediately. In this brutal world dealing with major issues like population crashes and zero resources, wars got replaced by one-on-one duels, and armies got replaced by kings. Gray was one of those kings, a total MVP who fought non-stop to protect his turf as the ultimate representative. But Gray's decision to rage quit being king wasn't because he was tired or washed up. He didn't spend his life grinding to be the strongest just for the fame. What really broke him was how empty it all felt. The painful lack of anyone to care about. He was an orphan, with zero family left on his friends list. Now respawned as Arthur in a whole new server, he is carrying some serious emotional baggage. He would trade every item in his inventory in this new life just for one chance to get back to Asher and see his family again. A bit later, Arthur slowly opens his eyes. He has no clue where he is or how he even survived that wipe. Nearby, he spots the mage's dead body. Looking at that twisted mess makes him want to barf instantly. Still, as he's lying there completely drained, a leaf lands on his face and wakes him up. Then he notices a loot drop, a water pouch, and a bag of food nearby. Using the last 1% of his battery, Arthur crawls over to them. He grabs the grub and wolfs down whatever he can, making sure to chug enough water too. After the feast, he passes out on the ground again. Sometime later, he wakes up and tries to get back on his feet, but his legs are basically jelly, and he face plants right back down. Despite the fail, he gathers every bit of strength he has left and finally forces himself to stand. First order of business, yanking the dagger out of the dead mage. He looks up and finally realizes just how insane the drop was. It makes no sense that he survived that fall, but he doesn't have time to overthink the plot armor. So, he starts walking his lonely road. Suddenly, he hears a voice hollering at him. His first thought is that the dead mage is trying to chat from the grave. The voice echoes again, asking him what his HP status is looking like. The poor kid builds up the nerve to poke the mage's body to see if he's actually dead, but the voice quickly tells him the corpse isn't coming back as a zombie, so chill out. Arthur lets out a huge sigh of relief. But even with that reassurance, his guard goes right back up, and he asks the mystery voice if it was the one who saved him from that gnarly fall. The voice is like, yeah, I totally saved your butt. When Arthur presses for a name, then goes all mysterious, claiming he'll get the full scoop soon enough. Arthur is straight up not vibing with the way this shady voice is talking, and he makes his annoyance crystal clear. He ain't buying a single word of it, but the voice claps back, reminding him she's the only ride he's got to get back to his crib. Mentioning home hits him differently suddenly. He's remembering the parents he left behind, and of course, the little sibling bun in his mom's oven. He's got zero clue if they made it to Zyra safely or if they're even okay, and his brain is flooding with questions like a broken faucet. That thought checks his ego instantly. He switches up his attitude, politely calling the entity Mr. Voice and asking if he could trouble it for some GPS directions out of there. The voice actually chuckles, entertained by how fast this once cocky kid turned into a humble pie. It admits to digging Arthur's quick wit, but has to call him out for the Mr. title. Turns out, the voice is a lady. Awkward. Still, since Arthur played nice, she decides to help a brother out. Next thing he knows, his mind gets hit with a massive download. Suddenly, he's seeing everything in 4K resolution, even spots way off in the distance. With this sudden epiphany, Arthur starts navigating his way out of the woods like a pro. His body is healing up, just a few aches left by the afternoon, but he's still racking his brain on how she saved him, her magic hacks, and why she even bothered. The harder Arthur tries to cook up some solid theories, the more confused he gets. Suddenly, his ears pick up the sweet sound of flowing water. He scrambles up a giant rock, blocking his path, and literally yeets himself into the river. Without thinking twice, he's just vibing in the refreshing water when the mystery lady hollers at him. She roasts him for looking so carefree, then straight up flames the size of his inventory, acting all disappointed about his tiny pistol. Arthur feels totally humiliated and scrambles to throw his clothes back on before dipping out of there. He makes sure to fill his canteen and grab a bite to keep his energy bar full, seeing as he just took a nosedive off a mountain to the east. He figures he's got to be near the elf domain, but the signature fog is nowhere to be found. Super sus. His anxiety about the beast glades disappears fast when he realizes it's just small critters running around. He's shook that there are no mana beasts given how juicy the mana is here. He'd love to stay and farm some XP, but he knows he can't linger. No time to waste getting back to his parents is priority number one. With his mom expecting, the stress of him being ghosted could be bad news for the baby, and if they're still kicking, he needs to be there for them. After trekking for what feels like an eternity, Arthur finally pulls up to where the mystery lady lives. For a sec, he mistakes her for a pile of rocks and feels a wave of relief to have finally found her. But the lady snaps back, reminding him she ain't some sentient rock pile, and tells him to head into the crevice if he wants to meet up. Zero hesitation. Arthur starts heading into the tunnel, which has a faint arcane glow coming from inside. He swallows his fear and goes deeper into the dungeon. While walking, he trips and faceplants into a glowing blue abyss, eventually landing hard on solid ground. The crash is brutal, and his jaw hurts like crazy. Arthur forces himself up, but his legs give out immediately. Standing right in front of him is a terrifying monster, so huge he trips over himself in sheer panic. Plot twist. This monster is actually the mysterious lady who's been chatting him up this whole time. As she slowly walks toward him, Arthur is losing it. His jaw is on the floor in pure, unadulterated terror. The girl suggests he shut his mouth unless he wants bugs to move in rent-free. She then reaches out her massive hand, which understandably freaks him out a little. Calmly, she explains it'll take time to whip up a dimensional rift strong enough to send him home. Until then, she tells him to chow down on the weird glowing plants all around them. Arthur dips his head in a quick gesture of thanks before stepping toward the weird, glowing fruit stash nearby. These things are so polished he can practically see his own sad mug reflected in high definition, and honestly, it hits him right in the feels, reminding him of family dinners back home. As he's deep in his feelings, the monster lady jump scares him from behind. The sudden scare causes Arthur to accidentally crush the fruit, splashing juice all over his face. Later on, both of them settle down to grub on the fruits, so while they're grubbing, Arthur decides it's time to break the ice with the giant creature. The monster drops her handle, Sylvia, and just like that, introductions are done. Arthur's whole please don't eat me vibe fades, and he starts grilling her with every question that's been rattling in his brain since his cliff diving accident. Like, where exactly are they? Why is she chilling out here solo? And what's her backstory? How'd she get that gnarly gash on her chest? And the big one, why did she bother saving his bacon? Sylvia kicks things off with a geography lesson. They're in a thin strip of land sandwiched right between the Beast Glades and the forest of Elshire. Nobody knows this spot exists because she's been playing bouncer, scaring off anyone nosy enough to get close. Plus, traffic out here is pretty dead anyway, so Arthur is literally the first guest to crash her pad. He's honestly feeling way more chill with her now. Arthur tells her to just call him Art, keeping it casual like his fam back home. Sylvia gives a little nod and moves on to question number 2. She spills the tea on her solitude. She's got 0 homies left. Just a bunch of haters and enemies thirsty for something valuable she's holding onto. That nasty wound? A parting gift from her last scrap with those goons before she managed to dip. As for the why behind the rescue, she admits she was actually impressed by his guts and that crazy sacrifice play he made. Or maybe she was just bored out of her mind and desperate for a chat buddy. Even monsters get lonely, right? Honestly, even she's scratching her head on that one. She doesn't really know why she saved him. Then she hits him with a my bad. Gotta bounce. Her wound is acting up, and she needs to rest so she can grind on that dimensional rift project in the morning. Arthur keeps it classy, thanking her and wishing her a solid night's sleep. Watching that massive, armored figure stomp away, he can't help but think she looks super isolated. But before she ghosts him, Sylvia drops one last truth bomb. Her vision can't pinpoint his squad's exact GPS coordinates, but she promises him they're all safe and sound. Arthur freezes, totally speechless. Then the relief hits him like a truck. His fam is okay. Happy tears start streaming as he cracks a goofy grin, thanking her for the update he's been dying to hear. As the clock ticked on, Sylvia and Arthur spent hours just yapping about anything and everything. Whenever she wasn't busy hacking that portal, those hours turned into days, and days into weeks. They were basically glued at the hip. Sylvia kept her cards close to her chest regarding her backstory, but Arthur started picking up on what kind of soul was hiding in that shell. After rooming with this mysterious armored lady for a while, Arthur finally realized that Sylvia was the walking definition of don't judge a book by its cover. Despite looking like a final boss, she was actually super chill, patient, and warm. The way she looked out for him, total mom vibes. She was sweet, sure, but she totally laid down the law if he stepped out of line, especially when he was in the wrong. Speaking of getting checked, Arthur remembers a rough moment. He once vented about how much he hated the bandits who jumped his family. That scumbag leader's face lives rent-free in his head, and he knows he won't sleep easy until he hunts that jerk down and serves some cold justice. That's when Sylvia casually flicks him on the forehead, launching him like a ragdoll a few feet back. She admits he's got a point, those bandits are trash, which is exactly why she let that other mage who fell with him bite the dust. But she drops some wisdom. Letting hate and revenge rot his brain is only going to mess him up in the long run. Instead, she tells him to keep his chin up and move forward, ditching that heavy baggage of vengeance. Life's going to throw more lemons at him, sure, but he can't let the rage and grief turn him toxic. He's got to learn from the LS, smile at the future, and that's how he secures the real W. Arthur wasn't expecting a TED Talk on morality from someone who looks like a demon lord, but her words actually hit home. He's zoning out hard until she snaps him back to reality, nagging him to finish the fruit she gave him. While he's munching, he notices her injury looks super gnarly. She's quick to brush it off like, ain't no thing. She claims it's normal for it to look gross sometimes, but she's clearly pivoting to another topic. According to her data, humans usually unlock their mana cores around age 12 or 13. So how is he already rocking a mana core and slinging spells better than most pros? Arthur puffs his chest and brags that he's just a natural-born genius. If that's true, she says she's got a killer trick to teach him. It's a special hack, a way to meditate and soak up mana even while moving around. If he gets good enough, he could even do it mid-fight. Then she shows him how it's done. Arthur is totally mind-blown by the demo, and his curiosity meter just went through the roof. Sylvia breaks it down, saying humans are basically hardwired to think about mana in straight lines, super rigid. If Arthur wants to get cracked at this, he's got to start with baby steps, like mindless fidgeting before trying the big league stuff. But honestly, all this philosophical mumbo-jumbo is just flying right over Arthur's head. So, Sylvia switches tactics, explaining that for mana beasts, this stuff is basically instinct like breathing or scrolling social media. The issue is, humans are late bloomers. Since they don't awaken until way later, their bodies can't handle that level of multitasking without short-circuiting. But here's the kicker. Arthur is built different. If he grinds hard enough, that rulebook doesn't apply to him, and he's totally gonna crush it. That little pep talk is all the fuel he needs. He's suddenly hype, promising to go full try-hard mode while Sylvia gets back to weaving that dimensional rift. Arthur locks in, super focused on his training, until oops, one wrong step sends him face-planting into the dirt. The end game here is being able to throw hands like a pro while keeping that mana flowing inward 24/7. But the kid's got grit. He brushes off the cringe, keeps his chin up, and dives right back into the grind. He's out there swinging imaginary swords, sweating buckets, all while trying to suck up the surrounding mana like a vacuum. After what feels like forever, it finally clicks. Boom, he masters the art of mana absorption like a total boss. He runs over to flex his new skills to Sylvia, but the vibe kills instantly. She's completely drained, too wrecked to even give him a thumbs up. Seeing her slumped over like that sends Arthur into a full-blown panic attack. That nasty wound finally caught up with her, and it's looking grim. Blood is pouring out of her like a busted pipe, flooding the place. Desperate, he grabs onto her giant hand, trying to ground himself. Summoning every ounce of strength his tiny body has, he manages to flip her massive frame, only to realize the injury is way gnarlier than he thought. But then he looks up the portal she was working on. It's finally done, ready for takeoff. Then it hits him like a truck. While he was playing hero, she was literally killing herself to build his escape route. That realization absolutely wrecks him. Total emotional damage. The fact that she was suffering in silence just for his sake while he was oblivious, soul-crushing. Just then, Sylvia's voice fades in, weak as a whisper, telling him everything's gonna be chill. Arthur just loses it. He clings to her for dear life, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. He's like, how is this okay? She's literally about to check out and leave him all alone. Knowing she basically traded her life for his makes his chest feel like it's caving in. In that moment, the tough guy act drops, and he just bawls. He cries for way longer than he'd ever admit on a live stream. For the first time, he's not the reincarnated king, he's just a scared little kid. Sylvia gently cuts in, reminding him their clock is ticking, and she'd hate to spend their last moments watching him go on a guilt trip. But Arthur can't help it. I mean, how do you not blame yourself when someone is dying just so you can go see your parents? Sylvia flips the script, though she's actually grateful. Thanks to him, she finally gets to bounce from this gloomy cave. Even if it's a bit sooner than planned, she's got zero regrets. Suddenly, her body starts flaking away, turning into dust in the wind. As her dark armor cracks and falls apart, these massive, glowing white wings burst out. Standing there is Sylvia version 2.0, a new form that feels way more her than before, leaving Arthur totally shook. Plot twist of the century, Sylvia is a straight-up dragon. And honestly, she's rocking the look. Or at least, that's what the human textbooks would call her. But she shuts down the office real quick, ain't nobody got time for small talk. She needed her true form to finalize the portal, but dropping her disguise basically rang the dinner bell for every enemy within 1,000 miles. Before they split, though, she's got some super critical info to drop on him. She hands him this trippy, shimmering rainbow egg and a bundle of her feathers, telling him to keep the egg wrapped up tight so its magical signal stays low-key. Before Arthur can even say, what the heck, she suddenly body checks him. Boom, reaction instant. His clothes rip open, and these weird, glowing tribal tats start etching themselves onto his skin. She tells him to chill, saying it'll all make sense later. Now that her to-do list is cleared, she fires up the portal. It's not a direct Uber ride to his front door, but it'll drop him somewhere in the neighborhood of human civilization. She yells at him to hustle and jump in. Just as he's winding up for the leap, the ceiling starts collapsing, rocks raining down like hail. Sylvia snaps those giant wings open, shielding him from getting squashed flat. The guy wrecking the place? Some creepy dude who looks suspiciously like Sylvia's evil twin. He calls her out, telling her to quit being stubborn and hand it over. Says if she folds now, he might even patch her up. Even Arthur clocks the resemblance. This new guy is practically wearing the same skin Sylvia had earlier. Sylvia pulls a pro-gamer move and casts a spell that literally pauses the game. Time freezes only, she and Arthur aren't lagging out. It looks like confession time. She admits she purposely dragged out the teleportation spell just to hang out with him a little longer. She knows she's being kind of extra right now, but she's got one last curveball to throw his way. It's a super personal favor she's dying to hear. She straight up asks him to call her grandma, just this once. Arthur looks at her like she just grew a second head, totally floored by the request. But with the vibes getting heavy and time basically standing still, he tries to convince her to just bounce with him. Tears start rolling down Sylvia's face as she tells him she can't go, cutting him off before he can even start arguing. Then, she literally yeets him into the swirling portal with a sad goodbye as he goes tumbling through the sparkly rift. Arthur screams out to her one last time, finally giving her what she wanted and shouting, "Grandma." That one word brings a soft smile to Sylvia's face. She whispers a quiet thank you, and just like that, their chapter comes to a tear-jerking wrap. But for Arthur, his main quest is definitely not over yet. He crash lands in some random, thick forest with trees the size of skyscrapers, his brain completely stuck on one thing her. His chest is tight, and it's not just sadness. He's got a mix of major frustration and low-key rage bubbling up. He knows for a fact he's never going to see her again, and that realization is pressing down on him like a ton of bricks. All he can do is let out a massive, primal scream. The kid is absolutely wrecked over losing her. For 4 solid months, Sylvia was his rock, filling his head with memories that feel like they lasted forever, even though it was just a blink of an eye. She treated him like her own flesh and blood, basically giving him everything he was missing. Ever since he spawned in this new world, she gave him guidance, protection, and that unconditional love. But hold up, it looks like the connection isn't totally cut. As he's lying there, he starts hearing her voice, but it turns out it's just a pre-recorded mental voicemail. Sylvia had downloaded it into his brain before he left, leaving him with one last parting gift. The mental recording starts playing. She immediately tells Arthur he's nowhere near ready for the full tea yet because, physically, he's still just a 4-year-old scrub. And even though his mana core is already at the dark red stage, she explains she left him a special will that's gonna shape his future mage career. It all comes down to how well he masters this gift. But Arthur isn't exactly jumping for joy or feeling grateful for this so-called present. He's feeling super salty deep down, with a messy cocktail of grief, anger, and guilt clouding his brain. Sylvia, somehow, totally knew he'd be feeling this way. She insists. He needs to remember he's got a fam waiting for him and a bigger destiny to chase in this server. Her only wish is for him to actually touch grass, enjoy being a kid, and grow up into a dude both his parents and she can be proud of. Sylvia's message ends with a major promise. When his mana hits the white stage, he'll hear from her again. That's when she'll spill the beans on everything. Until then, she says peace out to King Grey. Hearing his old royal title stops Arthur dead in his tracks, leaving his mind spinning in total confusion. The big question living rent-free in his head now is, how long did she know who he really was? And how did she even figure it out? For now, he pushes those thoughts aside to focus on the mess he's currently in. If he spends this new life just grinding for revenge, it's going to be a rerun of his last life, and nobody wants that. So he's got no choice but to keep it moving. But first off, where the heck is he? He flicks on his mana absorption skill and starts zooming through the forest with insane speed. After running for a bit, Arthur realizes that even with mana hacks, his vision is kinda limited. But one thing is crystal clear. He is deep in the Elshire forest. Even though he's still a newbie at the mana rotation, Sylvia taught him. He can keep his magic running way longer now. But after wandering around for what feels like eternity, he still hasn't found the exit. Sylvia promised he'd land near civilization. But so far, it's looking like a total ghost town. After jumping through trees for ages, Arthur's basically gone full monkey mode, mastering the canopy, when his radar suddenly picks up people nearby. Quickly, he parkours from branch to branch and spots a carriage down below. He uses his skills to sneak closer, trying to eavesdrop on their convo from a safe spot. These shady dudes are definitely bad news. So, they just snatch this lady, and plot twist, she turns out to be an elf. Since she's young and looks totally innocent, these guys are already seeing dollar signs. One look at Arthur's face and you know it's straight up game over for these clowns. He's got that I'm about to end your whole career energy, and they definitely aren't walking away with any profit. Arthur has zero clue how these losers snag high-level forest hounds, but he knows jacking one of those rides is his golden ticket out of these woods. And as for the trash-tier slave traders, he is totally planning to use them as personal XP farms to vent some serious rage. Even though Arthur is dying to fast travel home, he knows he needs a big brain strat first, and wiping out these goons is step number one. But he's not gonna just Leroy Jenkins it. Rushing a group of 4 solo would be a total throw. So he goes full stealth mode, tailing them and camping in the bushes, just waiting for that perfect frame, perfect opening to attack. The moment their guard drops when night finally hits, it is officially go time for our boy. Arthur pulls a 200 IQ play by casually tossing a nut at a tree, which instantly triggers the hounds into beast mode. One of the NPCs yells at his buddy to silence the dogs before they aggro every monster on the map. While that dude is busy wrestling with the mutts, Arthur sees his window to clutch up. He blinks in right in front of the unsuspecting scrub like a jump scare, and with a quick mana-boosted chop, he deletes the guy with a clean, critical hit to the neck. With that mob down, Arthur instantly starts looting the body and snags a pretty decent dagger from the drop pool. Meanwhile, the other chubby goon, who sent his homie to quiet the dogs, starts wondering why the lag is so real and why everything went silent. He goes to investigate, but Arthur camps that corner too, delivering a precise strike that cancels his subscription to life, just like the first one. That's 2 down and 2 to go. But Arthur's stamina bar is already flashing red. Suddenly, the elf girl in the carriage starts freaking out, which is basically the worst RNG possible right now. The last 2 bandits leave their safe zone and start scanning the area for their missing teammates. Arthur is crouching behind the carriage, but one of the guys passes his perception check and rushes him. Arthur barely blocks the hit and counters by literally sweeping the leg well, cutting the dude's legs clean off. A scream rips through the night, alerting the other bandit who was searching in the opposite lane. He sprints back to the scene only to find his friend on the ground, totally wrecked and barely hanging on. The injured bald guy warns his bro to watch out because this kid is actually a mage smurf account. Hearing mage piques the long-haired dude's interest. He tosses his sword like it's trash loot and decides to throw hands instead. He clearly doesn't want to damage this rare drop, since he's planning to capture the kid anyway. This brat might sell for way more coin than the elf if he's in mint condition, so with dollar signs in his eyes, he charges. Arthur dodges the tackle last second and counters by eating a rock straight at the guy's grill. The rock hits with enough impact to bust the guy's lip wide open. Arthur tries to capitalize by throwing a mana-charged dagger, but the bandit snatches it out of the air like a pro. Now he's actually intrigued. It is actually kind of wild to realize this kid has some serious hacks loaded up. The bandit unleashes a heavy kick, slamming into Arthur hard enough to rattle his hitbox and send him crashing to the floor. For a second, Arthur is completely stun-locked. While he's winded and lagging, the bandit doesn't hesitate to scoop the little guy up and put him in a grapple hold. But Arthur isn't rage-quitting yet. He grabs the dude's wrist and starts channeling mana right into his palm. A split second later, the skill procs an explosion big enough to turn the bandit's hand into barbecue chicken. The guy screams, clutching his fried hand, and that is the opening our boy needed. He doesn't waste a frame. He flings his knife and slits the guy's throat, banning him from the server instantly. Now only the bald guy is left, rolling on the ground and begging for mercy since his legs are gone. But Arthur uninstalled his mercy plugin a long time ago for toxic players like these. So obviously, he finishes the quest, making sure none of them make it out of the forest alive. With the trash taken out, he turns to the shy elf girl, whose first reaction to seeing our MC is to cringe in fear. He tries to chill her out with some smooth talk, and once she stops shaking, he pulls the gag off her face. Now that he's saved her, he's ready to go solo, but the thought of being alone has the girl terrified. So she immediately clings to him, hitting him with those super effective puppy dog eyes. Arthur tries to drop some logic on her, like, "Yo, since I handled those scrubs, ain't nobody chasing you now. Plus, elves usually have home court advantage in these woods, right?" But the girl shakes her head like, "Nah, fam," and reminds him that the scary beasts out here only respect the grown-ups. Apparently, her folks drilled it into her head that kids are basically just bite-sized snacks for hellhounds and mutant trees. The idea of playing glorified babysitter really grinds Arthur's gears, but it's not like he's got a menu of options right now. He reluctantly asks, "So, how far's the crib?" And she hits him with a chill, "I dunno." He sighs loud enough to wake the dead and starts walking off, telling her he's just gonna grab some loot for the road, even though he'd already scavenged whatever wasn't nailed down for the trip ahead. Neither of them had a clue how long this trek would take, plus he had to factor in the return trip without burning out. He's pretty bummed they can't use the carriage. That whip would have cut travel time in half, but rolling up in that thing would make them stick out like a neon sign in a library. He's banking on the elves having some magical teleport gate or something to zap him back to human lands. While raiding the carriage for supplies, he snags some clothes and gifts. He tosses a cloak to the mini-elf, telling her to bundle up before she turns into a popsicle. Little Missy is super thankful for the drip, so he gives her a head pat, classic big bro move. Now they're finally ready to bounce. As they hiked in the kinda sorta that way direction she pointed out, Arthur got the 411 on the elf kid. Her name is Tesia Irelith Fancy, right? And she got separated from the fam and stranded. Then she hits him with the U from the human kingdom. Interrogation. Every time she thinks of humans, she just pictures the rumors. Dudes are total creeps with, like, 5 wives apiece. Big yikes. So the road trip turns into a roast session with them going back and forth, just teasing each other the whole way. When night fell and they set up camp in the boonies, Arthur volunteered for the graveyard shift, telling her to catch some Z's. Once Tessia ducked into the tent to crash and get some well-deserved beauty sleep, Arthur sat solo under a blanket of stars that looked like HD wallpaper, deep in his feels about the situation. His original plan was to figure out what the heck that Sylvia left him was actually about, but cracking that mystery is going to have to wait until he drops the package, aka the elf girl, off safely. Shorty pops her head out and tells him to sleep too, even though her grandma strictly bans sleepovers with boys. She's willing to break the rules just this once, but Arthur plays the "I'm not tired" card and heads back to his post. She claps back, reminding him that standing out there like a lighthouse is just asking for a beast buffet. She insists he get his butt inside, guarding or not, cause safety in numbers is the vibe. Eventually, Arthur folds like a cheap lawn chair, and they end up crashing in the same bedding. Sun comes up, naps are done, and they keep pushing forward through the middle of nowhere. Days are blurring together, and Arthur admits that stressing about his fam and wanting to get home has him in a pretty foul mood. But what really made the trip feel like a level from hell was the agonizing, stabbing pain from his mana core striking whenever it felt like it, unpredictable and ruthless. This pain became his new normal, like an unwanted alarm clock that ambushes him every morning. One day on the grind, they realize they've got a fan club, a pack of wild wolves tailing them. But our boy doesn't even look back. He just eats a knife that sticks perfectly into a tree right next to a wolf's face. And those poor furballs practically jumped out of their skins. Just as Tessia points something out, Arthur gets hit with that chest-clutching pain again. He dives behind a tree. Quick. He can't let her see him looking like a wreck, because he knows she'd just stress out over it. Night hits again, they camp in the thicket, and boom, another day starts. Rinse and repeat. Days turn into weeks, and finally, Tessia starts recognizing the neighborhood. Definitely a green flag that they're going the right way. But they were moving at a snail's pace because Tessia's little legs were giving out. So, to help her out, Arthur went full Sherpa and carried her gear. Not that Arthur was having a walk in the park either. Even with mana boosting his bod, the pain was getting savage, making it way harder to play cool in front of the worried elf. Another night fades into day. As they trekked on, Tessia drops a weird request since they're basically besties now. She asked if she could call him Art, just like his fam does. Our boy gave her the green light right away. Tessia didn't think he'd cave that fast. So, naturally, Arthur decided to troll her by acting all dramatic and creepy about it. He laid it on thick, declaring he'd be totally honored if the lady Tessia Erelith would lower herself to call this country bumpkin Arthur. The girl wasn't buying the smooth act and pinched his cheeks for trying to be slick with her. While they were roasting each other, Tessia spotted something and bolted, leaving our guy looking less than thrilled to chase after her. As far as he could see, it was just moss, leaves, fog, and enough lumber to build 1,000 Ikeas. Anyway, they kept trekking, and I'm not gonna lie, this trip felt longer than a Monday morning back at school. In the grand scheme of things, though, this arc was crucial for character growth, helping our boy vibe with the little lady despite him mentally being a boomer compared to her. No cap, they're basically besties now. Another sun rises on their wilderness survival show, but it looks like the grind finally paid off. It looks like they reached the spot because Tessia tapped into her inner GPS, sensing the vibes of every plant until she locked onto the specific magical timber she needed. She worked her mojo, popping open a glowing neon green portal inside the ancient trunk and told him to hop in. The second Arthur stepped through, he got warped straight to the other side like a fast travel loading screen. Arthur dusted himself off, looked up, and had his jaw hit the floor at the view. An entire elven metropolis stood there, and the only word his brain could buffer after seeing such a high-res landscape was flawless. But honestly, even that word doesn't do justice to the high-definition beauty of this place. As soon as the locals spotted him, a whole SWAT team of elf soldiers spawned right in front of them. But chill, they weren't there to arrest him. They were just the royal Uber service for the princess. The whole formal routine threw Arthur for a loop, leaving him standing there with zero clue on the proper etiquette. His brain was spiraling with questions, but Tessia gave him a little nod like, "Yeah, this is real life. Deal with it." One of the knights chimed in, saying they rushed over the second the old-school teleporter lit up. He also dropped the info that the king and queen had just pulled up to the crib too. The camera cuts to the frantic parents sprinting toward their baby girl like it's the season finale. That's Mariel, the queen boss, and right on her heels is her hubby Aldwin, the elven king. Then enters the absolute legend, Virian Erelith, a name that's basically copyrighted in every history textbook. This guy is the OG, the former king of Eleanor. He's famous for leading the war against the humans, but right now, with the whole fam assembled, Arthur gently shoved Tessia toward her parents so they could get that group hug. Watching that wholesome family moment really hit Arthur right in the feels regarding his own folks. He couldn't help but wonder if his mom and dad would freak out with the same energy when he finally gets home. King Alduin then turned to Arthur, pouring out gratitude, not acting high and mighty. He spoke as a dad, not just a ruler, thanking him big time for making sure his daughter got home in one piece. He then invited Arthur to crash at the royal pad for a few days to recharge. Plus, the king is dying to hear the tea on how they survived the trip. Arthur caught the vibe. The guy sounded polite, but his eyes were screaming something else. It wasn't just an offer. That was a mandatory side quest. Arthur played it cool and thanked him for the invite anyway. But before he could even finish his sentence, Tessia grabbed his hand and yoinked him away. The crowd gasped at the sudden move, but the girl just wanted to give him the VIP tour immediately. She wanted to flex her hometown, and honestly, Arthur was totally starstruck. He knew she was a princess, so he expected a nice house. But this place was way more than just a fancy mansion, it was a masterpiece. Arthur started wondering if he had literally walked into the plot of a cheesy fantasy novel. The queen quickly introduced their pint-sized guest to the staff. She told the maids to give Arthur the 5-star treatment while he stays over. Arthur was down for the luxury life, but he knew he had to clear the air about the situation first. Tessia's parents were ready for the full story, so the whole squad, including the top knights, gathered around to listen. Our boy stood up and introduced himself as Arthur Lewin from a small town in Sapin. He added that he was super humbled to be chilling with the royal family. It sounded a bit dramatic for a kid, but Arthur knew they wouldn't take him seriously if he didn't switch to his adult persona. Even the big boss king can't ignore the obvious here, despite Arthur claiming he's just a nobody from the sticks. The kid carries himself like he has a PhD in maturity. This contradiction just makes the royal family want the tea even more. So our boy starts spilling his backstory, opening with a remixed version where he got separated from his family by bandits, not exactly a lie, but definitely the edited for TV version. But like clockwork, the second the story hits the part where he met their daughter, the whole vibe in the room does a complete 180. The king goes from curious to absolutely livid in 0.5 seconds. Once he hears it was humans, slave traders, specifically who snatched Tessia, his anti-human bias kicks into overdrive. The dude clearly already had zero chill when it comes to mankind. But our main character isn't exactly thrilled that the elf king is judging the entire human species based on a couple of trashy kidnappers. So, with maximum polite savagery, our guy corrects the man, pointing out that being a slave trader is a sketchy profession, not a race issue. Bold move, because that comment basically earns him a dozen sharp swords aimed at his throat until Virian Aerolith tells the knights to stand down. Virian is actually hooked on the story now and wants to know how exactly Arthur pulled off the rescue mission. Like, did he talk his way out of it? Beg for mercy? What was the play? But our boy shuts that down and drops the bomb that he's a mage, even though he looks like he should still be in kindergarten. Basically, he admits he folded the slave traders like laundry to save the girl, and one knight gets so triggered by this unlikely story that he whips his sword out. In his mind, there is no way this kid isn't capping right to their faces. But that impulsive move just earns the knight a death stare from Virian Aerolith. That glare is so scary it basically resets the knight's factory settings. Finally, Arthur stands up and announces he doesn't care if they believe the hype or not. The only thing that matters is that Tessia is returned safely, which is the only reward he actually cares about. He is ready to bounce back to his family in Sapin, and hearing this leaves Tessia absolutely shook that he is leaving so soon. Her parents are low-key startled seeing how attached their little girl has gotten to this human kid. Meanwhile, Arthur keeps it real, reminding her that humans and elves have major beef history, so hanging around this kingdom too long is a bad look. Plus, his #1 priority is making sure his family is safe and letting them know he is still breathing. Okay, so the king decides to step up to the mic. He admits the two kingdoms have a messy history but gives Arthur props for being brave enough to escort his daughter all the way back to Alenwar personally. Because of that, the king declares Arthur has earned a reward that actually matches the hustle. But first, he drops the bad news. The teleport gate to the Sapin Kingdom runs on a schedule worse than the DMV. It only opens once every 7 years during the big summit, which means a 5-year wait. However, the king is totally down to send a squad of guards to personally escort Arthur home the old-fashioned way. He also throws in a request for Arthur to crash at the castle for a bit so the elves can spoil him rotten. Though, he keeps it 100 while some elves are cool. A lot of them are still holding a grudge about the war from back in the day. For now, Arthur is told to kick back and relax since his ride will be ready by tomorrow morning. Later on, Arthur finds himself in a suite that is nicer than any hotel room he has ever seen. Priority #1 is taking a shower that was probably long overdue. But mid-scrub, his mana core starts acting up, hitting him with a wave of pain that doubles him over before he collapses on the couch with the dragon egg Sylvia gave him. Suddenly, someone starts banging on the door. He opens it up and boom, Tessia is right there and instantly headbutts him in the stomach, nearly making the poor guy lose his lunch. Turns out, she is big mad about how formal he was with her parents and the fact that he is trying to ghost her so soon. Arthur tries to explain to the sweet, clueless girl that he was just showing respect because, you know, they run the whole country. Honestly, he is the one who should be salty here. She never told him she was royalty, but Tessia stands her ground, admitting she just does not want her first real friend to leave. Hearing that, Arthur cannot help but crack a smile. In a total bro move, he puts her in a friendly headlock and tells her to stop being a crybaby and give him the grand tour. So, they go exploring, and Tessia drags him to her absolute favorite hangout spot in the castle. The place is straight up magical, looking like a postcard, especially when the spring flowers are popping off. She even shows him these weird glow bees they raise there. But just as she is geeking out over the bugs, Arthur gets a bad feeling. A dagger comes flying out of nowhere. My guy doesn't waste a single tick. He shoves the little lady out of the danger zone, snatches the weapon midair, and claps back with lightning speed. Turns out, the mastermind behind this prank is none other than her own grandpa, Virian Aerolith. Arthur is straight up shook, wondering if this guy really just tried to put a hit on his own granddaughter. But the old geezer chills him out, explaining the weapon is basically a toy. Arthur takes a closer look and feels like a total clown for falling for the bait. Virian is low-key vibing with it, though. Seeing Arthur go from 0 to 100 catching that thing and flipping the script so fast is honestly mind-blowing. Pops points out that Arthur's mana game is pretty mid, to be honest, but he's got zero doubts now about how this kid managed to solo a whole squad of slave traders. Arthur doesn't know if he should feel roasted or toasted, so he keeps his mouth shut. Tessia jumps in, yelling at her grandpa to quit trolling him. Funny thing is, the old guy wasn't even trying to be mean. He actually rolled up on Arthur because he finds the kid fascinating. It's been a hot minute since he met someone with this much main character energy. Virian tosses a wooden sword to Arthur, ready to see if the boy's got hands or if it's all hype. Arthur snatches it up and doesn't hesitate. He swings full force, aiming right for the old-timer. But he just slices through a mana hologram. Virian's digging the audacity, though this little brat has no chill. Arthur isn't quitting. He runs it back, charging in with the stick again. Same story, he hits nothing but air. That whiff leaves him wide open, and the old man takes the opportunity to clap back. Arthur dodges by a hair, yeeting himself out of the danger zone just in time. Even with the slick moves, he still eats a nasty elbow to the face. But honestly, he brushes it off like it's nothing. No breaks. Arthur goes full send again with a wooden sword. He's fast, but let's be real. He's barely hanging on against this boomer, who isn't even breaking a sweat. Eventually, Arthur slips up and gets launched. While he's tumbling away, Tessia rushes over to make sure he's not dead. But check the scoreboard, the old guy didn't walk away clean either. Arthur actually managed to nick him. Dude totally had it coming with that I'm the GOAT attitude he was flexing earlier. Virion is ready for round 2, but Tessia shuts that down immediately. She puts her foot down and gives her grandpa a pinch for thinking about bullying Arthur any more than he already has. The old man just grins and admits that if he had gone easy, he would have been completely owned by a kid decades younger than him. Our boy, on the other hand, is actually feeling pretty hyped to get that kind of respect from Virion. But Arthur's honest reaction catches the old man off guard, and his smile drops faster than a bad beat. He gets super serious. If Arthur really sees him as some honorable legend, then he's throwing an invite on the table, become his student. That curveball leaves Arthur totally lost, wondering if the elder is actually for real right now. The old man keeps it 100 and confirms he's serious, but Arthur's like, yo, I'm just human. Pretty sure my kind isn't exactly on the VIP list in this kingdom. Virion swears nobody's gonna touch him, and under his wing, he promises to teach Arthur some secret sauce that makes the top mages in Sapin look like amateurs. Even with that sweet deal, Arthur politely says, thanks, but no thanks. He's not trying to waste time here. He needs to find his parents as soon as possible. Hearing that, the old man sweetens the pot. He promises to let Arthur hit up his parents so they know he's still kicking. Before spilling more tea, he tells the maids to take Tessia for a spa break and some rest. Once it's just the bros, the old man reveals he knows everything about Arthur's glitch, the burning pain right in his mana core and how it's getting worse. Naturally, Arthur is like, how do you know that? But Virion waves it off like it's nothing, saying the how doesn't matter. Instead, he tells Arthur to focus on the real issue. Then he asks, you know anything about beast wills? Arthur's never heard the term, but his brain instantly flashes back to that specific moment, when Sylvia messed with his mana core. Before continuing, the old man assumes Arthur has at least run into a few mana beasts before. He breaks it down. When a beast is top tier, like class A or higher, they can pass their powers to their kids or some lucky human they vibe with. He promises not to be nosy about how Arthur stumbled onto something that rare. He confirms Arthur's got that high-octane beast energy, but drops a truth bomb. Right now, that power is essentially a ticking time bomb. Since Gramps knows so much, Arthur figures the old guy must be packing a beast will of his own, and honestly, the dude doesn't even try to hide the flex. He calls himself a pro-beast tamer, a badge he earned by totally bossing the inner monster that tried to mess him up back in the day. He totally gets why our boy is itching to bolt and reunite with the fam. But he hits the brakes, warning that making a run for it now is basically a death wish. That beast mojo is way too spicy for Arthur's pint-sized body. If he doesn't get a handle on it pronto, he's going to implode like a cheap soda can. Arthur hits the sack, looking like he just ran a marathon in a sauna. He's drifting off when something heavy crushes him, and suddenly his subconscious starts projecting all his stress as some giant nightmare fuel. All that pressure is haunting his dreams, but turns out, the crushing weight isn't some imaginary demon. It's just Tess, sitting right on top of his chest, literally squashing the air out of his lungs while he's trying to recharge. She's acting as his personal alarm clock, way too hyped to kick off their little field trip. But Arthur is running on zero battery, so he basically hits the snooze button, praying for 5 more minutes of shut-eye. While Arthur's gearing up later, Tess hits him with the big question. Is Gramps for real about him sticking around? Our MC is still on the fence, though. His whole game plan depends on how this road trip with the old elf goes down. Arthur strolls over to the carriage that's supposed to be his ride. He spots the king and queen practically begging Grandpa Virion to rethink this, claiming it's totally sketchy to let a human crash in their exclusive elf crib. It's smashing traditions they've held onto for ages, and the royals are clearly freaking out about it. But the old man shuts them down, making it clear that Arthur is interesting enough to break the rules for. Plus, he points out that their daughter is practically glued to the kid, so that's reason enough to keep him on the payroll. The king keeps whining, but Elder Virion stands his ground like a boss. He promises to keep Arthur on a short leash under his personal supervision, so nobody in the kingdom needs to panic. Seeing the old-timer go to bat for him like that actually brings a real smile to Arthur's face. They pile into the carriage and finally get this show on the road. After bouncing around for a while, Arthur starts wondering, are we there yet? Dying to meet this mystery contact. Suddenly, Tess invades his personal space and passes out on his shoulder. Guess that early morning adrenaline dump finally wore off. Being the only princess, Tess basically grew up in a super lonely VIP section. She's got major trust issues after getting burned by fake friends and adults just chasing clout. She turned into a total ice queen to protect herself, but ever since Arthur showed up, the vibe has shifted. She's laughing and smiling more than she has in years, and the old man gives Arthur props for bringing her out of her shell. Finally, they pull up to a secluded house out in the sticks, literally in the middle of nowhere. Arthur is low-key vibrating with curiosity, ready to see who lives here. He wants to know what kind of VIP warrants a personal visit from the former king all the way out here. But instead of knocking, the old man goes full SWAT team, kicking the door and screaming for the witch to get out here. A woman stomps out, looking ready to throw hands over the rude entrance, and Gramps casually introduces her. Meet Lilia Darsasan, an old pal and a deviant, which basically means she's got the cheat codes to help Arthur out. Even though he's tiny, Arthur's got game. He drops a respectful bow to charm the lady. Lilia waves them in, while Arthur racks his brain trying to figure out her magic, since deviants don't play by the standard elemental rules. It reminds him of his mom's unique powers, but he's still scratching his head on how she's going to fix his situation. He doesn't want to act like a bratty kid, but the suspense is killing him. He needs to know how she's going to reconnect him with his folks. Finally, she spills the tea. She's what they call a diviner. Her magic is super distinct, and she's so high level that she can basically snoop on anything she wants. Case in point, she already knows Arthur is built different. He's so unique that some of his life is blocked from her vision, but she's definitely caught highlight reels of his past and future. She also knows he didn't come for a fortune-telling session. He's just desperate to lay eyes on his parents, to let them know he's still kicking. She tells him to lean in and stare into the water basin. Arthur gives the green light, and the lady fires up her arcane arts. The plan is simple. Once his folks pop up in the magical Hydra screen, it's chat time. While Arthur is buffering his connection, we cut over to Mom and Dad to see what they're up to. They're chowing down on a meal, something Arthur used to love more than breathing when out of nowhere. His voice starts echoing in their heads like a spooky voicemail. It hits them like a freight train, freezing them mid-chew when the voice drops the bomb. Yo, it's your son. Talk about a system crash. Their spoons hit the floor faster than a dubstep drop as their brains try to process the impossible. While they're rebooting from the shock, Arthur doubles down, assuring them this isn't a prank call, it's really their boy. Beaming thoughts straight into their noggins, he keeps it brief. No time for the lore dump right now. Just wanted to let them know he's kicking and breathing. Turns out that nosedive off the cliff didn't delete his save file, though he barely scraped by with one hit point left. He spills the tea that he's chilling in a Lenoir with a pointy-eared squad, but warns them to keep that info on strict lockdown. He tells them to stop the guilt trip immediately. He doesn't regret playing the hero back then one bit. In fact, if he had a respawn button, he'd run it back and make the exact same plays without blinking. He mentions catching a weird bug that needs fixing, so he's stuck in the elf zone for a bit of rehab before he can warp back home. He's got to keep it real, though this might be a one-time gig since the lady running the Wi-Fi spell is the only one with the password. Before signing off, he drops a request to his old man. Keep Mom and the little nugget safe no matter what. Meanwhile, he's going to be grinding XP, so Dad better watch out next time they spar. Arthur's planning to mop the floor with him. With that final flex, the magical FaceTime cuts out abruptly. Dad instantly turns into a water fountain, and Mom's right behind him. It's hard to process that their kid isn't actually game over. The dopamine rush of knowing their boy is still on the server is just too much to handle. They grab onto each other like lifelines in a storm. It's not just a parent thing, though. Arthur's over there catching feels and leaking eye sweat himself. But he wipes the tears, locks in, and tells the old geezer he's ready to face whatever boss battle comes next. After a quick pit stop, the squad rolls back to the castle where the royal duo is already camping the spawn point waiting for them. Elder Virion and Tessia step in, but the king hits the pause button on Arthur before he can cross the threshold. It ain't beef. Though he's not blocking the door, he's actually trying to squash the drama. Even the queen wants in on the apology tour, and they both start pouring their hearts out about how trashy they acted earlier. Arthur, being the chillest dude alive, is totally down to bury the hatchet and shakes the king's hand like they're old buddies. Tessia, on the other hand, is looking at this like, are you serious? That's it. In her book, a real apology involves letting her drag Arthur out on a city tour, which she's been itching to do for ages. Well, the royal parents can't exactly say no to that logic, so they give the thumbs up. So, Arthur and Tessia gear up to hit the streets, with the princess eager to show off every cool spot in a Lenoir. But of course, you can't have a nice walk without drama. Arthur accidentally clips some random elf on the sidewalk. Scratch that, the dude totally shoulder-checked him on purpose, just looking for an excuse to roast humanity. After creating a scene, this wannabe tough guy points a finger at Arthur and starts yapping about how humans are trashed here. He doesn't care who Arthur's connected with, he's just begging for a beatdown, but Tessia jumps in front like a protective tank before Arthur can react. The jerk introduces himself as Fairith and has the nerve to ask Tessia how she can stand breathing the same oxygen as a peasant like Arthur. Then, this smooth brain tries to slide into her DMs in real life, offering to be her escort instead. Arthur decides he's heard enough and claps back with some S-tier roasting. His verbal jabs hit critical damage, and Ferrith loses his absolute mind at the thought of someone disrespecting his fancy title. Raging like a kid on a losing streak, Ferrith throws down the gauntlet and demands a 1 versus 1. Arthur already thought this guy was a clown, but now he realizes he's the entire circus. Tessia steps up again, asking this dude if he has a death wish, challenging Grandpa Virion's personal student. Ferrith puffs out his chest, claiming his pride is too swole to let insults slide because that's how he was raised or whatever. He doubles down on the challenge, telling Arthur to either square up or run away, like a scared puppy. Then he plays dirty, reminding Arthur that if he chickens out, it's going to look real bad for his master, Virion. Arthur just stands there, honestly kind of amused by how intense everyone is getting over a sidewalk bump. Arthur totally missed the memo that duels around here are taken way too seriously. Fifth is itching for a fight and takes Arthur's silence as a green light. Just to make it official, he nags Princess Tess until she agrees to referee the showdown. Tess reluctantly agrees. The second she drops the flag, Ferrith rushes in like a try-hard, but our boy just winds up and delivers a single, nasty knuckle sandwich. The hit is so gnarly that Ferrith's soul and a bucket of spit leaves his body. Dude gets yeeted a few feet back. Arthur's just standing there, genuinely confused, like, wait, that's it? Good game. Meanwhile, Tess isn't even shook. She knew her man was overpowered from the start. While Arthur's having an existential crisis about whether he's buff or if Ferrith was just trash, Tess grabs his mitt and bolts. As they bounce from the scene, Arthur starts catching feels for the little princess. Even though the rest of the day was kind of mid, pimp-slapping Ferrith was the mental vacay Arthur needed from his heavy baggage. Later, as Arthur and Tess are just vibing, enjoying the moment, Arthur asks if she's sweating the hardcore training coming up. But let's be real, the stress of tomorrow is already living rent-free in Arthur's head. He can't shake Elder Virion's warning, which was basically a giant enter at your own risk sign. Virion made it crystal clear. This ain't gonna be a walk in the park. Arthur needs to buckle up for a serious beatdown. The pain from assimilating his mana core is going to be straight-up torture. To give you some perspective, imagine dipping your entire body in a pool of boiling tar. Yeah? Big yikes. Plus, Arthur's gonna be isolated in Elfland, miles away from the fam. Even basic stuff like breathing is gonna feel like a massive chore. But Gramps promised that if Arthur survives this grind, the loot drop at the end will be legendary. Back in reality, Arthur snaps out of it. He hits Tess with a confident grin and claims he's hyped, zero anxiety. Cap. He's been through too much to fold now. Training, seeing the parents, getting swole, he's ready for all of it. He's stoked to see what the future holds. And boom, that's a wrap on Season 1. Our hero is locked, loaded, and ready for whatever drama comes next. Fast forward a few years, blink and you'll miss it, and the first thing we see is Tess having a major glow-up. She's playing alarm clock for our boy, who's also hit a serious growth spurt since we last saw him. It looks like the vibes between them have definitely leveled up. They're roasting each other like an old married couple when Grams cuts in to start class. But first, mandatory lore dump. So, you got your 4 basic elements. Then you got the premium upgrade versions. These higher tiers include ice, gravity, and lightning. Sound magic? That's only for the pros who've mastered the basics. The mages who can pull this off are called deviants. Built different. Dwarves are stuck with just earth and fire, but their stats and those elements are maxed out. Their special perk? They can bend metal like it's Play-Doh. The top-tier dwarves can even surf on magma. Elves, on the flip side, rock, water, wind, and earth. And yeah, their affinity is way higher than us basic humans. Rare elves can unlock the plant-based skill tree, but they're locked out of the super advanced forms of water, wind, or earth. Humans, we're the jack of all trades, able to learn any of the 4 basic elements. We're also the only race that can spawn deviants in any category, plus weird glitch classes called anomalies. These are the guys who don't fit the meta, like emitters or healers. It's a rock-paper-scissors power balance between the races based on population, talent, and build diversity. At least, that's Arthur's TED Talk version. He asks his master if the audience bought it. Virion takes a dramatic pause before giving it the thumbs up. Tess jumps in with her 2 cents. She gets that the assimilation is prep for Arthur's beast will, but she thinks he should stop skipping leg day and train his body physically while using magic, just like her. Arthur nods along. Over the last 3 years, the racial stat differences have become super obvious. While humans are considered gifted if they awaken in their late preteens, elves are out here casting spells by age 10 like it's nothing. But for Tessa, the grind started way back when she was just 9 years old. Since day 1, she's been leveling up her magic stats with a private tutor while learning how to throw hands from her grandpa. Her grandpa loves to roast her, asking if she's salty about being the only one getting absolutely wrecked during practice. The poor girl admits the training is straight-up torture. But watching this, Arthur knows what's really up. Tessa is destined to be a total beast in the future, But the old man takes a sec to drop some more lore. He breaks it down for Tessa. What Arthur's been doing for the last 3 years is literally fusing his bones and muscles with pure mana, even though he hasn't been hitting the gym like her. The old guy promises that once this process wraps up, Arthur's build is going to be tankier than a pro warrior. Switching gears to Arthur, the old man notices that 3 years of mana maxing hasn't fully drained his battery yet, so he decides to give him a little nudge. After today, Arthur's going to be a legit beast tamer, not like those basic adventurers who treat their beast wills like disposable apps. Turns out, Viam plans to jumpstart Arthur's mana core by dumping a massive truckload of his own energy into him. He tells the kid it might get a little toasty, but spoiler alert, as soon as he starts, Arthur finds out Warm was a huge cap. It's straight up hellish, with searing pain ripping through him while his chest starts glowing brighter than a supernova. The light ramps up until it's basically blinding everyone in the lobby. Then boom, a shockwave blasts out of nowhere, yeeting both the old man and Tessa right across the hall. When the dust settles, Tessa and Gramps rush over to check on our boy, and thankfully, he's not dead. He's seeing stars, but he's in one piece, and after witnessing that insane power flex, the old man's curiosity is through the roof. He finally corners Arthur to ask where the heck he got that mysterious beast will. The boy keeps it 100 and says a dragon lady gave it to him, and hearing the word dragon hits the old guy like a slap in the face. He starts freaking out, totally hyping up the situation. The fact that he's been mentoring a certified dragon tamer is blowing his mind, but fast forward a bit, and our MC wakes up in bed. Gramps is just relieved the kid didn't explode, while Arthur asks if they're going to keep his OP skills on the down low. The old man promises to keep his lips sealed even after Arthur bounces, but then he drops a major truth bomb. Turns out, Arthur's departure date is set for just 4 months from now, and that news absolutely rattles our boy. He totally thought he was stuck there for another 2 years. Gramps explains that the big Inter-Kingdom Youth Tournament is finally a go. The portal in Xyrus City is opening up for travel between realms, which is also why Tessa isn't hanging around right now. She would have flipped her lid hearing he's leaving, but finally, it's time for Arthur to get back to the fam. Even though Arthur's stoked to reunite with his squad, 4 months feels way too rushed. But the old man tells him, don't worry, these 4 months are going to be so brutal you'll be begging for them to end. Now that his assimilation is done, the training wheels are coming off and it's about to get hardcore. With that pep talk, the old man dips, and right then, Arthur spots his egg tumbling off the couch. For some reason, it's starting to crack like it's hatching time. Seconds later, the shell busts open, and out pops a tiny dragon, and you won't believe the first thing it does. It lets out a big yawn and immediately faceplants, leaving Arthur completely confused by the whole vibe. Later on, Arthur is totally obsessed with the little cutie. The dragon is vibing with him, and Arthur thinks the little guy is the goat. Honestly, it's too wholesome, but oops, spoke too soon. The dragon suddenly chomps down on him. It only lets go because the little one thinks Arthur's sweaty, salty skin tastes nasty. The bite leaves a permanent mark, and the little nugget happily chirps and calls him mama. Arthur's like, who said that? Before realizing the dragon is sliding into his DMs telepathically. Arthur corrects her real quick, explaining he's a dude, so she should at least call him Papa. He decides to name her Sylvie, after her mom. While hanging out with the little one, Arthur notices that bite mark isn't just a scar, it feels like a direct Bluetooth pairing with the dragon. As Art's catching some Z's with Sylvie, he suddenly gets jolted awake in the middle of the night, total nightmare vibes. He scans the room and spots Tess squeezing the life out of his mini dragon. Poor thing looks like it's screaming, "Yo, get me out of here." Looks like Tess has developed a serious obsession with the little scaly guy. Sun comes up, Art's cruising the hallway, and yup, Tess is still totally simping over his new creature. But let's be real, Sylvie isn't exactly vibing with her. They link up with Gramps, and Tess is all hype, spilling the tea about Arthur's new pet. Elder Virion gives the dragon a major side-eye, looking completely shook by this weird little beast. He swears he's going to have a heart attack one of these days with all the curveballs Art keeps throwing at him. Art takes a beat to fill Virion in, dropping the lore on what went down and where Sylvie actually came from. Then Virion drops a truth bomb. Beasts like Sylvie usually only crack out of their shells when their fam is nearby. So naturally, Art's scratching his head, why'd she decide to hatch right in front of him? Only answer they got, Art must have jump-started Sylvie's mojo with his own crazy willpower. Next day, Art grills the old man, asking if they really gotta keep the kid hidden. Like, most folks wouldn't recognize a god-tier beast if it bit him. Gramps nods, like I feel you, but then he flips the script real quick. He reminds Art they got bigger fish to fry. All that assimilation stuff put a serious pause on buffing up his mana core. But now that he's fully woke, it's grind time. They gotta level up both his core and that OP dragon will. Art's like, say less. What's the move? And the old man doesn't waste a second. If you want to unlock Beast Will level 1, the meta strat is simple. You gotta get absolutely swole mana-wise and throw hands with me constantly. Instructions, crystal clear. Art is pumped and ready to rumble, but Gramps adds one last spicy detail. If you ever square up against another beast tamer who's mastered this, your XP is gonna skyrocket. Then, zero warning, the old man flexes his own beast spirit. Boom shadows wrap around him, giving him a total makeover. Time out real quick. Let's break down the insane move the old man just pulled. Basically, beast tamers are mages who can snag hacks and powers straight from their spirit animals. Phase 1 is the acquire phase that's just borrowing a little raw juice from your beast. But the real magic happens in Phase 2, the integrate phase, where the mage goes full sync using the beast's actual skills and stats. Virion spent decades grinding to unlock this stage, and now he's showing off the results. This mode gives him the deadly skills of a Shadow Panther. While he's buffed with these shadow powers, he tells his student, "Better watch your back, kid." Literally. That warning gives Art the creeps, considering what he knows about the old man's skills. Gramps is basically saying, "I'm gonna jump scare you, and you won't even see it coming." Art knows the deal, but poof, the old man ghosts him instantly. Before our boy can even process the lag, he feels a tap on his shoulder. Art whips around fast, but hits nothing but air. Then bam, Gramps respawns behind him again, catching him totally lacking. This time, Art just hands it to him. He can't keep up with that glitchy speed or the scary pressure coming off that Shadow Panther form. It's epic but also low-key traumatizing. Then Virion admits there's a nerf to his integrate phase. It wrecks his body every single time he spams it. Art's still recovering from the whiplash, though. The movement speed was just unfair. But the part that really shook him, he couldn't sense Virion at all, even when he was breathing down his neck. Turns out, Shadow Panthers can mess with wind and sound to go full stealth mode. Virion decides the demo's over and tosses Art a training sword. Alright, playtime's done. Let's get sweaty. Days fly by as Art goes full try-hard mode in his training arc. With Gramps coaching and Art's big brain energy, he finally unlocks the first stage of his dragon will. But wait, there's more. On top of that, Virion starts teaching him. Gotta keep his beast will on the down low so the other mages don't start tripping. When Arthur isn't leveling up his mana core or diving deeper into Sylvia's dragon will, he's usually throwing hands with Virion. Luckily, that assimilation process made his body built different, so he can tank all that relentless training and conditioning. And when he's chilling, Arthur makes sure to enjoy the vibes of being a kid, just like Sylvia wanted for him. He treasures those moments, especially since his time is running out. Finally, moving day pulls up. Tessia is straight up devastated, to say the least, after hanging out every single day for the past few years. Breaking the news that he was dipping was super rough on her. Now, Arthur's bags are packed and he's ready to roll. He also makes sure to hide the mark Sylvia gave him, covering it up with some feathers so nobody gets nosy. The carriage is ready to whisk Arthur away. As a parting gift, the old man hands him a pendant decked out with the family crest. That pendant is basically his GPS to help him navigate the forest. Now it's Tessia's turn to say bye, but she just nods, looking totally defeated. But her sadness melts away when Arthur pulls her into a tight hug. The warmth of that hug hits her right in the feels, and she starts bawling uncontrollably after they say their goodbyes. Arthur hops into the carriage only to find a few knights riding shotgun as escorts. On the trip, Ferrith recognizes Arthur immediately, but our boy has zero clue who this guy is. Ferrith starts yelling, reminding Arthur of that one time they dueled and this lowly human supposedly won by cheating. As soon as Arthur remembers Ferrith's name and acts polite, the guy's anger totally fades. But then Ferrith gets absolutely roasted when his friend drops his nickname, Fei, right in front of the human he was trying to flex on. The squad keeps the vibes high and lively for the rest of the journey. Soon, the carriage zooms through the portal and they pop out in the floating city of Xyrus. Xyrus is absolutely buzzing. It's teeming with people from every job and walk of life. The carriage finally pulls up to the massive mansion where his fam is staying. Standing at the huge doors, Arthur's chest tightens as he knocks. Memories from the past 3 years start flooding his brain instantly. He remembers the scary fall from the hill that almost took him out, losing someone close, the blood, and the insane grind that made him who he is. Yet, none of that stuff seems as scary as this exact moment. He swallows his anxiety and waits. A maid answers the knock real quick and swings the doors open. Standing right behind her is a precious little girl, no older than 3. Her bright eyes are sparkling with curiosity. Then, after what feels like forever, we finally catch sight of Alice. His mom is playfully chasing the little one, but the moment she sees her son, she freezes on the spot. She's so shook that the bowl of food she's holding slips right out of her hands clatter. The boy is feeling all the emotions too, to think that little one is actually his sister. He gets it together, flashes a smile, and gives his mom the most heartfelt greeting ever. She rushes in and squeezes him tight. Mom's tears just won't stop falling, and the little one gets overwhelmed and starts sobbing seeing her mom like that. And let's not forget Reynolds, who is just as hyped to meet his son. Since the doors are open, he runs out and joins the hug pile with his wife. The family of four spends this sweet moment together, soaking in the reunion. It's so touching even the maid starts crying. Once everyone settles down, they absolutely bombard Arthur with a flurry of questions. Meanwhile, little Ellie sits there looking salty because of the complete lack of attention she's getting. Alice notices her daughter's pouty face and calls her over, telling her to say hi to her big brother. It's not shocking that the kid doesn't really grasp the concept of a big brother yet, but after hesitating for a sec, she walks right over to Arthur. Her mom gently reminds her that he's the same brother from all those bedtime stories. The adorable little one then calls him by the title he deserves. Arthur shows her some love back. Once everyone is chill, Arthur takes time to explain everything. He trusts his fam, but he keeps some key details on the low. While recounting his adventures, he explains his survival. From the cliff fall is just pure luck and his body's magic kicking in to save him on autopilot. So, Art keeps the story rolling, spilling the tea about finding Tess, chilling in the kingdom of Eleanor, and getting his health bar back to max. His parents are totally vibing with the story, but Reynolds can't stop staring at the little critter perched on Arthur's head like a crown. Finally, curiosity wins the battle, and he's like, "Yo, what's the deal with the pet?" Arthur keeps it 100, explaining he found a mana beast den where Sylvie's mom was wrecked and basically checking out of the game. He couldn't clutch the save for the mama beast, so he decided to adopt Sylvie and raise her like his own little sidekick. His mom goes full mama bear, asking if he's actually good or just faking it, considering he was knocking on death's door before. Arthur hits her with a confident flex, swearing he's solid and that his old glitch was just his mana core bugging out from awakening way too early. But let's be real, he's definitely leaving out some of the spicy details. He feels a little guilty for keeping the fam in the dark, but he knows dropping the full truth now would be way too dangerous until he levels up his strength. Speaking of leveling up, his old man gets all hyped and asks what rank his son's core is sitting at right now. But Art pulls a quick Uno reverse card and asks, "Nah, what about you, Dad? What's your rank?" Reynolds puffs out his chest and brags that he hit the dark orange stage 2 years ago total, dad flex. Okay, that's actually a massive dub because Arthur didn't expect his dad to grind that hard and level up. He figures the old man must have been sweating buckets in the training room to pull that off. His dad is soaking up the glory, letting his ego take the wheel for a minute. Then Reynolds throws the question back, and Arthur hesitates for a split second before dropping the bomb. Light red. The second that hits the old man's brain light red, his jaw hits the floor and he screams, "Holy Izzers." Reynolds is completely shook, but then little Ellie's radar picks up the bad word and she immediately parrots it back like a tape recorder. Mom shoots laser beams at her messy husband for teaching their kid to swear right in the living room. Reynolds reads the room, realizes he's in trouble, and quickly tells his son, "Let's take this outside and throw hands in the yard." Seeing his dad act like a total goofball puts a massive grin on Arthur's face. He finally feels like he's truly back where he belongs. Suddenly, the door bursts open like a raid. Someone heard the news that Arthur isn't dead. It's a squad of 3, looking like the VIPs who've been looking out for Arthur's family this whole time. Reynolds introduces his day one homie, Vincent Helstia, the big shot who runs the Helstia auction house. Since this is their landlord too, Arthur activates his perfect gentleman mode, bows, and gives a super polite hello to Mr. Helstia. As he greets the wife too, both of them are looking back and forth between Arthur and Reynolds like, how are these two even related? For a hot second, Vincent is legit wondering if Arthur was adopted because the vibe check is wildly different. Anyway, the mom pushes her daughter forward to say hi, her name is Lilia. Arthur and Sylvie say what's up, but Lilia completely ghosts Arthur because she instantly falls head over heels. Not for him, hard pass, but for the cute fluff ball on his shoulder. Talk about getting friend-zoned immediately. With the pleasantries out of the way, Reynolds decides it's time to stop yapping and start scrapping. They head to the yard and start warming up while Mrs. Helsty practically glues her husband to a chair so he doesn't faint. The poor guy is absolutely bamboozled right now. He just found out an 8-year-old is already stage 3, while the snobby tryhards at Cyrus Academy are barely hitting dark red at 11 or 12. Seeing Vincent look so shook makes Arthur feel kinda relieved, honestly. He's still low-key sandbagging, though light red is just the appetizer if he starts mixing in the beast will. Once he unlocks that, he knows he's going to be built different, literally in a league of his own. Anyway, his pops is locked in and ready to rumble, and Arthur is hyped to see what the old man's got. They launch at each other like anime characters, with Arthur throwing the first haymaker right at his dad's face. But Reynolds catches that fist with his bare hand like it's nothing. Arthur tries to switch it up with a slick move his dad wouldn't expect, but Reynolds isn't a noob. He reads the play instantly and slides out of the way just enough to make Arthur whiff. Arthur manages to get a grip, though, trying to yee his dad forward. But Reynolds sticks the landing like a cat, and after trading a few more heavy hits, he finally admits his son has got some serious hands. He warns Arthur that the tutorial is over, though time to stop holding back and get sweaty. Pops tightens his grip and literally lights a fire under his own butt. Well, he ignites his fists. Mostly. It is just a neat little party trick he picked up along the way. Before we get into how Reynolds is throwing heat after hitting the dark orange stage, we gotta drop some quick lore to explain this move. Usually, when mages wake up their powers, they come pre-installed with specific elemental apps they can control best. Helicopter parents drop serious cash on aptitude tests just to figure out which magical career path to shove their toddlers down early. In this verse, conjurers have it easy. They get the cheat codes to spawn and control their element from day one. Augmenters, on the other hand, have to grind for it. Their elemental affinity is way more subtle. They do not get to see any flashy effects until they cross a major power threshold, especially for guys like his dad who have been grinding XP without a guide since childhood. It took him reaching the orange core level just to upgrade his mana from generic blast to actual fireball. But Arthur is playing by a different rulebook because in his past life, elements were not something you were born with. It was a skill tree you chose to climb willingly. And sure, natural talent helped a lot. But since nobody was locked into just one class, grinding hard was the real meta. So with all the buffs he stacked up coming to this world, Arthur has definitely got a few aces up his sleeve. My guy unleashes this crackling energy, and as both fighters square up, Vincent is looking like he just saw a ghost. Just the fact that Arthur is a deviant, a rare magic user, is a total flex on its own. Even Pops, who was talking big game a second ago, looks a little shook after seeing that light show. Arthur launches himself at his dad, and they start throwing hands immediately, ramping up the violence from 0 to 100 real quick. At one point, they clash so hard it sets off a blast that probably rattled windows 3 towns over. Neither one is backing down, and the hype meter just keeps climbing as the fight drags on. After a crazy flurry of strikes, Reynolds finally lands a solid haymaker right on Arthur's grill. But instead of crying about it, getting punched in the face actually makes Arthur stoked. This is exactly the kind of boss battle he wanted from his old man. Reynolds starts fighting smarter, using his long arms to keep the kid out of striking range. But Arthur is not about to get sawned by his own dad. He dips low and throws a surgical uppercut with a 0% chance of missing. The crowd, well, the tiny audience is absolutely floored by the move. And yeah, it is a wrap. Smashing his dad's face seemed like overkill, so Arthur freezes his fist an inch from impact. Reynolds is not even mad, he is bursting with pride and scoops the kid up in a bear hug. Quick stats check. Arthur's lightning is his best deviant skill right now, but he is not max level yet. His ice game is still pretty glitchy, and he has not even unlocked the sound or gravity DLCs yet. Still, it feels good to flex a little for the parents, while Vincent looks like he needs a serious nap. The excitement is way too much for his heart rate, but later at dinner, Reynolds is still hyping up the fight. He is basically his son's biggest fan right now. He starts reminiscing about how Arthur awakened at 3 years old, and Mrs. Helia nearly chokes on her food hearing that. Then Alice jumps in like, oh yeah, he also nuked our house, which is just the cherry on top for poor Vincent. The guy was not ready for this level of lore dumping, but he snaps out of his food coma and suggests sending Arthur to Xyrus Academy. Arthur looks pretty meh about it, and even his dad is on the fence. Reynolds thinks Arthur is way too young at 8 years old to go to the most bougie magic school on the continent. Mrs. Helia backs up her tipsy husband, saying Arthur's talent is too good to waste. She even offers to scholarship him so the tuition fees do not empty their pockets. But Alice is like, no way, refusing to take another handout after everything the Helisti family has already done. Vincent waves it off, claiming he is tight with the director of Xyrus Academy, so it is no biggie. Finally, the main character decides to unmute his mic and speak up. He is kind of salty that everyone is planning his entire life without even asking him what he wants. Eventually, they wrap it up and head off to catch some Z's. Mom and Dad are totally vibing, gushing over how grateful they are that Arthur is back in the mix. Seeing him all grown up and thriving has them absolutely beaming. The fact that their son is basically a magical anomaly with the potential to become a top-tier mage, that is some breaking news level hype right there. His mom agrees, but you can see the feels hitting her as she realizes Arthur is too big for goodnight kisses now. She hits him with those puppy dog eyes, practically begging for a little affection since he's all grown up and cool now. Arthur caves because who can say no to mom, and plants a sweet peck on her cheek before the parents head out. But Pops, Reynolds, hits the pause button to drop some wisdom, reminding Arthur not to hold a grudge against Vincent. Since Vincent is actually chill and meant no harm with that earlier drama, we flash back to when he first pitched the fancy academy idea. Arthur shut that down immediately, explaining he literally just respawned into the family server that same day. He just wanted to kick it with the fam and make up for lost time before deciding if he'd ship off to boarding school again. After excusing himself from the table, Arthur heads to his room, but Lilia pulls a straight-up ninja move and jump scares the life out of him. She calls him out instantly, noting that he is heading in the completely wrong direction. She invites him to follow her to a way cooler, low-key spot where they can actually talk. They end up at the servants' quarters, and it is immediately obvious that Lilia is besties with the entire staff down there. The crew sets them up with comfy spots, and Lilia goes straight into goblin mode, snacking on some treats. Her energy is totally contagious, getting everyone smiling. A maid spills the tea to Arthur. Lady Lilia crashes their pad whenever she is stressing out. That is when it clicks for Arthur, realizing something he totally missed before. The Hellstay family aren't just rich nobles, they're actually genuine, gold-hearted people. Back in the present, Arthur puts his parents at ease, letting them know it is all love. He has got zero beef with the Hellstay crew. He admits they are straight-up solid folks, like, totally authentic and kind. The next morning, Arthur gets the wake-up call from Sylvie. The little dragon is hyped, practically buzzing with energy for the day. Arthur starts thinking about Tessia and gets a little emo, but he snaps out of it fast. Why? Because a gnarly smell hits his nose. Turns out, Sylvie is rank. That dragon funk is lethal. Looks like Arthur is not the only one who needs to hit the showers today. As soon as they get near the tub, Stinky Sylvie tries to bail, terrified of the water. But eventually, they both come out fresh and clean. Just as they finish, there's a knock at the door. It is his little sis, bursting in to say good morning to Big Bro. Word is, Mom promised a shopping spree for the squad today. It is the perfect chance to bond, and the little munchkin is practically vibrating with excitement to hang with her brother. We speedrun the hallways to the dining hall, starving and ready to join the fam for breakfast. Soon enough, we are deep in the marketplace, surrounded by loud merchants trying to hustle their goods to anyone walking by. Arthur is totally starstruck, finally seeing Cyrus City in high definition up close. The market is popping with cool loot, but one specific shop grabs his attention immediately. This place is flexing crystal balls and mounted monster heads like they are hunting trophies. Curious, Arthur asks Mom what the deal is. Mrs. Hellstay explains those balls are actually called beast cores. Basically, they are magical batteries ripped from powerful mana beasts used to level up a person's stats. But she warns him it is not a guaranteed, buff the effects vary wildly depending on the beast and the core type. Buying them is basically a gacha game. You could drop hundreds or thousands of gold and get trash results. But if you get lucky, you might snag a beast will. The price tag alone makes Arthur's jaw hit the pavement. Mrs. Hellstay mentions her auction house gets these loot drops all the time, even baby monsters. She tells Arthur he is welcome to browse the inventory whenever he wants to take a look. Arthur flashes a grin. He is definitely ready to exploit that family discount and check it out. Suddenly, Lilia starts shoving Arthur forward, dying to show him a place she has been hyping up. A few minutes later, they pull up to the mystery location she had in mind. And it is a barber shop. Arthur is standing there like, really? Do I actually need a cut? Mom insists it is a code red situation because, let's be real, his current mop is looking absolutely tragic. The barber is a whole mood, though dude looks like he watched way too much JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, getting weirdly hyped about Arthur's feminine charm. Meanwhile, Arthur is internally screaming, absolutely terrified, like his soul is trying to yeet itself out of the chat after seeing his new haircut. Time for the big reveal, drum roll, please. Arthur steps out with a new drip. He's looking slicker than ever, and even Lil Sis Ellie is hyping up the fade. They head back to the streets, ready to hit the market. Crossing a bridge, Arthur spots some drama. A squad of boys down below is clowning on someone. Ellie spills the tea, explaining those guys are students from Xyrus Academy. Apparently, rocking that uniform is the ultimate status flex around here. Arthur doesn't need to zoom in to tell these dudes are total tools. The arrogance is loud. Ellie's not vibing with them either, saying they act like royalty just because they're rich students. The moms pull up, and the second Alice asks, what's up? Arthur zooms off like a hyper puppy. No clue why he's suddenly spazzing out, but his mom's just smiling, happy to see him acting like a normal kid. Auntie Helia is relieved too, especially after the crazy trauma fest from last night. Later, they hit up a weapon shop that's absolutely stacked with gear. Arthur is geeking out over the inventory, but the owner rushes over like a Karen, saying no kids allowed. He politely but firmly tells Arthur to get lost. Meanwhile, this rich snob is lurking nearby, acting like he owns the place. He just has to chime in, reminding Arthur that these aren't toys for toddlers. This guy even tries to touch Arthur's shoulder, but Art brushes him off like dirt, zero respect given. Arthur roasts him and starts to walk away, but Mr. Ego can't handle getting owned by a kid. He tries to clap back, but before he can start flexing his daddy's money, misses. Helia walks in. And just like that, the bully gets humbled real quick. Missus. Helia recognizes this clown as a nobody from the branch family of House Ravenpour. She goes full boss mode, threatening to ban his family from the auction house if he doesn't back off. Dude hears that and instantly folds, knees shaking, begging like a total coward. The squad keeps moving. Arthur says thanks, but she's like, nah, I was scared of what you do to him. Meanwhile, some shady creep is watching the fam, eyes glued to our little dragon buddy. Finally, the sun sets over Xyrus, and the party heads back to the mansion. Post-shopping spree. They walk in and find Vincent and Arthur's dad, Reynolds, chilling together. Vincent's been waiting, cause he has a VIP guest who wants a face-to-face with Arthur. Surprise! It's Cynthia Goodsky, the head honcho of Cyrus Academy. She's actually hyped to meet Arthur, the kid everyone's been gossiping about. But before we dive in, let's take a sec to glaze this school a bit. Cyrus Academy is like the holy grail for mages, basically only for the gifted and the elite. It's a factory for top-tier scholars, guild leaders, and military beasts. Basically, if you're anybody in this world, you probably graduated from there. The clout this school has is insane, absolutely crushing every other academy on the map. And the lady running the whole circus is director Cynthia Goodsky herself. It's Arthur's first time seeing her, and he just freezes, staring for a solid few seconds. The staring contest gets so intense that everyone else starts sweating. Finally, she breaks the ice, reaching out to shake his hand like a normal human. Arthur just looks at her hand, totally buffering on how to interact. Situation check. Should he kiss the hand, go for a fist bump, or shake it? The kid is totally lost in the sauce. He finally goes for the handshake, but his mom goes full strict parent mode, dunking his head down to apologize for his lack of manners. Mom jumps in to do damage control, telling the director that Arthur is fresh off the boat and totally clueless about high society manners. But the woman, remarkably chill. She doesn't mind a bit. In fact, she's the one apologizing for crashing their pad unannounced. She keeps it real, admitting she couldn't say no to Vincent after all the sweat and cash he has poured into Cyrus Academy. Meanwhile, the camera pans over to Lilia, lurking quietly in the background like a shadow. She is definitely catching feelings, and not the happy kind. Seems she is pretty salty about Arthur stealing all the spotlight. Or maybe she just doesn't want him to leave for school. Anyway, we switch focus to the old lady, who drops some interesting intel. She mentions she rarely makes house calls just to scope out a potential student, but Vincent got her hooked when he swore a literal god-tier genius was crashing at his place. She turns to Mrs. Helia and asks to be taken to an open spot so she can see if the boy actually has the goods. Arthur, meanwhile, tries to pull a tactical retreat, claiming he is starving to death. Tough break for him, Mom shuts that down fast. Eventually, Vincent and the missus lead the VIP guest out to the fancy courtyard. And honestly, Arthur wasn't capping. The dude is genuinely starving and looks totally crushed that dinner is cancelled for the foreseeable future. Little Sylvie, who is just as hangry, has to tag along with her papa, looking like she just lost her favorite chew toy. That is when the director spots the furball, thinking the little mana beast is just the cutest thing ever. She asks if it belongs to his dad. But Arthur sets the record straight. Sylvie is his bond, fresh out of the egg a few months back. The old lady finds that super interesting. See, most rich folks just buy their mana beasts, but she has never laid eyes on a creature like Sylvie before. Arthur spins a story about Sylvie's mom being some winged wolf that was knocking on death's door, protecting the egg when he stumbled onto the nest. He chalks the whole thing up to nothing more than dumb luck. Cynthia smells something fishy, but keeps her mouth shut. After a few minutes of walking, they hit the grand courtyard. Now that they are outside, Cynthia is dying to see if Arthur is the real deal or if Vincent was just talking big game. Vincent did mention Arthur was an augmenter, but he kept the details vague too. She notices he isn't sweating it at all. She can't tell if he's got boss-level confidence or just a massive ego. Meanwhile, Arthur is vibing on a completely different frequency. His brain is focused on exactly one mission, dinner time. His stomach is screaming for some grilled fish, and that hunger is the only reality he acknowledges right now. Vincent is over there grinning like he won the lottery, hyping up how Arthur is about to blow Cynthia's mind with fire and lightning. Plus, he's low-key relieved Reynolds isn't fighting, so the backyard might actually survive today without turning into a barbecue pit. Before they throw hands, Cynthia asks if he wants a weapon, but Arthur hits her with the smoothest read ever. He peeps that she isn't reaching for her wand, so he decides to keep it strictly melee too. She pauses, realizing the kid is sharp, and cracks a grin. Game on. Flashback to his training arc. Mixing the boom of fire with the flow of water was how he first brought his old-world skills to this new server. Then he layered on the grit of earth and the speed of wind martial arts to remix his past life combat moves, bending mana exactly how he wants it. This isn't just countering, it's the ABCs of how augmenters actually output elemental damage. But hey, rely too much on old save data, and you hit some glitches. He combos fire and earth, stomping the ground so hard the floor shatters like cheap glass. Vincent knew the kid was good, but seeing it live, dude is absolutely floored. While everyone else is buffering, his sister and Sylvie are cheering like they're front row at a concert for his next move. He takes all that broken rock and launches it straight at the lady like a projectile. She smiles, realizing this kid is the real deal, and casually blocks the incoming avalanche. Arthur locks in, blasting the ground like a rocket launch to yeet himself forward instantly. He smashes right through her air shield, aiming a slap at her face that would definitely leave a mark. But she parries like a pro, tossing him back with a massive shockwave of magic. Arthur's reflexes kick in. He whips up a floating stone surfboard using wind and earth spells so he doesn't ragdoll aimlessly through the sky. He grinds his teeth, frustrated that multitasking with earth and wind is still such a glitchy process for him. Even after boot camp with Varian, this combo feels way clunkier than his smooth fire and water moves. He dives in for round 2, but she puts up a do not enter sign made of hurricane force winds, keeping him totally zoned out. Then she starts dropping bars, chanting some high-level spell. Suddenly, 4 massive twisters pop up, but Arthur has a big brain play ready to counter. He spins mana around his hand like a fidget spinner, rotating it opposite to the incoming tornadoes. Boom! The winds collide and cancel out. The backlash gives him a few scrapes, but mission accomplished. The tornadoes are history. He even scores a rare attaboy from the old lady for that solo clutch. She is high-key impressed by his skills, though she thinks he is a little too thirsty for head-on fights. Overall, his magic and combat flex is totally cracked for a final exam. But wait, there is a bonus round. She hits him with a debuff and says his only job is to not pass out. Whatever she hit him with feels like a dubstep bass drop straight to the brainstem. It is actually sound magic. Dead giveaway that she is a deviant. Despite the headache from hell, Arthur tanks it like a boss. When the beat drops, she is all smiles, announcing he aced the test with S-rank style. Seeing his wind affinity, she is tempted to take him on as a personal student. Meanwhile, Pops is standing there looking completely lost in the sauce. He is like, since when does my kid bend earth and wind? Did I miss an update? The confusion tips her off. She realizes Arthur might be hiding even more elemental apps in his library. A shook Vincent chimes in, yo, he was literally spitting hot fire and tossing lightning bolts just yesterday. Why do you think we are out here on the pavement? He toasted half the lawn. The director's mind is blown. This kid isn't a deviant, yet he is juggling not 2, but at least 3 elements. That is illegal. Arthur decides to flex the full deck. Actually, he says, it is 4. He casually summons a splash of water to prove it. The lady practically stumbles back in shock, and Reynolds has to catch her before she faints. Seeing the director losing it, little sis pipes up. Is Big Brother OP or what? Mom is quiet, but Cynthia chuckles, confirming that yeah, he is a monster now and going to be a god-tier mage later. Arthur drops the act and sincerely apologizes to the fam for keeping his power level on the down low. His heart sinks a bit, seeing his mom looking so stressed out. She realizes he has been hiding things and makes a wish. From now on, no more secrets, okay? As much as he wants to say bet, he knows he can't keep that promise. Too many skeletons in the closet. After the apologies, Cynthia pulls our boy aside for a one-on-one chat. She casts a cone of silence around them so no eavesdroppers can tune into the tea. She tells him to spill the beans. Arthur comes clean. He only showed off his skills for a reason. He needs 2 things she has got in spades: raw political clout and connections. He wants her to play bodyguard for his family until he is buff enough to do it himself. In exchange, he will join her school and let her take credit as his sponsor. Cynthia Goodsky is shook, but not in the warm and fuzzy way. The sheer nerve of this pint-sized brat making demands, it is almost hilarious. Not even the king and queen of Sapin would slide into her DMs with a deal this lopsided. Does he seriously think she's going to fold for a literal toddler? But our guy just smirks. He knows his stock value is way higher than any royal scrub. The payout just comes later when he enrolls. The kid's confidence is through the roof. See, Arthur made a pinky promise to someone special to live this life with 0 regrets. And he figures hitting up Cyrus Academy at a normal age is the best way to keep that streak alive. Cynthia is once again left wondering just who this kid really is. She is totally losing it over the idea of waiting 3 whole years for him to catch up, so she basically corners him, demanding the 411 on his master plan. During this break, Arthur keeps it 100 and doesn't hold back. He drops the bombshell that he's planning to hit the road and live that adventurer life. Later on, Arthur's folks drag him aside for a major vibe check, strictly private. They are absolutely losing it over his big idea. His mom is spiraling the hardest, roasting him nonstop after all the drama they just survived. She spent years thinking he was 6 feet under, and now he wants to jump back into the fire. She literally can't deal. Even his little sister starts leaking tears, totally shook by her mom's meltdown. Reynolds steps in to play referee, telling everyone to chill and hear the kid out, but mom is not having it. She keeps going off, asking how he could be so heartless to suggest this after the nightmare journey they took just to find him. Finally, she just crashes, totally overwhelmed by the feels. She's deep in the anxiety spiral, blinded by stress, until Arthur decides it's time to grab the mic. He keeps it cool and steady, explaining he's not dipping out tomorrow, he's actually hyped to kick it at home for a few months first. He admits that even though he just got back, spending 3 years with the elves has him feeling like a total alien in his own hood. He wants to chase that same adrenaline rush his parents felt back in their glory days. It's not just about looking for trouble, it's about actually living life, figuring out this world, and leveling up in ways he can't while stuck inside their cozy house. His dad nods along, totally getting where his son is coming from. He even admits that back when he was a powered-up teenager, he was itching for that adventurer lifestyle too. But he's got to keep it real. Alice isn't crazy for worrying. The adventurer life is sketchy and random no matter how OP Arthur thinks he is. Arthur suggests bringing a babysitter, a guard, but Mom is still saying hard pass. That's when Reynolds drops a bomb and actually agrees with Arthur's plan. She spins around and practically puts her husband in a chokehold out of pure frustration. She can't believe he'd switch sides like that. There is zero chance she's letting her baby boy walk out that door again. Not right after the reunion. Eventually, the temperature in the room drops a bit. Arthur clarifies he's not ghosting them for 3 years this time. He plans to pop back home every few months, maybe even sooner. Alice is still giving him the side eye, unsure what to do, when Ellie walks up with her eyes swimming in tears. The idea of him bouncing so soon is wrecking her. Seeing his little sis cry makes Arthur hit the panic button, and he frantically promises he'll be around plenty and won't disappear for long. Alice still isn't signing the permission slip, though. She demands the truth. Why the rush to be an adventurer? What's the big motivation to leave right after unpacking his bags? In her book, it makes way more sense for him to hit the books and go to school before playing hero. Arthur points out that if he enrolls now, he'd be a toddler compared to the other students. He wants to vibe with people and make friends, but being the tiny kid in class would make that super awkward. His worried mom claps back fast, saying he doesn't have to start school tomorrow. She offers to help him grind levels at home with his dad instead. Arthur is down, but that's not the whole picture. He wants to throw hands for real and stress test the magic he learned since landing in this new dimension. He needs that open-world PvP experience where he can truly push his limits, but he keeps that part to himself. The next morning, the whole squad gathers at the breakfast table, chowing down with Vincent's family. The room is buzzing with chatter and good vibes. Arthur asks what's on the agenda, and the ladies mention they need to run errands to prep for a big event at the auction house. They're dragging Ellie and Lilia along for the ride, and tell Arthur he can tag along if he wants, but he decides to sit this one out. Vincent grabs the mic and asks if they've finally made a call on Arthur's grand master plan. Alice reveals she finally greenlit his adventurer career, but with some serious terms and conditions that his dad lays out. First, Arthur has to wait until his birthday in 3 months. Second, he needs a bodyguard glued to him 24/7 on missions. And third, he has to touch base at home at least once every 2 months. Aside from that, his dad knows Arthur has the IQ to handle his business. Vincent nods at the logic, but raises the million-dollar question. Who exactly is going to be babysitting Arthur? But let's be real, finding someone actually tough enough to bodyguard Arthur is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. The kid is built different. Meanwhile, the little sis is living in her own world. He's goofing around, balancing 2 forks on her head like makeshift antennas, trying to cosplay as Sylvie. Seeing her being all goofy suddenly lights a light bulb in Reynolds' head. He grins like he just won the lottery and hypes everyone up with big news. The twin horns are fresh out of a dungeon run and heading home soon. He just got the receipts from the Adventurers Guild, they'll be back in about 2 months, and he figures they can snag one of them to be Arthur's personal muscle. It's such a big brain move that even Alice is instantly on board with zero hesitation. Just hearing the name Twin Horns has Arthur low-key fanboying since he's been dying to link up with them again. I mean, these are the original gangsters who helped escort him back to the fam years ago. That means the whole squad, Jasmine, Durden, Angela, Helen, and Adam is getting back together. He's absolutely buzzing. Later on, Arthur slides into Vincent's office for a serious chat, while the ladies head out for some fabulous retail therapy. But the shopping trip hits a snag when Ellie and Elena start beefing, mainly because Elena is trying to pull the I'm older card. Helsty isn't having any of that bullying vibe, so she gives her daughter a gentle bonk on the noggin. But Elena snaps back, salty that Ellie is obsessed with her brother. She finally explodes, letting out all the frustration she's been bottling up like a shaken soda for the past few days. She confesses she's sick of everyone simping over Arthur. Straight up jealous vibes. It stings that Arthur is already this OP mage, flexing on adults, while she hasn't even awakened her powers yet. Deep down, she wants that magic life so bad it hurts. Seeing the poor girl spiraling, Alice steps up to play therapist. She gently reminds Elena that comparison is the thief of joy and tells her to stop measuring herself against Arthur. Everyone levels up at their own speed, and her time to shine is coming. But Elena, still salty, demands to know the cheat code Arthur used to get so swole. Honestly, even Alice draws a blank on that one and admits she's just as clueless. She explains that besides some basic sword drills with Reynolds, they didn't really do anything special to boost his stats. This info completely floors Mrs. Helstay, though she admits Arthur is definitely a gifted kid. The fact that he reached god-tier skills with zero formal training sounds totally sus, like a glitch in the system. She smells a rat and keeps pressing Alice for the real scoop. Alice caves and admits Arthur is definitely gatekeeping some secrets. She confesses that even they, his own parents, don't fully get what's going on in his head. Helstey tells her to just rip the band-aid off and ask him directly like, "Yo, how did you get so cracked with a sword before you even met the bandits?" She's betting Reynolds and Alice are dying to know the lore behind their son's power. Of course, like any protective mom, Alice is hesitant to pry into whatever skeletons her son has in his closet. But she explains that giving him space to open up when he's ready is the ultimate mom move. They park that drama for later and get back to business. But as they stroll through the city, some shady creeper is watching them from the shadows, taking mental notes. In the dark back alleys, this creeper links up with another mysterious dude cloaked in secrecy. He tells his partner to ping Lord Sebastian. The Mana Beast wasn't with the squad today. Plus, there was a mage from Cyrus Academy guarding them, so tailing them too closely was a no-go. But here's the kicker: the kid, who clearly owns the beast, is scheduled to hit up the 10th anniversary event at the Helstey auction house. The second shadow figure says they'll make sure to update Lord Sebastian as soon as possible, agreeing that the auction is their golden ticket to make a move. Meanwhile, Vincent is sitting across from Arthur, and the kid is giving off serious main character energy. The way Arthur holds himself posture on point, total confidence makes Vincent feel like he's chilling with royalty. Actually, Vincent is sweating bullets more than he would in front of the King of Sapin. He notices Arthur is a whole different beast compared to when he's with his fam. That chill, happy-go-lucky kid from earlier, gone. This commanding aura Arthur is putting out right now feels like his true form, no cap. Vincent nervously adjusts his glasses, trying to keep his cool, and greets Arthur with maximum respect. Fight over, business time. Arthur explains why he crashed the party and asks Vincent to be his personal shopper. The wish list: a hooded cloak for the aesthetic, a pint-sized sword, and a mask that changes his voice like he's in witness protection. Vincent is like, the cloak? Easy money. But the voice changer, that needs a sound magic nerd, specifically a high-level artificer, probably a divination type. Vincent pauses, realizing he's already drowning in anniversary prep work. Why is he bending over backward for a toddler? But he can't say no. The kid has this main character energy that you just have to obey. Arthur appreciates the plug, but he's currently rocking zero funds in his wallet to pay him back. He brainstorms a barter trade, but Vincent shuts that down immediately. He explains that Arthur's dad has been a total MVP, whipping their security guards into shape. Thanks to him, drama and sticky fingers at the auction house are at an all-time low. But our boy Arthur isn't looking for handouts. He wants to settle the tab. He drops a bombshell. He found a cheat code to speed up magic awakening for his sister, and he can boost Lilia too. Vincent is shook because neither he nor his wife has a drop of magic in them. But Arthur bets the house on it, promising to get their daughter magic ready for the prestigious academy. Later, Arthur is grinding his beast will, but he can only keep the buff active for a few seconds before it fizzles. He's getting tilted, feeling like his progress bar is stuck. New life or old life, the mission is the same: get strong enough to keep his squad safe. He flashes back to losing someone special in his past life because he was too weak. This time, no revenge arc, just pure protection. Arthur heads downstairs and runs smack into his mom, fresh back from her grocery run. She looks steaming mad, thinking he's capping about helping Lilia with her magic. Mrs. Helia is just as salty, annoyed that Arthur might be trolling them with fake promises. Arthur puts his serious face on, clarifying that he doesn't joke about mana gains, reminding them of the deal with Mr. Helia. Once everyone chills out, Arthur sits between the girls, ready to drop a magic bomb nobody saw coming. He breaks it down like a pro, explaining that sensing mana is basically the name of the game. It's all about catching that deep breathing vibe slow, rhythmic, keeping it simple so their brains don't explode with info overload. When it's demo time, Arthur goes full Zen master, showing them the ropes on exactly how to inhale. He even shuts his peepers to really sell the effect. The ladies try to copy his flow, but man, they immediately hit a wall and ride the struggle bus trying to get the breathing right. But once the stage is set, Arthur decides to vibe check his little experiment to see if it's actually working. He hits them with a disclaimer: "Yo, you're gonna feel a little toasty," but tells them to keep grinding on that breathing technique no matter what. As they stick to the rhythm, boom, they actually start spotting these trippy little artifacts with their own eyes. Arthur's like, "Okay, now round up those white sparks. They're your homies, and they just want a group hug to be happy." By the time the training session wraps up, The trio is absolutely cooked, just completely wiped out. Vincent is spiraling, firing off questions left and right about how this hack is going to help his daughter unlock mage mode. Arthur keeps it real. It's a grind that takes a few years, but if they stick out the first few months, Leia's awakening should be practically in the bag. Before he can even drop the mic on that thought, Mrs. Helia tackles him with a massive bear hug. She is catching major feels right now, tearing up because Arthur just handed their kid a golden ticket to a future they couldn't imagine. It's stuff her non-mage folks couldn't dream of giving. Vincent is losing it too, and the room is just heavy with emotion. From that point on, Arthur's life hits a pretty chill groove. Every morning, it's the grind training himself, then power leveling his sister and Leia. He's soaking up the fam time before life gets too crazy. Fast forward 2 months later, and it is finally reunion time for the twin horns. Arthur is camping by the door, hyped out of his mind and waiting for them to pull up. The second that knock hits, he practically teleports to the door. Angela busts in and instantly crushes him in a hug. Duran is right there with her, looking like an absolute unit. Even bigger than Arthur, remembered. But despite looking like a tank, the guy is a total softie. Seeing Arthur hits him right in the feels, and he gets visibly choked up. Adam, meanwhile, is bouncing off the walls with that golden retriever energy, bringing his usual chaotic vibes to the group. Helen looks like she is about 2 seconds away from putting Adam in a headlock, but honestly, she is too busy low-key simping over Arthur's massive glow-up. Jasmine, who is usually super chill and quiet, steps up and wraps Arthur in a bear hug that could probably crack a rib. She is straight up sobbing, apologizing for not having his back way back when, but after the waterworks, the squad links up and gets ready to roll. The boys are decked out and looking sharp, and once the whole crew is at the door, they prepare to head out to the Helsith auction house. They dip from the mansion and hop into the rides to get this show on the road. The carriages are drifting through the busy city streets like they own the place. During the trip, Arthur spills the tea on his whole backstory, dropping the lore on his crazy journey and how he survived to make it back to the fam. Adam feels super guilty and keeps apologizing for the mess Arthur had to deal with after taking that nosedive off the cliff. Still, they are incredibly hyped that Arthur managed to snag a bond, something most pro-adventurers and fancy nobles can only dream of. Out of nowhere, the carriage slams on the brakes, and 2 helpers step up to give them the VIP welcome. Arthur is completely shook when he finally lays eyes on the Helsith spot for the first time. The 10th anniversary of the Helsith auction house is a massive deal. Everyone from high society snobs to dungeon crawlers has been waiting for this drop. It is not just a party. It is the chance of a lifetime to peep some crazy rare items. We are talking about snagging priceless loot that has been locked down in a vault just for this specific flex. The second Arthur sees how massive the place is, his jaw pretty much hits the floor. The outside is totally cracked, but the inside, that is a whole different level of awesome. Vincent switches to boss mode, telling everyone to lock in because today is huge and they cannot afford a single fumble. Reynolds steps up too, barking orders and putting soldiers in their spots like a general. Arthur, Mrs. Helia, and Alice strut into the main hall before the crowd rushes in. The room is absolutely ginormous. You could easily pack 10,000 people in there without breaking a sweat. Even Arthur, who used to be a literal king living the high life, has to admit this place is straight fire. Helia asks what he thinks, and he is like, calling this a house is the understatement of the century. Lilia tells him to hold his horses until he sees the VIP box up top, and yeah, the private room is nothing short of bougie. It even comes with a private bar and a mixologist ready to whip up whatever drinks they want. Lilia and Alice peek out the window and see the crowd rolling in the place is already jumping with activity. Suddenly, a worker rushes in to tell Mrs. Helia that the top-tier guests are pulling up right now, so the family stands at attention while the knights escort the big shots inside. Turns out, the special guests are the actual royal family. King Blaine, Queen Priscilla, and their kids roll through, and the king gives Vincent a look like, "Why are these randoms in my box?" Vincent thinks fast, reminding the king, "Hey, this is my fam, and you asked to meet them, remember?" Since the king wanted to meet the squad, Vincent introduces his wife, Tabitha, and their daughter, Lilia. Then he introduces Alice Lewin, his best bud's wife, along with Arthur and his little sister, Eleanor. The king chills out instantly, telling Alice and the kids to stand up, basically saying, "Any friend of Vincent is a homie of mine." At the end of the day, they're all just here to hype up the Helsty family on their 10th anniversary and have a good time. Out of the blue, the queen spots the little mana beast Arthur is carrying around. Arthur is quick on the draw, explaining she hatched a few months back and introducing her as Sylvie. The king gets super curious and asks if this little critter is actually his bond. Arthur confirms it with a flex, and the king is totally charmed by the little furball, even tickling her. He tells Arthur he is lucky because taming even a baby beast is usually a total nightmare. Since Sylvie is acting super obedient, Arthur clarifies that they actually talk telepathically. It is more like a partnership than a pet situation, But then this sketchy old dude interrupts, asking if Arthur is serious. He wants to know if Arthur is claiming to be on an equal level contract with a mana beast. Arthur pauses for a beat before doubling down, saying Sylvie was actually the one who slid into the contract first. The geezer tries to pull a fast one, reaching out to grab Arthur's hand like he's checking for a pulse or something, probably trying to snoop on his bond. But before this shady grandpa can get his creep on, the king shuts him down instantly, reminding him this isn't a petting zoo for checking out other people's animals. Dude stumbles back, sweating bullets and dropping apologies like they're going out of style to kill the awkward vibe. Then Mrs. Helsty jumps in to save the day, politely telling the king the show's about to pop off and he should probably grab a seat. Honestly, this old guy gives off major villain energy, probably the mastermind behind those hooded creeps stalking Arthur's fam. Anyway, boom, the Helsty auction is officially live. The MC steps up, hyping up the crowd and welcoming all the VIPs to the main event of the season. This is their shot to cop some legendary loot for the flex. The crowd is absolutely losing it, screaming and clapping like their favorite band just walked on stage. Next, the host tells everyone to pivot and look south before we get this party started for real. Big shout out to the heavy hitters of Sapin Yep, the royal family is in the building. The audience pays their respects like good little citizens, and just like that, the formalities are a wrap. Then the host drops the name of the absolute legend who bankrolled this entire extravaganza. Vincent Helsty struts in like he owns the place, which he basically does, while Arthur and the crew clap. It gives Arthur major flashbacks to his past life as a king, but he tries to delete that footage from his brain. No point living in the past, right? I mean, look at him. He's basically a toddler. Kid hasn't even hit puberty yet, and he's already stressing over king-level problems. Arthur pulls a ninja move and swipes a drink while nobody's watching. Lilia is distracted with Ellie, and he spots his mom vibing with the queen nearby. He peeps the wand and immediately figures out she's a conjurer-type mage. Weird thing is, he feels 0 mana from her. Either she's rocking some high-tier stealth gear, or she's so overpowered that his radar can't even pick her up. She shoots him a death stare that cuts deep, making him feel super awkward. Arthur thinks it's kind of bizarre that he's not into any of the older ladies, even though mentally, he's practically a boomer like them. He reckons it might be because his mom is in that same demographic, which is a total vibe killer. But at the same time, he's definitely not trying to date actual kids either. He's stuck in this weird age limbo, so basically, his dating life is cooked for the foreseeable future. His internal monologue gets rudely interrupted by the man himself, who's in on Arthur's secret grind. Arthur wanted to cop a legit sword, and Vincent slides in with a legendary offer. Just go ahead and bid on it. Vincent is literally ready to swipe his card for whatever the kid wants, talk about a sugar uncle. The short sword on stage was crafted by some master smith and it's cracked. Like, you pump a tiny bit of mana into it and the blade crackles with literal lightning. It boosts the cutting power to insane levels and even paralyzes anyone unlucky enough to get hit. Arthur's eyes light up, he wants it. The bidding war kicks off immediately. Everyone's sweating, throwing money around, and pushing the price past 50 gold coins like it's pocket change. Let's put that bag in perspective. A single gold coin is enough to buy a whole modern house. Meanwhile, a regular family can survive on a handful of copper coins without breaking a sweat. That means the opening bid for this fancy knife could feed a family for like 250 years. Meanwhile, Vincent is out here flexing like he's Elon Musk, just casually asking the kid if he vibes with the weapon or not. Arthur admits the blade is fire, but he's trying to stay low-key, not walk around with a lightning stick. That's exactly the answer Vincent expected. He tells the kid it's all good to pick something else. As for the other gear Arthur asked for, done deal. They're already secured. Arthur is hype right now because he's praying that voice-altering mask is in the loot pile. Vincent acts like the ultimate plug who can source artifacts from anywhere on the map, and he really came through for the kid fast. Arthur is literally on cloud 9 right now. But then Vincent goes full responsible dad mode, warning him to be smart with the gear or Vincent's the one who's going to get grounded. Turns out, he was spot on. That electric sword was basically trash compared to the god-tier items that came up next. We're talking weapons and beast cores so rare even the king started reaching for his wallet. He dropped a massive bag to secure an A-class beast core, but he still has to unlock its powers to see if it actually has a beast wool inside. Arthur stretches out, trying to shake off the sleepy vibes, but then he panics, Sylvie is gone. He asks Lilia, but she's clueless, so he starts tearing apart the furniture, trying to figure out where his little dragon vanished to. Out of nowhere, he catches the sound of a high-pitched hiss, sounds like a pint-sized critter facing down a bully. And sure enough, it's Sebastian, that slimeball wizard with the punchable face trying to get his grubby paws on Sylvie and terrifying the poor girl. Arthur takes one look at the situation and goes full protective parent mode. He seriously wants to slap the soul out of this creep, but he manages to keep his cool. Since this dirtbag happens to be a royal mage, Arthur decides not to start a war. He just calls Sylvie over and tries to bounce before things get messy. But Sebastian isn't done. He starts running his mouth, claiming a peasant like Arthur has no business owning such a high-tier creature. Arthur pauses, giving him a look that says, "Excuse me, you talking to me?" And then, with the creepiest grin imaginable, the mage basically admits he's planning to steal the beast and put it under his own control. That triggers Arthur instantly. He glares daggers at Sebastian, practically daring him to say that to his face again. But hold up, let's rewind and see how we got here. Earlier, Vincent was pretty bummed out that he couldn't hook Arthur up with any cool gear. All Arthur really wanted was a decent sword, so the auction house owner starts racking his brain to see if there's anything stashed in the back. Their chat gets cut short by the king, who's absolutely stoked about snagging an A-class beast core from the collection. The king figures as long as the beast's spirit is intact, it's all good. Vincent is just relieved. His little event actually impressed the big boss. Suddenly, the vibe shifts. Vincent gets hit with a wave of bloodlust so heavy it literally knocks him to his knees. The royal guards go from 0 to 100, snapping into combat mode. Sensing the danger, the king whips out his sword and demands the creepers show themselves right now. And that's when we see the royal mage, Sebastian, totally collapse on the floor, shaking like a leaf because of Arthur's aura. Vincent is completely lost in the sauce, having no clue what just went down while the whole room turns into a circus. The knights sweep the place but come up empty-handed, no bad guys in sight. Arthur's dad suggests checking the second floor. After a bit, everyone sits in this super awkward silence while Arthur mentally chats with his pet. He checks to make sure Sylvie is okay right as the knights announce they've caught some random intruder. The king's reaction to all this is way too calm, which honestly sends a chill down Arthur's spine. Low-key, Arthur is thrilled. This random intruder is the perfect distraction to cover up his little outburst earlier. Everyone starts roasting Sebastian for freaking out over nothing. Embarrassed that he got scared by a kid, Sebastian lies through his teeth, claiming he just slipped. He shoots Arthur a dirty look before walking off. The auction finally gets back on track, and it's time for the grand finale. They pull back the curtain, revealing a baby world lion, and the crowd absolutely loses their minds. This isn't just any cat. It's got the potential to grow into an A-class monster if raised right. Arthur is kinda salty that the mage is ignoring this legendary lion and is still obsessing over Sylvie instead. The bidding opens at a massive 500 gold coins. People start throwing numbers, 550, 600, 800 until the king steps in and drops 1,000 gold coins like it's nothing. Game over. Nobody is gonna try to outbid the king's wallet. Vincent congratulates him and asks what the plan is for the kitty. You can't just keep a beast like that in the backyard. It needs a legendary tamer to bring out its potential. The king decides to gift it to his son, Curtis. The kid steps up, ready to prove he's got what it takes. The queen teases her son a bit, and Arthur realizes that even royals act like regular folks sometimes. Vincent wraps up the auction and asks how the king wants to handle the delivery. The king has zero patience and decides he wants to grab his loot personally, right now. Vincent leads the way, but then the shady mage whispers something into the king's ear. He shoots another glare at Arthur, and you just know this snake is plotting something nasty. Vincent takes them to the storage room, which gives Arthur a perfect chance to scope out a sword. The king notices Arthur eyeing the weaponry and gets curious. He asks if Arthur is training, suggesting that maybe he and Curtis could have a sparring match down the road. But Sebastian butts in, hating on the idea and calling Arthur a peasant who isn't worth their time. Arthur plays the humble card perfectly. Then his dad, Reynolds, walks in and is shocked to find the king hanging out in the storage room. The king realizes Reynolds is the guy who caught the intruder and gives him major props for the good work. He connects the dots that Arthur is Reynolds' son. Then, he introduces Sebastian as a loyal guard who's owed a favor. And for his reward, the mage wants one specific thing, Arthur's pet fox dragon. Arthur freezes. He knows exactly where this is going. The king drops the bomb, saying that handing over the beast is for the good of the kingdom. Reynolds takes one look at his son's face and knows instantly that things are about to go south fast. He jumps in to play peacemaker, but the king cuts him off with a generous offer. Big stacks of cash and a pro mage to forcibly break the bond between Arthur and his pet. Reynolds isn't having any of it. He drops a heartfelt apology and straight up quits his job right there. He tells the royals his kid calls his own shots, basically dropping the mic. Seriously, can we get a Dad of the Year trophy for Reynolds Lewin? The king ignores the dad and pivots his gaze to Arthur, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the kid looks ready to burn the castle down. Sebastian tries to spark up a fire spell, but his boss shuts him down, turning the royal charm on Arthur with the same shady deal. Arthur keeps his cool, channeling maximum chill to give a proper, respectful answer to the ruler of Sapin. He hits him with a polite thanks but no thanks, making it clear he wouldn't trade his familiar for the most OP sword in the game. That is definitely Pet Owner of the Year material. The mage tries to run his mouth again, but the king hits him with a mute button. The king tries to sweeten the pot by offering a rare world lion cub, which definitely triggers Curtis, the actual owner of said lions. Arthur shuts it down again, apologizing if he wasn't crystal clear the first time. The answer is a hard no. He is ride or die with Sylvie, and the king is starting to lose his royal cool over the rejection. In his head, the king thinks he is being super generous, so he cannot wrap his mind around this kid's stubbornness. The king asks one last time, barely keeping a lid on his rage, warning that his patience is running on empty. Arthur just fires back with a question of his own. With absolute zero chill, he asks the king to put a price tag on his own kids. He points out that he has already said no 3 times, but since the king's ego is too big to listen, he has to frame it in a way the guy understands. Basically, how much gold would it take for you to sell one of your own children? The whole room goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Sebastian signals the guard, and the armored knight charges in, swinging his blade to execute the kid for his savage comeback. Arthur senses mana in the blade. This guy is actually trying to delete him. Staying ice cold, Arthur powers up his own core. He smooth moves past 2 lethal swipes, then effortlessly throws the knight's balance completely off. He grabs the guy's fist, pivots, and unloads a massive uppercut that shuts the knight's lights out instantly. The move is so clean it leaves the royal mage, the guy who literally just ordered the hit, totally shook. Sebastian decides he is done with minions and gets ready to dirty his own hands. Consequences be damned. He knows Sylvie isn't just some regular pet, her potential is off the charts, which explains why he is being such a greedy creep about it. He charges up a lethal beam to vape Arthur right as the family tries to intervene. But then, glitch in the Matrix, time literally stops, freezing everyone in place like statues. The mage is standing there looking dumbfounded, wondering where his ultra-powerful spell just disappeared to. A voice cuts through the silence, telling Sebastian that his little magic trick is absolutely useless. Any spell relying on atmospheric mana gets cancelled around Arthur. He glares daggers at the mage and teleports right into his personal space. The mage's arrogance just wrote a check his skills cannot cash. With one swift kick, Arthur snaps Sebastian's leg like a twig, sending the guy into a world of hurt. He screams for backup, totally failing to realize that the rest of the world is on pause. All he gets is Arthur's cold voice whispering in his ear, dropping the terrifying truth: nobody is coming to save him. Terrified out of his mind, the pathetic wizard starts begging for his life. Arthur just stands over the so-called royal conjurer, looking down on him like trash. He drops 3 cold words: know your place. Then, snap back to reality, we rewind to right after that uppercut. The king is flabbergasted, seeing a random commoner kid completely wreck his elite royal guard. He is actually wondering if his guard just slipped or something because it does not make sense. Suddenly, Arthur is spotted collapsed on the floor in a totally different spot, freaking Lilia out. But then things get gnarly. Everyone notices Sebastian's leg is twisted at a sickening angle. The guy is a sobbing, sweaty mess, screaming for help, and even the king looks disturbed by the carnage. The queen snaps into action, ordering the guards to check if the mage is even going to make it. A bit later, Reynolds sadly checks on his kid, who is out cold. Mom is stressing hard, worried sick. She tries to spam some healing spells, but eventually just rage quits in despair. Seeing that Vincent's gone past the point of no return, his family is straight up bawling their eyes out next to him. Watching this tragedy unfold is like a bucket of ice water for Arthur, snapping his fading consciousness right back to reality. A bit later, our boy wakes up in bed with a headache that feels like a jackhammer is going to town on his skull, totally confused about how he even teleported back here. Memories start flooding back, and he remembers going full savage mode on Sebastian with his static void move, but man, that stunt really scrambled his own brain. Real talk, if it wasn't for Sylvia, he wouldn't even have the juice to pull off an ability like that in the first place. Thanks to her, he can literally unplug himself from the timeline for a sec. It's a total cheat code that only he has access to because he's a legacy tamer. But like all overpowered abilities, this one comes with a massive price tag. He's been grinding XP for years, yet he still can't use the skill for more than a few seconds without getting absolutely wrecked by the backlash. This time, he pushed the limit way too far and paid the piper. Plus, using it on an actual human for the first time, yeah, that just added a whole new level of drama to his life. He's just lying there, counting his blessings that the worst thing to happen was him passing out cold. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Sylvie runs in, nosy as ever and dying to check on her human. Mom is shook to see him finally awake. She dives in for a hug, totally relieved after the doctor dropped some scary news earlier. It has been 8 grueling hours, and the kid slept in way longer than anyone predicted. The boy looks bummed out, which turns on the waterworks for his mom again. Then bam, a sharp pain hits him, making his mom jump out of her skin. Instead of complaining, Arthur asks, "Yo, what went down while I was out?" Turns out the royal family dipped out early. Instead of staying, they sent some suit to have a chat with his dad. Arthur, being the curious cat he is, decides he needs to investigate immediately. He tells his mom to chill, insists he is doing fantastic, and tells her to go catch some much-needed Z's. He orders Sylvie to guard her, then sneaks downstairs just in time to catch Reynolds dropping a passionate speech about his son almost biting the dust. Arthur busts into the intense convo, and his dad sprints over like, "My boy." He reveals that the king's messenger is basically here to throw some hush money at them for the little incident that went down. You can tell Reynolds couldn't care less about the crown. The man is all about his fam, 24/7. The royal rep introduces himself as Jasper Cogwright and flashes a pouch of gold coins like he is making it rain. Reading the room, Arthur decides the best play here is to act like the innocent little victim. He hits the man with a polite kid act and finds out that the 2 guards who tried to jump him got suspended immediately. Reynolds is still steaming mad that the king thinks throwing cash at the problem fixes the disrespect. Jasper and Reynolds are staring each other down, so Arthur decides to step in and cool things off before fists start flying. He admits he was kind of wilding out too and claims he is not actually hurt, so there is no need to make a federal case out of it. Faking a guilt trip, the boy asks about the royal mage whose knee he twisted backward like a pretzel. Turns out even Sebastian caught the fade. He couldn't escape the king's anger and got suspended from his rank. Arthur casually asks if they figured out how the guy's leg got messed up. The rep says a mage snitched and claimed the kid did it. Reynolds is like, "Excuse me? My kid? No way," and starts losing it in disbelief. But Jasper explains they thought that was total cap and just suspected the knight messed up the spell instead. It sounds messy, but honestly, this is exactly the cover story Arthur was hoping for. As the meeting wraps up, Jasper hands over the loot. Reynolds refuses to touch it and tosses the bag to his son instead. I mean, it was Arthur who almost got deleted, right? He appreciates the payday and goes to rest up before they bounce. Dad even hypes up Arthur's epic uppercut. Seriously, how is this guy winning 2 Father of the Year awards in one story? What a legend. Arthur stashes the coin bag in a drawer, feeling a massive wave of relief that the drama is finally over before things could blow up again. But the whole thing is a harsh reminder that being a kid in this world kind of limits his moves. Still, he is hyped to hit the road and start his life as an adventurer. Arthur inspects that voice-changing mask he scored and figures this is his ticket to some actual freedom. Later, while sharing a table with the squad at a bar, Reynolds asks for their take on his plan. The wild-haired redhead isn't exactly vibing with the idea of babysitting Arthur. With the kid's intense energy, the dude thinks Arthur might straight up end him. The whole table agrees with him, which just makes Arthur crack a smile. Reynolds explains he was originally expecting Durden or Helen to help watch his son, and since they are grateful parents, they are ready to pay up for the trouble. Durden cuts him off, assuring his friend that they are basically family and he would be stoked to help level up the kid. Even Helen is down for the cause and refuses the cash, especially since they made bank on their last raid. But then, a wild volunteer appears, raising a hand and shocking the whole squad. It's Jasmine, which is wild because she usually hates these babysitting quests. It's a shocker she's down for it, but hey, it's Arthur. Helen backs her up, arguing that Jasmine is actually the MVP for this job. Duran is all about those big area of effect nukes, great for mobs, absolute trash for bodyguard duty. And Helen admits she's not exactly built for playing tank either. Mon asks if Jasmine is legit cool with this whole setup, and Jasmine just shoots a thumbs up like, easy money. The redhead agrees they should let Jasmine cook since she's the only augment in the crew with crazy elemental stats. She is literally the best shield they've got for someone like him. Duran grudgingly admits they're right. He really wanted to ride shotgun, but he knows he's not the meta pick for this one. Reynolds tells him to chill, there's always next time. Arthur feels totally safe with Jasmine on his 6. Now, let's skip ahead to the fam visiting Vincent's pad. Lilia is seen on that meditation grind, following Arthur's cheat sheet instead of relying on him 24/7. Arthur figures even Ellie should be capable of unlocking her powers. Like by age 7 or maybe a bit older, she just keeps her head in the game with meditation. But he's also low-key hoping she doesn't pop off too early, or she'll attract way too much heat. Suddenly, the kid gets hyped and begs his dad to hit up the auction house. He's been itching to pick out a new blade. Mom stays back to whip up dinner. Over at the auction house, Vincent and his wife are drowning in work when our duo rolls up. This was Arthur's first face-to-face with them since everything went down. So naturally, they had a laundry list of questions ready for him. The kid played it cool, swearing he was at 100% health, but the adults were still super salty about how the king handled the drama. Vincent is straight up praying for the downfall of the guards who jumped in and caused the mess. And Reynolds, he is on the exact same wavelength. Arthur wisely decides to flip the script and focus on snagging a new blade before his big entrance exam. Vincent is absolutely stoked to show him the ropes. He basically gives the kid a blank check to raid the room however he wants. Arthur wastes no time looting the storage vault, which is stacked with hundreds of artifacts all over the place. It's literally a playground for adventurers. A total fantasy come to life. At first, the kid is vibrating with hype, but seconds later, that excitement crashes and burns into major disappointment. He grinds through countless sword types, but nothing clicks. It all feels super awkward in his hands. He chucks another sword in annoyance, figuring it's because this world is obsessed with buff augmenters. The inventory is flooded with massive two-handed claymores that are just way too swole for a kid his size to handle. Every single attempt to find a decent weapon has been a total fail so far. While messing around, the boy even finds some batarangs. Shout out to the Cape Crusader for the hilarious cameo. He also tries to channel his inner Bruce Lee with some nunchucks, only to feel like a total clown by the end of it. Weirdly enough, Sylvie starts vibing with something nearby, sniffing around until she drags out a dusty old scabbard, daring him to try it. Arthur is low-key confused by this loot drop because, honestly, he wasn't expecting to bring a literal stick to a sword fight. He grabs the so-called stick and gets shook by how heavy it is. Thing weighs a ton. Then the light bulb moment hits. The weapon in his hand isn't a branch, it's a legit sword. Arthur tries to unsheath it, but it's stuck like glue, making him wonder if he needs to pay a mana toll to see the goods. He tries pumping mana into it, nope. He even tests an electric spell to see if it has an elemental craving, but still nothing. In the end, a glorified stick sword takes the win, leaving him completely stumped on how to use it. Arthur hits a massive wall with zero answers until he peeps that mysterious band on his arm. He decides to YOLO it with a new theory, grabbing the handle again while activating his secret hacks. Finally, the kid manages to crack the code and unlock the weapon. The sword lights up with a mystical teal glow that grabs his full attention. Suddenly, he's swinging that bad boy with perfect form. It reached the point where he stopped looking at the blade as just a murder weapon. But let's be real, that heavy-duty chopper is way above his pay grade right now. He drops a quick "my bad" to Vincent and takes a swing, slicing a barrel like it is warm butter. This proves the sword isn't just sharp, it's practically tailored for him. We're talking Cinderella's slipper levels of perfect fit. Arthur takes a closer look at the steel and spots some chicken scratch etched right into the metal. It reads Dawn's Ballad, weird flex for a sword name, but okay. Then, zap. The thing shocks him like he just licked a 9-volt battery. He tells his little sidekick he's Gucci, but honestly, he has zero clue why the sword just decided to tase him. Next thing you know, the blood vanishes like magic. He grabs the hilt again and whoa, it's lighter than a feather now. Turns out, this weapon comes with auto-calibration. It literally rebalanced itself just for him. Talk about customer service. He gives it a test drive. And man, he's swinging that thing like a pro athlete. Smooth as butter. The handle even shrunk down to fit his kid-sized mitts. It's the ultimate custom build. Back in his old life, he owned some serious hardware, but nothing ever vibed with him like this. It's instant chemistry. Feeling confident, Arthur takes another crack at that barrel. Swish. Clean cut. Surgical precision. Instead of just smashing it like a piñata, the barrel splits perfectly in two. Usually, only high-tier wands bond with their owners like this. It's super rare loot. Those wands tweak themselves so the mage can sling spells easier, but a sword doing the soul-binding thing, that's new. Makes you wonder what kind of legend owned this toothpick before. Just then, Pops and Vincent roll up looking for him. The sun's setting, so it's time to bounce. Arthur grabs a random sword off the rack to act casual, but he's internally high-fiving Sylvie for sniffing out the real prize. Dad's actually shook that the kid found something halfway decent. Arthur plays it off like, yeah, this is the one, totally. Vincent isn't buying the hype, though. He sees a bargain bin blade that nobody else wanted. Reynolds pulls it out and gives it a few test swings. Vincent asks for the verdict. Dad immediately notices the thing is balanced, like a brick on a stick. It's got some serious design flaws. But honestly, for a beginner, it works. He hands it back, but then spots the weird walking stick hanging off Arthur's belt. Arthur tries to keep his poker face, but things just went sideways fast. Staying chill, he lies through his teeth, claiming it's just a practice tool. Vincent's confused because he's never seen that piece of junk in his shop before. He grabs the cane to check it out and asks his assistant to run the inventory logs. The assistant, James, mentions some random merchant dumped it on them with a sob story about a crazy old dude. They even had the experts look at it, but everyone agreed. It's just a stick, fam. Nothing special. They debate calling in a top-tier artificer for a double check. Arthur hits them with the guilt trip, apologizing for being a bother. Then he deploys the ultimate weapon, the puppy dog eyes, with Sylvie backing him up for extra cuteness damage. Vincent folds immediately. He can't say no to that face, so he lets the kid keep the cane. Mission accomplished. Our boy just scored a legendary weapon right under everyone's noses. Fast forward, and it's birthday season. The whole crew is turning up for Arthur's big day, and he's super grateful for the squad. Nobody can believe the kid is already 9 years old. They grow up so fast, don't they? Vincent went all out, bawling out of control with VIP waiters and a 5-star spread. They all sit down to chow. And look, I know that food looks fire, but please don't lick your screen. It won't taste like chicken. Anyway, the vibes were immaculate. Core memories unlocked for everyone. But hold up, get the popcorn, because the redhead is totally wasted and about to spill some major tea. He starts roasting Durden with that nightmare story about the time his pants literally caught on fire. Durden wants to die of embarrassment and hides his face. Then Jasmine jumps in from the top rope to remind him of the time he got so spooked that he wet himself in a dungeon. Bruh. You couldn't waterboard that information out of me. Jasmine's story destroys the room. Everyone is dying of laughter, even Artie and his scaly little bestie. After the food coma sets in, it's finally time for the main event, the loot unboxing. Mom and Dad are up first. Arthur calls his cute little sis over to help him rip into the wrapping paper. They pop the lid open, and inside sits a pair of seriously sick gloves. These aren't just for winter. They were crafted from high-level monster parts and socketed with some powerful magic gems. The 3 stones on them act like extra lives, giving him a one-time heal whenever he gets into a pinch. It is the ultimate loot for Arthur, who is itching to gear up for his next adventure. He wraps his folks in a bear hug that is pure, wholesome content. Next up, Vincent steps to the plate. He hands our boy a set of magic bling, some mystic rings. Then his wifey basically smacks the soul out of him for trolling the kid. I mean, bro is literally on one knee proposing to a 9-year-old. So, I totally get why she is stressing. Anyway, one of these shiny rocks is for Arthur, and the matching one goes to his mama, Alice. The whole point of this drip is to be a mana monitor. If Arthur's energy tanks to game over levels, Alice gets an instant notification. Honestly, it is the god-tier item for a helicopter mom like Alice who is always low-key panicking about her son. She tackles her bestie with a hug for such a wonderfully thoughtful present. As for our main character, Arthur, he is looking at the ring with mixed feelings. It might chill his fam out, but it also means they will be high-key stressing every time the ring glows. It is a double-edged sword, fam. Now enter Adam and Jasmine, ready to flex on everyone else's gifts. They took a page out of Vincent's playbook. Knowing our boy is basically a monster in human skin, they copped something the whole squad can use. It is a sound transmission scroll, and let me tell you, that thing costs a straight-up fortune. Jasmine kicks the goofball for completely killing the vibe. Getting back to business, the redhead breaks down how this scroll actually functions. It sets up a one-way DM slide, which combos perfectly with those rings. You just use it with mana and drop a voice memo. Once Alice hears it, she gets one reply back to Arthur. Simple as that. The downside? These scrolls ghost you immediately after poof, gone forever into thin air. Makes you appreciate having a smartphone, right? Arthur has to grind that hard just to send a single text message. Arthur's big exam is just 1 day away, and his pops is hyping it up like crazy. Meanwhile, mom just wants her baby to survive. Forget the leaderboards. She plants a teary smooch on him. The parental love is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Arthur swears he will come back in one piece, and the squad finally splits up. Jasmine catches his eye with a wave goodbye. Later that night, Art is staring at the ceiling, completely failing at the whole sleeping thing. He had a total epiphany about how goated his family really is. These peeps have his back through thick and thin. He decides he is going to ride or die for this fam and fight with every breath to keep them good. That is the gasoline on his fire to get buff, even buffer than his past life as a king. Fast forward to the next day, and Arthur is fighting for his life trying to wash Sylvie, who is absolutely not vibing with the bath idea. This mini dragon acts exactly like my cat throwing a whole temper tantrum the second water is involved. She is literally using mana to push him away. I feel that on a spiritual level, honestly. Our dude goes full power using his own mana just to toss her stinky butt in the tub. You can see the betrayal in Sylvie's watery eyes as she splashes down. Arthur watches to make sure she actually lands. Once the bath is done, he is geared up and ready to roll. But yo, check Sylvie's face. That little girl is big mad. His parents are beaming with pride at his outfit, like he is already a top-tier adventurer. Reynolds trusts his son's skills, but tells him not to get too cocky, and if things go south, Jasmine is on standby. Arthur promises to listen to their advice, but Ellie, she is not having it. She is absolutely devastated. Her big bro is dipping. Her face is a mess of tears, sobbing for her brother and begging him to stay. It is so sad Alice has to look away before she loses it too. Alice tries to comfort Ellie, telling her the squad will be back soon, but the girl is being stubborn as a mule. Arthur drops to a knee and gives her a special side quest to handle while he is gone. He tells her she has got to be the bodyguard for mom and dad. She wraps him up in a hug, crying her eyes out. She brags about her magic training and how she can finally see the little lights he talked about. Little Ellie is locked and loaded to defend the base for him. Looking back, Arthur realizes he has kind of been missing in action for a lot of his sister's life. It hurts to leave, but he knows he has got to level up for the greater good of the fam. Alice pulls him in for a worried hug, swearing they will be fine so he does not have to stress. The sentimental moment ends with Alice reminding him to keep that ring on 24/7. As Arthur grabs the door handle, his parents send him off with max vibes and support. As soon as the door clicks shut, Alice totally loses it, crying her eyes out like she just watched the saddest movie ever. Outside, Jasmine is just chilling, waiting for the kid. She asks if he is ready to roll. Finally, Arthur slaps on his voice-altering mask to complete the drip. All right, fam, buckle up, because the real adventure is about to drop. They finally pull up to the Adventurers Guild, and it is absolutely packed with people scouting for talent, 4 legit conjurers and augmenters in the mix. Sylvia is already running on fumes, and we haven't even started the grind yet. Jasmine eyes the beast, saying she looks totally different from the last time. The kid explains that Sylvie is basically a shapeshifter who can tweak her avatar whenever she feels like it. Right now, she's rocking the black lizard skin instead of the dragon look. They roll up to the front desk where the receptionist gives them the warm and fuzzy welcome. Arthur tries to say something, but Jasmine just slams a note on the counter like a boss, demanding to fast-track the kid's rank exam. The receptionist hits a button on her console, but before dipping out of her booth, she leads the way, mentioning they have a crazy amount of exams going down today. But since they've got a sponsor, they get the VIP pass to skip the line. They trail her into another room. Arthur catches a bunch of randoms mugging him. Jasmine tells him to just stay cool and keep walking. They step into hall number 2, where Jasmine flexes her A-rank status to set up the exam. The guy in charge clearly knows who Jasmine is and is super eager to roll out the red carpet for them. He asks about her pops, but Jasmine looks like she swallowed a lemon. She is not feeling this guy. Caspian introduces himself as the branch manager. He starts yapping about the standard application drill, which usually involves a physical checkup and a practical test. But with Jasmine's A-rank clout, he's ready to toss the rulebook out the window, just to make life easier for the kid. Arthur peeps her reaction and starts wondering if the Flamesworth name is really that big of a deal. With the boring paperwork done, the only thing left is a mock duel where Arthur has to throw hands with one of the examiners. Caspian pegs the boy as a fighter or an augment type, and usually, he couldn't care less about names. But he's actually curious about Arthur's identity, just because he's rolling with Jasmine. Arthur remembers the mark on the guy's mask looked like a half note on a music sheet, so he introduces himself as Note and daps up Caspian. That handshake was electric. Both of them instantly realize the other guy is a beast. With that sorted, the boss tells Mary to take the wheel and guide the kid to the exam hall. He shoots Caspian a look that says, "I'm watching you," before bouncing. As they walk, Arthur has a lightbulb moment. He finally gets how heavy the Flamesworth name really is, and wonders if that's the real reason. Jasmine volunteered to tag along. At the same time, he could tell she was salty just hearing her dad's name mentioned. Who knows what her endgame is right now? Mary shows them the path down to the level where the beatdowns happen. Arthur shields his eyes from a blinding flash of light as he steps into the arena. Inside, some examiner is casually dodging a warrior's attacks like it's nothing. Arthur spots some nerd trying to fight. This dude thinks he's the main character in an anime, shouting out his attack names before he throws them. Even Arthur thinks that's cringe. Conjurers need incantations. Sure, but Arthur figures augmenters shouting their moves is just extra. It's dumb to do that for basic punches. The geek gets his spear smacked away and takes the L. Surprisingly, the examiner is totally fed up and tells him his grandma has better swing form than him. Yeah, this examiner just absolutely roasted this guy into oblivion. He critiques his mana ratio and how his attacks are wider than a barn door. The dude just starts whining like a toddler. Even though he's in his mid-30s, he's acting like a total noob who thought 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats would make him a god. The examiner is done with this clown and recommends tossing him straight into E-class. But he does give him props for his fire affinity, slapping the grade note on his face. Turns out he actually gets placed in D-class instead of the absolute bottom of the barrel. The nerd walks off looking super bummed as they call up the next victim. Forget fighting monsters. Diane can't even fight gravity. She trips and face plants so hard the whole room bursts out laughing. Some little punk thinks she belongs in E-class just for her inability to walk. Arthur clocks this kid from a distance, instantly flagging him as a heavy hitter. Diane shakes off the embarrassment and yells out her intro loud and proud. She's a conjurer, specializing in water style. But this intro turns super awkward when the examiners are like, "Yeah, we read your file, we know." They tell her to grab a weapon and not worry about getting hurt. Sitting on the sidelines, Arthur notes that conjurers only get good after hitting the orange stage. Instead of trying to act like the Avatar and master all 4 elements, which is honestly doing way too much, they stick to grinding one single element until they're absolute beasts at it. Arthur also caught wind that some mages are built different, actually rocking dual specializations. But pulling double duty like that cranks the difficulty up to nightmare mode, so the exams to prove you're legit are way more savage. The proctor is just vibing, waiting for Diane to power up, basically telling her to go full send and hold nothing back. She whips her wand out and drops a massive water bubble around herself, turtling up tight inside her own personal hydrodome. Jasmine starts dropping knowledge on Arthur, explaining that conjurers are kinda squishy since they can't buff their physical bodies with mana. Unlike the tanky augmenters, these guys have to prioritize not getting hit, so popping a defensive shield first is basically mandatory. The examiner claps back instantly with some mud magic, completely wrecking Diane's vision from inside her water sphere. Since it's her turn to move, Diane cleans off the mud like a windshield wiper and fires back a second water blast immediately. She launches a spiraling hydro cannon aimed right for the head, but the proctor sidesteps it effortlessly. Too slow, but hold up, that miss was actually 5D chess. The real play was just getting started. She detonates the spiral beam, flooding the entire arena with thick fog to create the perfect cover while she charges up a nuke. She sprays and prays, unleashing a barrage of water shots into the mist. But when the smoke clears, ghost town. The proctor pulled a nothing personal, kid move, teleporting behind her and bonking Diane with her staff. Even though Diane took the L, the examiner has to admit her control was pretty fire for a rookie. She just messed up by going all glass cannon without a backup plan. Everything else, chef's kiss. That performance snags Diane a solid class ranking, which Arthur thinks is pretty respectful. Next up on the roster is Elijah Knight. But things get weird. The head honcho takes one look at the name and hands him a B-class rank for free. No test, no nothing. Arthur is shook. He finally gets to lay eyes on the mystery kid rocking the glasses, but we're moving on to the main drama magnet, Lucas Wykes. Yeah, that guy. This dude is the definition of arrogant rich kid energy. He demands a high rank immediately, but the examiner just rolls her eyes at his fire affinity and ignores the attitude. Hitting the light orange core stage at 11 years old, that's basically cheat codes. Arthur is grabbing the popcorn for this one. The examiner thinks Lucas is full of himself, but Lucas looks bored out of his mind. Time to dance. As soon as the bell rings, Lucas flexes hard, blasting out a ring of fire with his fancy staff. He slams the staff down like he owns the place and summons a literal fire demon to do his dirty work. Even the grumpy augment judge has to raise an eyebrow. The kid's talent runs in the family, clearly. The flame monster rushes the examiner while Lucas chills in the back, chanting up a storm to prep his next move. The proctor realizes she's got a real fight on her hands, but she's grinning. She is more than happy to school this kid. She's about to serve a hot slice of humble pie, launching earth spears to scatter his flames. It's a textbook counter. You cut the oxygen supply, and that fire guardian is on a short timer. But Lucas, he thinks he's already won the game. He knows examiners never get hurt during these tests, so he decides to be the first one to actually put a scratch on her. Talk about edgy. The examiner parries his strikes, but Lucas unloads a massive expulsion spell, basically a cluster bomb of fire trying to overwhelm her defenses. She barely dodges the heat and tries to snatch him up with a giant hand made of dirt from behind. Lucas jukes the first one, but oops, he didn't check his 6. A second earth hand catches him from the blind spot. He tries to fire off one last shot, bracing for impact, but his ego trip hits a brick wall. The examiner shuts down every single attack. She throws up a massive rock shield, and Lucas hits the dirt hard. Game over. The proctor admits the kid has an insane mana pool for a pint-sized mage, even if his personality is trash. You'd think he'd take the loss and learn, but nope. This salty brat decides the bell hasn't rung yet and attacks her after the match. Caught off guard, the conjurer gets swallowed up by the flames before she can even react. That's when the augment judge jumps in like a superhero and deletes the fire instantly. Lucas goes full Karen, mad that someone interrupted his test. The judge has to explain to him like a toddler that throwing sucker punches after the whistle is a disqualification. Lucas starts trash-talking the conjurer for blocking his shots, claiming he was robbed because the test got stopped early. He claims the cheap shot was part of the strategy. The judge is done with his excuses and tells Emily to just read the score already. The verdict, his control is God tier, but his experience is 0. Basically, all aim, no brain. Even though that performance was mid, it is enough to snag a B-class ranking. Lucas heads back to the stands, probably feeling himself way too much. Some nerd tries to gas him up on the win, but Lucas is clearly not vibing with it. Bro thinks everyone is roasting him. He plops down all salty, just praying his dad shows up to save his rep when things get real. Now it is Arthur's turn to shine, and the announcer has some special tea to spill about his entry on the list. Jasmine hits him with a good luck as he heads down. Arthur is low-key stressing about how to handle a buffed-up veteran with years of XP, but at the same time, our boy is already scanning this dude for glitches in his defense. The pro fighter realizes Arthur is running a custom game setup with special rules applied. Since his file is totally blank, the guy draws his sword, itching to see if this kid is actually legit or just all hype. Then boom, the dude gets hit with a vibe check so heavy he can barely breathe. He is literally shaking in his boots before the match even starts. Caspian steps in and calls a timeout immediately. He is like, "Nah, George, sit this one out. I am gonna test this kid myself." George is shook. Why would the big boss want to spar with a newbie? It is super sus for a high-level mage to fight a rookie. George starts backpedaling and apologizing like crazy. Caspian tells him to chill. He is not doubting the guy's skills. He just has to handle this because he is the one footing the bill. He is curious to see what Arthur is made of. The guild master points his sword at the kid like, "Let's dance." This guy is a certified legend in Cyrus and a double A rank beast. His defense is airtight and his killer intent is loud and clear. Caspian definitely is not treating this like a tutorial level. Instead of panicking, Arthur is actually hyped. The boss just hopes he does not break the kid's spirit too hard. Arthur gives a quick nod and braces for Caspian's lightning-fast attack. The speed is absolutely cracked. Arthur barely parries and uses the floor to keep his footing. Caspian tries to slice him open, but Arthur's movement is goated, ducking and weaving like a pro. Every time Arthur tries to clap back, Caspian teleports behind him like, "Nothing personal, kid." But Arthur pulls a fast one, dodging the hit and throwing a counter that actually surprises the boss. Caspian backs off for a second, realizing this kid is built different, then dives back in. Steel clashes on steel. Arthur swings, and Caspian swerves. The master nicks the boy's face before dashing behind him and smacking him with the sword handle. As the fight drags on, Arthur realizes his tiny body is a major nerf compared to this grown man. He is sweating way more now than he ever did back in his prime. Caspian is spamming attacks while Arthur's brain is working overtime, figuring out how to beat a mana control master. Arthur spots a glitch in the matrix and lunges, but their blades just bounce off each other. They reset to neutral, and Arthur's limbs are shaking. The skills are there, but the hardware cannot keep up. Caspian decides to stop holding back and buffs himself with mana. Arthur's instincts are screaming, "Run." Facing this version of the boss, his fight or flight triggers hard on flight, so he literally just legs it. No shame in the game. Caspian is actually impressed. Arthur can dodge this stuff. Those wind bullets are coming in at Mach 10. The only reason Arthur is not Swiss cheese right now is because the attack patterns are super predictable. His only win condition is closing the gap between them. Arthur goes full parkour mode, rolling, jumping, and dashing through the bullet hell. Finally, close enough, he unleashes a fire strike that leaves the judges shook. He slices through the wind and flexes his fire magic to the whole room. Their blades smash together again. Fire meets wind on equal ground. You would think the winner would be obvious. I mean, Caspian is a double A ranker with spells most fighters would kill for. But right now, facing this random examinee, he is actually sweating about taking an L. Caspian goes full beast mode, totally losing his cool and spamming powerful wind attacks like he's trying to delete the kid from the server. It's so intense, even Jasmine is low-key panicking for her boy. The branch boss has zero chill left, just relentlessly griefing Arthur without letting him get a single hit in. The kid hits a sick dodge to escape the rage quit, then spins back around with a heavy blade drop. He was literally 1 pixel away from securing the kill, but RNG just wasn't on his side today. Caspian starts spamming skills like a hacker, firing a wind bullet straight for the boy's dome. If Arthur hadn't tripped over his own feet right then, that headshot would have been game over. While he's open, the boss comes down swinging, so Arthur mashes the dash button to get some social distance. Realizing he's backed into a corner, he decides to stop trolling and actually sweat its go time. He already leaked the piston stamp tech, but this next move is the perfect follow-up combo breaker. Riding that piston stamp momentum, Art zooms right into his grill, ready to drop the ban hammer on his opponent. And that was the exact moment Caspian realized. He messed up big time. In any other lobby, Arthur would have absolutely deleted this guy right then and there. But Mr. Ego couldn't handle the loss, so he throws a wind tantrum so hard the crowd in the nosebleeds felt the breeze. Our masked hero sticks the landing and looks up to see his opponent levitating like a superhero. Dude is wrapped in a tornado now, and while Jasmine tries to step in like chill, Art has zero chill left to give. He starts big-braining the difference between internal and external lightning hacks. The strategy guide says internal lightning is too OP for noobs to learn, but Art is about to debunk that myth hard. He juices his whole body with high-voltage magic, convinced his cracked reflexes can dodge anything while he goes for the finisher. Then out of nowhere, Arthur. Here's the guy powered down, leaving him standing there like, wait, what just happened? Caspian puts the sword away, apologizing for sweating too hard in a casual match. Bro definitely didn't want the smoke. The boss gets it, the kid wants a smurf in low elo, and he respects the hustle of hiding his power level, and he's spot on. because that is exactly the low-key vibe Arthur is chasing. Even lowballing it, Caspian ranks him a solid B, leaving the other noobs completely shook at this kid's stats. Lucas is salty as heck, Elijah is hyping him up, and the boss man is wondering if he made the right call. Lil homie nods like cool, and A-rank Jasmine sprints over to make sure he's not broken. George, the buff augment guy, officially calls good game on the exam and tells everyone to grab their loot at the front desk. Art watches the boss dip, but cut to later, and the branch manager is deep in his feelings back at the office. That look in the boy's eyes was way too intense, gave him literal goosebumps. The other judges rush in demanding answers, but Caspian tells them to shut the door and lock it tight. Emily and George are tripping over how 3 cracked B-rank candidates just spawned in the same lobby today. Caspian cuts off their freaking out to remind them of that crazy event in Xyrus City 6 months ago. Yeah, that time they held the first ever cross-server tournament between the 3 races. Caspian nods and drops the lore. The ban on elves and dwarves joining the guild just got passed out. He pulls out the receipts on today's players, and George, being nosy, asks if this trio represents the different species meta. Turns out Lucas is actually rocking a half-elf build. Caspian bets the kid was an elf slave, and his whole family probably got wrecked. 2 classic tragic backstory for strong mages. But this kid is built different. He's got insane fire control despite having elf DNA, which usually doesn't mix. Dude unlocked his powers at 8 years old. Then he hit the streets as an adventurer to grind XP through actual PvP. The Wykes family tried to power level him with loot and items, but he eventually hit the level cap anyway. Then there is Elijah Knight, who is an even bigger question mark. Nobody knows his spawn point, but he grew up with the dwarves. His bio says he was sent as a rep from the Kingdom of Darv to hang with the humans still here. Emily is like, hold up, how did he get into B class without even taking the placement test? Turns out Elijah is a total freshie, but some VIP vouched for his stats, so he got a pass. Even so, Caspian is low-key dying to see what the kid can actually do. And finally, for the masked augment. 0 data found, except that he is somehow linked to the Flamesworth clan. It's obvious the kid isn't repping the elves or dwarves, which has Caspian grinning like he just pulled a shiny card. When Jasmine drops the hint about a sponsor, Emily is shook to hear. It's the Flamesworths, basically the OG fire squad famous for cranking out OP mages. George is nodding along like, yeah, that tracks for his fire skills, fam. The big boss plans to spill the tea to everyone soon, but for right now, he's telling them to keep their mouths shut. Before the big reveal drops, the examiners dip out, but that fight with the masked kid is living rent-free in Caspian's head. He knows for a fact George is capping with his analysis. It isn't the magic, it's the kid's cracked sword skills that make him a problem. It looked like the boy was lagging in his own body, but once he hits his growth spurt, he's gonna be an absolute menace to society. Caspian is hyped that humanity finally has a contender besides the pointy ears and the short kings. He's actually geeking out, ready to grab some popcorn for the new era. Cut to a different vibe, and elf girl is deep in her feelings. Thinking about Arthur, she spots the boy and his pet sidekick. She's super relieved he linked up with his fam and isn't living rough anymore. But at the same time, she is salty as heck over Lilia. She thinks he's simping way too hard for that other girl. The competition is sweaty. She desperately wants to gatekeep the spot of being Arthur's bestie. She faceplants onto her bed, cringe failing over her first impression. But honestly, she hates that he treats her like a total noob. Her daydreaming gets rudely interrupted by an old geezer. She instantly smacks Gramps with a pillow. The old man just busted in without knocking, classic boomer move. But this particular grandpa is playing 4D chess, ready to set up an arranged marriage for Arthur. He tries to chill her out by suggesting he can get her into Arthur's school. That news hits different. She is instantly vibrating with joy. The idea of being classmates is almost too much riz for Tessia to handle. Tessia's mom confirms Gramps has the hookup with the director, who is already headhunting for an elemental user with 4 magic types. But getting Tessia enrolled is kinda messy. They bring up the big tournament and are currently negotiating to let their squad train with humans at the academy. The director also mentioned Arthur signed up for 3 years, meaning by the time he shows up, she'll already be his senpai. Her parents tell her to get on her grind set since she's the next-gen leader. Switching back to Arthur's side of the story, Jasmine checks in to see if he's still in one piece. The boy is zoning out, replaying the fight highlights in his head. He actually loved the adrenaline and wonders if the boss man is tight with Jasmine. The raven-haired girl isn't exactly flexing the fact that her dad has deep ties to the guild. Turns out Caspian is just one of her pop's homies. Suddenly, the receptionist pages him as Arthur is walking off. The other candidates are glitching out, wondering if this kid is actually for real. But the official report of his legendary duel drops, and they hand him a shiny adventurer card. He swipes the card, realizing his new fan club is totally standing him. Even Sylvie thinks these clowns need to touch grass and go train. Jasmine flexes her own card, welcoming him to the adventurer squad for real. Even the boy feels a little ego boost after picking Note as his gamer tag. He finally escaped the NPC life of a commoner, but that boss fight taught him some serious lessons. He spent way too much time nerding out over magic systems while Sylvia's dragon energy was buffing his stats. Then he focused on min-maxing his elemental control. He got way too addicted to his new magic hacks. Since spawning in this world, he totally slacked on physical training. The one thing he was the GOAT at in his past life was his sword technique. But this world has no level cap, which puts him in a tricky spot. Should he make a mage build or stick to his cracked sword skills? His internal monologue gets interrupted when he literally crashes into Elijah Knight, the dude who somehow cheesed his way to rank B without a real fight. Elijah is super casual about it, just vibing. When Lucas joins the lobby, wondering what the hype is about. Switching scenes to the B-ranker drama, Arthur decides to poke the bear and call out Lucas on his trash attitude. Lucas claps back, telling the kid to check his ego, reminding him that even if they share a class, there are levels to this game. This guy completely sleeps on Arthur's skills, sticking him at the absolute bottom tier before strutting away like a peacock. Then Lucas pulls a classic petty move, shoulder-checking him just to sprinkle some salt in the wound. Arthur pegs this dude as a total NPC with zero original flavor. Meanwhile, Elijah ghosted the scene faster than Batman in a smoke bomb. Arthur turns to Jasmine like, "Yo, should I hit up the rookie board to see where I rank?" Jasmine gives that a hard pass, calling it a total time sink. She's definitely cooking up a different game plan. She drags him to the Beast Glades teleporter. You need a special pass, so they flash their licenses to the guards like VIPs at a club. Arthur is already locked and loaded with gear, so they breeze through the gate without sweating the small stuff. Once they cross over, they get hit with some straight-up 4K resolution scenery. It's weirdly chill for a place called the Beast Glades, but that's just because they're still in the safe zone at the foot of the mountains. Jasmine breaks it down, saying this is basically where the low-tier players come to grind XP and farm easy items. Since the weak mobs here drop fluids for potion crafting, the quest board for this area is always stacked. Whoa, some dude just got absolutely wrecked by a skunk. While I'm walking by, Sylvie locks onto a fox-looking beast and yeets herself off me. The little dragon decides it's snack time and instantly bolts after the thing. Jasmine treats it like no big deal, explaining that the mana here is super thick, so their mental Wi-Fi connection is stronger than ever. She tells him to pick up the pace since their first destination is a full day's hike, and they're gonna have to camp out tonight. Jasmine buffs her speed, daring the kid to keep up. Meanwhile, Arthur gets hit with a sudden wave of empty nest syndrome, wondering if this is how parents feel when dropping their kids at school. He's unlocked so many core memories with his little furball that saying bye for even a minute stings. He just hopes Sylvie stays out of trouble while they're on the grind. Eventually, Arthur completely gasses out and hits the dirt. There was no way he was keeping up with Jasmine's insane cardio without using Sylvia's mana rotation cheat code. She's actually giving him props for his stamina. She thought they'd need way more breaks. While setting up, she uses the kid as a human lighter to spark the campfire. Jasmine checks in, asking if the dragon is doing okay. Turns out Arthur's been mentally DMing his bond the whole time, and thankfully, it's been drama-free so far. Jasmine nods along. She figured the beast was feeling cooped up inside, so she's probably living her best life out in the wild now. After chilling for a bit, Arthur decides to get real and ask something heavy. He wants the tea on why she became an adventurer. Seeing her go silent, he starts sweating, wondering if he just crossed a major line. Then she drops a bombshell. She did it just to escape her toxic family. That piece of the puzzle clicks instantly, confirming what Arthur suspected. Jasmine's sharp, though. She knows he already clocked her vibes. The infamous Flamesworth house was a heavy hitter during the massive war against the elves. Their clan is famous for cranking out top-tier mages and basically running the game when it comes to fire magic. Everyone hypes up fire as the most OP element for raw damage. So naturally, when Jasmine awakened super early, the hype train left the station and everyone expected her to be a prodigy. That lasted until the aptitude tests showed she had absolutely zero talent for fire magic. Suddenly, she was the black sheep, total trash in their eyes. She ended up messing around with wind magic instead. She looks super bummed out about it, but Arthur gets internally livid at her family's narrow-minded tunnel vision. He thinks it's bonkers to build a whole social hierarchy just based on what element you rolled. Like, no single element is the undisputed GOAT. They all have their own killer apps and strengths. His passionate rant makes Jasmine actually crack up laughing. It catches him off guard, and he turns a little red. Jasmine just can't believe he got so heated when he's usually got that stoic poker face on lock. Arthur makes a mental note that this trigger definitely comes from his past life trauma. Back then, his ki center was tiny, basically like having a micromana core here. He was seriously nerfed compared to the average person. In his old world, every day was a fight for survival. But this place, it's a whole different ballgame. Here, people are stacked with elemental powers. Even with a solid dark yellow core at her age, Jasmine was still treated like garbage by her own blood. She never got the wholesome family vibes or the love that he grew up with. Jasmine shakes her head, saying people are always looking for a way to flex on each other. It is what it is, and she's made peace with it. Watching the firelight on her face, he realizes the usually icy Jasmine is actually showing some cracks in her armor. She looks human for once. Suddenly, their roasting stick catches fire, so she grabs Arthur's hand to borrow some of that high-tier water magic. After dousing the flames, they decide to crash, but Jasmine keeps the chat alive with some heavy thoughts. She's feeling guilty about playing Guardian since she's kind of the black sheep, definitely not the warm and fuzzy type like the others. She thinks it was messy of her to take the job without checking if he was cool with it first. Arthur is straight up shook to see this sensitive side of her. Jasmine flicks a wind spell to playfully keep him in check, but the boy stands his ground, insisting she was the MVP for volunteering. He's actually stoked she isn't afraid to correct him, which is exactly the reality check he needs right now. Hearing that, her face lights up with another genuine smile. The kid suggests they catch some Z's, but Jasmine stays awake for a bit, admitting she gets this weird vibe that she's not talking to a regular child. When she gets no reply, she assumes he's already passed out cold. But flipping to Arthur's point of view, he definitely heard every word, he just couldn't drop the truth bomb on her yet. Morning hits with Arthur waking up from a total nightmare. He sees Sylvie looking like a freaky alien and instinctively yeets her away. Plot twist, that creature wasn't Sylvie at all, but some gnarly beast. Jasmine was already up and at him, hitting the boy with a cheerful morning greeting. Arthur's a bit salty she didn't wake him to help with chores, but turns out Jasmine already handled business while he was out cold. She decides it's chow time, and Arthur thinks it's a solid plan to invite Sylvie to the breakfast club. What's actually hilarious is that Sylvie hunted down that same ugly creep from earlier and secured her own buffet. Since she's clearly self-sufficient, they finish breakfast and gear up to roll out. Jasmine explains she brought him to this spot to throw hands, something Arthur totally didn't see coming. She wants to challenge him to fix the messy stance issues plaguing his style, almost like his body is lagging behind his brain. She caught the glitch during his fight with Caspian. Arthur knows she's spot on and asks what's on the training menu. Jasmine dramatically whips out her blade, making it crystal clear she wants to stress test his raw physical stats before they even think about tackling real missions. That is why she is dead set on him funneling his mana exclusively into his weapon. No body enhancement cheats allowed today. Arthur reaches for the training stick, but Jasmine throws him a major curveball, commanding him to draw his actual steel. Our boy is totally flabbergasted. She peeped his secret identity, likely because his gear and attitude were dead giveaways. He shrugs, grabs the handle, and decides to play by her rules. Once they are set, the kid dramatically reveals his blade, and the sheer quality of the weapon catches her off guard. He instantly drops into a combat stance ready to throw hands, so she matches his energy immediately. Both top-tier fighters are locked and loaded, but it has been ages since Arthur had to scrap without juicing himself up with mana. The duel kicks off with Arthur going full aggro. Jasmine casually parries his opener with her twin daggers and claps back with surgical precision. Arthur tries to skewer her with a heavy forward thrust, but she sidesteps that like it was absolutely nothing. This high-octane spar is quickly validating all the nightmares he had after his last messy brawl. He is barely hanging on by a thread trying to keep pace with Jasmine. Faced with her relentless spam of combos, Arthur finally creates some space, only to see her rushing him down again, and that is when the epiphany hits. His addiction to magic has made him soft, a massive tactical error that forces Arthur into a desperate defensive shell. As a pure swordsman, he is drowning, and Jasmine is ruthlessly capitalizing on every single opening he leaves. Without his magical crutch, he is struggling big time, pushed to the absolute limit of his endurance. It is like the mana he leaned on all this time actually turned into a handicap for his physical growth. Finally, running on fumes, Arthur taps out, he admits defeat, and Jasmine hits him with the cold, hard truth. She respects his fundamentals but says his movement flow is janky and super weird. She gives props to his natural instinct, but Arthur can tell she was fighting with kid gloves on, which just proves she is a total monster. Jasmine figures he will turn into a beast once he racks up more experience during his teenage years. But Arthur wasn't exactly vibing with the idea of waiting around forever. His new hardcore grind was going to be strictly swordplay, zero mana, just pure physical stats. Jasmine thought the dude was absolutely bonkers if he thought he could survive the dungeon grind without sparking even a little mana. But the kid just flexed, claiming he only needed 2 years to completely bridge that skill gap. Cue the dramatic music because we are hitting a massive 2-year time skip right now. Fresh off that bold claim at the guild, the rumor mill started buzzing about a legendary masked swordsman, and one member swore on his life it was legit. His homie had actually managed to party up with the guy once, noting that this mystery blade wielder was practically glued to Jasmine. The only tea his acquaintance spilled was that the boy definitely wasn't running a mage build. But literally nobody was buying that story. The whole squad was convinced the masked swordsman was a cracked augment, no cap. Everyone had heard the insane lore about this guy solo clearing dangerous dungeons like it was a walk in the park. We are talking about feats that would make even a seasoned B-class augment sweat bullets. That is exactly why nobody could wrap their heads around the idea that this kid was just a basic swordsman with 0 mana pool. The fact that Jasmine is always around just makes them think he is getting hard carried. They all keep throwing shade at the masked dude's skills, convinced the clout is entirely thanks to Jasmine pulling the strings. But then you have this absolute unit, a total drunk meathead named Turman, who is itching to throw hands with a masked swordsman on the daily. Meanwhile, Arthur's identity is the hot topic on the streets, with some peeps even claiming he is Jasmine's personal Padawan, though that theory gets shut down fast. They all recall the boy getting slotted into B-class initially. Straight up, he only recently moved up to A-class, and these salty drunks assume he only got there after an insane grind, making this NPC super bitter about being a hard-stuck class adventurer. Unable to level up for 3 whole years, he totally vibes with Turman's rage since he is just a B-class augment himself. The masked swordsman's mere existence is a huge trigger for them, mostly because it highlights their own massive skill issues. Funny enough, the tavern door swings open and in walks the main character himself, the very guy they were just yapping about. It is the masked swordsman in the flesh, showing up with absolute perfect timing. Turman yeets his drink across the room and grips his blade, absolutely hyped to test out this punk everyone is obsessing over. Turman's aggressive vibe has his friends looking worried, but he is too busy roasting Arthur to notice. The boy just hits him with the silent treatment and walks past like he is nothing, which instantly triggers the brute into taking a wild swing. Turman tries to go for a cheap shot from the blind spot, but he completely whiffs and the attack ends in total disappointment. Either that or the masked swordsman just dodged it. He shoots Turman a death stare that just tilts the guy even more. The brute rages on, buffing his blade with powerful wind magic, convinced he is going to clutch the win this time. But Arthur just sidesteps all those furious swings like he is playing on easy mode. In one precise moment, Arthur gets so fed up that he slices the man's fingers clean off his hand, leaving Turman screaming in agony. While he is crying his eyes out, he suddenly catches a glimpse of a terrifying face and an aura that is just built different. The OP swordsman is done with this guy's temper tantrum and casually takes his seat, while the rest of the room is shook by his presence. Arthur asks the waitress to grab him a bag of rations, then snatches his loot and heads back to Jasmine, who is wondering what took him forever. Instead of keeping it real, he blames the delay on the waitress, but Jasmine knows that is sus and something definitely went down. With blood on his mask, Arthur lifts it up, confirming he did not permanently delete his victim from the server. That same day, Arthur decides to write a wholesome letter to the Rents about his upcoming dungeon raid. He apologizes for ghosting them and carefully glosses over the gritty details of the last 2 years. He is super hyped for Lilia and hopes Vincent cuts his daughter some slack during training. He wants Lilia to grind solo for a while before heading off to the academy. The boy finds it wild that she will be a senior soon, and he talks about getting swole enough to wreck Pops in an arm wrestling match. And recently, the boy just broke through the light orange stage. Jasmine is being a total MVP with the training, helping him out with her cracked wind magic expertise. At the same time, he is putting her onto some new techniques, so they are both leveling up together. As promised, this is going to be his final run before he officially starts his school life, and he signs off with some sweet words for the fam. After wrapping up the note, Arthur mentions that the mail is getting sent out as soon as possible. Jasmine figures it is all good now because sending a letter is way better than him actually showing up at home. While they're posted up outside a sketchy dungeon, Jasmine checks if their lil bond is tagging along. But Arthur's like, nah, Sylvie's been ghosting me physically and only sliding into my DMs telepathically. She's leveled up her IQ too, dropping knowledge with insane detail now. She's basically refusing to hang out until she's fully prepped, and Arthur is totally clueless about what her deal is. The raven-haired girl figures Sylvie's just trying to get swole, but before school starts back up, she reminds him to keep his eyes on the prize. They rush in, only to get stuck with Lucas's squad of losers. Yeah, that toxic little brat who totally triggered us last time. The buff dude with the mustache seems to be the shot caller here. He's hyped to introduce the crew and meet the masked sworder, showing off Reginald Bastion, an A-class tank, like it's a big flex. He starts listing Lucas's stats, but honestly, nobody needed a recap since they already know his deal. Then there's Creole, a water spec augment who's basically their walking meat shield. Plus, they've got Elijah, another A-class warrior who's all about that earthbending life. Oliver, the conjurer, steps up too, flexing his status as an A-class mage. He's the main healer, but dude sounds super stuck up. Then you got Samantha Tempest, a cutie who's also an A-class water conjurer, same as the rest of the Hydro homies. She's heard all the tea about the masked swordsman and is practically begging to be on his team, Broad Landon is the group's resident Chad, undeniable pretty boy who just ranked up to AA class. He's the one carrying the squad into the dungeon. Right off the bat, Broad asks Jasmine and her +1 to drop their intros. She drops her stats, AA class augment with a major in wind magic. So now they're rocking 2 OP warriors. Finally, there's our main man. Note, claiming to be a fire spec specialist. Hearing that, Samantha is shook that he can actually use an elemental affinity. Our guy admits he's been gatekeeping his magic for a minute due to personal drama, which gets Broad super interested. He asks if either of them has a dimensional ring to carry their loot, but they both shake their heads like, nope. So Broad hits up Lucas for help, but the kid shuts him down instantly. Oliver's inventory is maxed out with Samantha's stuff, but Elijah's storage is open, so he's totally down to let them use his ring. He vacuums up their bags in a second, and Arthur is low-key surprised Elijah is rocking that kind of gear. It's some ancient tech built by the same wizard nerds who made the floating city of Cyrus. Obviously, they cost a bag, we're talking thousands just to cop one. Arthur gives him props with a friendly smile, making the four-eyed kid turn bright red. Gear sorted, the whole mob dives straight into the dungeon entrance. The party spawns deep inside the soggy, dripping dungeon. Their raid leader, Brawl, tells everyone to stay frosty since they've hit the first level. Lucas is salty that they haven't run into a single mob yet. The place is dead silent, which is weird for a dungeon run, until a tiny pebble suddenly grabs their attention. Brawl snaps his head up and spots some nightmare fuel staring daggers at them from the ceiling. They're vicious batchrunners, and these creepy stalkers will camp you until you're pushing up daisies. Jasmine clutches a save for Oliver, while their tank throws up a shield to wall off the creepy crawlies. Facing the ambush, the leader screams for a formation change to counter the monster Zerg. The team's medic starts spamming heal spells to keep everyone's HP topped off. The bat things keep diving, trying to squad wipe them. Even Elijah is popping off with earth spears, and Brawl is absolutely shredding those sons of guns before realizing it's a waste of stamina. Meanwhile, Lucas, being the edgy try-hard he is, unleashes a massive fire cyclone that nukes the uglies in one hit. But the raid leader is super tilted about Lucas going rogue like that, especially since they need to save their mana for the boss fights, not blow it on trash mobs. He questions if the kid even knows what kind of hardcore server he's playing on. Lucas, with his tunnel vision, claims he was just speedrunning the fight to save everyone's mana. The leader lets it slide and tells them to hustle unless they want Batman's cousins to respawn. Arthur notes that this dungeon is notorious for its glitched-out, immortal zombie mobs. Kiss those mana cores goodbye, nobody's recovering anything from here. For most adventurers, it's just an endless grind fest with zero loot. There's a solid reason the OGs named this hellhole the Dire Tombs. As the squad pushes deeper into the gloom, Broad checks his mental GPS against a spot he tagged during his last run. That little pause confirms Arthur's suspicions about why they actually set foot in this hellhole to begin with. The boss signals Elijah to whip up some magic handles so they can go full rock climber mode. Everyone plays nice, boosting each other up the glowing grips until the whole crew makes it topside. Broad flashes back to his last attempt. He barely scraped past the second floor before hitting the eject button. That means everything from here on out is totally uncharted territory for the whole gang. Still, Broad's banking on the hope that the glitchy artifact respawning those bat freaks is stashed somewhere nearby. Their tank is down for whatever as long as the check clears, and Broad's more than happy to pay Creel's fee if they actually survive this raid. Broad locks eyes on the path ahead and decides it's showtime, no more stalling. They venture further in until Arthur suddenly goes superhero mode, tackling Samantha to dodge a projectile nobody else even clocked. Samantha is totally clueless, while the rest of the squad starts throwing shade at the leader for forgetting to mention the death traps. But honestly, Broad is just as shook. He definitely doesn't remember this place being rigged to blow last time. The medic gives Samantha a quick once-over, but she waves him off, eyes glued to the masked swordsman examining the dart that almost took her head off. Arthur drops the bomb. That wasn't some random trap, but rather the work of a powerful beastman. The news hits the group like a truck, instantly cranking the tension to 11. Broad orders everyone to stay frosty, because things are about to get a whole lot messier. They push forward until they hit the edge of a zone pulsing with ominous red smog. But the vibe is way off, and Broad realizes this scene doesn't match his memory. That isn't just cave steam drifting up, it's something way nastier. Arthur feels it too. It's not the heat cooking them. It's the crushing pressure rolling off something massive. They step into the volcanic chamber and spot a minefield of geysers dotting the landscape. Out of nowhere, the floor starts buckling, leaving the whole squad wondering what on earth is going down. Even Broad looks totally bamboozled as the earth starts doing the cha-cha beneath their feet. The mystery is solved when a colossal nightmare worm looking straight out of a Dune movie bursts from the crust. The sheer size of the thing has the healers wetting their pants, so Broad screams for the tank to take aggro. Creole might be built like a fridge, but the guy's got hops. He leaps up and summons a massive hydrosphere to bubble the team. With the worm momentarily walled off, they buy themselves a split second to figure out a counterstrat. Broad racks his brain, but he's got zero memory of ever fighting a mana beast this jacked. While Creole is mind-blown that a new species just spawned in their instance, the monster doesn't care about their chit-chat and winds up for a haymaker. But then, in a twist nobody saw coming, the thing decides to chill. It nopes out and burrows back underground, making it look like it completely dropped aggro. The healer gets cocky, telling everyone to ignore the worm and chase the loot, then idiotically sprints ahead, totally ignoring the captain's orders. Even Samantha looks at him like he's the biggest moron on the planet. But the guy's got an ego the size of Texas, pretty bold for a squishy healer, and just struts away from the pack. Broad screams his name, but the fool is deaf to reason. Meanwhile, Arthur picks up a vibe from below that scares the living daylights out of him. Realizing the trap has sprung, Arthur barks at Lucas to throw up an instant heatwave shield, then yanks Broad back by his collar. Lucas panics and casts the barrier, but in the chaos, the enemy attack zeroes in on Oliver. Before Arthur can even yell at him to shield up, the dude gets vaporized in a massive explosion. Game over. Instant delete. Samantha doesn't hesitate and snaps up her own Hydra shield. When the smoke clears, Broad's face is a mask of pure terror, and the rest of the crew can't even stomach looking at the mess. Their healer got cooked to the bone, nothing left but some extra crispy bits scattered on the floor. Rest in pieces, buddy. Arthur snags the mana crystal from the loot pile and tosses it to Samantha, telling her to swap it into her wand, pronto. She follows his lead as Arthur makes it crystal clear. They need to get the heck out of Dodge, right now. Even the boss man can't argue with the kids' logic here. They have zero chance of surviving another one of those magma blasters going off. The squad books it, sprinting full tilt toward the exit. But that is exactly where their ugly friend decides to pop up and say hello. The mother of all uglies bursts out again, forcing the leader to conjure up a massive water barrier to tank the hit. However, this time the worm isn't playing around. It is going full aggro mode on them. Elijah and Samantha step up to the plate, unleashing a heavy stun combo to buy the team a few precious seconds. Stone serpents wrap around the beast, but it is not enough. Even the leader is shook, seeing their best spells bounce off like nothing. He quickly screams for Jasmine and Reginald to link up with him for a massive combined beatdown. Brawl powers up with intense flames and orders Jasmine to play bait, clearing a path for the finishing move right between the monster's peepers. If this Hail Mary play goes south, then Lucas and Arthur are on deck to unleash everything they have got without hesitation. The leader lands the first hit with a flurry of fiery slashes, followed instantly by Jasmine's surgical wind cutter attacks. Those hits barely scratch the paint, but then Reginald steps up and drops the hammer, cracking the monster's skull wide open. Meanwhile, Lucas is totally MIA, paralyzed by fear because none of the fire magic has put a dent in this thing so far. Arthur realizes he needs to crank his flames up to 11 if he actually wants to pierce through that worm's thick hide. He lights up his weapon with a searing orange glow and launches himself straight into the fray. He lands a critical hit, slicing off some massive teeth, then signals Jasmine, who follows up by absolutely shredding the other side of the monster's face. The worm rears back, wailing in agony as blood starts gushing from every crack in its armor. The leader screams for Lucas to jump in, but before he can make a move, the giant worm suddenly turns tail and runs. They catch a breather, safe for the moment, and the boss man is actually impressed with how the squad handled themselves. Jasmine tells everyone to pick up the pace and get moving. Lucas starts running his mouth about scaring the worm off, but karma hits fast as the ground starts shaking violently, way worse than before. Arthur realizes the worm wasn't retreating. It was baiting them into a trap to get wiped out by another massive eruption. The whole team scrambles to throw up defensive barriers so they don't end up toasted like poor Oliver. Jasmine is in a bind. She could save Arthur, but that would leave Lucas wide open to get fried. Our boy risks his own neck to save Lucas's sorry hide, casting an insane wall of flames just as the eruption finally dies down. But of course, Lucas's little temper tantrum is far from over. He smacks Arthur's hand away, which honestly makes me wish Arthur would just chuck this kid straight into the nearest volcano. Seriously, what a brat. Arthur turns to check on their leader, who took a heavy hit protecting the team and tragically lost a limb in the chaos. The injury is so gruesome that Samantha can't even bring herself to look at it. The man is screaming his lungs out in pure agony while his teammates desperately try to seal up the terrible wound. Arthur steps in to cauterize the wound with his sword while Brawl is in so much pain he is practically bawling his eyes out. Once Arthur is done, Samantha takes over the healing duties, wrapping up a pretty gnarly job for the masked swordsman. Creole, being the hardy guy he is, decides to share some of his stash with the kid to lift his spirits. He sits down next to the kid and starts rambling about his special emergency sandwiches he saves for whenever he is feeling down. The boy appreciates the gesture and decides to follow the big guy's cooking instructions. Arthur toasts the inside to perfection, making it smell so good that even Creel starts drooling for a bite. The two of them happily wolf down the sandwiches made by Creel's fiancé, leaving Arthur thinking the man struck gold with a wife who can cook like that. He asks Creel to send his regards to her, but the man's hesitant reaction says it all. We can assume the worst for the fiancé. While back at camp, the group is falling apart thanks to Lucas running his mouth and blaming the leader. He is furious that their tank is down one arm and their main healer is out of the picture. A fuming Brawl finally snaps and roars at the arrogant little brat that Arthur just saved seconds ago. Arthur explains the leader sacrificed his limb to save Samantha, while Brawl screams at Lucas for failing to put up a barrier in time. But Arthur, the masked swordsman, has officially had enough of the drama. He steps up and calls Lucas out as the real problem here. Arthur hits the mute button on the guy's ego trip, straight up saying he doesn't give a flying if he's the top-ranked mage or the king of conjurers. Right now, Arthur just sees a spoiled brat who's nothing but dead weight to the squad. Lucas catches feelings and rage quits the conversation, while Reginald tells the boss to take a chill pill and recover. Meanwhile, with the drama queen gone, Arthur steps up to the team captain, pressing him to make a call right now before they dive deeper, especially since Reginald is already extra crispy from those fire burns. His injuries aren't game over level, and the rest of the crew is fine, but the real VIP in the danger zone is the leader himself. He puts the pressure on, demanding a go or no-go decision right here, right now. Grinding his teeth, the captain looks at him with savage determination, swearing he's ready to crush this final raid of his life, putting it all on the line. Samantha jumps in, super worried since the guy is trying to throw hands with literally only one good arm. Still, Brawl is an absolute tank, a major powerhouse for the team. He promises he won't be a burden, but he drops one condition on the table. Arthur has to wear the captain's armband from here on out because the kid has the sharpest tactical mind in the room. And even though the vibes are totally sketchy and uncertain, the rest of the squad is instantly down with the switch. No drama, no pushback. Arthur reads the room, sees everyone is with him, and steps up as the new boss. His first order of business, a mandatory 1-hour power nap before the grind continues. Post-break, they push ahead, but Brawl is totally confused by the new map layout. He swears on his life that Tunnel wasn't walled off last time. Reginald swings his weapon like a beast, but it barely scratches the paint. So, he switches strats, coating his gear in rocks for a heavy elemental smash. Still, it only leaves a swirly mark. That wall is built different. They can't break through. Jasmine taps his shoulder, wind blades locked and loaded, and suggests he run that play back one more time. They rush in together, syncing their ults for a massive combo attack that shatters the magical barrier and blasts the path wide open. A flashbang of light blinds them for a second. When their vision clears, the squad is staring at a massive forest that popped up out of nowhere, and they cautiously step inside. First thought popping into everyone's head, yo, where are the support pillars holding the roof up? Which begs the question, why hasn't the ceiling caved in yet? Plus, the place is weirdly cozy, full of pretty flowers and chill spots to rest. Out of nowhere, Cray starts complaining that he's feeling drowsy, which is super sus considering they literally just napped. Arthur tells them to stay sharp and keep moving, convinced this vibe is a trap. Cray's head is spinning, but the mossy swordsman's instincts are screaming danger. He can't figure out exactly what's glitching with this creepy paradise until Jasmine spots a shadowy figure lurking ahead. She zones out like she's under a spell, snapping back only when she hears the loud thud of Cray dropping his weapon. Dude sees his dead wife Clara and completely loses it, pulling a Leroy Jenkins and sprinting headfirst toward the Phantom. The group knows he's making a rookie mistake, but he's too far gone to hear them screaming at him to stop. Arthur realizes the situation is going south fast and tries to intercept, but it's no use. Jasmine grabs him, warning that this wicked fog is messing with their heads, exactly why Arthur's spider senses were tingling earlier. He huddles the team up, breaking down how this misty psyop is playing tricks on their minds. He orders Samantha to throw up a water shield as soon as possible. While she's casting, she asks who this Clara girl is, and Reginald drops the sad backstory. Clara has been gone for a long time, taken out during a dungeon run gone wrong. Even Brawl was there for the nightmare fuel. They literally buried her ashes with their own hands. So Reginald knows searching for her is impossible, but Lucas is absolutely done with this nonsense. He can't wrap his head around why these so-called pros are tossing the plan out the window and splitting up, even though they're the veterans here. Meanwhile, Arthur's focus is on Jasmine, who looks totally spaced out. The boy asks if she's catching hallucinations too. She admits she saw a vision of her dad, waving her over like he finally accepted her. It dug up some serious trauma, and seeing her look so broken makes Arthur furious. He steps in, reassuring her she's going to be all right. She flashes a brave smile to show she's holding it together. Arthur now asks her to whip up a wind spell to blow this fog away. She can't nuke the entire Mist Bank, but she can carve out a tunnel of clean air so they can chase down Cray. She charges up two swirling orbs of wind and sprints forward, letting the magic lead the way. Arthur tells Samantha to drop the shield so Jasmine can unleash Banshee's Howl, a concentrated jet stream that tears a hole straight through the fog. With the air finally clear, the squad freezes, absolutely horrified by the nightmare waiting for them. Out of nowhere, these giant vines pop up like bad weeds, totally ignoring Jasmine's wind magic like it was a gentle breeze. Lucas is the first to jump in, hyped up and ready to throw hands, blasting his crescent ember flames to turn those creeping vines into toast. But get this, the vines don't even flinch. Lucas looks shook, like he just saw a ghost, completely stunned that his fire didn't work. The masked guy yells at Reginald to play bodyguard for the mages, buying them time to cook up some serious spells to dent this thing. Arthur juices up his blade with mana and signals Brol and Jasmine to follow his lead. It's go time. The trio goes ham, slicing and dicing, hacking through the thicket like they're clearing a jungle path with machetes. Arthur gets snagged for a second, but he isn't having it. He rips out a vortex slash and shreds the vines holding him. Weird thing, though, nothing's burning. He figures the vines are too wet to light up, so he powers up his blade again for round 2. Boom, that did it. The vines stopped growing back, so his hunch was totally on the money. He shouts at Brol to add some heat to his weapon, but the dude's gone full beast mode one-armed frenzy, just hacking away like a maniac. The guy has completely lost the plot, and Arthur knows it. He checks on Jasmine, and she's actually chilling, holding her ground like a pro. Arthur decides he's got to babysit, so he rushes in to save Baldy from himself. Sure enough, the reckless Blondie gets wrapped up tight with zero exit plan. Good thing Arthur's there to bail him out, slicing him free just in time. He gets in the ex-leader's face, asking if he's got a death wish. Acting like that is a one-way ticket to the grave in a place like this. Arthur tells him to use his head for once instead of just raging out since they actually need him alive to clear this dungeon. Lucas chugs a mana potion like it's an energy drink and decides to go nuclear with his fire magic. It's not his strongest hit, but the range is massive and it burns hot. Arthur's actually got to give it to the spoiled brat, not bad. But right then, Reginald screams at Elijah as a giant vine comes in hot, aiming straight for the kid's head. Luckily, Baldy snapped out of his tantrum and jumps in to tank the hit. Talk about a clutch save. That buys Elijah enough time to drop his earth spell. He cracks the floor open, sending the vines tumbling down. Now they've got 2 heavy hitters keeping the salad monster busy. With Samantha's unique magic in the mix, they might actually have a shot at finding their lost buddy. She fires off her spell, boosted by that shiny new gemstone of hers, Aqua Siphon. Usually, you use it to grab water, but here, she's draining every drop of moisture right out of those vines, turning them into dry, brittle twigs. But the second she pulls it off, Samantha drops like a sack of potatoes. From the effort, Arthur catches her before she hits the dirt, low-key impressed. She flipped a utility spell into a weapon like that. She definitely earned some respect there. But the celebration is cut short when the mist starts creeping back to the vines. And just like that, the vines grow back to full health. All that work for absolutely nothing. Even Lucas, who usually acts all cool and collected, is starting to look sweaty. Arthur figures it out fast. Their heavy hits are actually forcing the vines to suck up the mist to survive. Before he can even tell the squad the play, he realizes everyone is frozen stiff, paralyzed by the monster's creepy vibes. Arthur spins around and feels a cold shiver go straight down his back. Something bad is coming. The vines morph into this massive, grotesque, eldritch horror. Straight-up nightmare fuel. Arthur drops his sword, staring up at a towering Goliath that looks like it wants to eat his soul. It's like a sleep paralysis demon on steroids. Samantha is done for, totally paralyzed by fear. She realizes the hard way that the Elderwood Guardian isn't just a bedtime story, it's real. It's terrifyingly real. Even Bald, who's supposed to be a heavy hitter, has accepted that they're all gonna die down here. Arthur notices the blonde idiot has checked out mentally again. Reginald can't look away. His eyes are practically popping out of his skull. No way. An S-class mana beast? In a dungeon like this, they are so screwed. Then they see Kryle's body get sucked dry. The thing is draining his life force like a juice box. The guy is still whining, begging for his wife while getting eaten. The whole team is frozen, too shocked to move a muscle. The Guardian lifts a massive leg and squashes Kryle like a bug. Reginald starts screaming his buddy's name in pure agony. The monster roars back, opening up these nasty, layered mouths filled with rows of jagged teeth. Reginald goes full Super Saiyan mode, acting like he just watched Krillin die or something. Arthur knows the guy is toast. You don't just charge a monster like that unless you want to get erased. Bro is straight up begging them to quit throwing hands, but Reginald is super tilted and uses his hammer to straight up yeet Arthur across the map. Reggie is done playing games, he's lost it, and cakes his body in rocks. He goes full beast mode. Now the fight is really popping off. This giant veggie monster unleashes a tornado of sharp vines, rushing the guy, and Arthur screams at Elijah to throw up a shield for Reginald, like, right now. But that shield gets one-tapped instantly. Meanwhile, Jasmine grabs our boy, telling him they gotta dip immediately, cause they have zero chance of clapping this Goliath. Arthur, though, is stressing hard over his squad. Elijah's barrier is getting shredded by the creature, and he's basically burning his own HP just to keep it up. Arthur reminds Jasmine he promised the team, but she's all in her feels, crying that she promised his fam they'd make it back alive. The attack smashes Elijah's barrier, while Jasmine is dead set on keeping her promise to protect Arthur. For his family's sake, Reginald goes absolutely feral because this guy somehow tanks the hit and comes out talking trash to the giant salad monster. Arthur knows they should bounce, but he refuses to leave his homies hanging. Not like this. Jasmine hates it but finally vibes with his call. Alright, back to the brutal scrap between the monster mama and the Rocky Hulk. Meanwhile, Reggie's got his Gollum drip ready, and he is finna delete this walking salad. His first hit stabs through the vines, making the thing scream in serious pain. The rest of the vines try to slap the other team, who can barely block them. Reggie locks onto the vines trying to jump in from behind. He swipes them away easily, but the annoying tree guardian still manages to wrap him up while he's helping Samantha. Arthur tells Elijah to cover Jasmine so she can book it with the bald guy. They just want to focus on escaping until Arthur sees the guardian let out a roar that shakes the server. Its vibe is just too overpowering. They are shook to see Reginald completely tied up. Arthur frantically tells Lucas to torch the vines and save their teammate. But the fire mage is done playing nice and aims his burning staff right at Samantha. But that was just a slick fake-out to catch the masked swordsman lacking as his spell blasts right through Arthur. Now, a quick recap. When the vines dropped Lucas earlier, he got up and realized he was total trash compared to this thing. He could see the exit right there while his teammates were fighting for their lives, but his big ego about the Wick family got the best of him. So, he grabbed his staff and tried to look tough. Lucas refused to let this slide, in a total plot twist. He aimed his weapon right at Arthur to save his own skin. Then he blasted Arthur point blank, sending him flying from the impact. His body gets tossed aside like a rag doll with his gut torn open. Jasmine is horrified and blindly jumps in to save him. Lucas tells her to chill, then fires a beam anyway. While she's distracted, she takes the hit too, getting messed up just as bad as Arthur. As she drops lifelessly, Brawl is in deep trouble now, too. While Lucas points his staff at Elijah, happy to delete him if he moves an inch, Elijah asks what is wrong with him. But this salty half-elf is consumed by pride and ain't risking his neck for the rest of them. He thinks they should be honored to die as heroes so he can have time to bail. Lucas blasts the crystal, hoping to tell everyone about their courageous sacrifices. Elijah wants to beat him down, but he gets slammed by the Guardian, leaving barely any hope for our heroes. They are all critical health as the toothy plant monster chews on them. Elijah refuses to let it end like this, scraping together every last bit of strength to do something. Coming to save the day is the double A-class hero Brawl, who wraps his fire around the vines, saving the kid at the very last second. This time, the former leader is finally acting like a man and refuses to let these noobs get folded. The monster roars right in his face, but the flaming hero stands his ground, marching forward with his fire sword in hand. The hero jumps with a massive strike, dropping his full fiery rage on the Goliath. Meanwhile, Elijah spots Arthur and Jasmine, and big yikes, they are in seriously rough shape. The Elderwood Guardian is chopped in half thanks to Browd's desperate final stand. But then the vines start regenerating because this boss has crazy hacks. The hero's flames fan out, and he looks like he just realized his save file is corrupted. That plant monster is straight up nightmare fuel, even Browd is shaking in his boots. He just accepts the L as the monster's tentacles wrap him up. It's safe to say Browd is completely cooked. Arthur's not doing much better, mask off, coughing up blood, barely clinging to consciousness. The boy looks over at Jasmine, who is also totally incapacitated. He eyes the crystals and realizes there's no way out unless he uses his ult, but honestly, even he might not survive it. Arthur flips the switch, tapping into Phase 2 of the Dragon's Awakening. That training arc in the land of elves is about to pay off. Phase 1 was called Static Void, borrowing Sylvia's cheat codes. It let him pause time, but it drained his mana core and energy bar faster than a lagging server. But the second breakthrough he unlocked, that was something else entirely. That transformation took Virion decades to master. Our boy Arthur speedrun it in just 3 years. It's called the integration phase. Arthur's body glows up and his hair changes color, full anime power-up mode. Finally, Sylvie pulls up. She's not a baby anymore. She's a full-grown dragon rushing in to save her dad. Arthur hits her up telepathically like, yo, stay back for now. He tells her if he crashes out, she needs to head to Vincent's place. But Sylvie, she's a rebellious kid, so she ignores him. Arthur's barely walking, begging her to sit this one out. She listens, trusting that he's going to clutch the win and come home. We get a menacing shot of our boy walking down this eldritch horror show. His mind is reeling as he hops onto a rock, charging an ice spell and locking onto the S-class beast. He strikes first, showing exactly why Virion had to nerf him back in training. The moment he entered integration phase, he knew he had to speedrun this battle before the backlash clapped him. Arthur's ice power freezes the vines instantly, but controlling that much raw mana is a massive struggle. With the vines frozen, he dashes forward, icing everything in his path, aiming straight for the monster's ugly mug. But it's not easy. The vines start cracking the ice, twisting around even while they're frozen solid. He refreezes them literally inches from his face. The spell he just dropped is called Absolute Zero, and it completely froze the monster in time. Now, Arthur starts gathering 3 elemental affinities in his palm like he's charging a spirit bomb. Purple lightning crackles around him. This ultimate attack obliterates the creature's face and dusts the rest of the vines. Raid boss defeated. Blood is gushing from everywhere, total carnage. Our hero saved the day, but at the cost of his own life bar. He collapses, totally spent. Cut back to Xyrus City. His family is dealing with some serious tension. Ellie is asleep after training, Reynolds is watching her, and then boom, strange noise and a glowing gem. Instant panic mode. Arthur's mom is in disbelief, desperately hoping the ring is just glitching out. Back in the dungeon, the boy's consciousness is flickering. Body racked with pain, coughing, blood. He's fading just as Elijah finds him. He wakes up just enough to plead with Elijah to smash the healing crystal. Elijah doesn't hesitate. He grabs the gem in the glove like he was trained for this. He shatters it, unleashing a pool of healing magic that thaws Arthur's fingers. Arthur feels a tiny wave of relief, but he can't shake the memory of that cowardly bastard who left them to die. He's focused on revenge for a sec until he remembers Jasmine and asks, "Yo, is she good?" Elijah points to the side. She's knocked out cold, too. And for her, the damage is way worse. She didn't have mana reinforcement active when she got hit. Elijah treated the burns, but she's messed up internally. Arthur senses the urgency and tells Elijah, "Use the second gem on her. Do it now." Elijah doesn't waste a second, hitting Jasmine with those high-tier heals. He is betting she will be back to 100% in just a few hours. Arthur is seriously vibing with that birthday loot right now. Those gems his mom crafted are clutch. But man, the pain brings back some pretty gnarly memories. It hits him like deja vu from when he was just a 4-year-old toddler. Meanwhile, Sylvie picks up on her papa's wake-up signal and dives straight into the dungeon's abyss. While all that is going down, that absolute trash bag, Lucas is scrambling for the exit, barely keeping his limbs attached. Arthur tells his winged bestie to just chill and grind her levels since they are finally out of the danger zone. He is like, "Don't trip, we are good," telling her to keep her eyes on the prize and focus on getting stronger. They cut the chat there as Elijah starts checking our boy's vitals. Arthur cracks a joke about being fit enough to run a whole marathon right now. Bro is out here trying to outdo David Goggins or something. His tenacity is seriously off the charts. Elijah decides to switch gears, his mind blown that this legendary masked swordsman is actually a kid the same age as him. Suddenly, our MC realizes his super drip mask is missing. Even Elijah could not sniff it out among the wreckage. That is a bummer, but Arthur is way more stressed about his blade, jokingly asking if Elijah happened to find his stick lying around. Luckily, Elijah actually stumbled upon the weapon, which is a massive relief for Arthur before he faceplants back into the dirt. He has got mad love for Elijah saving their skins and securing the loot. Real talk, Elijah could have just dipped and saved himself, staying behind. That is some real hero energy right there. Elijah argues that bouncing would have made him no better than Lucas. Our boy just laughs, roasting that idea because Lucas is in a league of his own when it comes to being trash. Four Eyes wants the tea on why Arthur risked it all for strangers when he could have easily ghosted. Arthur drops the truth bomb. He made a promise to someone super special, promising to be the kind of guy who protects his crew. This deep confession actually makes the usually stiff Elijah bust a gut laughing. He thinks Arthur sounds exactly like some grumpy grandpa. He is wondering what kind of wild backstory a kid needs to talk like an ancient sage. Arthur pivots and asks how long he was out cold. Elijah is fuzzy on the details, but reckons it has been at least 24 hours. Arthur is bummed they are grounded here until Jasmine is back on her feet. But hey, solid chance to bond, right? He reaches out for a fist bump or a handshake. He finally drops the mask figuratively and intros himself as Art with a grin. And just like that, the bromance begins. Elijah reveals he is repping the Dwarven lands. Arthur taps the wall, asking if he is the wizard behind this metal bunker. Turns out, panic building this shelter was the only way Elijah could stop the roof from caving in on their heads, meaning the Elderwood Guardian's corpse was essentially the load-bearing pillar holding this place together. Arthur knows standard mages cannot just spawn metal like it is Minecraft creative mode unless, of course, they are a dwarf. Elijah realizes he has been totally busted, but he figures it is only fair if he spills his beans since Arthur is listening. But in exchange, he wants the deets on Arthur's white hair transformation and those glowing purple eyes he caught a glimpse of. Yeah, that is a whole can of worms to open up. Our main character is totally down for a little info for info trade deal. Elijah starts the therapy session by confirming Arthur's hunch about his roots. He grew up in the Dwarven Kingdom raised by the Elder, who was super cagey about his parents. All he has got are glitchy flashbacks of his childhood. Life was chill until he hit the dark orange mana stage. Suddenly, a massive power spike hit him like a truck. He blacked out and woke up in a forest of metal spikes. That is when the Elder basically told him to go touch grass and explore the continent without giving him a straight answer why. His powers are a total mystery box, and he has got this creeping suspicion that his origins are way above his pay grade. Just as Arthur is winding up his pitch, Jasmine rips a massive snore. She is totally zonked out, mumbling to Arthur in her sleep, which cracks both the boys up. Elijah apologizes for the trauma dump, but Arthur is cool with it. Now, Elijah is dying to know the lore behind the masked prodigy. Arthur just straight up flexes that he is a quad elemental caster and an augment with rare ice and lightning deviances. The info dump is so heavy, Elijah literally facepalms into the wall from shock. He thought he was the main character of Weirdness, but Arthur's stat sheet just completely dunked on him. Arthur breaks down the markings too, explaining he is a beast tamer who had to go full beast mode back there. Elijah is totally shook by what he's hearing, especially when he finds out Arthur is only 11 years old. Even though Elijah has got a year on him, it's not exactly a flex he wants to brag about, and Arthur is struggling hard not to bust out laughing at the whole situation. The two weirdos end up cracking up together, unlocking a core memory right there. But real talk, Arthur is still wrecked and hurting, so he uses the last bit of healing jam on himself just as Jasmine wakes up and sees the kid is in rough shape. She scoops him up in her arms fast, apologizing like crazy for dropping the ball. Tears start flooding Jasmine's eyes because the guilt of not protecting him is hitting her like a truck. Arthur drops the tough guy look when he sees her panic, telling her to chill and that it's all good before pulling her into a hug. As the reality sinks in, Arthur keeps comforting her, reminding her it was his choice to stay and fight, and she was the one who ended up taking the heat. In the middle of this wholesome moment, Arthur zones out because a wild thought just popped into his head. He realizes this is literally the first time he has ever felt a vibe like this. Jasmine honestly feels smaller and more fragile than him right now, but then Arthur lets out a groan of pain, instantly making her freak out about his injuries. She yells at Elijah to open the storage ring and grab their bags, and thank goodness she was smart enough to pack a fully loaded emergency kit. She goes into full nurse mode and skillfully wraps up Arthur's wounds. With all that gauze, the dude looks like a mummy now, but with some help from his buddy, Arthur manages to get back on his feet. It's finally time to bounce, and somehow the squad made it out alive against all odds just as Elijah drops his crazy metal shield. Stepping outside is a total shock because the whole place is frozen solid, and Arthur immediately asks if anyone else survived. The bad news is that Broad and Reginald didn't make it, which means it's pretty likely nobody else did either. Arthur starts drowning in guilt again, but Jasmine is stressing hard over Samantha. Elijah pipes up, revealing he actually whipped up a metal shelter around the girl. He did it for Samantha right before they split, but he has no clue if she is still alive, and Arthur is silently wondering the exact same thing. Looking around, it seems impossible to figure out how they are going to break out of this frozen jail. Arthur starts frantically hunting for the monster core, buried in the ice, while Elijah figures he can try to ping Samantha's location since he couldn't find the beast earlier. Elijah starts focusing some serious energy into the ground, basically asking the Earth to search for the lost girl. This sick move is called Earth's Pulse, and it sends out a huge life-detecting signal across the whole area. And boom, he actually finds Samantha, and it looks like she is somehow in one piece. He starts marching over to save her, leaving Arthur completely shook by Elijah's sudden level up. Since the spell usually only scans the surface, they decide their best bet is just to follow Elijah's lead. Suddenly, Elijah stops dead in his tracks because he spots the metal shell he wrapped around Samantha. He rips the metal wall open and calls her name, but Samantha is in bad shape, looking totally burned and bruised. Elijah tries to grab her, but Arthur tells him to stop because the vines are just making her injuries way worse. The good news is her breathing is stable, but that fever is definitely sketchy. Arthur is low-key glad she is knocked out or she wouldn't have made it, but Elijah starts wondering if being the strongest one right now is actually a good thing. Jasmine carries her limp body and suggests they get the heck out of there. Arthur looks around, salty that he can't track the creatures, meaning that priceless S-Class beast core is gone for good. As the squad is walking, the ground shakes, and Elijah starts panic charging a spell, but Arthur stops him because he knows exactly what is about to go down. The dungeon ceiling smashes open, and everyone is surprised to see a fully grown Sylvie in her mighty form show up. Arthur is stunned because just a couple years ago she was tiny, and now she is absolutely massive. Sylvia licks his face, totally ruining our boy's hair, while Elijah shudders, trying to figure out how a wyvern grew 4 legs. Then it hits him, it is a dragon. A real dragon, and Arthur confirms it, blowing his mind even more. He fixes his hair and introduces Sylvie, while Elijah can't understand how dragons, who were supposed to be extinct for centuries, are back. Arthur emphasizes that they need to keep her existence a total secret. Jasmine isn't a threat since she already knows, and Sylvie gives her the same sloppy lick, wrecking her hair too. Elijah is probably reacting just like us, trying to figure out how an 11-year-old kid can be so OP, especially with a pet dragon. Anyway, they decide to just use her as their personal elevator to get out of there. Arthur tells Elijah to hop on because it is time to blow this popsicle stand, and they touch down right outside the boss room. Hoofing it the rest of the way, the squad runs into some bat runners, but the monsters are practically wetting themselves with fear.
Elijah is totally baffled after seeing a massive dragon chilling nearby. He is wondering why they did not just airdrop the dragon at the start of the raid while Samantha is slowly coming to. They lay her down gently, and when her eyes flutter open, she realizes our boy is even more of a heartthrob without the mask. Arthur tells her to save her breath, but Samantha reveals she managed to snag something super important. She did not just secure the beast core, she also saved the pieces of Arthur's shattered mask. That puts a genuine grin on his face, and he gives her major props for the clutch save. Arthur suggests splitting the loot money, but Jasmine shuts that down immediately, insisting Arthur was the MVP. Elijah is on the same page. He wants 0 parts of that monster carcass money. Arthur tries to explain how much cash they're turning down, but Samantha insists he keep it since she is only breathing right now because of him. Thanks to his heroic last stand, she thinks he is the only one entitled to the payday. Since the squad is unanimous, the kid accepts the treasure, keeping the core safe. He thanks them for the trust checks Samantha's vitals and tells Jasmine and Elijah to go find a doctor as soon as possible. They scramble to their feet, but Elijah leaves his emergency kit behind before bouncing. He wants to make sure our main character is fully stocked on supplies just in case things go south. That is when Arthur notices a communication scroll and feels a sudden urge to drop a line to his parents so they stop freaking out. It is a huge weight off his shoulders, knowing they will not be panic-stricken when he finally gets back. Then Arthur asks how Sylvie got so swole, realizing she has been snacking on monster cores to bulk up, which makes him wonder if she can still shapeshift. She flexes her skills by shrinking right back down to the adorable little lizard form we all know and love. The little cutie snuggles up while Arthur gives her some well-deserved head pats. Even though his body is wrecked and rescue is hours away, he figures the shiny new beast core makes the pain worth it. Taking a deep breath, Arthur's mind drifts to Lucas Wykes the brat from that notoriously shady noble family. That guy's trash behavior is the direct cause of Broad's death and everything else going wrong. Went full berserker mode on the rest of the squad, fueled by pure spicy revenge energy. Arthur wants to play it smart, but one thing is locked in. He doesn't care if it takes forever. He is playing the long game. He is absolutely going to settle the beef with Lucas, no matter what. Finally, the rescue squad pulls up to handle the mess. Samantha gets speed run to the hospital, while Broad sadly meets his game over screen. Arthur is somehow chilling in one piece, thank God, while the homies handle the debrief with the branch master. The traumatic story time finally wraps up. Arthur is officially done with them digging this deep just to get the tea. Everyone spilled the beans, and Caspian told them to take 5. But suddenly, Lucas, that absolute trash bag, rolls up with his goons. Jasmine and Elijah are ready to throw hands immediately, but Arthur tells them to chill for a second. Lucas starts gaslighting everyone, acting like the victim, which just gives Caspian a massive migraine. Then the spoiled brat asks how they survived a tight spot, straight up accusing them of sacrificing a friend to save their own necks. Caspian stands up and roars at him to zip it, but Lucas keeps yapping, claiming Samantha must have been the one they threw to the wolves. Then he switches lanes and accuses Brawl of being the sacrificial pawn. The audacity. He gets shut down real quick when Arthur slams a blade right past his face, slicing his ear clean off before he even notices. Lucas immediately starts crying foul, acting like he is the one getting bullied here. But Arthur has clearly had enough. He stands up with overwhelming rage, and the whole room feels the pressure drop like a boss fight just started. Lucas is shook that everyone is just standing there, not even trying to save his butt. He screams at his guards to attack right now. Arthur just clowns them completely. Even while injured, he doesn't need to unalive them. He just casually dodges their attacks like a pro. Caspian warns the kid to watch his step, cause his impulsive moves could lead to some serious drama. But Arthur already throws a punch. Plot twist, he just wanted to grab his weapon, but that move scared Lucas so bad he practically wet himself. No cap, that is for sure. This guy is literally shaking in his designer boots. Arthur plays it off like he just wanted his blade back. He turns to Caspian, who orders his assistant to drag Lucas to the medic stat. Arthur needs the room clear. He tells his squad to bounce so he can have a solo tete-a-tete with the head honcho. Caspian looks like he's seen a ghost for a hot second and warns Arthur not to take the bait when things get heated. Arthur isn't stopping for red lights marching forward like he owns the place. He knows he has the power to squash this guy like a bug on a windshield while keeping his identity on lockdown behind that mask. He is also seriously not vibing with Caspian's attitude, especially since the guy is acting like Arthur is the one bullying the kid. Then Arthur drops a question colder than the Arctic, asking if Caspian actually has the skills to protect Lucas from his absolute rage. Suddenly the switch flips. His eyes change completely, looking like a ruthless predator staring down a snack. The guild leader keeps his cool, explaining he isn't trying to threaten him, just trying to keep Arthur from making a rookie mistake. Even if he manages to crush this insect, the Wykes family isn't going to just sit there and take the L. They will start a war, hitting Jasmine first and then coming for the whole squad. With their insane connections, it is not the smartest move to poke that bear. At least not until Arthur levels up enough to actually protect his crew. Right now, even with his crazy strength, taking on someone like Lucas's half-brother is a boss fight he can't win yet. It is a bitter pill to swallow, but Arthur realizes the truth and gives Caspian props for the advice. Then he cuts the fluff and gets down to brass tacks. He pulls a total power move sitting right in the branchmaster's chair and claims the guild better treat a talent like him like royalty. Caspian senses the kid's overwhelming confidence and basically offers him a blank check for support. Arthur drops his grocery list of demands and bounces out of the room like a boss. Outside, his squad is waiting, sweating bullets, thinking he might have actually offed Lucas. Arthur just dodges the drama and claims he is starving. After that whole intense showdown, Arthur walks off, leaving his two allies stressing over his mental state. Now, it is showtime for the hearing. Both Arthur and Lucas are dragged in front of the jury to plead their cases. The verdict is in Lucas, is the snitch who sold out his party so his ranking gets stripped immediately. On top of that, he is permanently banned from being an adventurer and has to hand over his card right then and there. Arthur looks bored, unimpressed that the guy got a slap on the wrist when he really belonged behind bars. Then the panel turns the spotlight on Arthur for his beef with Lucas and the potential mess with the Wykes family. The Adventurers Guild decides to ban the persona Note from the city completely until Lucas finishes his term at the academy. This is literally the exact 4D chess move the kid was hoping for. He is grinning underneath that mask but pulls an Oscar-worthy performance, objecting to the decision to make it look like he is actually worried. The panel doubles down, saying they won't revoke his license entirely, all thanks to his hero moments. He is free to keep adventuring as long as he practices some serious social distancing from Lucas Wykes. The spoiled brat's smug look vanishes instantly as he starts panicking about Note's real identity. After all, there is nothing stopping Note from taking off the mask and wrecking the Wykes family under a totally different name. The judges decide the boy's identity will be put on the record right after the sentencing wraps up. They promise not to leak it to Lucas's family, keeping it classified for only a few top-tier mages to know. They promise to keep tabs on the kid. Lucas throws a fit like a toddler, but he is left steaming in the loser's bracket. He gives Arthur one last "stay away from me" warning. The masked swordsman just claps back, calling Lucas nothing more than a glorified pretty boy. Lucas storms off in a huff while Arthur gets escorted out. But plot twist, the head judge decides to give the boy the VIP treatment, leading him down a secret passage. Once the door shuts, they reveal the whole trial was rigged in Arthur's favor. From the jump, Arthur is relieved they decided to play ball. The court just hopes he keeps his nose clean because they can't hide the truth from the powerful Wykes family forever. Arthur emphasizes that beneath the mask, he is always cautious. The secret door slides open. The panel is basically banking on Arthur remembering this solid they did for him, figuring they might need to call in a favor later. The masked swordsman is glad they bet on the winning horse. He tells them he won't forget the assist and walks away. The Elder's final thought on this Note character is that Caspian wasn't lying. The kid is legitimately terrifying. Arthur opens the door and immediately gets tackled by a hug from Sylvie, with the rest of the squad right there waiting. And just like that, the drama is wrapped up. They link up and start heading back to the crib. Elijah asks if they should swing by and visit Samantha before they dip. Arthur thinks that is a recipe for disaster for him personally, so he suggests Jasmine go check on her instead. Finally, they hit the city gates where Elijah realizes it is time to split up. Arthur remembers Elijah isn't a local in the Sappan Kingdom and throws him a curveball. He invites Elijah to come hang with them before school starts. Arthur tries to explain the concept of school, which leaves Elijah totally confused. The guy never planned on hitting the books, so Arthur's suggestion catches him completely off guard. But our masked edgelord thinks dropping some coin on school is actually a big brain move, basically leveling up his social clout by hitting the books at that elite academy. Elijah, though, he's throwing up major red flags. Homie has zero clue how he's supposed to even walk through the front door of the goat magic school. I mean, you need crazy stats. Stacks of cash and connections deeper than the mafia just to fill out the application. Arthur just throws an arm around his buddy like a total Chad and tells him to chill. He's got the cheat codes for everything else. Literally, all Elijah has to do is physically get his butt to campus, and the rest is going to be a breeze. Art tells Jasmine to Uber their new bestie home because he's got some side quests to finish. But first, there's some drama on the menu. Turns out Lucas is also enrolling, which is hilariously the exact reason Elijah decides to pull the trigger and go too. He's super hyped about Arthur having his back. With his ride or die finally out of the picture, Art tells Caspian to stop lurking in the shadows. Right now, our boy is just glad he played that judge like a fiddle. Lucas is basically flying blind for now, so that immediate headache is officially cured. But Arthur doesn't waste a second roasting the branchmaster, reminding him that this dumpster fire of an operation still got a bunch of top-tier heroes deleted. Caspian, though, is quick to say he really doesn't want any smoke right now. He tosses out a loot bag as a get-out-of-my-face gift. And yeah, it's absolutely swimming in shiny gold coins. To Caspian, that's life-changing bread. But Arthur figures drama only happens if he actually signs up for it. The only real worry is if Lucas clocked Sylvia, but plot twist the little creature just shapeshifts into something else entirely. That actually catches him off guard. He didn't know she had a whole wardrobe of forms stashed away. Just your average perks of having a pet dragon, I guess. Anyway, fast forward a bit. Art fixes his hair and ducks into a shop to cop a dimension ring. He plays the clueless kid card, so the shopkeeper tries to flex on him about the insane price tag. So Arthur decides to casually drop that heavy bag of gold on the counter, leaving the dude's jaw on the floor. He basically yeets most of his cash on a ring with inventory space so small it can barely squeeze in his sword and a beast core. Even with the rip-off he's locked and loaded, he hails a carriage to head back to the Helsty Manor. Zoning out, he realizes it's been 2 whole years since he went undercover. He stares out the window, wondering if high school is going to be a total vibe or a disaster. That night, Art finally touches down at home base. Ellie gives him the death stare for a second before spearing him with a hug mid-sentence. She's like, "I can't believe you actually came back," claiming she's mad while totally bawling her eyes out. Arthur grins back happy as a clam. She finally lets go and runs inside, and Art realizes she's growing up way too fast. Then a horrible thought hits him like a truck. Eventually, she's going to start dating some scrub, and that is basically every big brother's worst nightmare fuel. His parents rush out to welcome him back to the nest. Reynolds immediately starts roasting his son, saying the only thing that grew was his hair, not his height. They banter back and forth while Arthur's mom scoops him up in a massive warm bear hug. She's just stoked he came back in one piece. Our boy apologizes for constantly giving her heart attacks while Vincent and the crew stand by to welcome him back. The whole squad gathers around while Arthur finally scrubs off the road grime in the shower. He finds a letter Jasmine left before she bounced on another mission, and man, it kinda bums him out that she's gone. The letter is brutally short, she even scribbled out the mushy stuff. Classic Jasmine behavior, honestly. He's low-key heartbroken he missed saying goodbye, but at least he knows where she's posted up now. Meanwhile, Vincent is grinning like a Cheshire cat, ready to drop the news that Lilia has been crushing it at Xyrus Academy for nearly a year now. Arthur is genuinely hyped to hear that. Vincent's fam basically owes him big time for unlocking their magical potential. They never expected that kind of solid favor from the Leywin family. In return, Arthur turns to Elijah with a special request. But before they can get into that, Reynolds is geeking out, demanding to hear all the spicy details about the dungeon runs. It's a massive saga, and he barely knows where to start the recap. Finally, he drops the horror story parts to wrap it up, leaving Vincent shaking in his boots by the finale. They can't wrap their heads around the fact that he squared up with an Elderwood Guardian and soloed the monster like a boss. Switching gears, the kid gets curious and asks what his dad's mana stats are looking like these days. Turns out Reynolds is hard stuck at the dark orange stage no matter how much he grinds, so Arthur tosses him a beast core and tells him to consume it for the XP. Arthur siphoned a little juice to heal himself, but the rest is pristine and packs enough punch to help his dad level up. Reynolds hesitates, not wanting to take loot that his son literally gambled his life to get. Nobody could believe he was just casually handing over an S-Class beast core knowing that bad boy would fetch a crazy fortune on the market. But the kid has his priorities locked in, he just wants his pops to level up and get on his wavelength. Using the core gives Reynolds a serious reality check. He realizes his son has totally gapped him by finally hitting the light orange stage. That realization fires him up to grab the core, swearing he's going to catch the dub the next time they spar. The family beef never ends, folks. Later that day, Elijah is chilling in the shower when Arthur crashes the party just to drop off his PJs. Arthur has absolutely zero shame and dips immediately while Elijah slams the door like dude boundaries. The boy stares at his mask, getting deep about how much has changed in just 2 short years. Sylvia is vibing with that sentiment, even though she's taller than her dad now. Elijah steps out asking what took Arthur so long. Arthur explains he was politicking with Vincent, trying to secure that sponsorship bag for the academy. Elijah lights up like a Christmas tree as Arthur shuts the door and gives him the green light. Everything is solid. That night, our dwarven buddy is absolutely wired. The dude is finally going to be an official academy student. He wonders if they'll even learn anything new, but Arthur points out they're both so OP for their age that school might honestly be a total snooze fest. Even so, Elijah is itching to face some sweaty rivals and unlock some next-level abilities. Arthur figures the real loot for him will be intel on his 2 weird elemental affinities. Lightning drains his battery way too fast and ice is glitchy to control. A bit worried, Elijah asks how they're going to deal with Lucas for now. That spoiled trust fund baby has no clue about Arthur's secret identity, which is clutch, because Arthur is planning to solo his whole family eventually. When the time is right, it is going to be game over for that clown. Elijah is shook that Arthur can be so chill about it, while Arthur is wondering why Elijah built a literal pillow fortress between them. He trolls the kid a bit and immediately gets a body pillow smacked right in his face. Then Elijah gets curious about the romance meta and asks if he'll be able to bag a girlfriend at school, which catches Arthur off guard. Arthur predicts the nerd is going to find a fellow bookworm and they'll end up raising a little Jimmy Neutron genius baby. Basically, a whole squad of big brains. Elijah, on the other hand, is convinced our boy Arthur is going to be the Riz god of the academy. He bets on Arthur's lethal face card, but Arthur insists teenage girls aren't his vibe, so it's a non-issue. After that heart-to-heart, the boys finally crash for the night. Arthur wakes up and bumps into Vincent, who's already linked up with an inventor named Gideon. Guy is basically the server admin of unique tech skills. This tech wizard is coming back to town in 3 days, giving Arthur a window to take a side quest before meeting up with the squad. Arthur is totally down for that detour and asks if there are any big events popping off downtown. Vincent spills the tea. Apparently the royals from all 3 kingdoms are dropping a major announcement live in the town square. Our young hero is super hyped that Uncle Vincent is grinding so hard to help him out. Arthur is ready to meet Gideon and finally put his past life knowledge base to good use. Vincent is confused until they run into Reynolds, who reminds him he's late for a super important meeting. The auction house boss sprints away, leaving the father-son duo to hang out. The old man has officially leveled up to the solid orange stage, but weirdly, the beast core didn't shatter even after he drained it. He tosses it back to his son and thanks the kid for the massive assist. Later on, Arthur is staring at the item, completely stumped on why the jewel didn't disintegrate. It's only when he goes AFK in his mind and sees the image of the beast that he realizes the thing is still technically alive. Let's break down the lore on beast wills. These things are absolute units that give the user a massive stat boost. You only get them when a high-level monster passes on its will, so Arthur gets excited about the idea of dual-wielding beast souls. He tests the theory by meditating and trying to sync up with this terrifying Elderwood guardian. Suddenly his body gets wrapped in this glowing purple aura. Sylvia's will flares up and scares the pants off the giant plant monster, confirming one major detail for Arthur. These 2 beast wills absolutely hate each other, which explains why his dad couldn't absorb the whole crystal. The kid remembers compatibility is a huge factor here, and now he knows exactly who needs to inherit this loot. He can't help but wonder how Tess is holding up, and just like that, the next few days zoom by. He stuck to his training grind and chilled with the family, acting like just another regular kid. Cut to Ellie barging in to wake her bro for grub, only to find him passed out cold. He's mumbling in his sleep about some big announcement day and Mom's downstairs waiting for them to get their act together. Ellie loses her patience and decides the best alarm clock is a full-force body slam, absolutely rocking his world. Arthur roasts her for having zero chill and being unladylike, but Ellie just tells him to shut his trap and get some food. She bounces out humming a happy little tune, leaving our boy wondering why his sister wakes up and chooses violence every single morning. Fast forward a bit, Elijah and Arthur decide to hit the town and check out some shops. While our main man is pinching pennies like his life depends on it, Elijah is walking around with a full wallet. Arthur tells his bond to tail Elijah while he goes to politic with the inventor. Later, he and Vincent pull up to the spot, but the inventor's creepy butler jump scares the soul out of them. Hymus is leading the tour when Arthur gets hit by a funk so nasty it stops him dead in his tracks. The old butler basically tells him he's asking the wrong question. It's not about what smells, it's about finding the one thing in there that doesn't smell. Then the inventor pops out looking like a literal zombie in rags who hasn't seen a bar of soap in 200 years. He starts raging instantly, but cools his jets once he realizes it's just Vincent paying a visit. Gideon the inventor starts venting about how much he hates people mentioning he's already had to deal with over 12 messengers from the royal family bugging him. They're all trying to twist his arm into traveling across the ocean for his skills. Arthur asks why they'd even bother, which just makes the old guy even more salty. Anyway, Gideon wants the 411 on the little pipsqueak Vincent dragged in with him. The kid steps up and introduces himself with manners smoother than butter. He drops the name of the prestigious Lei Win family and claims to be a huge fan of Gideon's work, but the inventor is still fuming that Vincent brought a babysitting gig to his doorstep. The guy absolutely hates the idea of taking on a disciple. But the auction house owner chimes in, pointing out it was the kid who insisted on crashing the party. Arthur seizes the moment to let him know he's got a proposition and is ready to make moves. Basically, so this musty old grump won't have to make the trip solo. Gideon actually listens, so Arthur grabs a chart and starts sketching like a mad genius. Gideon scoffs, writing off the drawings as Kid scribbles until his brain actually processes what he's looking at, and he gets hit with a massive reality check. His expression gets deadly serious as he realizes he's looking at blueprints for a steam-powered engine running on external fuel. It's a concept so big-brained that even the great inventor himself hadn't cooked it up yet. But even with a game-changing idea like that, he can tell there's a crucial piece of the puzzle missing. Arthur admits he left out the secret sauce on purpose, but he'd be happy to spill the beans for a price. Once they wrap up the negotiations, the inventor realizes this smiling kid is playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. He shakes off the shock and tells Hymus to bring out the good stuff. A chest pops open, revealing a massive crystallized diamond shining like a star. But Arthur looks at it like it's a piece of glass. Totally unimpressed. Gideon hypes it up, saying, this rare gem is worth a fortune and can store 5 times its mass in mana, but Arthur gives it a hard pass. Since the kid clearly doesn't care, Gideon decides to bring out the big guns, dumping a pile of legendary loot on the table. He even pulls out a mirror so rare he's never shown it to a single living soul before. But the kid coldly rejects every single offer, shocking the inventor so bad he drops the mirror in disbelief. Good thing the butler has quick reflexes and caught it, or that priceless artifact would have been toast. Vincent is just standing there watching Arthur curve the great inventor over and over again. It gets so crazy that Gideon is practically throwing treasure at our boy, begging him to just take something, anything. Vincent's brain is broken at this point. Feeling cornered, the inventor realizes he has to play his ace the pendants. The butler tries to remind him how expensive those are, but Gideon has officially snapped. He dashes off and comes back a second later clutching 2 fancy boxes. He snaps them open for dramatic effect, revealing the sickest pendants ever made stuff fit for a king. Arthur inspects the goods and realizes it's forged from a phoenix worm core. He drops that knowledge bomb and Gideon looks like his head is about to explode. Even Vincent was in the dark on that one. Gideon explains that phoenix worms are S-class mana beasts, basically as rare as legendary dragons. They're famous for their ability to preserve their very existence, which is exactly the power they trapped inside these pendants. This concept is straight fire because the phoenix worm has this insane defense mechanism. When things get dicey, it manifests a magical barrier around its owner like a personal force field. But the real kicker, that's what goes down once that shield gets smashed. It guzzles all that stored mana in a split second, yeeting the wearer straight to the safest spot on the map. In their head, it's basically the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. Arthur, being the tactical genius he is, immediately asks for the cooldown stats and how many charges this bad boy holds. The inventor shrugs, not 100% sure, but he burned through 5 Phoenix Beast cores to make it. We're talking top-tier S-rank loot here, people. After doing some quick finger math, he figures the gadget is tough enough to handle exactly 2 triggers. Arthur's brain goes straight to his mom and little sis. Since this thing is literally a lifesaver, he remembers these toys were originally custom-ordered for the royals. Gideon nods, confirming the royal family was the one signing the checks and providing the raw materials. But honestly, he couldn't care less about the politics. All he wants is Arthur's brain blast and to know what the kid's endgame is. Arthur puts on his best poker face, claiming he just needs a killer birthday present for his sister. But Gideon isn't buying what he's selling. He can smell the cap from a mile away. Then the kid drops the hammer. He's not spilling the tea on his designs unless Gideon reveals his own cards first. Gideon just snorts, figuring it's a waste of breath since the big public announcement is dropping soon anyway. But Arthur shuts that down, pointing out that public PR speeches are usually fluff. He wants the raw, unedited version straight from the source. The old man starts wondering if he should just bail on the whole pendant trade. He's debating spilling the beans, but Arthur is stuck like glue to his demands, refusing to give even an inch of ground. Gideon is practically on his knees, begging the kid to settle for just one shiny necklace instead of the pair. Arthur just hits him with a devilish grin, sparks up a flame in his palm, and holds it dangerously close to the blueprint like, "Oops, did I do that?" The inventor realizes this kid isn't playing games. Vincent jumps in to play referee, swearing the boy is good for his word. Finally, Gideon waves the white flag and grudgingly hands over the goods to the kid. Then he drops the bomb. Just last year, they started taking the crazy theory of a second continent seriously. Arthur is totally floored by this intel. Vincent is shaking his head, realizing the rumors were legit. A royal staffer had leaked it to him but swore him to absolute secrecy. But hearing it straight from Gideon's mouth, that seals the deal. The kid goes deep into think mode and asks for receipts. Gideon looks almost insulted that Arthur thinks they'd make claims without backup. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he plops down in his chair to break it all down piece by piece. Turns out a few years back they looted a bizarre gadget off a high-level mana beast. It was unlike anything on their map. This thing had active camo totally vanishing into the background. Vincent's jaw hits the floor, wondering how they even managed to tag something invisible. Pure dumb luck, honestly. Some adventurer was trying to snipe a squirrel and accidentally 360 no-scoped the bird instead. Strapped to the bird was a device so complex it made the great inventor's brain hurt just looking at it. The function of the device is top secret eyes only for the royal bloodline. Arthur isn't having it and threatens to torch the blueprints again. Gideon is practically steaming at the ears. Gideon cracks and spills the gadget record's high-def video and photos like it's nothing. Vincent thinks that's smoking gun evidence. Arthur, however, plays devil's advocate, arguing any decent local tinkerer could have built it. The auction boss steps in, reminding Arthur he's standing in front of literally the best gear crafter on the planet. Gideon isn't just good, he's the GOAT of this entire continent. Yet our kid protagonist is throwing major shade at the guy's skills. This causes Gideon to snap, screaming that if he can't build it, nobody on this continent can. He is the benchmark. Arthur points out how sketchy the royal family's logic is. Basing the existence of a whole new world just on Gideon being unable to reverse engineer a toy seems like a stretch. The inventor nods but adds a twist. The spy cam had footage of all 3 kingdoms, which makes things way messier. Arthur stays cool as a cucumber, which drives Gideon nuts. The old man starts ranting about the threat of OP mages and tech geniuses from across the pond. The kid confirms he knows the stakes, but he's not interested in ghost stories and what-ifs. He's ready to show how his steam engine tech could be the key to proving whether this mystery land is real or fake. Later on, Vincent notes that Gideon looks happier than a kid in a candy store. Ever since he got his hands on those blueprints, the big boss at the auction house was totally stumped. He couldn't even imagine a steam engine swole enough to push a Titanic-sized ship across the pond. Arthur's just thinking, classic. The people in this world are so hooked on mana, they've completely slept on the power of actual technology. While Vincent is busy yapping away about his own drama, Arthur totally tunes him out. He's too busy daydreaming about how easy it would be to twist that harmless tech into a super weapon for his squad. Still, the idea that there's a whole second continent out there, yeah, that definitely gets his blood pumping. Sylvie hits him up on the mental hotline to say she's coming to meet him, and Big Glasses Boy, aka Vincent. Meanwhile, Elijah wraps up his shopping spree and links back up with the crew. He is absolutely dying to hear the big announcement about the unification. Arthur knows for a fact that this whole unification thing is tied to that newly discovered continent. Then Vincent starts acting all mysterious like he's got the inside scoop already. Suddenly, Elijah spots some serious drama going down nearby. Right in front of them, some poor kid is getting absolutely stomped into the pavement begging for mercy. The aggressor is a total piece of trash who hates dwarves and mocks the kid for using mana to defend himself. He orders the victim to drop his shield, but the kid refuses to budge. So the punk swings his pipe to beat him down, but Elijah tackles the fool out of nowhere and rushes to check on the victim. The bully, who has a forehead that rivals Mount Everest, gets up and backhands Elijah across the face, sending his specs flying. The jerk is offended they ruined his fun. Vincent tries to play the responsible adult and says to call the guards before this turns into a total dumpster fire. But Arthur grabs his hand and shuts that down immediately because he is absolutely seeing red. Elijah is on the hit list now. But Arthur can't just blast them with magic or they'll all end up in deep water. He keeps his cool even when one of the bullies clocks the Darv Kingdom logo on Elijah's uniform. They're shocked by the discovery. The bully grabs Elijah by the hair and asks if he jumped in just to save one of his own kind. Elijah is in a bad spot and definitely losing this scrap, but suddenly Arthur rolls up from behind wielding a pipe of his own. These guys can't believe they've run into yet another annoyance today. But the way Arthur is walking up on them, yeah, I have a feeling these dudes are going to need an express ride to the ER. Meanwhile, Curtis is bummed they have to travel undercover without their parents. Their bodyguard mentions that the event is locked down tight, so there's zero stress since he's their ultimate shield. They're just trying to respect Princess Kathleen's wish to stay under the radar. She wasn't even planning on showing up, but tagged along because her brother was so interested. Curtis thinks it's practically a miracle a girl like her survived the shark tank of the royal family. He teases that he thought she'd just be locked in a library 24/7. She claps back, reminding him that he only invited her because his buddy bailed on him. Curtis is regretting leaving his bond behind, which, if you guys remember, is a super rare lion manor beast. Unfortunately, the beast is the size of a minivan and isn't exactly house-trained for this gig yet. Curtis tries to get Kathleen's approval on the beast, but she's busy staring someone down. That someone just happens to be our main boy. Back to the action, Vincent is freaking out, fearing for the kids' lives. He thinks this is the day Arthur finally snaps and becomes a murderer, so he jumps in front to try and handle the situation. The bullies respond by calling him an old fart. Now he's pissed because he's legitimately trying to save their skins. The disrespect is real. Arthur calls Vincent's name and with an innocent but terrifying smile asks him to step aside. A chill shoots down Vincent's spine and he immediately clears a path for the boy. He's already accepted that these punks are dead meat. Mr. Greenhair decides he wants to play hero. He steps up first pipe in hand only to get absolutely folded with a strike so devastating it leaves the rest of his crew frozen in shock. The blonde one decides he wants a piece of our boy next. He walks up to Arthur, flexing his fancy sword skills and oozing overconfidence, showing off some technique his daddy taught him. But Arthur's eyes cut right through the fakes, tracking every twitch. The kid tries a deceptive feint before unleashing an ultra-fast lunge strike. Yes, that is literally what he calls it. 0 points for creativity, by the way. Arthur stands his ground and dodges at point-blank range like the concept of fear doesn't even exist in his dictionary. He stares the kid down, then merely slaps him back, shattering the pipe with brute force. Even though the weapon was reinforced with mana, it snapped like a twig. Arthur is absolutely brimming with confidence to finish this fight, using only these hands. The group's leader instantly calls him cocky, but this dude has no clue what kind of train wreck is about to hit him. This guy possesses a move called Trident's Fist, a punch way nastier than your average hook. He's hoping to remind Arthur of his place in the food chain. But as the kid walks up with ice in his veins, you can see the sheer terror in those guys' eyes. They're practically shaking in their boots. He can't wrap his head around how a shrimp like Arthur is putting out a scarier vibe than his own dad on a bad day. Still, he tries to swing on him, only for Arthur to feed him a knuckle sandwich and absolutely fold him like laundry. Dude gets an instant facial rearrangement as he kisses the pavement hard. He scrambles back up, juicing his next attack with magic and dumping the whole tank at once. But boom, a wall of ice blocks it cold. A raven-haired baddie steps onto the scene to save the day. It's Princess Kathleen. Quick time out for some lore on Kathleen's mindset before this. She looked at Arthur as just another annoying brat, kind of like her loudmouth brother and his crew. At least, that's what she told herself, even though she couldn't keep her eyes off him. Maybe that's when it clicked that he wasn't just some immature kid she could brush off. Arthur was built different, and she steps up, freezing the whole scene in its tracks. Her brother Curtis also jumps in, acting all high and mighty, asking what the beef is, and the bullies instantly start trembling. They hit the deck faster than a dropped beat, bowing down and begging for mercy with some pathetic excuses. These punks claimed they were just chilling and minding their own business. You know, just shooting the breeze when this crazy peasant supposedly jumped them for zero reason. Obviously, this steaming pile of lies has Elijah fuming. But before Elijah can even defend himself, the loudmouth cuts in, flipping the script to claim that they are actually the victims here. Meanwhile, Elijah is helping the little dwarf homie get back on his feet. Looking at the battered kid, even Kathleen can smell the cap these guys are lying through their teeth. Their story has more holes than Swiss cheese, especially regarding the injured dwarf, but her brother is a bit slow on the uptake and buys their story hook, line and sinker. He starts grilling our boy, asking if the bully's fairy tale is actually true. But Arthur isn't here to play 20 questions with a clown who can't spot a lie right in front of his face. The bullies on the ground see a glimmer of hope when they realize Arthur is giving the cold shoulder to the prince. They figure Arthur is absolutely cooked now for disrespecting royalty. The bodyguard knight tries to step up and stop Arthur from walking away after dissing the prince like that. But my guy Arthur snatches the knight's hand and drops a sorry that sounds colder than the Arctic. He makes it crystal clear that his vocabulary gets a little trashy whenever he hears absolute garbage coming out of someone's mouth. Arthur's grip is so vice-like that the knight is left standing there, questioning his entire existence. Before this turns into a total brawl, Vincent jumps in to run damage control. He clarifies that what Arthur meant to say is that the guys on the floor are lying through their teeth. The prince is shook to see Vincent there. Vincent quickly explains they were heading to the plaza when they caught these goons beating up the dwarf kid, and just to drive the point home, the beat-up dwarf kid coughs up some red stuff, making it painfully obvious he's wrecked. The prince finally directs his anger at the bullies and asks for names. The leader introduces himself as Jamu, the heir to House Trident. As soon as the prince hears that big-shot family name, he freezes up completely. Even though Jamu is clearly guilty, the prince remembers the politics. House Trident donates massive bags of gold to the kingdom and the academy, so he doesn't want to rock the boat. The prince is stuck between a rock and a hard place, totally unsure of the play. Kathleen knows these guys need to get wrecked, but before she can drop the hammer, her brother interrupts. Ignoring his sister's vibe, he tells everyone to just hug it out and move on. His logic: nobody died, so no harm, no foul, right? Jamu the jerk expected this. His daddy's money makes him basically bulletproof in this town. But we all know Arthur isn't about to let this slide. He turns to Uncle Vincent and asks if he's still got that magic communication scroll. The second Arthur grabs it, he speed dials Cynthia Goodsky without hesitation. Jamu laughs it off, thinking Arthur is a total clown for trying to tattle to the director. At first, Cynthia sounds super salty, assuming it's just Vincent bothering her again, but then she does a total 180. The second she clocks Arthur's voice on the comms scroll, she flips the switch from grumpy to bestie mode. Honestly, she sounds kind of thirsty. Every single person standing behind Arthur is just shook, looking around like, what is actually happening right now? Arthur doesn't play games though. He cuts right to the chase and tells his old pal to kick Jamu Trident and his whole squad out of school for being racist bullies and popping off lethal spells in town. In the beginning, all the perps start shaking in their boots, totally freaking out about the hammer that's about to drop on them. But then Cynthia hits them with a casual, "So what's the tea, what did Jamu do?" And for a hot second, Jamu thinks he might actually wiggle out of this. He figures even if Arthur the peasant is tight with the boss, there is no way she picks him over the family bankrolling her entire academy. So our boy Jamu gets cocky and tries to flex, hinting he might take his talents and his tuition money elsewhere. Yeah, that was the absolute wrong move to make with the director. She doesn't even blink. She sides with Arthur, immediately drops the banhammer, and officially expels Jamu and his crew right then and there. Later on, the prince pulls up on Arthur to apologize for acting like a jerk earlier, admitting he was way too easily manipulated for a royal. Arthur keeps it real too, saying sorry for letting his temper get the best of him back there. Surprisingly, the prince is chill about it. He actually rates Arthur for standing on business and not backing down. Big noble house or not, the prince is just stoked. Those clowns won't be stinking up Xyrus Academy anymore. Afterwards, the prince hops back in the carriage with his sister and mutters to himself that Arthur is definitely one weird dude. Like he's a solid guy for sure, but the vibes are just off. His sister isn't listening to any of that though. She just pops up out of nowhere and invites Arthur to grab tea with her. Since they're meeting at school anyway, our MC has zero reason to say no, so he simply agrees to the date. Meanwhile, Elijah is lurking in the background, absolutely green with envy that the princess actually asked Arthur out. Even her brother is totally floored, seeing his usually ice-cold sister actually simping for someone for a change. By this point, a massive mob has formed, all hyped to hear this major announcement everyone's been whispering about. None of them realize they're seconds away from finding out there is a whole other continent out there. Arthur is kind of excited to see everyone lose their minds over the news, but one detail is really eating at him. The fact that these outsiders have been spying on Dickathan using stealthed-out mana beasts and secret recording gadgets. You don't go to those lengths unless you're scared stiff of Dickathan or you're plotting something seriously shady. Now Arthur is second-guessing if he messed up by speeding up Dickathan's ability to travel to this new land. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise, though. If those guys across the ocean are looking for a fight, Dickathan might be able to punch first before they get sucker punched. His mum snaps him out of his daze, spotting his gloomy face, but he quickly tells her he's all good. She gives him a sweet look and says even though she's going to stress about him forever, she won't stop him from chasing his dreams. Arthur wanted to promise she'd never have to worry, but he knew he couldn't lie to her face like that. So he just smiles and thanks her for having his back right before a squad of mages steps up. They blast some magic to project a massive holographic screen, making sure every person in the crowd has a front row view of the king. The king steps up to the mic, metaphorically speaking, and kicks things off by introducing the other VIP leaders standing with him. Then he drops the bomb about why they're all there, talking about the beef between humans and elves that's been going on forever. Even the dwarves have just been treated like business contacts until now, but they're trying to change the whole vibe. He spills the beans that he and the other bosses from their different races have been meeting up constantly for years, trying to get everyone on the same page. Just 2 years back, they made a huge power move by letting all three races team up as adventurers. He says it genuinely warms his heart seeing squads of humans, elves and dwarves grinding together on quests. Last year, they unlocked another major achievement. Xyrus Academy opened its doors to students from the kingdoms of Eleanor and Darv, officially mixing the pot. Finally, the new wave of wizards can vibe together and make core memories without the old heads keeping them separated. Like a total boss, he gets that his squad knows it is tough to switch up the flow after centuries of beef. But he's doubling down on one thing: it is high time for everyone to drop the baggage and kick that old school hate to the curb permanently. Sticking to those boomer perspectives, not gonna cut it. We need to level up our thinking for the sake of the kids and the future of the whole server. The whole crowd seems to be totally vibing with the king's big brain energy. Next up, Aldwin the elf boss grabs the mic to drop some bars of his own. He starts off saying he is super hyped to represent the squad on this legendary day. He is totally down with King Glada's flow about where the continent is headed. But hold up, even though they definitely share the same vision. Aldwin admits their own backyard Dickathan is still full of Easter eggs and hidden zones. Some spots are so sketchy that nobody even dares to go farm XP there. But what if the map is bigger than we thought? Like, way bigger, mysteries and boss-level threats just past the border. Boom! He drops the bomb. They found receipts for a whole other continent. The chat goes wild. People are losing their minds, shouting over each other like a chaotic lobby. Arthur figured the NPCs would glitch out like this, but the Elf King jumps in to chill everyone out. He is like, yo, relax, we do not have the full wiki on this yet, leaving a lot of questions. On red. But here is the tea, there is a new map out there, stacked with mystery adventure and, yeah, probably some danger. He adds that it looks like they tried to slide into our DMs too. But the tech tree on both sides is not maxed out enough to cross that massive ocean yet. Then the Dwarf King stands up to steal the show, asking for some quiet in the chat. Like they said, info is scarce. But in this sketchy era, one thing is 100% facts. Sticking together is the meta strategy for the continent and its future. Fighting each other is total trash tier. We might look different and argue, but do not forget the main quest. We all spawned right here in Dickathan, and he is proud of that origin story. He hopes the next gen feels the same vibe. He asks the crowd if they are with him. For a hot second, everyone goes AFK, just processing the thought. Then the applause hits like a bass drop. They are fully on board with the plan. Merging the three kingdoms is going to be a massive long-term grind. To keep this crucial process from crashing, 6 MVPs are going to be appointed for the job. These guys are the creme de la creme, handpicked by the royals for being smart, strong, and total badasses. They are going to rep all 3 races on a global scale. Their main quest: defend and safeguard the server that is Dickathan. They will be teaming up with the admins of the continent to keep our home base safe. Entering this new arc, these guys are going to be known as the 6 Lancers. Each lance is like a symbol of the Alliance, not just for their guild, but for everyone. To flex their status, they get a custom ring that everyone across Dickathan will recognize. First up is Alea Triscan, then Varaore. Next is Alfred Warrand, then Aya Greffen Mika Earthborn, and finally Byron Wykes. Hearing that name hit Elijah like a sudden lag spike. Even Arthur looks salty, and the tension around him is thick enough to cut with a knife. Seeing a member of the Wykes family on stage is a serious reality check for Arthur. Lucas Wykes, that snake who got their party wiped, used his daddy's money and connections to get out of jail free. Arthur knew that trying to gank Lucas now would be straight up game over. And right behind that loser was his big bro, a cracked mage, who is now holding the title of a lance. It messes up his strat, but Arthur decides to bench it for now, since he has side quests to handle like his sister's birthday. He is all set for the event. Looking crisp in a suit, he tells Sylvie to camp in the room for the night when she tries to tag along. There could be snakes in the grass. At Ellie's birthday bash, watching his every move, so he isn't taking any chances. He tells his little sidekick to chill, swearing someone is going to secure the bag, literally a bag of food for her. Just the mention of grub is enough to hype the little munchkin up. Vibe check passed, they wave peace out and keep it moving. Night falls, and the mansion goes full party mode. Arthur is posted up at the front door like the host with the most dapping everyone up as they roll in. Meanwhile, Elijah, thinking he's got that unspoken Riz, is in the corner, trying to chat up a total baddie. Dude wastes 0 seconds and goes straight for the kill, asking if she wants to grab a bite later. But then, classic Elijah kicks in. He fumbles the bag and dumps his drink all over his fit. The girl nopes out of there faster than you can say awkward. Arthur hits a 180 immediately. He's dodging eye contact hard because witnessing that level of cringe might actually be lethal. But yo, it's time for the main event. Mom's got the birthday girl's eyes covered for the big reveal. They step into the living room and boom. Mum drops the hands to let Eleanor see what's popping. It's the whole squad. Arthur, the fam, the homies. Everyone who matters is locked in to celebrate her big day. Big bro steps up to the plate and asks his little sis for a dance. Classy move. Eleanor is shook. She didn't see this coming from him at all. Meanwhile, Pops gives the signal to the band to drop the beat. The second the melody hits, the siblings start flowing across the floor like pros. They are absolutely slaying it. The whole crowd is just standing there with their jaws on the floor, totally mesmerized. Then we spot a wildcard entry. It's Gideon. Of course, even at a party, this nerd wants to talk shop with Arthur. Zero chill. Cut to the outside where a carriage pulls up looking bougie as heck. That thing screams, old money. No prizes for guessing who's inside. It's gotta be Tessia. But plot twist, she doesn't even step out. She's just doing a drive-by gifting because she knows today is all about Arthur's little sister. Tessia is a real one for that. She refuses to steal the thunder. She just has her help run the present to the door. All right, let's circle back to the mad scientist Gideon pulling Arthur aside for a little one-on-one. Arthur's praying this dude didn't crash a birthday bash just to work, but Gideon swears he's innocent. He even brought a present for the birthday girl. Still, Arthur cuts to the chase, asking the #1 gadget guru of Dickathan what brings him out of his cave. Gideon, looking salty as usual, drops the bomb. The big wigs approved the blueprint design he tweaked, and they're already building the thing. By the way, the Council is the fancy new rebrand for the kings and queens of Dickathan, since they decided to ditch the whole absolute monarchy over 3 kingdoms vibe. Arthur gives him props, telling him he definitely deserves a fat bonus for pulling that off. But Gideon's like, cash and clout, please. What he really craves is something the Council can't even put a price tag on. Out of nowhere, a mob of fanboys swarms Gideon, leaving Arthur standing there lost in the source of his own thoughts. While he's zoning out, he hears a familiar voice. It's Lilia hollering at him. Girl is wheezing because she literally sprinted here, apologizing profusely for being tardy to the party. Arthur tells her it's all good. Her folks already spilled the tea about how swamped she is being the student council secretary. But anyway, he gives her a proper hello since it's been a hot minute since they hung out. Standing toe-to-toe, Lilia realizes he's had a massive growth spurt. They chop it up for a bit, and Arthur's actually stoked to see how much she's leveled up too. Gone is the kid who used to duck her parents to grub with the maids and butlers. She's turned into a total boss. Lilia shoots him a salty look, thinking he's roasting her about her old secret hideouts. But Arthur's dead serious about how far she's come. The girl who used to panic about her future is now crushing it at the most elite academy in Dickerthen. And judging by all the dudes throwing thirsty glances her way while they talk, she's definitely Mr. Popularity now. But oops, she lets the mask slip. Lilia accidentally blurts out that she's single, practically dropping a hint. But our boy Arthur dents as a brick wall. He completely misses the signal. Instead, he chirps up saying he'll happily screen any guy she brings home, warning her that he's going to be a tougher critic than her own dad. Needless to say, Lilia is absolutely wrecked. Realizing she's deep in the friend zone breaks her heart. Just as the awkwardness peaks, Gideon crashes the chat. Lilia does a quick courtesy bow to the senior and dips out, leaving Arthur and Gideon to handle their business. Gideon can't help but notice that Arthur is basically a magnet for the ladies everywhere he goes. Lilia is crushing hard on the kid, so Gideon asks if Arthur is going to make a move or just leave her hanging. Our boy shuts that down immediately, claiming she's just hyped because he saved her life, so it's gratitude, not actual romance. In Arthur's head, she's just caught up in that classic damsel falls for the hero vibe. He figures once she grows up a bit, she'll realize those feelings aren't the real deal. Gideon thinks it's honestly gross how clinically Arthur dissects human emotions like a science experiment. Anyway, Arthur knows Gideon didn't come here for dating tips, so he asks the old man what the real tea is. Gideon admits he wants to flex the massive budget and influence the council gave him to snag something rare. And obviously that something is full access to Arthur's brain, which immediately makes our hero regret everything. Arthur was already feeling sketchy about handing over those steam engine blueprints because he didn't want to mess up the timeline too much. The continent was doing just fine without an industrial revolution. Seeing Arthur hesitate just convinces Gideon that the kid is hiding even wilder tech that could flip the world upside down. Arthur finds it kinda terrifying how Gideon selectively hears only the parts that benefit his mad science experiments. The guy basically filters out everything except what he wants to hear. So Arthur gives him the cold shoulder, making it clear he's not a toy, which prompts Gideon to offer a business deal. He promises not to bug Arthur for world-breaking inventions anymore, provided he can just pick his brain occasionally. In exchange, he'll be Arthur's personal sugar daddy for any rare artifacts or materials he needs. It's a killer deal with zero downsides, so Arthur shakes on it without missing a beat. Cut to Ellie, who is currently tearing through her birthday loot like a tornado. Arthur spots a weird-looking package in the pile, and when Ellie rips it open, a letter falls out. While Arthur reads the note, Ellie pulls out a sick bow and arrow set with a distinctly elven design. Arthur is clueless about the sender, but the audience knows it's definitely a care package from Tessia. Ellie immediately puts her hand out like, "Pay up, bro," so Arthur drops 2 fancy jewelry boxes, one for her, one for Mom. She pops the lid to reveal that legendary phoenix feather necklace Arthur hustled from Gideon. These aren't just for drip, they're high-level protective gear to keep them safe if he or Dad aren't around. Mom is totally floored by the luxury, while Dad proudly brags that these are limited edition one-of-one items. Arthur clips the pendant around his sister's neck and hits her with a super warm happy birthday. Later on, we cut to a secret underground facility where Arthur is walking side by side with Gideon. This area is super VIP, strictly off limits to anyone who isn't a council member. But Arthur has the golden ticket. While they chat, Gideon suddenly realizes he totally ghosted Arthur's birthday. It has been 4 months since Ellie's party, and time has just been flying by. But better late than never, Gideon whips out a long overdue present for our protagonist. Arthur tears into the box and finds exactly the gadget he's been thirsting over for ages. He starts thanking the eccentric genius, but Gideon insists this is trash compared to the steam engine logic Arthur dropped on him. However, Gideon is still scratching his head about why Arthur needs to be so secretive about his manner. Specifically, why the kid feels the need to cloak not 1, but 2 entire elemental affinities. Gideon jokingly asks if he's some kind of 4-element freak of nature, and the awkward silence confirms that yes, he actually is. Gideon nearly chokes on his own spit when the realization hits him like a truck. It finally clicks that Arthur needed that bracelet specifically to hide at half his power level. He's confused why Arthur is spilling the beans now, but our boy doesn't shy away from the truth. Basically, the more Gideon realizes Arthur is a prodigy, the more free loot and favors Arthur can squeeze out of him. Gideon buys the story, but the secret is so insane he still has doubts. Being a quad mage is world-defying stuff, so he wants a live demo, and Arthur is more than happy to flex. Anyway, Arthur is hyped about how fast the ship construction is moving, and Gideon beams with pride. He promises the ride will be ready to roll by the time Arthur packs his bags for his first day of school. The Decatheus launches in a couple of days, and as Arthur walks alone, he realizes that old geezer has zero chill when it comes to speed. Whipping up a whole steamship in a few months? That is straight up insane. If the new map is as hardcore as the rumors say, Arthur can't half-step his training with the gadget Gideon gave him. He needs to grind his wind and earth stats until they match his fire and water levels. While he is zoning out, Arthur accidentally bumps into this absolute unit of a dude who has 2 girls hanging off him. Arthur clocks that this guy is just a background NPC and decides to keep it moving. But the dude won't shut his trap and actually has the nerve to grab Arthur's head. Arthur can ignore the trash talk, but touching the hair, that is a hard foul. Arthur hits him with a death stare that makes the guy flinch. He is salty that some random kid stepped to a Xyrus Academy professor. Hearing that this jerk is actually faculty makes Arthur pause, while the guy keeps flexing his title and roasting him. Arthur casually drops the pendant he swiped off the guy, leaving the jerk completely shook. To that dude, it looked like the kid didn't even twitch. Like, how did he even snag that chain? Arthur gets home and immediately gets glomped by his sister and the fur baby, but he floats them with wind magic to save his skin, asking where the rents are. Ellie goes, they are in the living room with Elijah checking out a package. The Xyrus Academy drop just landed for Elijah and Arthur. It is the official uniform swag. Just seeing the box makes it official, and the vibe hits Arthur different. He went from orphan to king baby to adventurer, and now he is finally just a student. He can't even imagine what this server has left to teach him, and boom, that is a wrap on Season 3, fam. Season 4 kicks off with Arthur getting dressed while Elijah is already up and ready to roll. While Arthur suits up, Elijah asks why he picked Xyrus Academy just to play nerd as a scholar mage. Arthur claims he just wants to nerd out on magic theory. Elijah counters that he could have just taken electives instead of making it his whole personality. PvP against kids isn't Arthur's thing, plus he is still signed up for battle classes anyway. Elijah gets it, but he knows the battle jocks usually trash talk the scholar nerds. He is actually worried Arthur might send half the class to the ER for disrespecting him. Arthur finishes his fit check and promises he will try not to start drama. They hit the dining room for breakfast, but Ellie is salty because she wants to go to Xyrus too. Seeing her big bro in that elite drip is making the FOMO worse. After eating, the boys are ready to dip, so Arthur makes sure to give his parents a solid hug before hopping in the carriage. He shows his sister some love too, playfully messing up her hair. Arthur reminds them to keep those pendants equipped at all times, and the ladies show they are already rocking them. The dad doesn't want to be left hanging, so he asks if there are any final words for him. Arthur just smirks and tells the old man, just try not to torch the house while I'm gone. They pull up to the academy, and the place is absolutely popping with new students. Some kids are pulling up on actual monster mounts. A senior steps up to control the crowd, telling everyone to form a single line in front of the big white building. You can't skip the entrance ceremony, so everyone hits the desk to verify their ID. When Arthur steps up, the receptionist looks totally shook. She sees he is dual-wielding earth and wind magic, freaks out for a sec, then waves him through. The auditorium is packed like a sardine can with 0 empty seats. Arthur and Elijah squeeze through the mob and finally manage to snag a couple of seats. Moments later, the big boss director Good Sky makes a grand entrance. Her eagle eyes lock onto Arthur instantly, and she shoots him a cheeky little wink. With a single snap of her fingers, the cafeteria goes from a chaotic zoo to dead silent in a heartbeat. Arthur is totally shook by the power move she just pulled. He knew she was strong, but locking down the entire building. That is a whole new level of flexing. Finally, the ancient lady decides to spill the tea and start her speech. She kicks things off with a quick "my bad" for muting everyone like a Discord mod, claiming her old vocal cords need the assist. Instead of the usual boring snooze fest intro, she decides to switch up the flow and keep it spicy. Feeling extra proud because this year is hitting different, she drops some major news about the school's history. She reveals that since day one, this academy has never seen so many elves and dwarves pulling up to class as they have right now. So who is the best crew to roll out the red carpet? The student leaders, who are going to run this show, obviously. She asks for some hype for the Xyrus Academy Student Council, and the first 3 members slide onto the stage with total NPC energy nobody even cares. But then the last one walks in and instantly commands main character energy, snatching everyone's attention like a magnet. This person is so recognizable that even Sylvie starts tweaking with excitement. Arthur cracks a grin too, feeling all warm and fuzzy inside seeing Tesha after such a long time apart. Word on the street was that Tesha had been camping out on campus since last year, training directly under Director Goodsky. The crazy part is that the director is famous for ghosting anyone who asks for mentorship, so this is huge. That fact alone proves this girl is built different, absolute S-tier talent. As the squad lines up on the podium, Tesha grabs the mic and introduces herself as the Student Council President. First off, she gives major props to everyone for getting into the sickest mage school on the continent. Even though she is a freshman like the rest of them, she admits she has been lurking around the academy for a whole year already. During her gap year, she did not just learn about the classes and the vibes on campus. She also saw the ugly side scholars and majors getting hated on and facing some real toxic behavior. She calls out how people let something as dumb as a uniform difference create beef between them so easily. And she is low-key stressed about what race issues might do to this new wave of students standing in front of her. Tesha begs them to ditch the boomer mentality of the older generation. That old school hate is trash, especially now that the royal families have actually linked up to form the council. Everyone needs to get on that same wavelength for the future, and the crowd goes wild cheering for her straight fire speech. Sylvia's vibing too, looking super proud of her mama up on stage. Arthur does a double take like, "Mama since when?" Meanwhile, Elijah looks like he just got hit by a truck called Love at First Sight. Can't blame the guy though, because, to be fair, she is looking absolutely snatched. Post-speech. Everyone heads out to touch grass, but suddenly some dudes start roasting a short dwarf, and Elijah decides to play hero. Watching this go down, Arthur realizes Tesha has her work cut out for her with all this drama. Cleaning up this trash is going to be a nightmare, especially with this human Nicholas Drayle clowning the dwarf. The dwarf Bronson Boar isn't having it and demands a 1v1 to save face. Nicholas is down, instantly flashing the artifact on his uniform to make the duel official. Arthur clocks that those school gadgets create safety bubbles for fights, which is actually a pretty dope concept. As they square up, Elijah is on the sidelines hyping up Bronson like a personal cheerleader. Arthur scans their stats and notices Nicholas is a dark red core, while Bronson is a formidable black core augment. Bronson doesn't waste a second rushing in headfirst like a tank, ready to do damage. But Nicholas claps back with earth magic, summoning twin dirt blades out of nowhere. Elijah's jaw hits the floor, and even Arthur has to admit that move was clean. Moving earth with that kind of finesse as a red core noob is actually insane. It shows he is not just gifted, but has been grinding XP and training hard for years. Bronson blocks the earth blades with his massive axe, but Nicholas is plotting something shady. He tries to flank for a cheap shot, but the dwarf has mad reflexes and stays light on his toes. He knocks Nicholas back instantly, but the guy lands on his feet with a smirk that screams, "I am not done yet." Then he decides to go full dirty player mode. Nicholas throws literal debris in Bronson's eyes, blinding the poor dude with a pocket sand attack. Nicholas doesn't play with his food. He delivers a knockout punch that absolutely wrecks his helpless opponent. Just like that, the ego battle ends with Nicholas taking the win in the sketchiest, most toxic way possible. Even though the safety shield drops implying game over, Nicholas decides to go full psycho mode. This absolute trash bag starts snapping the poor kid's arm while he's already down for the count. But Elijah ain't about to let that slide without saying something. He gears up for his main character moment, but gets totally rug pulled when Arthur just yells for the student council president like a snitch. Nicholas freezes, looking around like a deer in headlights, trying to spot the boss. Meanwhile, Elijah is salty, loudly whining about how Arthur just ruined his epic entrance. He's barely finished venting when that jerk Nicholas grabs Arthur by the collar, clearly triggered by the trolling. Arthur keeps his chill meter at 100, casually telling the raging bully that being a bigot isn't exactly a vibe. Plus, the fight was already history way before he stepped in. Finally, Nicholas shoves Arthur aside and storms off, mumbling hateful trash like a sore loser. Arthur just shrugs it off, but then Sylvie decides to choose violence out of nowhere. She literally hocks a loogie right on the dude's neck. Emotional damage achieved. That's the final straw for Nicholas, who goes from 0 to nuclear meltdown instantly. But Arthur remains cool as ice, pointing at his furry companion like, "It was the furball, bro, not me." Before the bully can throw hands again, the student council squad rolls up on the scene. Ladies and gents, behold the student council, the ultimate authority, scarier than the IRS or the mob in this anime logic. While the vice president is yapping about rules and regulations, Tessia is totally zoning out, daydreaming about Arthur. She failed to spot him in the crowd earlier, and making her wonder if he ditched, even though Director Goodsky confirmed he was on campus. Now her brain is running a marathon of what-if scenarios on how to act. Like when she finally sees him, does she play hard to get or go full golden retriever energy? And what if he spots her first? The anxiety is real, folks. The vice president snaps her back to reality, asking if she's sick and offering to clear her schedule for the day. Tessia waves it off, claiming she's good until something catches her eye. It's Arthur, and he's looking right at her. The vice president follows her gaze and starts reading Nicholas's bio like a wiki page, even noting that the redhead standing next to the bully looks like fresh meet a first-year student. He adds, never seen him at the fancy parties, so he's definitely a broke commoner. Enter Lilia, another council member. Then both Tessia and Lilia notice Nicholas getting ready to throw down with Arthur. They both have the exact same thought. That bully is going to get absolutely deleted if he messes with Arthur. To stop a murder scene, Tessia jumps in, asking Nicholas if he's really stupid enough to start a fight here. Nicholas immediately backpedals, crying about how it's all a big misunderstanding. He claims he was just dueling Bronzin when some rude freshman interrupted. Arthur gives Tessia a casual sup wave. But before he can explain, Lilia cuts the mic and demands the tea on what actually happened. Seeing them interact, Tessia asks Lilia, "Wait, you know this guy?" Lilia spills the beans, explaining Arthur's dad worked for her family, so they're basically day one homies. Arthur decides to make it weird by adding, "Yeah, we've actually been roomies for a while now." Arthur is just trying to be honest, but Tessia's brain short-circuits. She cannot compute the living together part. Suddenly she's spiraling with 1,000 jealous questions. The vice president turns back to Nicholas, demanding an explanation for his clown behavior. He reminds Nicholas that getting interrupted isn't a valid excuse to pull a weapon on another student. Nicholas immediately tries to spin the narrative, claiming he was just trying to pull a prank to scare the dude and had zero intention of actually deleting him from the server. Even though the vice president smells the garbage coming from that excuse a mile away, he decides to let the kid off the hook this time. But the prez ain't about to let Nicholas slide on this one. Waving a weapon around when it's not an official duel, that is a straight-up violation of the handbook. She lays down the law, telling him that just flashing steel is enough to get him suspended, and if he actually touched anyone, being kicked out would be a walk in the park compared to what comes next. She gets up in his grill, asking what the heck he was thinking acting so crazy. Realizing he is cooked, Nicholas folds like a lawn chair. He mumbles a quick "my bad" for losing his cool, but tries to pin the blame on his beef with Arthur. Arthur, though, the guy is chilling completely unbothered. He doesn't even acknowledge the apology. Tessia steps up, telling Nicholas he is getting written up, but for now, he can scram. The rest of his goon squad sees the writing on the wall and scatters before they get dragged into the mess. Then Tessia spins around on Arthur, demanding to know why he is starting beef. And on the first date of classes, no less. She remembers her grandpa specifically telling her something about him. Arthur was supposed to keep it on the down low, but mopping the floor with an upperclassman is basically the opposite of staying invisible. Arthur looks pretty salty that she is treating this whole thing like a joke. He claps back that she is judging him off a 5-second clip without seeing the whole movie, insisting he wasn't trying to throw hands. Tessia stands her ground, saying it doesn't matter who started it. He should have thought about the fallout if things went totally sideways. Arthur doubles down, pointing out that Nicholas was about to absolutely wreck that random student. If he hadn't stepped in to run interference, that kid would have been toast, instead of just walking away with a few scrapes. Seeing the temperature rising, Elijah tries to get his buddy to take a chill pill. He whispers to just let it slide. The prez has a point, but Arthur is so done with everyone's drama that he just turns around to bounce. The VP isn't having that attitude, so he cuts him off and snaps, asking if Arthur was raised in a barn or something. Our main man just lets out a massive sigh, totally over people putting their paws on his shoulder all day. This just triggers Clive even harder. But before the poor guy can blink, Arthur drops this heavy aura that has everyone shaking in their boots. Next thing you know, Clive gets yeeted into the stratosphere and comes crashing down for a brutal faceplant. Lilia rushes over to where Clive is sprawled out like a starfish to see if he is still alive. Arthur is completely over it and just walks off. Even Tessia is too shook to stop him. Later that evening, Tessia is back in her dorm, literally banging her head against the wall because she fumbled the bag so hard. She is kicking herself right now. All she wanted was to look out for Arthur and keep him out of the hot seat. If he got busted, he would lose his library card and gym access stuff she knows he actually cares about. But then it hits her that she was totally biased back there. I mean, Arthur wasn't the one waving a sword around. Although, let's be real, the guy is basically a walking weapon of mass destruction anyway. But honestly, that drama is small potatoes compared to what is really bugging her. The real question is, why the heck is Arthur roommates with Lilia? She is getting salty just thinking about it and blames director Good Sky for this mess. If Good Sky hadn't forced her to be the student council pres, she wouldn't have to deal with all these boring politics. She could have just vibed with Arthur like old times without all the stiff formalities. Now the whole vibe is wrecked. Suddenly a sharp knock on the door snaps her out of her spiral. It's Clive. He is just checking in because she looked a little fried earlier. After that whole mess with the annoying freshman earlier, she doesn't even open the door. She just yells that she is good. As Clive walks off, Arthur is still living rent-free in her head. And you know what makes it worse? The dude somehow had a major glow-up and looks even better than before, which is making it impossible for her to stay mad. Now she is spiraling, convinced that half the girls in the academy are probably trying to get his number by now. The thought makes her panic and she lets out a scream loud enough to wake the dead. Clive definitely heard that as he was leaving. Meanwhile, we cut back to the boys just getting back to their crib. Elijah has to ask why Arthur got so pressed earlier since it's super rare to see him get that tilted. Now that he has had a second to think, Arthur realizes Tessia wasn't completely off base. Either way, he decides to yeet those negative vibes right out the window. What's done is done, and there's no point crying over spilled milk. Suddenly a knock rattles the door, and when Arthur pulls it open, surprise, surprise, it's the big boss herself, director Good Sky. Elijah is absolutely shook. His brain just cannot process that the legendary director Good Sky is actually standing in their dorm room. The poor dude starts spamming bows like a glitchy NPC, totally overwhelmed by the sheer clout radiating off her. Good Sky gives Elijah a nod, casually mentioning he's been on her radar, and she's heard he's actually pretty legit. While Elijah is practically ascending to heaven from the compliment, Arthur keeps it cool and invites the director inside. Once the door is shut, Good Sky reminds Arthur she told him to drop the formalities and call her Cynthia. But Arthur, keeping it real, hits her with a hard nope. Cynthia clocks the seal Arthur is rocking and notices it's only leaking wind and earth mana signatures. She figures out he's sandbagging his other two elements, which is clever, but honestly, she's a little salty about it. She was low-key, hoping to flex her little quadruple elemental prodigy to the whole world. Switching gears to campus life, a light bulb goes off for Arthur. He actually needs a favor from her. Basically, he wants to grind in the high-level mana theory classes, specifically the ones about deviants. Cynthia nods, saying it's a piece of cake, but she's scratching her head a bit. She thought his whole game plan for enrolling at the academy this late was to keep a low profile and blend in with the normies. Arthur sets the record straight. He's going to stack these advanced classes on top of his regular load like a total tryhard. He's just itching to unlock more info on deviant mana manipulation because he's hit a serious wall in his training recently. Anyway, Cynthia gives him the green light and promises she'll make it happen. She even offers to get him front row seats to watch the top-tier upperclassmen duke it out in mock battles, just as Arthur is about to grill her for details. Suddenly, Elijah re-enters the chat balancing some teacups. Cynthia takes the chance to quiz both of them on how much they know about the student council's setup. She drops a metaphor: if the student council is the shield protecting the school, then this year she's forging the swords. She stops beating around the bush. She wants Arthur to draft into the disciplinary committee. Obviously, this hits Arthur out of nowhere, but Cynthia clearly has a strategy here. She points to the drama he saw earlier, explaining that the disciplinary committee is basically the campus police force keeping the peace. Arthur isn't exactly sold on the gig right away. He questions if a fresh-faced first year should even be on the squad, plus his official class isn't even Battle Mage. But Cynthia shuts down the debate instantly. It's her server, her rules, end of story. Arthur sighs in defeat and figures he'll just go solo, planning to hit the library and teach himself. But Cynthia hits him with a reality check. Those books are locked content off limits to underclassmen and even most seniors. You basically need a certified deviant badge to check them out, which is a status Arthur can't exactly claim publicly right now. While Arthur is internally screaming, the woman lets out that crafty snake-like laugh of hers, leaving poor Elijah totally confused in the background. He's racking his brain, trying to figure out why the director is bantering with Arthur like they're old homies. Cynthia then breaks it down. Disciplinary committee members are drafted purely for their raw power. Joining would give Arthur a squad of strong peers to spar with and level up against just to sweeten the pot. She throws in access to a VIP training facility and drops a spicy detail: while scouting for the committee, she personally rejected Lucas. She left him on red even though House White specifically begged for his spot. Arthur is tracking with her logic, but he makes one condition: that training facility better be absolutely flooded with mana. Cynthia just smirks, flicks her wrist to use wind magic, and yeets a gift box straight at him. On her way out, she casually drops another bomb. She already took the liberty of getting his disciplinary committee uniform custom-tailored. As Arthur stares down at the threads, he feels totally played. He is exasperated that she was 10 steps ahead and knew he'd take the job before he even did. Before she ghosts, though, Cynthia pauses to give him one last piece of advice. Go patch things up with the student council president Tessia. It's bad vibes to hold a grudge against a childhood bestie after all, and with that she dips. That little nugget of info is the final straw for Elijah. He freezes up, completely crumbling under the weight of his own jealousy. Later that day, Arthur finally decides to come clean, hitting his bro with a heartfelt apology for keeping the whole Tessa situation on the down low. Elijah, on the flip side, starts having flashbacks to his own childhood bestie named Helgarth, except she is definitely not someone he is trying to slide into the DMs with. She's definitely not winning any beauty pageants, but what really grinds Elijah's gears is how Arthur seems to be linked to every A-list girl on campus. First it was Lilia, then Princess Kathleen hopped on the bandwagon, and now even Princess Tessa is in the mix. At the rate things are going, Elijah cracks a joke that Arthur's going to be sliding into the DMs of actual goddesses next. Arthur naturally claps back by reminding his salty single-for-life friend that he hasn't actually flirted with a single soul. That just makes Elijah hate him more, because it implies Arthur is some kind of accidental player pulling baddies just by existing with his main character energy. Suddenly, Arthur picks up on a weird vibe. A whole table of students is mean-mugging them hard with zero chill. And honestly, it's not just the haters at that one table. The whole cafeteria is practically glued to Arthur. Some are straight up staring holes through him. Looks like the word is out that he's the new heavy hitter on the disciplinary committee. But honestly, Arthur couldn't care less about the salty looks. He's just enjoying his 5 minutes of fame. They sit down to grub, but out of nowhere, a squad of students rolls up on Elijah. Leading the pack is Charles Ravenpaw, the runner-up heir to the big-shot Ravenpaw dynasty. Dude acts like his last name is a golden ticket. He's basically there to scout Elijah, telling him to ditch a loser like Arthur. Elijah, absolute legend that he is, pretends he misheard the name as Ravenpoop and starts cackling with his boy. He loudly wonders why any noble family would name themselves after bird turds, which is a valid question. Charles turns beet red, seeing them roast his legacy, and aggressively knocks Elijah's lunch tray off the table. He is absolutely triggered that a nobody would dare disrespect a highborn noble. But Elijah stands 10 toes down, making it obvious he isn't going to let anyone trash talk his best friend. While they're trading roasts, Charles decides to get physical and throws a sucker punch right at Arthur. Trying to show how weak Arthur is, this clown doesn't realize he's basically sticking his hand into a wood chipper. Just as you'd expect, Arthur doesn't even break a sweat. He just swats Charles's hand away like a fly. The stuck-up moron didn't even process what happened, assuming Arthur just got lucky with some reflex move. So the genius decides to wind up for another hit, but before he can even launch it, he gets completely wrapped up in roots bursting out of the floor. No surprise the Earth Mage pulling the strings is Tessa, but she holds back on finishing him off, letting Arthur take the wheel on this one. Arthur decides it's high time to humble this rich kid who thinks his daddy's money makes him invincible. With a tiny flick of his wrist, he uses wind magic to literally pants the guy, leaving him exposed and humiliated in front of the whole lunchroom. Mick dropped our boy strolls out. Later, he spots Tessa chilling on a bench under the stars. Arthur thanks her for the backup, even though Tessa knows full well he could have handled it solo. He insists she saved him and Elijah from detention for the second time that day after that little drama. Things get awkward and quiet, and Arthur is completely clueless on how to break the ice. He finally turns to say sorry just as she whips her head around way too fast. Rubbing her forehead from the collision, she apologizes for the earlier drama, but our guy takes the blame too. He knows she was just watching his back, so snapping at her earlier was a total jerk move on his part. She admits she messed up too. She realizes she shouldn't have roasted him in public. Just as they're having a moment, Elijah walks up and sees something wild. Arthur is literally holding Princess Tessa close her head, resting right on his chest. Elijah's face crumples into pure saltiness, and he quickly nopes out of there to give the lovebird some space. Meanwhile, Tessa finally gets a glimpse of the beast bond Sylvia. Arthur stands up and asks her to take a walk with him. As they stroll, he spills the tea on his entire backstory, and Tessa is hanging on every word. It's wild to think he was actually an adventurer. Arthur mentions he had zero clue Director Goodsky was tight with Eldavirian. Suddenly it clicks why she knew so much about him. Tessa admits that connection is how she landed the gig as Goodsky's student. Then she starts vibing on how much he's leveled up since they last hung out. He carries himself differently now, looking all mature. But after hearing the stories, she's actually getting low-key jealous of Jasmine. Arthur catches her pouting and asks what's up, but she just laughs it off like it's nothing. They keep chatting until they eventually make it back to the dorms. Before they part ways, Arthur whips out the beast wheel and hands it over a little congrats gift for becoming a dual-element mage. The girl is totally starstruck seeing the item, having heard the hype from Director Goodsky, but she is nervous about actually taking something so valuable. Arthur forces it into her hands anyway, figuring it is the ultimate present. He hits her with a casual peace sign, telling her to catch some Z's because tomorrow is going to be insane. Our girl is catching major feelings right now. Getting such a top-tier gift handed over like it was nothing makes her feel like the main character. When Arthur strolls back into the dorms, he finds his roommate buried under a mountain of blankets, still salty, that Arthur managed to charm yet another girl. Adding another name to his roster of ladies is apparently weird enough to make Arthur feel a little awkward about his own riz. As they hit the hay, Elijah is still losing his mind over the fact that Tessia, the literal lunar goddess, was resting her head on Arthur's chest. Arthur is confused and asks him what is up with that dramatic nickname. Elijah breaks it down, explaining that the student body basically worships their student council president, claiming she is the human embodiment of the moon. She seems close enough to grab, but no matter how hard you try, she is permanently out of reach for us mere mortals. The fact that Arthur actually touched the untouchable moon is driving this poor guy absolutely bonkers with jealousy. Arthur decides to hit the mute button on his friend by launching a pillow at his face before passing out. The night fades and the sun rises on a new day at the academy. Walking down the hall, Arthur is turning heads left and right, looking fresh to death in his new disciplinary committee drip. He heads towards the committee room, actually looking forward to checking out the so-called heavy hitters of Xyrus Academy. The second that door cracks open, a literal lion roars in his face, showering him in a fresh coat of beast slobber. Then the owner steps up the guy who commanded his pet specifically to jump scare our boy. But that plan flopped harder than a bad movie sequel because our hero did not even blink, let alone run away. The guy instantly realizes that Director Goodsky did not pick some random scrub for this team. Changing his tune, the guy flashes a smile and introduces himself as Kai Crestless, a fourth-year student who prefers to keep it casual. Arthur returns the vibe, shaking his hand and proudly introducing his bond Sylvie, even though she looks like a plushie compared to the lion. But do not let the size fool you. Her mere presence has that giant lion trembling like a leaf when just seconds ago, it was acting tough. Even Kai is shook, wondering what kind of monster could make his apex predator look like a scared puppy. Suddenly, another council member makes a grand entrance that screams, "Look at me!" This person is so flamboyant and colorful that I'm just going to avoid assuming pronouns so I do not get cancelled on Twitter. But seeing them triggers Arthur's memory, and he thinks this is Helgarth, that girl who is obsessed with Elijah. Turns out our boy needs to get his eyes checked because this vibrant individual quickly corrects him, introducing themselves as Dorodrea Oriad, a first-year student. Arthur gives an awkward smile, trying to smooth things over with his new colleague. He goes for a friendly handshake, but Dorodrea slaps his hand away with a sassy attitude that says, "Do not touch the merchandise." Kai jumps in to mention the rest of the squad is waiting in the other room. As they walk through the fancy halls, Kai mentions that Director Goodsky kept Arthur a total mystery, not even dropping a name. So naturally, the whole team has been dying of curiosity to see who the mystery recruit was. Dorodrea grabs Arthur's hand and literally drags him into the room to meet the gang, but what Arthur sees inside stops him cold. It is none other than Curtis the Prince himself, and they dap each other up like long-lost brothers. Meanwhile, Dorodrea looks totally confused by their bromance, realizing these two definitely have a history. And it is not just the prince holding it down for the committee. Princess Cathillan is also there, sitting pretty and ready to serve on the team. There is also another dude who seems to know Arthur, but our hero looks like he completely wiped this guy from his hard drive. Arthur's memory is a little foggy, so he straight up asks the guy, "Do I know you?" Naturally, the guy gets offended and has to reintroduce himself as Faerith for the second time. Once the name drops, it clicks. Arthur remembers he is the elf guard who escorted him from Eleanor to the human city. Arthur even remembers the guy's embarrassing nickname Faye, which sends everyone in the background into hysterics. While everyone is cracking up, Fayrith tries to flex that. Even though he is a first year, he is technically 1 year older than Arthur, so he wants some respect. And honestly, our boy is ready to give this guy exactly the amount of respect he thinks he deserves, which is probably 0. But he can't forget that time Arthur literally one-tapped him. That memory lives rent-free in his head like it was yesterday. Now this impressive duo walks in. The redhead introduces herself as Claire Bladeheart, a 6th-year battle mage student and the boss lady of this chaotic group. The name Bladeheart triggers a massive lightbulb moment for Arthur, making him wonder if she's got any connection to Caspian and the OG Bladeheart crew. She immediately presses him, asking if he knows her uncle, but Arthur hits her with the "who me" act, feigning total ignorance. He smoothly flips the script, claiming he's just a fanboy who's heard legendary rumors about Caspian and Bladeheart's insane power levels. Apparently, her uncle didn't waste a single second tossing her into boot camp the moment her magic awakened. That explains why her moves mirror his. Then there's the absolute tank standing next to her, glaring at Arthur like he's some annoying bug that needs squashing. Despite the death stare, the guy reaches out for a handshake. Classic trap. The second they make contact, Arthur gets hit with heavy gravity magic, realizing instantly the big dude is trying to has him. But please, Arthur brushes off the pressure like it's dust on his shoulder thanks to that sweet, sweet dragon body assimilation. Channeling Sylvia's beast, will he leaves the spectators with their jaws on the floor? They are absolutely shook. Arthur aces the vibe check, and the giant turns out his name is Theo, finally gives him props for not crumbling. Kai steps in practically slow clapping for our boy's impressive performance. It's even more impressive considering poor Fayrith over there ate dirt hard when Theo tried that same gravity trick on him. Fayrith gets salty about the call-out, whining that he's a delicate conjurer and shouldn't be held to the same standard. He argues you can't compare a glass cannon like him to a beefy augmenter like Arthur. Claire tells Fayrith to zip it, reminding them they're running late for the big reveal at the club fair. This is a huge deal, the debut of the disciplinary committee, showing their mugs to the school for the very first time. Of course, nobody bothered to tell Arthur so. He's walking in blind with 0 prep for a speech. The prince tells him to relax, assuring him he doesn't need to write an essay or anything. Apparently, the student council is going to handle all the yapping on the committee's behalf. All the squad has to do is stand there and look menacing. Piece of cake. Cut to the assembly, the prez introduces the squad as the director's hand-picked elite force there to squash beefs and hammer anyone acting out. It is all in the name of keeping the peace and making sure nobody gets wrecked on campus. The team walks out in front of the whole school, and Tessia proudly drops their title, the new disciplinary committee. Fast forward to class, and the rumor mill is spinning like crazy. Everyone's buzzing about Arthur's new gig as a super cop. The celebrity status is already getting old, and Arthur looks like he wants to crawl under a rock. Then boom, the mystery professor strolls in. This dude is a man of beast, but his control is so insane that Arthur can't even get a read on his power level. He drops a massive book on the podium, and the whole room goes dead silent instantly. Having captured the room, he welcomes everyone to Fundamentals of Mana Theory. He introduces himself as Professor Avier, the guy running the show this semester. Even though it's a basic class, he warns them not to slack off because mastering this stuff is key, but promises some cool projects to keep it interesting. Considering the major shakeups this year, Avier decides to tackle the hot topic that started the whole feud. The whole conjurers versus augmenters debate. Back in the day when hitting an orange core was like winning the lottery, conjurers were basically the kings of the playground compared to augmenters. Biologically, conjurers are built different. They've got better mana veins for sucking up energy and shooting it straight to their core. Augmenters, on the flip side, are rocking more developed mana channels which are all about pumping that power from the core out to their muscles. Since conjurers vacuum up mana like a sponge, they usually level up way faster. But here's the kicker. Once you get to the high tiers, that difference basically vanishes. High-level conjurers eventually learn to channel mana internally, while top-tier augmenters figure out how to blast mana outward. They meet in the middle. So Avia hits the class with the million-dollar question: if a conjurer and an augmenter both hit the silver core stage, who actually wins? It's simple, he explains. The winner is whoever trains. It is not just about the mana core. If your physical stats are jacked, you are basically holding all the aces. The rest of the session turned into a total circus, with the conjurer kids throwing a fit and clapping back at Professor Us's theories. Even though they were just spitballing ideas based on old battle tapes and what-if scenarios, it definitely got everyone's gears turning. Anyway, the bell finally rings, so Arthur and Elijah split up to hit their next electives. Arthur is hyped for this next period, feeling it in his gut that things are about to get way more spicy. He grabs a desk, and wouldn't you know it, Princess Kathleen slides into the spot right next to him. She is immediately gushing over Sylvie, calling the little fluffball adorable, which totally flusters the bond, but then another regular crashes the party. It is Fei, obviously, who just flops down beside Arthur without an invite, and moments later the instructor makes his grand entrance. Arthur clocks that voice instantly. It is that same wasted dude he ran into a while back. Turns out this guy is running the practical mana manipulation course, so expect less book learning and more throwing hands. His whole teaching philosophy is basically mess around and find out, with live demos. While he is rambling on, the creep is shamelessly scoping out every girl in the room like he is at a nightclub instead of a classroom. Then he locks eyes with Arthur, the kid who totally owned him earlier, and you can practically see the malicious gears turning in his head. He realizes he has got the perfect chance to make Arthur's semester a total nightmare. He starts throwing shade immediately, sarcastically announcing how honored he is to have a big-shot disciplinary committee officer in the house. He keeps pushing, saying he is dying to see if the new DC squad actually has the skills to back up their badges. Arthur spots the trap from a mile away and decides to ghost the situation because he is not stupid enough to bite. But while Arthur plays it cool, Faye decides to be the class clown and walks right into the setup. The elf introduces himself with way too much swagger, completely oblivious to the professor grinning like a Cheshire cat because his bait worked. As Faye squares up against the jerk, the teacher smirks and officially kicks off the beatdown session. He summons a flame sword but claims he is going to handicap himself by sticking to long-range zoning attacks even though he is an augmenter. It is basically a preloaded excuse just in case he somehow gets clapped by a student. The safety field goes up and it is go time. Faye whips out his wand and floods the floor, calling out his signature move, Flood Domain. Even Arthur has to admit that is actually kinda sick. The elf is pulling a pro gamer move, using a high-tier spell to terraform the arena and buff his own stats. Arthur did not know Faye had that in his bag, and then the guy flexes even harder by shaping the water into a massive serpent. But Professor Geist is not just standing there, he counters immediately. He lobs a blue fireball that instantly evaporates the water and tags Faye right in the knee, giving him a gnarly burn. With Faye folded, the smug teacher asks if he has had enough, and the poor guy taps out immediately. Arthur is watching from the sidelines, looking totally done with this bully using a student as a punching bag just to feed his own ego. When Faye limps back, Arthur gives him props for the effort to keep his morale from tanking. Meanwhile, the teacher is busy patting himself on the back, preaching to the class about how overconfidence is a killer. He managed to clown on Faye, but Princess Kathleen is not letting that slide. She raises her hand to step into the ring. Faye is staring at her like she just grew a second head. Even the professor looks shook. He clearly was not expecting a girl to step up to the plate. Since he is a total creep, he is probably hesitating to mess up a pretty face. Arthur realizes the matchup is perfect. Kathleen is an ice mage, and she just watched exactly how the teacher's fire attacks work. Faye tries to talk her out of it, but she ignores him and marches straight onto the dueling field. The instructor switches to full simp mode, acting all honored to fight royalty and asking her not to hate him if things get a little physical. Kathleen hits him with the silent treatment, snaps out her wand and locks in. The teacher sighs, fires up his mana aura again and prepares to rumble. She does not waste time launching a swarm of ice spikes, but the teacher's firewall melts them down before they can connect. She does not blink, just scales up the attack and rains down massive ice shards on his head. But the guy's raw power output is just too high, and he blasts the ice into vapor again. That is when she flips the script, shattering a giant ice block into a million tiny needles and turning the arena into a bullet hell game. Meanwhile, the teacher is feeling way too confident, thinking he's untouchable, and that no cheap tricks can touch him. He claps back with his own attack, but the princess isn't having it, and counters with a massive ice tornado, classic Elsa vibes. But things go south when she struggles to control that beast of a whirlwind, and those fire bullets the teacher shot earlier are still zeroing in on her. It's looking super sketchy, and honestly, she's completely wide open for a disaster right now. Faye and Arthur are straight up losing it, convinced she's about to get absolutely wrecked. Even the teacher starts sweating, realizing way too late that he messed up big time and the princess is defenseless. Right when the fireballs are about to grill her, a huge explosion rocks the arena, leaving the whole class shook and on the edge of their seats. Everyone is looking around like, yo, what just went down? When the dust finally settles, that creepy teacher is frantically looking for the princess in the smoke, but can't find her anywhere. He looks left and right before finally spotting her safe on the ground with Arthur, who pulled a clutch save at the last second. Arthur is not playing games, he is absolutely livid with this guy. That pervy gorilla can feel the killer vibes Arthur is throwing off, even if he doesn't say it out loud, so he plasters on a fake nervous smile. He acts like he appreciates Arthur stepping in, but tries to play it cool, claiming it was totally unnecessary. Basically, he's lying through his teeth saying he had everything under control. He even tries to gaslight Arthur, asking if a professor from a top-tier academy would really hurt a student, insisting he was just about to cancel the spell. Yeah, right, that is absolute cap, and Arthur knows he's full of it. Once you let a spell fly, there is no cancel button. But since Kathleen is okay, Arthur doesn't have the receipts to expose the teacher's lies yet. So Arthur decides to handle this a different way. He's going to humiliate him. He decides to step into the ring and force this clown to embarrass himself in front of everyone, so he asks to join the demo on behalf of his classmate. And of course, the pervy dirtbag is more than happy to say yes. As the princess walks off, Arthur checks on her, and she hits him with the, "I didn't need your help," but still thanks him with a smile, classic Sunder move. Our boy steps up and summons his weapon. And let me tell you, the gear Arthur pulls out is so clean that even the teacher has to stop and stare. Since Arthur is an augmenter, the teacher tries to act generous and lets him pick how they fight. But Arthur, being the absolute Sigma he is, coldly says he doesn't give a damn, which triggers the teacher so hard you can see veins popping on his forehead. Still, the guy manages to keep that fake smile glued to his face. Arthur, cool as a cucumber, tells the teacher to just use whatever move he thinks is his best. Now that Arthur gave him an opening, the teacher decides to go all out and juices up his sword with some serious fire magic. The guy smugly claims he'll go easy on Arthur Majorly, and then they finally clash swords. You can tell this dude is putting every ounce of sweat into his swings trying to take Arthur's head off while still pretending he's holding back. But it doesn't matter how hard he swings because Arthur is dodging everything like he's in the Matrix. After playing cat and mouse for a few minutes, the creepy teacher starts getting super salty. What's really ticking him off is that Arthur isn't even using spells. He's just buffing his body and sword with mana like a boss. So trying to get under Arthur's skin, the teacher calls him a rat for dodging so much. But Arthur's clapback game is strong. He asks the guy what the point of attacking is if a pro teacher can't even land a hit on a freshman. That roast hits home and the teacher takes the bait, getting triggered exactly as planned. He rages out and launches a massive fire attack with everything he's got. But guess what? It's still not enough to touch Arthur, who keeps weaving through the attacks effortlessly. As this intense game of tag drags on with the teacher sweating buckets trying to hit him, the students start realizing this is getting way out of hand. This isn't a lesson anymore. It's personal. And Arthur decides it's finally time to stop playing with his food. The moment he switches gears, my guy easily pushes Professor Gist back, leaving Faye and the princess completely shook. Arthur is clearly operating on a completely different level than everyone else. He charges straight at the professor and unleashes a barrage of air blades, and no matter how hard the prof tries to block, he gets absolutely cooked by the wind attacks. Arthur hurls one final devastating strike. Gist finally hits the dirt right where he belongs, and the whole class erupts into applause, cheering for the real MVP Arthur. Class is a wrap, and Arthur is hustling to catch up with the princess, who's already way ahead of the pack. But before he can even get close, Faye jumps in his face, totally hyped, and fanboying over how sick Arthur's moves were back in the arena. Game respects game, so our boy Arthur gives Faye a fist bump and tells him he didn't do too bad himself. While they're chopping it up, the princess slides into the conversation, turning to Arthur to ask for a rating on her own gameplay. If Arthur kept it 100% real, he'd have to say that ignoring her defense just to greed for that final spell was a massive rookie mistake. The vibe gets super awkward until she just spins around and ghosts him. As Arthur heads to his next period, Sylvie notices his face looks like a rainy Tuesday and asks why he's so bummed out. At first, he tries to brush it off like I'm Gucci, but it's obvious something serious is eating at him. You see, struggling to drop opponents instantly using only his wind attribute was a wake-up call that he needs to put in way more work to reach the top. It's almost noon, and believe it or not, Arthur is actually looking forward to his next class, Basics of Artificing. This class is all about coding mana into items to make them do cool stuff tech that didn't exist back in his old world. Arthur grabs a seat, and this girl walks up asking if the spot next to him is taken. He gives the green light, and she plops down immediately. She looks super shy and reserved, trying to introduce herself like she's terrified of her own voice. She mumbles something totally inaudible, so Arthur leans in like, "Come again." She flinches like he just shouted, then stammers out that her name is Emily Wattinson. Then in one breath, she just blurts out, "Please be my friend, talk about bold moves." After dropping that confession, she looks totally drained, like she's bracing herself for him to laugh in her face. But Arthur surprises her by just chillin', extending a hand and introducing himself like a normal dude. He's down to be friends, but suggests they start off as acquaintances so they don't make it weird. The poor girl's face turns tomato red from embarrassment, but she smiles and shakes his hand real quick. When Arthur grips her hand, he notices it feels like sandpaper. She's got some serious calluses. She yanks her hand back, thinking he's grossed out by her working hands. But Arthur, he doesn't care at all. He shows her his own wrecked palms. Her face lights up, realizing he's on that same grind set. She's fangirling even harder now, especially since he's part of the disciplinary committee. Emily is a total nerd for artificing, spending countless hours tinkering with gadgets and gizmos. But yeah, it wrecks her hands. Hearing this, Arthur actually feels a little twinge of jealousy. She has a passion for creating stuff. Meanwhile, with fighting, Arthur's only real talent is destroying things and taking names. But with artificing, the better you get, the more magic and wonder you can bring into the world. Emily is shook. She never looked at it that way, and hearing it from a 12-year-old kid is pretty wild. Nobody has hyped her up like that in ages. Not since she built the projection display artifact. Wait, did she say projection display? Arthur's ears perk up immediately. He remembers seeing that tech during the big announcement about the unknown continent. He does the math and realizes she must have been a literal baby when she invented that thing. He feels honored to be sitting next to a genius. She thinks it's hilarious that a prodigy like Arthur is buttering her up. I mean, this guy walks around with a weird mana beast, so people talk. This is a magic academy after all. It's no surprise she knows his stats. Gossip moves faster than light around here. Finally, the teacher shows up. And of course, it's Professor Gideon, the mad scientist himself. Gideon spots Arthur and looks like a kid in a candy store, acting like he had no clue Arthur would be there. Yeah, right, that is total cap. He definitely knew. Once class starts, Gideon goes straight into flex mode, bragging about all his inventions. He's showing off so much the class feels like a humble brag session. Suddenly, a mana beast sneaks up behind Arthur. Sylvie immediately pings him that the creature is dangerous. Gideon interrupts, saying Director Goodsky is calling for Arthur. So Arthur heads out and spots the princess in the hallway. She's storming out of Goodsky's office looking salty as heck. Arthur knows drama is brewing, so he peeks into the office and politely asks the director if she rang. Even though she looks like she stepped on a Lego, the director waves Arthur inside and tells him to park it. Arthur drops into the chair and immediately starts venting trash-talking Professor Geist like there is no tomorrow and calling the guy a total dirtbag. She cuts him off mid-rant, clarifying that she didn't drag him into her office to gossip about his beef with the faculty. After letting the silence get awkward for a hot second, she drops the bombshell. How would he feel about becoming an intern professor for the practical mana manipulation course? Arthur's spidey senses start tingling immediately and he goes on high alert, wondering what the catch is. Wondering what Princess Kathleen spilled to trigger this sudden offer, the cheeky old lady cracks a joke, warning Arthur to stop charming both princesses unless he wants to start a full-blown race war between elves and humans. Arthur lets out a long, tired sigh that says it all. He steers the convo back to reality, pointing out that he is literally just a student who hasn't even survived his first 24 hours on campus yet. Like, how is he supposed to juggle being a pupil and a teacher simultaneously? That math does not add up. The crafty headmistress waves off his concerns, explaining that it is not as deep as he thinks. As the boss of this joint, whatever she says goes. It turns out there is a precedent for elite upperclassmen stepping up to teach the newbie classes, so it is not unheard of. Basically, Arthur grabbing a piece of chalk and lecturing is not actually that bizarre in the grand scheme of things. When Arthur asks about the elephant in the room, she drops the news. Professor Geist has been kicked to the curb, though she swears it is not Arthur's fault. Apparently, she launched a full-blown investigation the second she caught wind of the drama. With Princess Kathleen backing the play, Geist did not stand a ghost of a chance. Cynthia admits she has never seen the princess so heated before. Even with all that drama, Arthur is still scratching his head, trying to figure out why she is so dead set on hiring him for this gig. The old lady shrugs it off, basically saying a slot opened up and she is making the executive decision to plug him in. She swears she is not plotting anything shady this time, urging him to drop the paranoia, framing it as a golden ticket to boost his street cred without having to kiss up to other professors. Sure, he might catch some heat from jealous students who can't handle his swagger, but the headmistress promises she will have his back and shut down any haters if things get messy, all things considered. The ball is in his court, but she strongly hints that teaching implies actually using his brain, unlike snoozing through lectures he does not need. Because, let's face it, the kid is laughably overpowered for the beginner curriculum anyway. Arthur caves and accepts the offer, figuring his master plan to stay under the radar has already crashed and burned anyway. Excellent. Cynthia finally flashes a satisfied grin, watching him take the bait. She knows he is going to crush it, and as he heads out, the headmistress tracks him like a hawk through the office window. There is just something different about that kid and X Factor that keeps her constantly on the edge of her seat. Dealing with him is more stressful than negotiating with literal royalty, so she turns to her bonded beast, Avier, for a reality check. The wise old owl doesn't mince words, warning her that Arthur is in a league of his own and treating him like a regular toddler would be a fatal error. Whether it is his sharp wits or his emotional depth, the boy is playing four-dimensional chess while everyone else is playing checkers. When Cynthia asks why the bird is so convinced, Avier points straight to the evidence, the bond. That little creature, Sylvie, isn't just a cute fox plushie come to life. She is a straight-up dragon. Avier suspects that once Sylvie hits her growth spurt, her power levels are going to dwarf his own by a country mile. The owl drops a final warning: do not get on Arthur's bad side. Treat him right, and he is the ultimate ally. But cross him. That might just be the button that deletes this entire country from the map. Later in the cafeteria, Elijah spots his buddy and waves him over to grab a table. Elijah introduces his tablemate Charlotte, while Sylvie starts drooling over the juicy chicken steak on Arthur's tray, prompting the girl to reach out for a pet. Naturally, Sylvie goes full diva, puffing up and hissing until Charlotte snatches her hand back in terror. While that chaos unfolds, Elijah hypes up Charlotte, mentioning she is in his chant casting class and actually knows her stuff. Elijah then brings up the spicy campus gossip about Arthur apparently taking down a professor. Our main man casually drops the mic, revealing that not only did he clap the professor, but he also stole his job. The news hits Elijah so hard his brain short-circuits, causing him to choke and spray his drink all over Arthur like a broken fire hydrant. Our boy wipes his face, looking mildly annoyed at the unexpected shower as the chat rolls on. Elijah recovers enough to mention that he and Charlotte are planning to hit the downtown district for a shopping spree later. He asks if Arthur wants to tag along, but Arthur politely passes, explaining he still has 3 classes on his schedule and can't skip the advanced stuff. With the rejection logged, Elijah decides to roll solo with Charlotte. Charlotte, however, immediately shuts Elijah down cold. It becomes painfully obvious she didn't want to go shopping with him. She just wanted an excuse to kick it with Arthur. She gives Arthur a super sweet goodbye, completely ignoring Elijah, and bounces out of the cafeteria with her game plan on full display. Poor Elijah is left staring at the door, looking like a deflated balloon. Total devastation. Desperate, he spins back to his buddy and asks if Arthur thinks he has even a 1% shot with her. Arthur shoots him a knowing smirk and keeps it real. He tells Elijah he deserves a queen, not someone playing games, and he knows his bro can do way better. Later on, as our boy is cruising through the campus grounds after class, he naturally starts turning heads like a local celebrity. Before long, he hears Claire's familiar voice shouting his name, and she's chilling right next to Prince Curtis himself. As the squad catches up, they spot the student council members mixing it up in the crowd too. It takes Tesha about 2 seconds to clock Arthur, and her face lights up like a Christmas tree the moment she sees him. Meanwhile, Claire is basically choking Arthur out with a super aggressive friendly headlock. But Tesha is definitely not vibing with him getting cozy with another girl. She hits him with a massive pout, looking totally heartbroken. She literally breezes right past him, giving him the cold shoulder. Claire notices the salty attitude but has zero clue she is the reason for the drama. Once Arthur finally escapes Claire's death grip and grabs some air, he feels a familiar, absolutely toxic energy walking by. That nasty vibe belongs to none other than Lucas Wykes. All the bad memories come rushing back, and Arthur clenches his fists, ready to throw hands out of pure frustration. Suddenly, a massive hawk dive bombs the courtyard out of nowhere, and riding shotgun on its back, Professor Glory. She is the instructor for team fighting mechanics, and that giant bird, a flare hawk named Torch, is actually her magical bond partner. Arthur decides to give Professor Glory a quick scan, trying to figure out her power level on the down low. But before he can even get a reading, she shoots him a glare so intense it practically gives him a migraine. Makes sense. She would keep her elemental stats under wraps, especially when she is swimming in a sea of students. Arthur is confused, but it looks like he is on her radar because she starts beelining straight for him. She seems actually hyped to see her new co-worker and is looking forward to the team-up. The students immediately start whispering like crazy. The gossip mill starts spinning. Could Arthur seriously be their new professor? Curiosity wins, and they straight up ask Glory if Arthur is teaching them. She does not beat around the bush. She spills the tea, announcing that not only is Arthur a freshman disciplinary committee officer, but he has also been appointed as the interim professor for the practical mana manipulation class. Yeah, it is temporary, but still huge. Glory thinks it is pretty savage. The students, their jaws are literally on the floor. They cannot wrap their heads around it. Usually, even the top-tier seniors do not get gigs like this. And now this skinny freshman kid is supposed to be their boss. It is completely unheard of. Glory steps in to chill everyone out, reminding them they need to trust the director's call on this one. She points out that Arthur already proved he has got skills by wrecking the professor who used to teach this class. So the director picking him is a no-brainer. But one student in the back is not buying the hype. In his book, beating a teacher is not exactly a flex. He figures most of them could pull that off, especially if the professor was just some washed-up thug anyway. Adventure junkie Glory, on the other hand, actually loves seeing that kind of spicy attitude in the students. She jumps on the opportunity and dares everyone right there to step up and test their muscle against their new professor of practical mana manipulation. The second those words leave her mouth, every single student locks onto Arthur with death stares, looking ready to absolutely destroy him. Arthur tries to pump the brakes, reminding her the director said to take it easy since it is his first day, but Glory thinks he is being a total buzzkill. She calls him out in saying that since he is a freshman in the big leagues, he does not get a free pass. He has got to earn his stripes through combat. She turns to the bloodthirsty crowd, asking if they agree, and shocker, they are 100% down for a brawl. Glory decides to kick off the semester with a fun little game. She suggests war and conquest, but the students look pretty lukewarm about that idea. Prince Curtis steps up with a better plan, proposing a mock team battle instead. The teacher decides to stack the lobby by putting the 3 disciplinary officers on the same squad, figuring it is the perfect time for them to level up their team synergy. Glory is totally vibing with the setup, realizing this idea is actually low-key genius. VP Clive steps up to the plate, dragging Princess Tessa along to play the villains for this little scrimmage. Tessa is kinda sketching out about having to throw hands with Arthur, but Glory, she is absolutely living for the drama. Honestly, she is dying to see the disciplinary squad go toe-to-toe with the student council elites. But then she realizes a 2v3 is basically bullying. Right on cue, Lucas Wykes jumps in, volunteering to join the council team to balance the scales. Since Wykes is supposed to be another prodigy, freshman, Glory gives the green light for him to link up with the council. Plus, it is a golden ticket to see if this kid can actually walk the walk or if he is all talk. Glory tells the 6 fighters to get their game faces on. While they are setting up, Arthur and Lucas start trading some serious heat. Lucas is salty like Dead Sea levels of salty because he thinks Arthur stole the disciplinary spot that had his name on it. But Arthur isn't buying that narrative. In his mind, that seat was never going to be Lucas's to begin with. Before the bell rings, everyone suits up in those generic practice uniforms. Arthur is fumbling with his protective gear like a total noob, so Tessa slides over to give him a hand. Arthur tries to roast her a bit, asking if a high and mighty princess should really be doing grunt work for a peasant like him. Nice try, buddy. His little joke just earns him a nasty pinch and a hiss to shut his trap. She is worried about eavesdroppers, but while she is buckling him in, she drops a bomb she hates acting like they don't know each other. Arthur, being his usual blunt self, tells her to chill. There is no point in faking it anymore, especially now. Tessa looks shook. She remembers Director Good Sky specifically telling her to keep their history on the down low, so she has been acting like a ninja about it. Arthur just shrugs, admitting his stealth game has been pretty trash anyway. He was supposed to fly under the radar, but let us be real, that ship has sailed. As long as his OP magic stats stay secret, it is all gravy. But while they are having this moment, Professor Glory pops up out of nowhere like a jump scare. Tessa panics and yeets Arthur away like he is some creep trying to cop a feel. Finally, the squads line up for the main event. Glory lays down the law. To keep it from turning into a murder scene, they've got a 30-minute timer followed by a post-game breakdown. The disciplinary crew is actually starting with a handicap. See, Curtis and Claire are trained vets, while the student council squad is rocking 2 freshmen on the roster. Here is the twist: Arthur is the king. If he gets dropped, his whole team takes the loss immediately. That fancy armor they are wearing isn't just for show, it is coded by artificers to track damage points. If you take a hit that breaks the safety threshold, the suit screams like a banshee. Ignore the alarm and keep fighting. You are getting benched from class, or worse, kicked out of school entirely. But real talk, that gear won't actually stop a fireball. It is just a scoreboard, so you better know how to dodge. They got to use their own mana for defense, or they are going to wake up in the infirmary if they go full. Leroy Jenkins. Professor Glory drops the flag, and it is on. Prince Curtis immediately beelines for Tessa. Arthur doesn't even stress about it. He figures Curtis might not clutch the win against her, but he is tanky enough to keep the princess busy for a while. Meanwhile, Lucas is strutting toward Arthur wand out. Arthur wastes 0 time manifesting a mana blade to match him. Our boy was kinda hoping Lucas might have chilled out since getting to school, but nope, dude is still a total toxic player. They square up and Arthur waits for the first swing, but Lucas decides to run his mouth instead of his hands. Alright, bet. Arthur decides to stop playing nice. He unleashes this heavy, suffocating aura that makes Lucas flinch like a frightened puppy. Up in the stands, Professor Glory is grinning like she just won the lottery. She was definitely hoping Arthur would flex like this. The whole arena feels the vibe shift. Everyone is freaking out except Tessa, who basically expected him to go beast mode. Arthur launches himself at his rival with 0 hesitation. Lucas freezes up for a split second seeing that rush, but he snaps out of it and fires off a spell called Inferno's Cage to roast him. But Arthur's too smooth. He deflects the flames with a wind spell and sticks the landing like a pro gymnast. Lucas looks like he's already locked, loaded, and ready to bring the pain. This time he's spamming glowing fireballs like there's no cooldown, lighting up the arena and trapping Arthur in a literal ring of fire. A few of those spicy meatballs fly straight at our boy, but he's juking left and right, like he's dodging traffic. Suddenly, Arthur takes a wrong step and trips the wire on one of Lucas's nasty little traps. Thankfully, Arthur's health bar is still full, but Lucas is grinning like a Cheshire cat, totally loving the show. Lucas keeps holding down the attack button, barraging our hero with fierce fireballs. And Sylvie starts freaking out watching her papa struggle. Arthur hits her with a quick, "I'm Gucci," and asks for a sit rep on how the rest of the squad is doing. Sylvie beams and reports that Mom is absolutely clapping Curtis, and Claire is holding it down against Mr. Grumpy. Stoked on that news, Arthur turns his focus back to the boss fight with Lucas. He notices Lucas's mana pool is way deeper than back in their dungeon-crawling days. Dude is way more stacked than Arthur thought. Whatever he decides to close the gap and rushes straight at that smug jerk. But Lucas counters with another scorching fire blast, forcing Arthur to hit the back step. Without his water or fire affinity handy, Arthur is seriously sweating in this heatwave. He's stressing that if this match goes into overtime, his mana is going to hit 0. Boom, another explosion yeets him backward. Lucas, on the other hand, is totally feeling himself right now. He starts trash-talking, saying he's glad he didn't join the disciplinary committee because carrying a scrub like Arthur would be embarrassing. It definitely looks like Arthur is having a harder time than he expected. He's dying to cast a massive wind spell to blow out the candles, but he's getting absolutely 0 breathing room to make it happen. He locks in and focuses, remembering that wind magic is basically just physics pushing and pulling air. But wait, big brain moment. What if he manipulates the actual air particles? Delete the oxygen. Delete the fire. Science rules. In this clutch moment, Arthur isn't sure if he can glitch the physics fast enough to snuff the flames. Before they roast him, and even if he pulls it off, will he be able to breathe? With all these sketchy questions in his head, he just cracks a smirk. This is exactly why he came to this school, to face the crazy head-on and level up from every single moment. Professor Glory is genuinely shook that Lucas is this cracked. That Inferno Cage spell is no joke. It's a top-tier domain spell, yet Lucas is ripping it like a pro at such a young age. His mana tank looks almost silver core level. Honestly, it makes her a little salty. With the way this new generation is popping off, the old guard is going to get left in the dust eventually. Still, she vibes with kids like Arthur. Sure, his spell deck lacks variety. That's typical for a dual mage, but his movement is fluid and his control is insane. She was kind of skeptical about the kid who clapped a veteran adventurer, even a careless one like Gist. But after feeling the pressure he puts out, she believes the hype. She wonders what kind of hardcore server he played on to get this good. Suddenly, she spots a glitch in the matrix. Arthur seems to be holding his breath. He just stands there AFK and lets the fireballs come at him. At first, she's unimpressed, thinking his gear is about to get toasted. But then, something wild happens. The fire just despawns. The second it gets close to him, poof. Now she's curious. She tells her beast to drop down so she can see this little monster in 4K resolution. Unlike basic wind magic, manipulating the atmosphere itself takes galaxy brain insight and crazy focus. That's why you don't see many mages just vacuum sealing their enemies' lungs. It would take hours of buffering to manipulate air around a moving target. That's why mages usually have to camp in one spot to pull it off. But Arthur is keeping the effect skin-tight while fighting. Doing that mid-combat is basically God mode. Now let's switch to our boy's POV. Arthur is bending a thin layer of air around his body to create a vacuum and delete the fire before it hits him. It sounded like a breeze in his head, but the way things are going, his gear is going to disintegration before he even gets the hang of it. But hey, if he can just crack the shell that jerk is hiding behind, it's basically game over for Lucas. Meanwhile, Mr. High and Mighty is losing his cool because Arthur is swatting his spells away like they're nothing. He doesn't see any magic being cast, so he is absolutely tripping trying to figure out Arthur's defense game. Regardless, Lucas decides to stop playing with his food. He flips the switch and summons a massive flame guardian to end it. The fire golem rushes Arthur, but our boy isn't sweating it one bit. Actually, he's kind of hyped to see it. It means this scumbag is finally tapped out and forced to play his ace card. Just as Arthur squares up, a massive wave of mana hits his radar. Sylvie screams a warning immediately. This energy is bad news. Before he can pinpoint who is leaking all that juice, the fire guardian catches him slipping and smacks him sideways across the pavement. Luckily, he manages to keep himself from eating the full hit just as the beast rushes him. Arthur busts out that signature move, where the whole world hits the pause button. But the damage is already stacking up, slowing him down big time. He knows he has to bail fast. He needs to get to Tessia ASAP because his gut tells him she's in deep trouble. Turns out that crazy mana spike was Curtis unleashing his beast will. And the target, you guessed it, Tessia. The thing that's really eating at Arthur, though, Tessia is standing there completely exposed with 0 shields up. Running on fumes and barely awake, Arthur digs deep. Before that mana beast can connect, he dives straight into the chaos. Talk about a superhero landing. He grabs Tessia, holding her tight, ready to tank the explosion with his body since his mana tank is totally empty. This is gonna sting like crazy, but he knows taking the L for her is 100% worth it. But before we see the grand finale, let's hit rewind real quick and see how Tessia ended up in such a messy spot. So while she was sparring with the prince, her brain decided to go on vacation, daydreaming about Arthur. Out of nowhere, Prince Curtis comes charging in hot. She manages to slickly block the hit, but Curtis is visibly steamed because he knows she wasn't even paying attention to him. The way she's dodging his combos with such smooth flow makes the whole thing look like a walk in the park. Total pro moves. She winds up to drop the hammer with a finishing blow, but then her mana core starts glitching out. She manages to toss the prince away, but her chest is burning up with some insane pain. She has 0 clue what's wrong with her system, and there is definitely no time to run a diagnostic now. Curtis is locked and loaded with his beast gear, and this is where things go sideways. The prince decides to let the dog out, literally unleashing his beast will. Tessia instantly realizes she's in the danger zone. The air is thick with the insane amount of mana they are both sucking up. Tessia isn't about to get shown up, so she fires up her earth magic, summoning these massive twisting roots to clap back. But Prince Curtis just surfs over those roots, making her defense look like child's play. Tessia, meanwhile, is totally lost on what's up with her core. She is struggling hard to process the crazy energy from that Elderwood Guardian loot. She honestly considers just tapping out of the match right there. But then her pride kicks in. She is the student council president after all. She can't bring herself to throw in the towel. No way is she letting anyone think she's soft. She's no chicken, so she dumps everything she has left into the fight. Curtis, meanwhile, charges up his ult, funneling every drop of mana for a knockout. Letting out a huge roar, he fires off a massive blast of flame, sending it screaming straight at her. At the worst possible second, Tessia's mana core overloads and she starts blacking out. The last thing she sees is a wall of fire rushing her face before it's lights out. Prince Curtis's attack connects with a boom so loud, it rattles the whole arena down to the foundation. Professor Glory is absolutely gutted when she realizes she was too slow to stop the train wreck. She touches down fast. The smoke at ground zero is thick, but as it clears up, all she sees are scorched roots. Then she looks over and spots Arthur shielding Tessia his back, toasted to a crisp from eating that blast. The other students mob the scene, and Glory immediately barks orders to get the medic team on standby. She grabs a student and tells them to start checking the damage right now. A bit later, Arthur wakes up in the school clinic, looking like a discount Halloween mummy wrapped head to toe in bandages. He's got a very spicy Sylvie perched on his chest, mashing her little paw into his forehead like she's trying to delete his browser history. The poor thing is sobbing her eyes out, absolutely traumatized that her human almost got deleted from existence. She was fully panicking about what she'd do without him. Arthur jumps a little at first, but immediately goes soft mode, apologizing for giving her a heart attack. He admits he was being a total reckless idiot, but Pinky promises he's never going to leave her hanging again. Just then, Director Good Sky slides in for a vibe check, but Arthur ignores his own health bar and immediately asks how Tessia is doing. The director tells him to chill because the girl is actually doing way better than the mummy in the bed. Arthur immediately clocks the issue, realizing her body was glitching out because of the beast Willie gave her. The old lady is visibly shook by this info and demands to know how he figured that out so fast. He spills the beans that he's the supplier and feels like he should be tech support for her new powers, but he's barely functioning himself right now. Good Sky cuts him off, assuring him he's already carried the team hard enough. She insists the L is actually hers for being asleep at the wheel and not paying attention. Tessia is in the squishy phase of the upgrade, and the director thinks this whole mess could have been dodged if she just dropped the tutorial sooner. Still, she gives him major props for putting his life on the line to save her student. She's already pinged the royal family and Arthur's parents, so the whole squad is inbound, and she tells him to grab a nap before the chaos starts. The director bounces, leaving Arthur to get some much-needed shut-eye. Outside the door, Tessia is lagging, going back and forth on whether to go in or not, eventually deciding to let the boys sleep. Suddenly, the old lady jump scares her and invites her for some sweet treats, so Tessia tags along since she wasn't ready to face Arthur anyway. Meanwhile, back in the hospital bed, Arthur is having a main character moment. He wakes up to a blurry vision of his fam, giving him major flashbacks to when he first spawned in this world, while his mum immediately starts the interrogation to see if he's alive. Ellie is already on the scene, dropping classic little sister roasts, flaming her brother, despite him looking like a zombie. Arthur calls her a brat, but their absolute unit of a father knows she's just deflecting. He exposes that Ellie was actually crying the hardest, and then Alice chimes in, stressing that it's day one of school and he's already in the ICU. Arthur tries to flex, telling them to go check on the dude he fought. Who'd we just scrap with? He literally drops the "call an ambulance but not for me" meme, which gets a laugh out of everyone. Everyone except Alice, who goes full panic mode because she thinks her son actually deleted someone else's kid from the server. She's spiraling already, planning how they're going to live in a cave off the grid to hide from the cops. Thankfully, Tessia's family pulls up to clarify that Arthur was just trolling. Reynolds and Alice are absolutely floored to see high-tier elves standing in the room. The elf leader pays his respect, saying they owe Arthur big time for saving Tessia. They get introduced to Grandpa Virion, the former king, and finally Tessia, who looks like she wants to crawl into a hole and die from embarrassment. Reynolds and Alice are stunned for a microsecond before shooting a very specific look at their son. These two masterminds instantly realize what's up and start cooking a devious matchmaking scheme. Arthur starts sweating bullets as his mum grabs Tessia's hands, and the elf girl turns bright red, hearing that Arthur talks about her constantly. Then Alice leans in with a cheeky whisper that sends Tessia's internal temperature through the roof. Grandpa comes over to check on Arthur, who is currently feeling way sicker just watching his parents try to arrange his marriage. Then the old man loudly snitches on their plan to make Arthur his future grandson-in-law. Tessia tries to apologize to the whole room on everyone's behalf. She explains she wanted to come solo but felt too guilty since she's the reason he's wrapped in bandages. Our boy plays it cool, saying he likes the audience while Ellie is staring daggers at the girl her brother risked his life to save. Seeing the jealousy, Arthur breaks the tension by mentioning that Tessia was the one who gifted the bow. It turns out it was a birthday present, and the girl is absolutely hyped that her gift was a hit. Then, deciding to choose violence, the sister decides to quiz Arthur, who's prettier, me or her. In peak Sigma male fashion, he looks them dead in the eye and calls them both ugly, leaving them completely triggered. But honestly, he's more focused on Tessia's mana stats, as her grandpa explains her beast core is installing way smoother than his did. The million-dollar question keeping him up at night is how this kid managed to snag the Elderwood core. It's basically the Guardian's heart. Arthur just shrugs it off, saying he clapped the monster and looted it, simple as that. Before they can dig any deeper, the chat gets cut short because Tess needs extra eyes on her assimilation process. On top of that drama, Arthur's room turns into Grand Central Station. The Vincent Squad Elijah, everybody pulling up to check on him. Turns out once his family bounced, a whole parade of visitors rolled through all day long. You had the nosy gossips just fishing for tea mixed in with the real ones who were actually worried about his health. Then Gideon, that sketchy mad scientist, slides in, holding some sus potion that looks straight up toxic. Probably trying to take the kid out, I swear. He finally dips, but not before telling Arthur to hit the training room later. Apparently, Good Sky greenlit him to whip up some new gear. The greasy inventor scampers off, totally hyped that Arthur owes him a solid now. Arthur crashes trying to catch some Z's, but the door swings open again. This time, it's the cute elf girl flying solo. Arthur's all smiles, asking if she's done leveling up her core, but she mentions she's on mandatory bed rest. He asks if she's dealing with any crazy backlash pain like before, but Tess just starts giggling for no reason. She finds it hilarious that this guy barely survived the Grim Reaper, but is still stressing over her condition. Arthur laughs it off. She points out it's basically a rerun of when they were kids and he saved her from those bandits. He tries to shift around, but winces in pain, so Tess grabs his shoulder to help him steady himself. Arthur tells her to chill, saying he'll be fine, but the elf isn't having it and demands an apology anyway. He's confused, insisting she's got zero reasons to say sorry. But our boy totally misread the room. Tess wasn't apologizing. She leaned in and planted a kiss on him. Cut to outside where she's barely keeping it together. Her face is literally on fire, bright red. As the reality hits her, she actually just smooched him. It was her first kiss ever, so her brain is frying. She checks her reflection, trying to reenact the moment like a total weirdo. She drops to her knees, head hanging low, realizing she might have gone way too hard. She crossed the line and now things are going to be super awkward between them. She even thinks about running back in and yelling, "It's just a prank, bro," but eventually pulls herself together. She tells herself it was necessary because if she left it up to Arthur, they'd be stuck in the friend zone forever. Then she flips the script, channeling that girl boss energy, like if he says no, it's his loss, not hers. She starts hyping herself up, listing her stats: popular, smart, and a beast with magic. Trying to gas herself up that he'd be crazy to say no, she turns to leave, even though she's still kinda shaking. Meanwhile, Arthur is sitting there, completely shook. Bro is in a daze, trying to process the glitch in the Matrix. Plus, let's be real, plenty of kids in this world get hitched at this very age anyway. And let's not forget, she's the one who started the lip lock. The second my guy processes what happened, he practically slaps the soul out of his own body. Arthur is fighting for his life, trying to chill, but those teenage hormones are absolutely raging right now. He face plants onto the mattress, totally taking the L and wondering how his life got this messy. Anyway, enough of his pity party, let's check on the school. Classes kick off in exactly 1 day, and the rumor mill is going nuts about some brand new professor. But here's the kicker: the new teach is actually a freshman. Apparently, this mystery kid snagged the job by totally wrecking their own instructor. Meanwhile, Arthur is getting geared up for his big debut as a faculty member at the academy. He has zero materials prepped and nothing ready to go, but he plans to just freestyle the whole thing like a legend. Honestly though, he's stressing way more about Tess and her assimilation drama. Dude has been dodging her like he owes her money. Ever since that kiss went down, things have been weird. He finds out she's recovering fine, but Virion has to bounce back to Eleanor pretty soon. Gideon crashes the chat and tells him to quit yapping so they can focus on the main event. The assistant looks shook because the old guy is literally vibrating with excitement to show off the gear she ordered for Arthur's training. But knowing our resident mad scientist, that absolute psycho of an inventor, he went way overboard and cooked up something insane. He cracks open the door to reveal a training room that looks like straight-up paradise, complete with a gigantic metal mech standing there. To be real, Arthur is way more hyped about the scenery than the fancy artifact he was supposed to see. The vibes in the room shift as mana waves start going haywire, giving Gideon the perfect opening to flex his latest gadget. He calls his new toy the Training Operator and Blast Inductor, a total mouthful. But basically, it's a machine built like a tank to face tank spells from top-tier mages. For the sake of simplicity, he just nicknames the thing Toby. He sets the difficulty slider to level 5, which mimics the power of a beast with a dark orange core. Arthur is itching to smash the thing while Gideon keeps yapping about how Toby has this impenetrable iron skin that makes him invincible. But the inventor's jaw literally hits the floor when Arthur throws a fire-imbued punch and puts a cartoon-style hole right through the metal chest. One hit, and Toby is scrap metal, so Arthur tells the guy to stop playing on easy mode and seriously buff the difficulty settings. As you can guess, Gideon is completely shook. Guy has 0 words. Cut to a different scene. A squad of adventurers is raiding a dungeon, crawling with these creepy wraith skull mobs. The monsters look totally glitched out with weird colors and sizes that are pure nightmare fuel. The raid leader Lance Barron is starting to think the intel was sus. There's no way this dungeon is untouched. The entrance was supposedly sealed ages ago, but Barron looks at a piece of cloth like it's a critical quest item and realizes things just got real. Back at the ranch, Arthur is spamming a fresh combo of elemental spells against the upgraded training bots. He mixes in some hand-to-hand combat slicing and dicing with sword moves that are smooth as butter. The bots are pretty agile, but for Arthur this is barely a warm-up. He wrecks both of them in record time, snapping their little robot limbs like twigs. Even Elijah starts feeling bad for the poor dummies. Gideon is low-key stressing, checking to see if the OP protagonist took any damage since his strength is off the charts. But Arthur is just complaining about lag, saying his combat movements feel super sluggish. Gideon asks for the patch notes, and Arthur recommends he reinforce the joints so they don't break so easily. He also points out a major design flaw: these things have 0 magic DPS, they can't shoot back. Gideon originally built these for your average Joe, not realizing this kid is an absolute demon on the battlefield. With that reality check, Arthur suggests they focus on tweaking Toby's mana reinforcement tech. This idea absolutely blows the adults' minds. Arthur explains that the bot is currently just using a single layer of shielding. While a solid bubble shield is quick to cast, it has a massive hitbox vulnerability. Once you crack the shell, the whole defense system crashes. Arthur proposes a new meta. Instead of one big shield, Toby should use a honeycomb web of tiny mana plates. That way, if one plate breaks, the respawn time for the barrier is way faster. It also stops the bot from leaking mana like a broken faucet, and this big brain explanation leaves the three of them staring at him in silence. Good Sky is practically dying to ask the million-dollar question. She asks if he can actually pull that off, and when Arthur nods, she realizes this kid just invented a defensive strat way better than anything the pros use. She sprints off to leak this game-changing info to the Mages Guild immediately. Meanwhile, Gideon gets a little too close for comfort, scanning Arthur's body like a science experiment. He thinks he just struck gold with this walking cheat code of a kid. Elijah roasts Arthur about being late for his first gig as a teacher, while Arthur stumbles through the academy halls trying to keep his cool. I mean, the guy just fought 2 level 7 bots while injured, so cut him some slack. His cane slips on the floor, and he instinctively grabs a girl's shoulder to stop from face-planting. Kathleen catches him looking like an ice queen as usual, but Arthur just gives her a goofy smile. Inside the classroom, the gossip is wild. Nobody can believe a freshman is actually going to be teaching them. Some haters are waiting for him to fail hard, while others are just salty about the whole situation. Imagine paying premium tuition just to have some kid your own age as the professor total ripoff. Arthur's self-proclaimed rival is watching from the back, ready to enjoy the train wreck. Finally, the professor walks into the room, and he's got the stunning Princess Kathleen acting as his TA, which makes the whole class lose their minds. They all think it's a calculated power move, flexing the princess as an assistant to assert dominance on day one. But let's be real. Our boy isn't that smooth. He just thanks her and tells everyone he's good to go. Kathleen bounces over to grab her seat while Arthur finally squares up, dropping his first intimidation pose in front of the class. He lists his stats: disciplinary committee member, son of 2 cracked mages, an awesome brother, and oh yeah, their brand new professor. You can already guess the vibe. The room explodes with rage, like a toxic comments section going off. They're straight up hating on the first-year student, thinking he's way too scrub-tier to be teaching them anything. The salt levels are so high, they're ready to report the academy for wasting their precious grind time. Arthur locks eyes with Sylvie, realizing he's got a massive attitude problem to patch up here. Honestly, this whole thing would have been smooth sailing if the headmaster hadn't ghosted the introduction. But then, some student jumps on the big stage trying to flex and challenge the new teacher. Arthur's like, "Bro, is this a prank?" The self-proclaimed class clown proudly claims he's finna take the job for himself by stomping the instructor into the dirt. The class starts hyping Lester up, betting he's gonna fold Arthur like a lawn chair with 0 effort. Arthur tells Lester to take a seat. Just the pressure from his voice makes the dude faceplant instantly. Arthur makes it crystal clear he is the captain now, whether they vibe with it or not. He's totally chill if anyone wants to rage quit, and is even ready to help them transfer to a class that fits their mood. But for anyone curious how a seemingly banged-up kid became the professor at this elite server of a school, Arthur invites those legends to stay and learn. With that settled, he tells Lester to either ditch the lobby or get back in his chair. The dude sprints back, dropping a "sir" like he just got schooled, leaving the rest of the students absolutely shook. Arthur's stoked nobody left and kicks off the first session. It's time for practical mana manipulation, so he's ready to check their stats. He quizzes them on the meta for grabbing mana from the atmosphere. One girl raises her hand, saying the best play is letting mana form naturally in the core so you can unlock skills later. Arthur gives her props for the answer, then breaks down the difference between the tanky augmenters and the flashy conjurers. It's all about how they route that magic juice through their channels, pulling it from the air and pumping it straight into their veins. But here's the real question. Why do both classes absorb mana if only augmenters actually store it in their core? This really gets their gears grinding as the whole class starts buffering and cooking up theories. Ponytail Girl clutches up again, explaining that conjurers don't really need to aim for physical melee attacks. Arthur co-signs that explanation. Conjurers are supposed to use their own supply to remix the environment around them. But if those conjurers are burning less fuel than the augmenters, then you gotta ask if a mage's core is truly an accurate scoreboard for their level. The students are deep in the think tank now. Loving the confusion, Arthur grins and summons 6 volunteers with elemental affinities. For the demo, he puts the conjurers on his left and the augmenters on his right. Following the layout, the students line up. Arthur tells them to fire off the most basic noob spell they know. And for the conjurers, no aim assist ones allowed. Kathleen and the crew start charging up. The augmenters follow the lead, getting their energy ready to pop. With all 6 mages loaded up, Arthur tells the augmenters to attack with active spells while telling the conjurers to suck their own magic back into their hands. To the 6 students, this sounds like a glitch in the system, but they roll with it. The professor just stands there grinning like he knows a cheat code they don't. Following his weird instructions, the augmenters try to blast their fire, but it's a total misfire. Meanwhile, the conjurers are sweating, trying to reabsorb their spells, but that's a bust too. One side can't shoot, and the other side can't reload. Even Kathleen is struggling hard, even though she's the closest to actually clutching the round. The students are getting salty, thinking he's trolling them with a lesson that gives 0 XP. They start arguing that only high-level players are capable of casting long-distance snipes anyway. Arthur shuts them up instantly by prepping a wind spell in his palm and launching it like a missile. The students roast him for showing off, calling him a sweaty tryhard and saying that's basic stuff for an orange core user. The professor just nods, then decides to crank the intensity dial all the way to 11, summoning a wind vortex that blasts a crater in the wall like it's made of wet tissue paper. Then Arthur hits them with the humble brag, asking if they've ever seen a basic orange core scrub pull a stunt like that before. He can't show them the full picture without blowing the roof off, but the point lands harder than the spell itself. He parks himself on a chair and drops the mic, telling the volunteers to take a seat if they actually want to get on his level. Class dismissed, and the students are completely shook, frantically trying to figure out if his power level is glitching or what. They're swearing he used cheat codes, but Arthur couldn't care less and bounces early. Definitely the only perk of this job. Meanwhile, Sylvie goes full hunter mode on a butterfly and ends up face-planting into the dirt. Total derp moment. Kathleen jump scares the guy out of nowhere. Arthur tries to play it cool, joking that he's currently in a very deep convo with his imaginary friend. The princess plops down next to him, leaving him wondering what kind of mood swing she is riding today. She gives him props on the lesson, but then the convo dies instantly. Cue the crickets. Out of nowhere, Kathleen gets all up in his personal space and blurts out that she needs to drop some heavy news. Arthur is internally screaming, praying to whatever gods exist that this girl isn't about to go full drama queen like the elf Tessia. Seriously, his existence alone is enough to start a server-wide war between the kingdoms. But plot twist. Kathleen bows her head and drops a super serious apology for her entire royal family's mess. She is bringing up the auction house fiasco and how her dad acted like a total clown back then. She wants to apologize for beef that has been marinating for years, stuff she has clearly been losing sleep over. She confesses that was the exact moment her image of her dad shattered into a million pieces. Arthur is like, "Girl, chill, it's not that deep," but she insists it matters since they are friends. Arthur, being the troll he is, asks if that is what they are calling it now. The princess claps back, saying casual hugs are basically the universal sign for we're homies. Can't argue with that logic. Kathleen starts venting about growing up under a microscope, constantly judged by the haters until now. Meanwhile, this guy is a literal prodigy, but gets treated like the class clown. The irony actually makes her crack a real smile for once. Arthur leans in to tease the Ice Princess, but she swerves him and immediately pivots back to talking about magic theory. She starts geeking out about wind bullet mechanics, and Arthur senses a trap subtly inching away. He realizes she is not just chatting, she is fishing for his secret strategies. Kathleen starts panicking, trying to defend herself, but Arthur is already standing up. He hits her with the "nice try." He tells her it would be straight up unfair to give his star pupil cheat codes, then walks off with a smirk. Even Sylvie knows what is up. The little brat is basically laughing right in Kathleen's face. Busted. Fast forward, and Arthur is yapping away with a buddy during Gideon's lecture. Gideon loses his cool as usual and aggressively rubs chalk into Watkinson's hair. Everyone just stares like, "Yo, you good?" He puts Watkinson on the spot, demanding a quick rundown on the light-producing tech. Big mistake. Our girl goes full Wikipedia mode and drops a doctoral thesis. Gideon instantly regrets asking. Arthur is kind of salty that Gideon is already assigning them more group projects. Turns out Watkinson is strapped with a whole stash of these light gadgets and is more than happy to hook him up. Arthur acts like she just saved his life, completely ignoring Sylvie, who is desperately trying to tell him to be more responsible. Suddenly, Elijah comes barreling toward them like he is running from the cops. Something about an emergency with the director. Arthur points to the girl in the glasses and introduces her as Emily. They say hi and yup. Remember when Arthur predicted his buddy would end up with a massive nerd? It is literally happening right now. Elijah snaps out of it and drags Arthur to the training room. Arthur rushes in expecting chaos, but just finds Tessia vibing out in meditation. Sylvie tackles Tessia with a hug, but Arthur is looking around like, where is the boss? Turns out Good Sky bailed, even though she is the one who set this whole meeting up. Arthur realizes he has been played. The headmaster totally set them up on a date or something. Tessia turns away, face beet red, and asks if they should just start the assimilation process. It is not a solo mission. This thing requires insane grinding and focus. Usually, you need a whole squad of mages to handle the beast's elemental power without blowing up. Since Arthur is basically the Avatar with his 4-element mastery, helping Tessia get her act together was a total breeze. With her beast will acting up, he played the role of a living mana power bank, ensuring she could actually throw hands with the Elderwood Guardian Corps. By the time they wrapped up, both of them were totally wiped out. And get your minds out of the gutter, you degenerates. I'm talking about training. They decided to clock out for the day. When Tessia asked if he was still salty about her recent moves on him, our boy was a bit shook and swore he wasn't mad at all. The worried elf wasn't buying it, asking why he'd been ghosting her ever since that incident. Biting his lip like a guilty puppy, Arthur tried to act nonchalant, indirectly hinting that maybe he just wasn't boyfriend material for her. But Tessia wasn't born yesterday. She knew he was just feeding her some lame excuses. It wasn't like they were rushing to the altar or planning a wedding anytime soon. She admitted it was low-key messed up to leverage his feelings, but she honestly just wanted to level up their relationship somehow. Arthur tried to deflect with a joke, claiming they'd progressed plenty since she wasn't acting like a spoiled brat princess anymore. That joke landed flat. Tessia stood up absolutely livid. This was serious business to her, and he was treating it like a stand-up comedy routine. She turned her back on him, crushed. Arthur tried to say something to stop her, but she cut him off with a verbal slap to the face. She knows he's a prodigy at literally everything, which feeds his ego, but the one thing he lacks confidence in is facing his own flaws. Tessia has peeped his game. She knows he wears a mask and fakes his feelings to keep people at arm's length. She's disgusted by his reaction, calling him out for acting like a child, just like when he shut down Lilia. The vibe shifted instantly, and Arthur was feeling the heat in real time. Our guy realized he'd dropped the ball big time, but he was more freaked out that she'd actually overheard that private convo back then. He wondered what she even wanted him to say. It's not like he could just drop the "I was a king in a past life" bombshell on her. Later, during a hardcore solo grind with a magical artifact, Tessia's words were still living rent-free in his head. A safety barrier was set up, but honestly, that wasn't what was eating him up inside. He was soloing the artifact like it was on easy mode. But her voice kept replaying in his mind as he unleashed a fire-infused kick that absolutely decapitated the training dummy. He briefly went beast mode, winding up for a fatality move, but the artifact ran out of juice before he could wreck the place. Running on empty, Arthur collapsed for a breather, while Sylvie scolded him for going too hard while still injured. Arthur gave her some head pats, telling her to chill and that he was all good. A knock interrupted the moment, and he opened the door to see the purple-haired instructor standing there. She was fishing for gossip, asking if things were sailing smooth between the human and the elf, seeing as they both ditched class today. She peeped inside and her jaw hit the floor. Arthur slammed the door shut fast, swearing he was just grinding the levels and Tessia wasn't hiding in there. Her romance radar was off, but she still insisted he drag himself to a lecture. Arthur figured, why not, and decided to finally show up. What really blew her mind was that the academy let a single student hog an entire private training facility. She couldn't wrap her head around a kid needing that kind of hardcore setup. The more she dug, the weirder this kid seemed. In class, Arthur was literally nodding off. The other kids were whispering and roasting him, but he couldn't care less. He just wanted to vibe with his fox. Turns out Sylvie wasn't napping but actually training in her sleep talk about a cheat code. Arthur snapped back to reality when the teacher shouted his name. The professor was actually hyped to see the kid back in action after his medical leave. Arthur apologized for ghosting so many classes, but the prof was cool with it and put him on the spot to explain spell formations. Arthur didn't miss a beat and started breaking down the mechanics like a pro. He explained it's about remixing basic spells starting with the same base ingredients but cooking up a totally different result. Professor Maynor looked like he just heard the gospel. It was the perfect answer. He used Arthur's big brain moment to transition into the main lesson. Maynor asked the class to imagine a world where everyone had telepathy. Sounds messy, right? In that reality, one stray thought could start a war. Even the nicest dude could look like a psycho if you saw his intrusive thoughts. Interestingly, the prof thinks that world would create monster mages, since Sylvie and Arthur actually can read each other's minds. This little furball is pretty convinced they're exactly the kind of OP legends the teacher is talking about. Professor Meyer kicks things off by throwing a curveball at the class, asking why some mages have to shout their spells like anime characters while others stay silent. One student pipes up, arguing that if your skills are elite enough, you don't need the verbal crutch at all. But mastery is a pretty vague flex on its own. The professor breaks it down, explaining that the chanting isn't just for show, it actually hacks your own consciousness. It helps the mage lock onto the right mental image, which then sculpts the mana into a perfect refined spell instead of a messy fizzle. To drive the point home, Maya uses a hilarious analogy. He asks what would happen if you confessed your undying love to someone who basically wanted you dead. Obviously, that would trigger a massive reaction from them, which is ironic because Arthur is currently zoning out daydreaming about how Tessia would react to that scenario. Anyway, getting back to the lesson, Meyer explains that the words "I love you" act as the incantation in that situation. They function as the trigger, causing the spell in the other person to activate, resulting in a reaction of disgust, pure hatred, or maybe even a slap in the face. The whole class busts out laughing. You gotta appreciate a teacher who knows how to work the room like a stand-up comic. From Arthur's perspective, Meyer is dropping gems. Just like our wandering thoughts, incantations are the cheat codes to manipulating spells, especially if you have high-definition visualization skills. And that is exactly why in a hypothetical world where everyone could Bluetooth connect their brains to one another, that world would produce the most overpowered magicians in history. The secret sauce is absolute mental discipline. With that mic drop moment, Maya wraps up the lecture and the scene fades out. As the bell rings and class dismisses, Arthur is looking totally out of it. His focus is at zero, all because of the drama with the elf princess. He just can't figure out why her roasting him stings so bad. Sylvie decides to play therapist, pulling him aside to tell him that his elf friend was just spitting straight facts. Arthur gets defensive, arguing that plenty of people hated his guts when he was an adventurer and he slept like a baby back then. Then his cheeky little pet exposes him, teasing that the only reason it hurts is because he's secretly crushing on Tessia. Arthur gets salty that his own furball is dropping truth bombs on him, but suddenly he freezes in his tracks. Why? Because the circus is in town. A bunch of clowns are sneaking up behind him like he wouldn't notice. It's Lucas, that total dirtbag, and his squad of minions. Even Sylvie is growling just looking at their punchable faces. The goons try to act tough and intimidate Arthur, but our boy is 10 steps ahead and absolutely flame broils them with a comeback. Lucas shoves his own henchman into the dirt and gets in Arthur's face, demanding to know how he bailed on their match like a coward. Arthur casually mentions the tiny hole he used as an exit, which absolutely triggers our little blonde brat. See, Lucas wasn't asking about the door. He's losing his mind wondering how Arthur tanked the Inferno Cage spell and scathed unscathed while saving Tessia on top of that. Like a total boss, Arthur swipes Lucas's hand away, telling him it's rude to ask questions with that kind of attitude. Then he steps right into Lucas's personal space, egging him on and stating he has zero reason to explain anything to a scumbag. Lucas starts coping hard, convincing himself Arthur must have used some high-tier artifact because his ego can't handle the truth. This delusional idiot assumes it was either the Bond Beast or the elf princess holding Arthur's hand that got him through it. Arthur just stands there, realizing that Lucas is completely beyond saving. Then the walking refrigerator with the terrible haircut jumps in accusing Arthur of tricking Kathleen too. This jealous loser is practically steaming, trying to pull rank on Arthur to make himself feel better. His buddy tries to calm the raging clown down, reminding him that using mana on campus is a no-go. But this sputtering hothead is seeing red and isn't backing down. Lucas, deciding this is below his pay grade, ditches his minions. Meanwhile, the oversized fridge is completely losing his marbles. He's convinced Arthur seduced Kathleen, a girl who should apparently be his. Our lovable orange-haired MC reminds this clown he isn't trying to seduce anybody. The big guy gets even more triggered, deluding himself into believing a fantasy. He actually thinks Kathleen is madly in love with him. Spoiler alert, she definitely isn't. She'd probably rather date a kitchen appliance than look at him. Even Lucas realizes this dude has snapped the tether to reality. Even Sylvie senses the bad vibes. Arthur picks up on a massive, abnormal amount of mana leaking out of the guy. It's so intense his eyes are bulging out all red and his muscles are locking up like a spring. The psycho freak show lunges with clear intent to kill. Arthur sharply checks his pet, realizing Sylvie is about to turn this kid into a snack. Knowing he has to be quick, Arthur reinforces his magic defenses to tank the incoming hit. He manages to deflect it at the last split second and dodges, causing the big guy to absolutely pulverize the floor tiles. This dude was seriously trying to flatline a student. Arthur reminds the idiot that he's attacking a faculty member right in the middle of school property. Even Lucas's other lackeys think this has gone too far, but Lucas, he's got other schemes brewing. At the end of the day, he's just chilling on the sidelines watching the show like he's got zero skin in the game. Arthur immediately calls BS on them not buying a single word out of Lucas's mouth, but Lucas just smirks, claiming he's clean so nobody can pin a thing on him. Meanwhile, Marcos is straight up losing his marbles, but Lucas is such a toxic piece of trash that he couldn't care less if the guy lives or dies. It is a lose-lose situation. Either Marcos gets wrecked, or Arthur gets him expelled anyway. Lucas dips out, tossing a thread over his shoulder for Arthur to heal up before their next showdown. But before Arthur can even clap back, massive earth spikes come flying at his face. He deflects them with a quick wind blast, only to see some dude looking like a werewolf on steroids charging at him at Mach speed. Arthur tanks the hit with his shield, but he is totally baffled. How is a basic orange core scrub hitting this hard? The math isn't mathing. This guy is pumping out even more mana than Lucas, going full berserker mode with absolutely zero defense. When his shield cracks, Arthur realizes he might have to pop his seal just to take this guy down without accidentally unaliving him. But right before he makes his move, Sylvie goes full mama bear mode, swooping in and knocking Marquis out cold with one savage hit. Arthur glances at his little Bond, who clearly wasn't having it with Arthur's hesitation. A second later, another disciplinary committee member sprints over, panicking. Arthur gives her the lowdown while she inspects the unconscious kid. She spots some creepy markings on his spine and realizes this isn't a one-off, he is victim number 2 of this weird curse. They rush Marquis off to the healers immediately. Arthur, putting on his detective hat, asks if this has happened before. Turns out, yeah, another student went totally psycho just like this. Even while he was stuck in the hospital ward, the questions were eating him alive. He needs to know what those tats actually mean. She has got zero answers for him at the moment, but promises to fill in the rest of the squad later. Before they head in, she tells Arthur to spill the tea to the director. But when he walks in, he is shook to see 2 absolute legends standing there. The redhead is practically vibrating with excitement because Lance Baron and Lance Aaliyah are in the building. Director Good Sky introduces the VIPs to the committee, hyping them up as the generation's god-tier mages. The girl starts fangirling about wanting to be a Lance one day, but Baron straight up ghosts her, turning back to the director like she doesn't even exist. Cold. When they finish up, Baron walks past Arthur without a glance, but Aaliyah is way chillier, offering some sweet encouragement to the hopeful fan. That little interaction basically sends the girl to Cloud 9. Meanwhile, both Sylvie and Arthur pick up on the same vibe. Those two were easily the most overpowered people they have ever been in a room with. Once they leave, Good Sky gets down to business about the attack. Arthur breaks it down for her, but he is still stuck wondering why the Empire's heavy hitters dropped by for a chat. The director waves it off like it is no biggie, saying Baron is just an alum who stopped by to mention his little brother enrolling. Good Sky cuts the small talk and focuses on the drama between Lucas and Arthur. Arthur highlights the Mako situation, pointing out how glitchy and weird his magic was acting. Once he wraps up, the director brings up those mysterious symbols they found on the student's spine. She goes quiet and looks deep in thought, which basically confirms she knows way more than she is letting on. She tells Arthur that Claire hit the nail on the head. This isn't the first victim, and it definitely won't be the last. Arthur tries to dig for more info, but honestly, nobody has a clue what is actually going on yet. Not even the Mage Guild has an explanation. They have got researchers on the case, so it is just a waiting game until they crack the code. Arthur stays quiet while the director tells Claire to beef up security and put more officers on patrol. She wants extra eyes on the night shift too. And as for Arthur, she is just glad he is bouncing back so fast. The team really needs his help. With that, the meeting wraps up and Good Sky heads back to her office. She starts second-guessing herself, wondering if dragging students into this mess was a reckless move that is going to blow up in her face. But deep down, she knows that sometimes collateral damage is part of the game. Still, she is stressed about how fast everything is spiraling out of control way faster than she planned. Later, Claire and Arthur say, "Peace out." Then Arthur bumps into Baron, who is busy chewing out his little brother. It is wild to see Lucas, usually the king of arrogance, looking like a scared puppy in front of his big bro. This flashback hits Arthur like a truck, reminding him of Caspian's old-school advice to not throw hands with Lucas until he's actually swole enough to wreck his big bro. It's a super jagged pill to swallow, but Arthur is straight up helpless with Baron lurking around like a bad smell, at least for the moment. Then, faster than a hiccup before Arthur can even think about grabbing his gear, Aaliyah has him dead to rights with a blade at his throat. She starts grilling him on why he's looking at a lance like he wants to end her bloodline, instantly calling out his rookie mistake, trying to play it cool by stashing his weapon in his dimensional ring total amateur hour. Arthur sheathes his steel again, trying to explain his beef isn't with her since they're basically total strangers. Aaliyah claps back, saying she could sniff out his killer vibes even though he was trying to keep a poker face. But let's be real. His hacks would be totally useless against Baron, which makes Arthur wonder just how broken this Lance girl's power level actually is. Aaliyah confirms Baron is a legit monster. The convo rolls on with Arthur asking where she stacks up on the power scale. She cracks a joke with some wild hand signs but gets super bummed out when Arthur doesn't even chuckle. Tough crowd. Plot twist, she drops the bomb that she's actually the weakest link among the Lancers. Turns out there's a massive skill canyon in their squad, and our boy Arthur has to play therapist to comfort the poor girl. Shockingly, Baron isn't the top dog, just one of the big dogs. But Aaliyah's spidey senses are way better, which is how she caught Arthur lacking so easily. Aaliyah really vibed with their chat, especially since Arthur treated her like a person, not just a walking nuke. Looking at the kid, she gets hit right in the feels. He reminds her of her brother, who'd be the same age if he hadn't passed away. She gives him a head pat and bounces. The very next day, the gossip mill is spinning out of control with rumors about the incident. Everyone is losing their minds that the class went completely off the rails. Hearing the chatter, Sylvie asks why humans are addicted to spilling tea. Arthur agrees, then heads to the disciplinary council where the vibe is pure stress. Claire drops the terrifying news that Marco kicked the bucket literally last night. Arthur asks for the deets and finds out the medics were useless against his mana leakage. Dude was out cold and still draining like a broken battery. It was all tied to those sketchy, mysterious tattoos on his back. Kathleen explains they found absolutely nothing, and the tiny clues they did find kept totally under wraps. The parents lawyered up and refused to release info, leading to someone slamming a fist on the table in rage. One committee member is totally fed up with being kept in the dark without any solid intel. Claire pivots the conversation to Arthur's comeback, stressing that they need to go full lockdown mode on security. After the meeting, everyone's wondering if the new patrols will even matter. Arthur is chill with tagging along with Theodore, even if their schedules are a total mismatch. Fayrith shows off his fancy new daggers that basically work like walkie-talkies. Arthur checks them out totally shook. Kathleen is even more stunned that Kai volunteered to go lone wolf and patrol a huge chunk of the campus by himself. Arthur roasts her, pointing out how her face says, "I don't care," but her words scream, "I'm worried." Curtis mentions Kai is usually the king of dodging work. So yeah, it's super sus that he's suddenly stepping up to the plate. Arthur wonders if it's got something to do with Theodore and grills Curtis on why he bailed on patrol duty. All it took to really trigger her brother was Kathleen spilling the tea about her close connection with Arthur, which, as you can guess, could be twisted in a million ways that this oblivious girl completely fails to realize. Time for our golden boy to hit the books and get back to class. He tosses out a big brain question: do mana core colors actually tell you how strong a mage is? Or is that just fake news? One girl immediately claims colors are the ultimate power ranking, but the young professor shuts that simple answer down instantly. Arthur claps back, arguing that judging someone simply by a mana core is actually a trash way to measure true strength. It ignores strategy, reaction time, and battle IQ. That's like saying a guy is a good fighter just because he has huge biceps. Sure, muscles help you lift heavy stuff, but that doesn't mean you can throw hands better than a skinny guy with skills. A student challenges him, asking, "Okay, smart guy, what's better than checking core color?" Arthur drops a super deep answer wrapped in two simple words: just don't. He thinks you're a total clown if you ever assume your opponent is weak, because even if you know their stats in a real fight, anything can happen. If you're squaring up against a scrub with a weak mana core going easy, makes zero sense, but grieving them is just straight up bullying. When you are in a do-or-die situation, you cannot afford to sleep on your opponent. You have to play tactically and stay sharp. With that intense debate finally wrapped up, Arthur is hoping his students are ready to run back that exercise from the other day as soon as the bell rings. Our main character totally crashed completely out of stamina. He only woke up because Gideon sent an urgent letter about a patch update for his training bot Toby. Arthur rushes to Professor Glory's class apologizing for the lag, but she literally pushes him away, telling him to chill because he is still recovering. She tells him to just sit on the sidelines and spectate for now. Arthur is hyped he does not have to pointlessly fight Lucas. Up in the stands, Sylvie bounces off to find the lovely Tessia. The elf princess is startled but stoked to see the little one, though she shoots Arthur some serious side-eye. Arthur sits next to her, and after a moment of awkward silence, tries to break the ice. Tess shuts him down immediately, saying there is no point in explaining since she got ahead of herself too. She feels guilty and apologizes. But Arthur keeps it real. She was spitting facts. He knows he fumbled the bag one way or another. Even for a prodigy like Arthur, emotions are complicated. You cannot just grind XP for that. Tess seconds that, admitting she lost her cool and said some messy stuff. Arthur thinks she is handling it like a champ though. He admits he was ghosting her to be mature faces. The music apologizes and then straight up rejects Tess to her face. You can practically hear her heart shattering in high definition as he says those words. Tess is bummed, but Arthur leaves the door cracked open. He does not want a relationship right now, but that is just for the current season. He is down to revisit the idea when they are older, but he gets wrecked when Tess claims she will not be waiting around. Arthur clarifies things, understanding she is popular, but he is just not ready to lock it in yet. Hearing that, she laughs in his face, glad he knows she has options. She waits a beat, pokes his face, and asks if he is trustworthy. She does not want him out there macking on other girls. Arthur swears that is never going to happen, so she is cool with their current situationship. Getting up, he admits he does not expect her to wait on him. But to make up for lost time, our boy plants a peck on her head. Don't you dare smile like that, bro. Stop looking so smug. Well, right after that, our guy went totally offline. Everywhere he went, bro, turned into a statue, all from one kiss. He is still so embarrassed even after just one peck. But besides the cringe, Arthur is curious. Why are the current lectures acting like reruns of older classes? One student points out the confusion, asking how gravity, lightning, and other deviant elements exist in nature. So it begs the question, why is mana natural but acts different from the basic elements? That is a solid question, and the teacher is loving it. It is a glitch that has annoyed mages for decades with no patch notes to explain it. Some believe you need specific conditions for deviant elements to spawn. Mana, however, plays by its own rules. One of the exceptions is fire, which can spawn naturally without a trigger. That is also why mages rank fire as S-tier basic magic specifically, because it mimics deviant magic so closely. Arthur finally clicks on why this class is lagging behind in lectures. But honestly, he wonders how Tess is holding up after what went down. Speaking of the elf, she is on cloud 9, embarrassed that he made a move even though he is a bit of a dummy. It was still a win. She is so happy she is checking her reflection, already wondering how their future kids are going to turn out. And of course, thinking about the birds and the bees makes her turn bright red. On a different note, A bunch of clowns are spraying graffiti to spread hate against elves and dwarves. Arthur catches them and scares the soul out of them. One naively attacks him and gets swept with a single kick. She face plants into the ground while screaming at him for hitting a girl. And get this, my man says, "I believe in gender equality." That is absolute content right there. He proves his point by charging up a wind spell and politely asks if she wants to mess around and find out. The other kid gets snagged by patrol. Unfortunately, they cannot find any symbols on either of their backs. He dips out, leaving Arthur to ride solo while he escorts the duo to the office. Meanwhile, patrol duty is absolutely draining Sylvia's battery. She's hangry, gassed, and ready to crash. Arthur's like, "Chill fam, we're almost at the finish line." He creeps up near Kai's patrol zone, debating if it's time to call it a day. Out of nowhere, Sylvia's spidey senses start tingling with mana vibes. Arthur snatches her up and ducks behind a pillar real quick. And yup, this dude spotting the symbols on his back is definitely the target. From a distance, Arthur can see this guy is leaking mana like a broken faucet. I mean, the puddles forming under his feet are a dead giveaway. Arthur hits the brakes on the chase and decides to play spectator. The plan? Let this guy unknowingly Uber him straight to the enemy hideout while he keeps tabs from the shadows. But then, some absolute muppet yells out Arthur's name, completely blowing his cover and nuking his stealth mission. And just like that, the target ghosts them. Poof. Gone. While our boy is internally screaming at the clown who ruined everything, Kai rolls up making a massive scene, caring way more about his turf than the actual problem. He starts scanning for Theo, who is also MIA. Arthur fills him in, saying Theo is currently playing escort for some students to the office, which means their patrol zones are totally unguarded right now. Suddenly their blades light up with a yellow beam, the universal signal that Theo just smashed the panic button. Kai plays captain, ordering Arthur to go investigate Theo's situation while he hunts down the runner. Before dipping, our boy drops the deets on the suspect's look. Then we catch this super shady look from Kai, like major sus vibes, implying he might have actually sabotaged Arthur's hunt on purpose. Both of them take off, sprinting straight towards Theo's last known location. Arthur finds out someone literally cracked Theo's skull. He took a bat to the dome and it was an instant knockout because the attack was stupidly overpowered. He got completely blindsided just as he was herding the kids to the admin building. Finding the runaways shouldn't be rocket science since they're just students, not ninjas. Arthur starts theory crafting about a third party jumping in because there is no way Theodore gets one-shotted like a scrub unless something fishy went down. Arthur then throws out a wild theory that someone on Manhwa's level might have been pulling the strings. But sadly, the ambush was so fast, Theodore didn't catch a glimpse of anything before hitting the floor. Then Arthur flashbacks to Kai mentioning some injury to his arm earlier. More importantly, Theo is grilling Arthur on where he was during the chaos. But since Arthur has zero receipts on the guy he was chasing, he decides to keep his mouth shut. The rest of the committee is just standing there looking totally lost in the sauce. They figure he's just trying to make up for Kai, who apparently has a rep for being stronger and more reliable than he looks. Fast forward to the next day, Arthur is deep in thought, but they came up empty-handed with zero leads on either side. He's still salty about that awkward encounter, definitely overthinking it and letting it mess with his head. Gideon jump scares him. Low-key disappointed Arthur hasn't cooked up another revolutionary invention yet. His buddy notices Arthur is totally zoning out and looking stressed. He admits it's all the drama with the committee weighing him down. He was so locked in his own head all morning that he sleepwalked through his first 2 classes and even shoulder-checked someone. Then the nerd girl flexes this light-producing artifact she snagged for him. Arthur lights up like a Christmas tree, while Sylvie realizes he's basically using cheat codes. Over in Professor Glory's class, the students are grinding, going head-to-head in battles. Arthur watches the PvP from the sidelines, still mind-boggled that Lucas only got a suspension slap on the wrist for that last fiasco. Sylvia is bored out of her mind because Tess isn't there, but they're linking up with her later tonight in the training room. Sylvia is hyped they're off patrol duty, since she absolutely hates that gig. Meanwhile, Professor Glory drags herself over to the boy and collapses, completely wiped out. She drops the news that the council put a ban hammer on all field trips to the safe dungeons, which is usually her thing with the students. Arthur is curious about the trip, but Glory figures they'll be hitting a baby-level dungeon. Honestly, for someone like Arthur, it would be a total snooze fest. Later that day, Arthur and Tess wrap up their assimilation grind. Feeling beat? Arthur suggests they chill by the pool for a bit. They sit there vibing, staring at the inactive artifacts. Arthur checks in on the elf to make sure the beast will isn't rejecting her. So far, no glitches in the system, which is a massive win for both of them. He tells her to alert the director or hit him up immediately if things go south, especially since her grandpa is out of town for a minute. Tess stretches out, insisting she's totally fine and he needs to chill. Best case scenario, her assimilation is done in a few weeks. If they get super lucky, they might even boost her core to a high tier. That is until Arthur takes a face full of water. This cheeky elf decided to strike first. Arthur claps back with his own splash attack, sarcastically apologizing for helping her cool down. Next thing you know, it's a full-on water war until they're both shivering. Then things get a little spicy, their hands brush, almost leading to a hug, and Tess suddenly gets all shy and awkward. The moment gets crashed by director Good Sky, who looks like she just went 12 rounds with a freight train and lost. Tesha rushes over to check her vitals, but the director puts on her poker face, claiming she's totally fine, just had a heavy sparring session at the guild. Arthur isn't buying it, though. He remembers she was supposed to be in a high-stakes meeting with the council, not hitting the gym. Good Sky tries to play it off, like she just took a scenic detour, but Tesha is stressing that the old gal is pushing her batteries way past the red line given her age. The director finally caves to the guilt trip and promises to chill out next time. She asks to crash in Arthur's training room for a class later, and he's cool with it since he already finished his daily mana grind. He leaves Good Sky in Tesha's hands, but his gut tells him the director is definitely sitting on a spicy secret. Still, he decides not to be a nosy neighbor. Fast forward to the next morning, and Arthur is dragging his feet to class totally wiped out. Elijah is freaking out, wondering what kind of epic quest Arthur was on all night. Speaking of late nights, Elijah crawled back to the dorms way past curfew because of his social club. Now he's bragging about joining the chain-casting researchers. And the motivation, you guessed it, purely for the ladies. Arthur is grossed out, wondering if this dude was a lonely monk in a past life to be this thirsty and desperate now. Glasses Boy starts giving a whole speech about how this is the golden age for discovery and romance. But his little TED talk gets shut down instantly by the professor, who roasts him for chasing skirts instead of grades. The whole class busts a gut, laughing, even Arthur. Poor Elijah just melts into his chair, wishing he could turn invisible. Then the vibe shifts hard. The prof brings up the student who kicked the bucket a few days ago. He gets super serious, warning them that magic isn't a toy, and too many people treat it like a game until it's game over. The top docs and mages are Sherlock Holmesing the situation to figure out what exactly fried Manhwa. But one thing is crystal clear: the guy was redlining his magic engine way past the safety zone. Overworking your mana core is like playing with fire while soaked in gasoline. Think of it like a muscle: you pull it too hard and you snap. Except with a mana core, that snap can put you in a coffin. A student pipes up, arguing that Manhwa was still breathing right after the accident. She can't wrap her head around why he didn't pull through despite the backlash. Even with healing potions on deck, he didn't make it. The prof admits she has a point, but sometimes the universe just says nope. Bottom line, he's trying to scare them straight so they don't end up as a cautionary tale. Using performance enhancers for mana is a trap. 1 minute you're strong, the next you're leaking mana like a broken faucet. Arthur nods along, but in his head he's thinking, nah, something else is fishy. Mark's psycho behavior doesn't add up. And those weird tattoos on his back, super sus. Anyway, cut to Arthur's class where he's playing teacher and dropping hints for their homework. He calls on Lester first, that big arrogant bully he humbled back on day one. Lester looks like he is about to wet himself. Arthur sets the scene. Imagine a boss fight where getting close equals death. As an augmenter, charging in like a hero would just get you squashed. So you gotta go sniper mode with a tiny piece of paper and a long-range spell. Arthur claims he's got a spell ready, then blows the paper off his hand. It flutters to the floor like a dead leaf. Fail. Then he flips the script to show them the real solution he hinted at last time. He crunches the paper into a tight ball, loads it into a pipe, and thwack-nails Lester right in the center of his massive 5-head. The class roars with laughter, but the joke's on them. He just gave them the answer on a silver platter. He starts explaining the cheat code for conjurers, but the camera cuts away to Lance Baron and Lance Aaliyah. Aaliyah thought they were heading to Elenir for a mission, but apparently they got summoned early by Lance Fry for some drama. Baron is all business, saying they've got a code red situation to handle. It's about a hidden dungeon deep in the Beast Glades that he stumbled upon himself. Boom, enter player 3. The white-haired Lance sits down, skipping the pleasantries and going straight to business. She spills the tea on why the council pulled the emergency brake on their plans. It's about a new discovery in the dungeons. They found actual footprints, metaphorically speaking, of mages that aren't from this continent. Aaliyah jumps up, totally shook. The other continent was just a myth, right? But Baron drops the bomb. These invaders know all about us, but we know zero about them. He turns to Vera to confirm the intel. It's legit. That scrap of fabric they found is the real deal. It's radiating mana like nothing Dickathan has ever seen. Even Baron can sense the vibes coming off it and is dying to crack the code on the spellwork. Varai breaks it down. The spell is bricked because the cloth is dead. Then she pivots to some top-secret intel meant for Aaliyah's eyes only. She whips out a scroll mapping giant bloodworm sightings all over the beast glades. Aaliyah's confused like, so what, bloodworms are everywhere. But Varai explains why these critters are acting super sus. These beasts are totally ditching their usual tunneling habits. Sounds wild, but this glitchy behavior screams that enemy mages might be camping out deep in the dungeons. Baron tried to investigate earlier and came up with a big fat 0. Since Aaliyah is a sensory magic wizard, she figures this gig has her name written all over it. Varai wants her running this mission solo. No teammates to slow her roll or cramp her style. Meanwhile, Baron is planning a deep dive for answers. The Thunderlord suggests Aaliyah bring Mika along for backup, but she shuts that down instantly. She knows the stakes are sky high. Every second they waste, things go from bad to nightmare fuel. That's exactly why she needs to hit the road like yesterday. Cutting back to our yawning protagonist who finally wakes up when he sees a disciplinary committee member getting absolutely wrecked. Cathian tried to save her brother, but freezing him in a block of ice is just as sketchy as letting him faceplant into a wall. Then Theo jumps in swinging. Curtis takes a heavy hit from a secondary spell that totally glitches out his gravity. That is some high-tier magic even Arthur hasn't unlocked yet. But then his weapon gets jacked and boom, he detonates a massive fire pillar to separate the fighters. Even Theo had to give props for that move. Round 5 starts, but Kai instantly shuts it down with his threads. Oh, it looks like he's following Claire's orders. This is the first time Arthur has ever laid eyes on that specific brand of magic. He's tripping over how clean Kai's wire control is. The fight was going fine, but Claire wants everyone in one piece for class. Squad meeting time. Claire drops the news that she, Arthur and Curtis are ditching campus for a field trip to the sketchy Beast Glades. They have already mapped out a whole stack of patrol routes to cover while they are gone. Kai steps up to take the extra shifts like a champ. Smart move. Another student jumps in to volunteer faster than you can say extra credit. Then Kai slyly uses his wires to raise Doradrea's arm, forcing her to volunteer. Sneaky guy just wants some quality time with her since it's been a minute. She agrees, but only if they keep her fed. The meeting wraps up and Arthur gets flagged down by his so-called rival. He tells Arthur to watch his back out there, totally clueless that our boy is essentially a smurfing A-rank adventurer. And he held that rank before he even enrolled. Arthur dips and asks Claire what Kai's magical deal is. Funny enough, Kai keeps his lips sealed other than bragging that his metal wires are special. Arthur wonders if those wires can mask mana signatures. Then Mr. Creepy Vibes sneaks up, asking what they are gossiping about. Arthur innocently asks about the wire tech only to get a super weird shady warning in return. Claire breaks up the stare down, reminding them they have got class to catch. Over in the training room, Elijah is grinding his earth magic against a level 7 training bot. The bot dodges everything until Elijah finally manages to pin the bucket of bolts down. Elijah goes for the finisher, but the bot suddenly charges a massive fire cannon. Good thing Arthur is there to bail him out. Elijah is freaking out, wondering when the heck this gadget learned to spit fire. Even Arthur was clueless. He figures it's just that crazy inventor trolling him with hidden features. Elijah is totally geeked out over the mechanics of that thing. He has always loved artificing, but hit a wall because his mana skills were trash. Arthur roasts him, claiming he only learned magic to pick up girls. The nerd doesn't even try to deny it. So Arthur hands him a wooden sword, telling him to at least get the basics of melee down. Bro seals the deal by reminding him chicks dig swords too. That gets Elijah fired up enough to swing, but Arthur dodges every shot with 0 effort. He is actually low-key impressed. Elijah has minimal wasted movement and his footwork is surprisingly solid, like he's been trained before. It is so clean that Arthur thinks to himself, this kid is a natural-born swordsman. If he could fuse that footwork with his metal magic, he would be practically unstoppable. Arthur swerves the attack like a pro, then instantly takes the guy out. Elijah's rage makes him sloppy, leaving him wide open as Arthur reaches out. Suddenly, Elijah gets hit with a flashback of some VIP. Out of nowhere, his brain gets flooded with way too many feels, leaving Arthur low-key stressed. Even Elijah is clueless about why he's tripping so hard while Arthur insists they drag him to the nurse's office. Four Eyes swears he's Gucci and claims it's just a headache, refusing to spill the tea before heading off to wash up. He just dips for now, and Arthur throws him a peace sign anyway. The next few weeks were chill, but our boy was literally passing out in class from zero battery. Midterms were pulling up fast, and Arthur was struggling to stay in the lane. But with his packed schedule, he was catching L's even in the class he teaches. Even though he's leveling up like crazy thanks to his mentors and gear, Arthur never forgot his main quest line for being at school. He was just vibing with the wholesome slice-of-life moments with his day ones. That was the content he lived for daily. Arthur and Elijah are taking a stroll when Elijah suddenly buffers and zones out completely. He's been glitching like this for a few days, but Elijah refuses to talk about it, claiming it's just exam stress. Their field trip to the Beast Glades is also dropping any second now. Elijah tells Arthur to watch his HP while training with Tess, so he stays in one piece. Interestingly, Sylvie peeps some sus aggression from Elijah, and Arthur's picking up on those bad vibes too. Later, during his sync-up training with Tess, Arthur's hyped to announce her mana core is stabilizing at max speed. She's feeling herself thinking she's top tier until our boy humbles her with a literal finger flick. He doesn't want her getting a big head, since she's barely running at full capacity thanks to the sync process. Then there's Arthur, who's basically nerfed right now for the trip, but he's built different since he can always turn off the limiters. Tess, however, is salty that he keeps treating her like a noob, even though she's a whole year older than him. Our boy doubles down instead of apologizing, roasting her about the time she was shaking in her boots over some beasts as a kid. Poor Tess gets so red she tackles him ready to scratch his face off. Thankfully, Arthur is saved by a surprise spawn from Tess's grandpa, who is shook that these two lovebirds are getting so cozy. It takes the elf a second to realize she's actually sitting on him. She immediately yeets herself away, dying of cringe. Arthur hops up and asks what Virion is doing here, since he should be drowning in meetings right now. Virion keeps trolling Tess until she checks him. But Gramps is actually low-key worried about the dungeon raid, since Arthur won't be there to carry. He wants our boy to babysit Tess until tomorrow, but Arthur hits him with the nah, cause he's got to see the fam tonight before he bounces. Grandpa over here thinks it's a big brain play for him to take Tess along, but Arthur stands there throwing up a giant X with his arms. No shot. He knows his parents will absolutely lose it if that happens. But yeah, all that arguing was basically useless. When Arthur finally drags her to the crib, the family throws the door open, hyped to see the duo. Arthur's wondering how the heck they knew Tess was coming. Turns out this fam is playing 4D chess. They even got gifts ready. Alice is all hugs, while Ellie is itching to flex her new archery skills for Tess from across the yard. He takes a moment to look around at his ride-or-die crew, feeling all the warm and fuzzies. A grin creeps onto his face as he steps in, but let's pause the wholesome vibes right there and dive into something way darker. Lancelea is flying solo, scouting a split path in the dungeon. And this means Var's hunch about the bloodworms was dead on. No way these creeps changed lanes on their own based on the tunnel layout. She figures out they're grouping up and heading straight for the Grand Mountains. Aaliyah realizes the objective and sprints down the right-hand path. She slams the brakes at a cliff edge. A loose rock drops and triggers a massive boss, a two-headed Hades serpent. But this one's got a custom skin and horns. And for some reason, it's camping the tunnel entrance. Even though this mob usually rides solo and has zero chill, Aaliyah messages Vare about the snakes and the insane amount of mana leaking from the tunnel. She's betting it's the spawn point linked to that mutant mana beast. Aaliyah is calling for backup before making a single move. Or maybe Vare is planning to airdrop 50 battle mages on her location and tell her to sit tight. Cut to the dinner table where Vincent Helia is absolutely wasted, acting like his usual goofy self after getting home. Lilia is roasting him for it, but Mom steps in with the gentle defense, explaining that the old man just misses his daughter like crazy. Ever since shipping her off to the academy, Lilia has been dying of cringe because he turned her into a walking meme. She couldn't care less about the council president right now. She is way more interested in where Tessia dipped off to, seeing as the girl pulled a disappearing act out of nowhere. Arthur is like, relax, she just stepped out to touch some grass, and mentions his mom trailed right behind her. Meanwhile, Ellie is out cold sleeping like a rock. Art asks his pops to haul her upstairs, but Dad pulls a reverse card, playfully tossing the job back to Arthur, because apparently she missed her big bro the most. Meanwhile, outside, Alice and Tess are just vibing, sharing a quiet moment in the fresh air. Tess is raving about how much fun she had watching Vincent and Reynolds clown around, claiming their company was a total blast. Alice is face-palming, swearing they were pure embarrassment fuel, but Tess just laughs it off, sipping her tea like it's the finest gossip. Then Tess gets a little deep, asking if Alice is freaking out about Arthur's upcoming dungeon raid. Come tomorrow, like any mom worth her salt, she is going to be stressing. Despite his insane strength, Alice is the type to worry until her hair turns grey, even if the kid's power level completely dwarfs the Lance's. At the end of the day, dungeons are sketch by nature, and the fear is part of the package. She apologizes for being a buzzkill, but Tess shuts that down real quick. She looks Alice in the eye and lets her know she is ready to do whatever it takes to protect Arthur, paying him back for always having her back. Surprisingly, Alice isn't about that life. She reminds Tessia that she is a loving daughter too, and her own folks would lose their minds if anything happened to her. Alice puts Tessa's safety at the top of the list, trusting that Arthur is big enough and bad enough to handle his own business. Since it is getting brick outside, she suggests they bounce and head indoors. Tess wants to chill in the cold a little longer, so after a quick thanks, Alice leaves her to it. In the next scene, as Arthur is tucking his lil sis into bed, Ellie's eyes pop open, realizing it is still dark out. Her first question naturally is about her brother leaving. Arthur breaks the news that he will be ghost by sunrise. Even with her heartfelt wishes, he can't do a thing to extend his visit, but he promises to crash for a whole week next time. Right after the field trip, Ellie begs him for a bedtime story, but Art just apologizes, saying he has got an early grind tomorrow too. But his sister isn't taking no for an answer. She insists he share one, so Arthur finally caves and sits next to her to spill the tea on becoming a professor. He picks up the saga exactly where he left us hanging. Arthur describes how he saved Kathleen when she was in a tight spot. Ellie remembers that as the king's daughter and gets salty that her bro is out here saving princesses for a living. Her brother keeps the epic yarn spinning, detailing how he challenged the professor to a 1 versus 1, instead only for Ellie to roast him, saying he just did it to flex. Arthur speedruns the part where he completely wrecked Professor Geist, which led to the director basically begging him to join the faculty. He didn't say yes immediately though, and kept turning it down until he realized the gig came with some serious VIP privileges if he decided to take her up on it. Plus, there was a sweet private training room giving him more time to grind XP and hone his skills. Ellie grills him on whether he is even a decent teacher and if he actually uses that training room with his homies. Arthur had to explain the whole situation, but that just opened the floodgates for a million more questions. Sun is up already, but Arthur is missing in action, not even in his room. Reynolds figures the kid woke up at the crack of dawn to whip up breakfast. So they decide to check on Ellie and get hit right in the feels. Both kids are passed out cold together. Poor Arthur was stuck doing a Q&A session all night long. Now it is finally go time for the field trip. Miss Glory yells for everyone to squat up. Arthur tells Lil Sylvie to go catch some prey while the humans are busy. It won't be an issue since it is just a noob dungeon, so he will be chill. Sylvie bounces, telling her master to holler if he needs her. If things go south well, Arthur, for one, can't believe he just got manhandled by freaking Lucas of all people. That arrogant mage is acting all high and mighty just because of his A-rank adventurer clout. Arthur decides to troll him a bit by bringing up how the same guy got his license snatched away. After destroying this dude with a single sentence, he tries to go about his day, but Lucas grabs his shoulder and asks if he is jelly. Arthur maintains his cool and claims he was just spitting facts. Lucas starts powering up for a fight, but the showdown gets broken up by another student who starts preaching about the importance of being a team leader. Some random face out here thinks he is going to run the show, but the squad somehow unanimously agrees for Tesha to take the wheel instead. Makes sense considering she is the student council prez and a solid mage who can keep these chaotic kids in check. Lucas is super salty about it, while Professor Glory tells the class to quit yapping and remember the strats they learned. The crew rolls up to the dungeon entrance, and inside, Glory recommends they stick to the game plan and shield up with mana. It is brick cold in there, absolutely freezing, so you have to buff yourself just to keep from turning into a popsicle. Arthur activates his cheat codes though. Thanks to his assimilation with Sylvia, the cold does not even faze him. Tisa, for one, is totally distracted by the scenery vibing with how pretty the dungeon looks with all the glowing crystals. Glory takes a second to drop the lore. Welcome to the Widow's Crypt, a low-ranking dungeon where they will only be exploring the first 2 floors. So the mana beasts here are not any tougher than Snarlers. Some of the students are scared stiff though because snarlers are tough to kill, and also they are ugly as all get out. Curtis is scratching his head because usually these things swarm you instantly, but strangely, it is dead quiet right now. Claire thinks it is sus too because the guild restricted access to students, only meaning no other adventurers have been here to clear the spawn points. As they head deeper, Glory is getting increasingly annoyed by the same bad vibe. She warns the students to stay frosty because monsters could be camping nearby, while Lucas is fuming that they have not found any action yet. A student then asks if they will go hardcore mode into the deeper levels if this floor turns out to be empty. Glory shuts that down immediately, completely rejecting the idea. If they do not spot anything here, they will simply report it to the guild and call it a day. Curtis is mid-sentence. Suddenly, he crashes right into Professor Glory, who has seen something so terrifying she is completely frozen. Glory immediately screams at her students to retreat because a giant pack of snarlers just appeared out of nowhere. Without waiting for a written invitation, Arthur and the others follow the command and book it out of there. Glory buffs herself with mana before diving into the mosh pit, slicing the creatures to pieces. While these things are not much stronger than your typical mob, the fact that they are attacking in a massive Zerg rush is definitely weird. Glory gets back to her students to explain the sitch. She is worried about the glitchy behavior of the monsters and thinks that is enough adventure for one day. The instant she is about to lead the group away, Lucas shoots a fire arrow right past her neck as a blatant warning shot. This arrogant jerk does not want to leave just when things are getting interesting. Right, now that the heat is on, the other students are suddenly interested in continuing to explore and do not find the snarlers that threatening anymore. Curtis and Claire even suggest farming here for a while, but Arthur of all people notices why Glory is hesitating. There is also the case of the Lancers investigating the sketchy occurrences in these dungeons lately. The professor then convinces herself that this could be a good learning opportunity for her students to grind some valuable experience. And then there is the fact that snarlers are at most E-class beasts she thinks will not be a problem as long as she is there to carry them. She plunges her sword and tells them to split into teams. Glory grabs Lucas's shoulder before reminding the arrogant kid that she will not tolerate that kind of toxicity again. With that handled, Tisa leads Arthur's group, putting Arthur on point duty with his expertise in throwing hands. She wants Clive and Roland to handle the rear for maximum cover. Finally, Lucas will stay in the middle to keep their diamond formation, but he is taking it for granted and thinks this trip is basically child's play. Arthur does not want any of them to get worked up over him and points to the snarlers heading their way. He notices Rosefield, who is being extremely unserious until he sees Arthur cut down a creature like butter. The team locks in with Arthur dicing the creatures up while the rest handle cover fire. Lucas is going full mayhem mode and erupting a bunch of fire spells everywhere. He spots Tisa, who covers for him by trapping his snarler and beheading it. Glory knows her students can handle this level of threat pretty well thanks to their training. However, not even her students are used to marathon battles, and the snarlers just keep spawning. Glory instructs each team to follow their leaders as they will be heading back up to the surface now. Each of them retreats until Arthur spots Rosefield slipping up. He goes back to rescue him and gets mauled by the creatures. Arthur realizes that he has to hurry and channel his power into a single attack to cut through the layers of monsters. He decides to whip out a new move that he could not use on Toby, unleashing a massive wind-type strike. He screams, "Burst Blade!" and wipes out the entire mob of creatures with one clean sweep. But that risky play comes with a heavy price tag. Arthur's right arm is basically toast. The good news is, his homie is safe and sound. But just when you think they're in the clear, the situation goes south real quick. A bunch of terrifying snarlers pop up out of thin air and get this, they can fly now. Talk about a glow down, these things got even uglier. Now they're screaming like banshees straight out of the underworld. Turns out these are queen snarlers, which is totally sus because they aren't even supposed to spawn on this level. These nightmare fuel monsters belong in the basement dungeon, not up here. Realizing it's time to lock in, Glory whips out her dual fire blades, parries a double attack from the queens like a pro, and pushes them back in one smooth motion. Then she dives in and slices them up with one savage strike. Glory insists on soloing the bosses and tells the squad to gun it for the exit. Arthur's arm is wrecked, sure, but he's still hyping everyone up to smash through the blockade. He peeps Deline in the distance and waves her over like, "Yo, come with me ASAP." Tessa and the crew promise to watch Arthur's six while he clears a path to the door. Once they hit the mark, Arthur tells the student to seal the hole while he plays bodyguard. But of course, they get jumped from a blind spot. Deline flinches, expecting to get hit, but our boy is on demon time. He speed blitzes the monster before it can touch her, keeping her focused on the mission. Motivated now, Deline starts channeling her big spell while chaos erupts around her. Arthur and the squad are holding the line up front, while Tessa steps up and blasts the incoming creepers with a massive wind vortex. Finally, Deline wraps up her mission, but now they have to play janitor and move some rubble. Arthur snaps his arm back into place and winds up for a haymaker. Dude goes full One-Punch Man mode and absolutely vaporizes the boulder so Deline can catch the pieces, but the hole still isn't big enough for them to squeeze through. Arthur knows they need a plan B fast. He's about to throw another hit when he catches a whiff of something nasty. It's smoke piling up like crazy, because that moron Lucas is spamming his fire magic and roasting everything in sight, which means their only source of fresh air is getting clogged up fast. Arthur screams at everyone to cut the pyro act immediately, or they're going to run out of oxygen and pass out. Doesn't matter how hard they fight if they can't breathe, right? Meanwhile, Sylvia gets that gut feeling that things are really off. Arthur breaks it down for her and sends her flying to the entrance to give him a sit rep on the outside. That gives Arthur a light bulb moment. He wants Curtis to bust out the World Howl spell to blow the blockade wide open. The snag is Curtis is running on empty without his beast bond, so he can't cast something that heavy. That's Arthur's cue. He tells Curtis to turn around and focus on triggering his first phase transformation. He orders Deline to go hold the line with the others, and once they're clear, Arthur takes a breath and preps for mana transference. This is some old-school theory that Wizards spent years researching before deciding it was basically trash. But since Arthur is literally built different with that quadra-elemental affinity, he can tweak his mana output to match any flavor he wants. He isn't a grandmaster at it yet, but he can pull it off when it counts. As he pumps mana into Curtis, he realizes he's been kind of slacking off mentally. The whole time he was treating this dungeon like a walk in the park. He got too strong and let it go to his head. Now Curtis has enough juice to hit phase 1, and Arthur is done being cocky. He's taking this seriously. If Curtis pushes it too far, his beast will bail on him, but he manages to unleash the World Howl and blasts the blockade into oblivion. Now the whole squad has a straight shot to the exit. Professor Glory is slicing and dicing even with her busted gear. But those Queen Snarlers are giving her a run for her money. Things look decent until Arthur peeps Tessa, who is completely running on fumes. Her core is acting up at the worst possible second. Arthur sprints over to help, wondering how the heck 2 boss monsters just spawned in like that. They're technically only B-tier mobs, so Glory should be clapping them easily. Instead, she's actually struggling, which makes 0 sense for an A-class adventurer. Suddenly, the floor starts shaking. Arthur looks over and sees Glory looking absolutely terrified as a new monster steps out dripping with dark venomous energy. This thing looks like something that crawled out of your worst fever dream. An exhausted Glory screams at the students to run, but before she can finish, this giant monstrosity literally backhands her across the room. She barely hangs onto her blades before getting clobbered a second time. The beast is tunneling hard on Professor Glory because of those glass shards she's clutching to protect her students. But even Arthur knows this situation is heading south fast for the teach. Claire is screaming for them to bounce immediately, but our boy Arthur, he ain't about that quitting life. He passes Tesha off to a classmate like, "Here, you take this." In this totally scuffed situation, Arthur decides to throw hands. Curtis tries to play hall monitor and stop him, but Arthur is done playing games. He unleashes blue flames, yes blue, and tells them to get lost. The squad is shook. They can't believe their eyes. They haven't even seen his final form yet, and Glory is facing some impossible odds. As she fights this nightmare fuel, she realizes this thing is evolving mid-battle, which is something she has literally never heard of before. Suddenly, Arthur's voice cuts through the chaos, commanding her to get down. The kid swoops in solo with his flames, absolutely flabbergasting the professor with a brand new elemental affinity she didn't know he had. Glory is big mad that he circled back after she gave strict orders for the class to skedaddle. But Arthur hits her with the 200 IQ response. He's not just a student, he's technically a professor too. Checkmate. The monster hulks out and smashes the ground, yeeting both of them back with a shockwave. Arthur spots the issue instantly. Glory's attacks are bouncing off like Nerf darts. That's why he dove headfirst into the mosh pit. He had to vibe check the enemy. Professor Glory realizes she needs the help and lets him cook. He's still worried about the others though. Arthur checks his 6 and sees Lucas back there fuming like a salty little gremlin. Seeing Lucas glare daggers at him, Arthur confirms the rest of the crew has successfully exited the chat. Once Lucas finally dips, Professor Glory lights it up, explaining that this mob can't leave the dungeon, so they just need to weaken it until they can make their own getaway. The monstrous creature stares back and, honestly, it looks terrified. Arthur tells the professor, "Buy me 10 seconds. Just keep it busy while I come up with a clutch play." Glory tanks the creature alone, barely holding her ground. She never in a million years guessed Arthur was a tri-elemental mage. She thought he was just a dual mage, but nope. The kid charges up a whole buffet of elements and shouts for Glory to clear the lane. With one savage motion, Arthur drops the chant. Burst step. He hammers the beast with a strike that hits like a literal freight train. The creature shrieks in agony, but just like last time, the recoil wrecks Arthur's body, another broken bone to add to the collection. The monster tries to swipe him, but Glory snatches him up just in time, yelling, "We are leaving right now!" Only one problem: his sword is buried deep in that thing's gut and he can't pull it out. They make a break for it, but then, horror movie twist, the monster chases them outside the dungeon. It skewers Arthur's calf with a burning claw, and yeah, he screams. Professor Glory goes to draw her sword, but then the camera zooms in for a dramatic close-up. We're looking at this eldritch horror with glowing yellow and purple eyes. Arthur's spidey senses go haywire. Something catastrophic is about to go down. He screams at Glory to back off, but it is already too late. The creature self-destructs, tearing the ground apart and sending Arthur plummeting into the dungeon abyss alone. He tries to cast a wind spell in a desperate last-ditch effort. But get this, a massive boulder dunks on his head, knocking him out cold before he can even cast. Talk about bad luck. Arthur's screen goes black as he falls into the deep, dark depths of the dungeon, totally solo. Just before he splats, he wakes up and instinctively pops an earth enhancement to keep himself from becoming a pancake. But his battery is low, like really low. Pure grit is the only thing keeping him from checking out permanently. Even that fails as Arthur falls again. This time he tries a wind magic approach to cushion the landing. The issue is, he's out of mana. That is a critical error. He's scraping the bottom of the barrel for strength. He does his best to soften the blow using a weak wind current. A mini tornado pumps the brakes just enough before the boy finally makes full contact with the floor. Finally, Arthur's body starts to reboot. He stumbles up, clutching his head, and thankfully spots his weapon in the distance. Sylvia's beast will is the real MVP right now, giving him that regen buff and sharpened senses. The boy yanks his blade out of the creature's corpse and realizes he is in a serious pickle. It's going to take forever to climb back up. That hole is way up there. He scouts for a path and finds a tunnel leading to running water. Limping and battered, he follows the path until he hits a waterfall. He navigates through the water and freezes. It's a straight-up massacre, a graveyard of adventurers all wiped out. Then a cough echoes in the dark. Arthur snaps to attention someone's alive and pleading for help. He frantically scans the area but sees 0 people. So he calls out, asking the voice to speak up one more time. And then he sees her. It's an absolute nightmare. The legendary Lance Aaliyah. Her legs are severed and her body is brutally impaled. Memories hit him like a freight train, and he can't wrap his head around how a top-tier lance like her got absolutely cooked like this. We're talking about a white core mage, basically, a god-tier player reduced to a gruesome puddle of red sauce. Arthur starts spamming healing spells desperately, but with his mana bar running on fumes, she doesn't even clock who he is anymore. Since her vision is totally offline, the kid gently drops a hint that he's the student she met at the academy, the one who gave her major brother vibes. Aaliyah's eyes go wide, like she just realized she left the stove on, wondering how this level 1 noob managed to glitch his way into this dungeon. Seriously though, her health bar is flashing red and she's coughing up blood, so Arthur insists she saves her breath and doesn't speak. As he frantically tries to patch her up, she grabs his hand and tells him to chill because they both know it's game over for her. Arthur feels salty about his lack of juice apologizing, even though he already fixed her up way better than the wreck she was a second ago. He's racking his brain, wondering if there's any cheat code his powers could pull off to save her now. But Aaliyah just shakes her head, defeated, leaving Arthur fuming with frustration, unable to compute what kind of boss monster could wreck this place. Like what could possibly turn a white core legend into actual hamburger meat in her final moments. Aaliyah spills the tea she's only still breathing because someone wanted to put her through a toxic revenge plot just for laying a finger on him. She whips out a glowing memory stone and hands it to Arthur, telling the boy to scoot closer for the transfer. Even with her core-shattered Aaliyah figures, she can stream the highlights of the beatdown that just went down. Arthur gets blasted with a 4D experience of her memories, rewinding all the way back to when the battle mages rolled up to clap that giant serpent. They deleted that monster easy peasy, no sweat. But the vibes in the room were definitely off. Then the squad bumped into this mysterious edgelord in a black cloak who stared them down before speed blitzing everyone in a flash. He turned it into a slasher movie instantly, and before long, the whole cave was decorated with suspended bodies. But the guy didn't even move a muscle from his spot. Zoom in, and yeah, this dude is absolute nightmare fuel. He gives Aaliyah a twisted, choose your own adventure for her life. Option 1, catch these hands and get deleted like the rest. Option 2, she has to unalive her own teammates to prioritize her own agonizing survival. It was a savage dilemma with zero good outcomes. Being the absolute boss lance she is, Aaliyah decided to bet it all on throwing hands. But in the end, it didn't matter, her whole squad got turned into shish kebabs just like her. Total team wipe. This gloomy mystery man thinks their grinding is useless because the real war is about to drop soon. Funny enough, Aaliyah actually managed to slap him with her vines and chipped a piece of his horn. Points for effort. That triggered the monster's rage mode, so he decided to make her the main example, ripping her arm off like a Lego piece and impaling the whole crew. Then this absolute psycho walks up, grabs both her legs and just yoink, rips them clean off. Finally, he wanted to maximize the suffering setting, so he decided to snatch her eyes out too. Zero chill. The poor mage went through literal horror movie scenes and had to listen to her homies get flatlined while she was stuck in the dark. After streaming such a traumatic memory, Arthur literally loses his lunch at the thought of it. Aaliyah apologizes, knowing that nobody deserves to see content that cursed, but it was necessary info. The boy realizes he's the only courier left who can run this intel back to base. He's glad he could understand the pain she tanked. Arthur gives Lance Aaliyah props for holding the line for the kingdom. Then the poor girl's tough facade cracks and she starts bawling her eyes out, begging for a respawn or a second chance. Real talk, nobody wants to punch their ticket out. That's just straight facts. Arthur feels totally helpless and just pulls Aaliyah into a tight hug. Right when she's at her lowest point, facing the biggest fear of her life, he promises he's not going AFK on her. He's staying right there. And finally, Aaliyah's game ends tragically as she clings to that last fleeting moment. Poor girl. The boy tries to cope, convincing himself that Aaliyah's death wasn't a total waste of time. He buries the fallen warriors and realizes there's more than one demon out there. The ops run deep and they have a sinister goal. It's giving Sylvia's cave vibes all over again. This demon wants Sylvia, or maybe the whole continent map. And despite having 4 elements, Arthur feels like a bronze player in a challenger lobby right now. He cradles Aaliyah's blood-soaked body and realizes he can't afford to slack off anymore. Not when the server is about to get wiped by a massive war. He gently wipes her face clean and fully understands he needs to grind XP and get stronger than ever before. The boy encases her in a tomb of ice magic, leaving a single flower as a final tribute to adorn her remains. Arthur makes a silent vow that he'll send a retrieval squad for her later. And not just for her. Once he escapes this nightmare, he's coming back for every single soldier who fell. The camera pans out, revealing the sheer scale of the massacre. A total wipeout. He practically buried them himself with his own 2 hands. Turning around, he spots Sylvie waiting by the corner looking concerned, so he hits her with the classic "I'm fine" lie. Even though Arthur has been through the absolute ringer today, he knows loitering here is a bad move. It's time to get the hell out of Dodge. There is literally nothing left for them to do here but grieve. And that's the cue for Sylvie to transform and take to the skies, leaving behind that so-called training dungeon that was clearly way harder than advertised. Arthur limps his way to the exit, getting blocked by guards who are acting tough until they realize they're staring at the Arthur Lewin from Xyrus Academy. The guard connects the dots instantly. This kid just walked out of that brutal incident everyone is whispering about. He's got survivor energy written all over him. He immediately barks orders at another guard to radio the academy and the guild ASAP. This is major news. Turns out they were already scrambling a rescue team. The guard tries to call a medic, but Arthur shuts that down fast. He's not interested in triage. He just wants to crash at home. Debriefing paperwork. That sounds like a tomorrow problem. He is not dealing with the academy right now. The guard reads the room and lets him slide. Cut to the next scene. Arthur is standing outside his front door, knowing his family is probably inside, pacing a hole in the floor with worry. But he hesitates. Stepping through that door means he has to open up and explain the horror show he just survived. And honestly, our boy is running on 1% battery. He feels way too fragile to handle that conversation right now. He clutches Aaliyah's lance badge, the weight of her final words crashing down on him. That poor girl went through absolute hell. The sheer terror and loneliness of that place haunts him. She didn't want to die. He keeps wishing she could have pulled an isekai move and snagged a second chance at life just like he did. Since Arthur is just freezing on the porch, Reynolds steps out. No pressure, just supportive dad vibes. He starts talking about the aurora keeping it light, commenting on how the city lights mess with the view. He knows his son has seen things no kid should see. Reynolds isn't pushing for answers. He's just offering a safe zone for Arthur to decompress. He gently reminds Arthur that even his mom, the healer, can't fix everything. She has emotional scars that magic can't wipe away just like anyone else. That's his way of saying, don't carry the weight of the world, kid. Everyone fights their own battles. You can't fight them all for them. It's a wholesome dad moment promising he's in Arthur's corner ride or die no matter how messy things get. He's sticking by him until the dub is secured. Reynolds leaves Arthur with some wisdom that honestly belongs on a motivational poster for all of us. He tells Arthur that life isn't one giant boss fight. It's a series of smaller skirmishes. And sometimes you're going to take an L. You're going to get beat up. Hearing this permission to be weak breaks Arthur, and the tears finally start flowing. His father's voice is the only anchor he has left, telling him to stand back up and keep grinding until this war is won. That wraps up the heavy, emotional night. Fast forward to the next day, Arthur is scoping out the academy when Director Goodsky pulls up. He summoned her there, leaving poor Sylvie at home to hold down the fort. The director is glad he's actually taking a break, mentioning his plans to go shopping with the fam later. But then her tone shifts. She needs the tea on what happened. She's heard rumors from Glory, but she needs facts. Arthur turns to her and simply drops Aaliyah's battle tag in her hand. That little item hits the woman like a truck. You can see the shock and despair wash over her. She doesn't want to believe it, but Arthur confirms the worst Aaliyah is gone. The entire squad on the bottom floor deleted. Goodsky realizes the stakes just skyrocketed. If a lance, one of the strongest mages, got clapped, the enemies aren't just coming, they're already here. She frantically asks if Arthur saw what caused this disaster. Who or what did this? Instead of spilling the beans, he hits her with a denial. The director realizes this is way above her pay grade and plans to alert the council immediately. She figures this is way out of Arthur's league. This is a job for the Lancers now. The boy is desperately hoping she's right and that the pros can actually handle this mess. Anyway, mood switch, it's shopping time. Arthur hits the town with his family, exploring different spots, but mostly getting dragged around by Tabitha to every store in existence. Our boy tries to salvage the trip by asking if there's a shop that sells training materials. You know, useful stuff. Tabitha thinks he means potions and points him to a shop around the corner. Alice wants to tag along, but Ellie is completely glued to the current store display. Arthur sees an opening for a solo mission and tells them to stay put and have fun. He leaves Sylvie with them and she feels totally trapped. Arthur basically sacrificed her to the shopping gods so he could escape. He weaves through the bustling crowd until he notices a tiny grave marked by a single broken flower. It triggers a massive flashback, bringing all those dark memories flooding back. But he steels himself and walks right past it. Arthur finally reaches the store that's supposed to have these vital elixirs, but the moment he walks in, he is completely underwhelmed. Mid-tier at best. Bro's got a hunch this shady spot is pushing straight poison instead of potions. He steps inside and, glitch in the matrix, he doesn't even sense the old dude standing right next to him. Gramps roasts him a bit before shaking a tin cup for spare change. Arthur's wondering what kind of tragic backstory led to this mess, but being a total Chad, he decides to help the guy out. Big mistake though, our boy fumbles the bag hard and accidentally drops a whole silver coin in the cup. Before he can even say "my bad" and swap it for a penny, the old scammer pulls a vanishing act. Arthur is sick to his stomach, realizing he just played himself. Then he spots a magic ring just chilling there and wonders, is this some 4D chess test from the owner? He shoves the door open, and would you look at that, the same old swindler is chilling inside. He immediately goes full Karen on the guy, yelling about the stolen cash and the fake homeless act. The crafty old geezer offers a trade pick, literally any item in the shop for free to make up for the silver coin. Arthur scans the room like a hawk, but real talk, everything looks like hot garbage. Nothing here is worth that silver. So he basically took a massive L. Bro is about 2 seconds away from losing his cool. He's trying to stay respectful to his elders, but looking closer, this place is dusty as heck. It's straight up ancient. The old man doesn't even bother cleaning. He thinks the grime adds character or something. Arthur snoops around until he spots this weird cat thing that immediately nopes out the second it sees him. He opens a crusty ring box, wondering if it's trash when bam, a water laser shoots out. Arthur barely matrix dodges that nonsense. He sets it down slow, getting super salty that he even has to dig through this junk pile. Just one decent item, is that too much to ask? Suddenly Sylvie dive bombs onto his head. Arthur's just hyped she's alive. But the little dragon is big mad he ditched her. The old man sees the pet and freezes up like a deer in headlights. Arthur's literally waving his hand in the dude's face, trying to reboot his brain. Our boy found zero loot worth his time, so he just wants his refund. But the shop owner thinks Arthur's blind because he's sleeping on the good stuff. He chucks something valuable at Arthur and basically yeets him out the door. Zero explanation, just a door slam. And boom, there's that creepy cat again staring him down. He walks back to the fam empty-handed, taking the walk of shame with zero loot. Tabitha's like, "Bro, that place is usually packed. How did you not find any epic gear?" But her vibe check doesn't match the weird fever dream Arthur just survived. They go back to check the spot and get this, the dusty shack is gone. It's a massive mansion now. Totally sus. Cut to everyone's least favorite trash bag, Lucas. He's linking up with some shady crew, and the boss is all happy he showed up. But Mr. Ego shuts that down fast, telling them he isn't joining their circus of clowns. He only slid through because Charles asked, and honestly, he's unimpressed with their whole setup. The minions call him a mutt-bad move, which instantly triggers Lucas. Before Lucas can even clap back, the leader just straight up deletes the guy with a pillar of fire. Lucas was about to do the same thing, but he's shook because the spell used 0 mana. Now he's actually curious why this cult wants him. Turns out, these scumbags are the ones dealing those magic drugs to the students. The boss claims his master plan is way bigger than school drama, but a couple of roadblocks are messing up his grind. He needs heavy hitters, and Lucas just happens to be built different. The rest of these human nobles, total NPCs, worthless trash. But Lucas has potential. The leader wonders if he also hates the Academy's friendship is magic vibe. Meanwhile, Lucas Wykes seriously hates that he's stuck, taking classes with weaklings he could squash like bugs whenever he wants. Same goes for the noble simps trailing him, total waste of his precious time. Lucas doesn't do taking orders, so he tries to bounce from this boring convo immediately. The masked guy thinks, yep, this kid's ego is massive. Classic superiority complex. Then he drops the bomb. He says Arthur's name. That freezes Lucas cold and makes him see red. The leader keeps twisting the knife, saying Lucas might be a prodigy, but even after being spoon-fed every rare elixir in the book, it was all for nothing, because he still got absolutely wrecked by Arthur. Bro is salty and ready to choose violence, but the masked boss just rubs salt in the wound. The harsh truth, Arthur was basically fighting with one hand tied behind his back, and Lucas knows it deep down. Just looking at the kid makes Lucas's blood boil instantly. After seeing this masked dude flex power on Professor Glory's level and solo a monster, Lucas demands to know who is actually under the hood. The guy plays it cool, claiming he is just a humble donor, looking out for the city. Yeah, right. He swears there is a massive payout in it for Lucas if he plays ball. But Lucas is totally over it, demanding to know how long this creeper has been stalking them. The stranger drops the bomb. He is about to launch an attack so savage it will snap the fragile alliance of the 3 races like a twig. He has already got the council and the director in a chokehold, so it is just a waiting game before he pulls the trigger on his grand plan. All he needs now is for Lucas to help him clean up a few messy details. And the biggest headache on that list? Arthur himself, the walking flamethrower. Lucas admits he cannot clap someone like Arthur, especially since the kid is barely trying, but he is not desperate enough to pop those sketchy pills either. Manhwarecap flips the script, swearing the juice works differently on Lucas, because he has actually got talent unlike that other loser. We are talking about an upgrade that puts him in a completely different league. Now Lucas is hyped, desperate to force Arthur to actually sweat for once. The masked villain drops some wisdom. Humans always have a soft spot for their fam. And the perfect bait for this trap is none other than Princess Tessia herself. She is the student body president and the elf rep, so messing with her is definitely going to ruffle some feathers. He paints a brutal picture, beat Tessia within an inch of her life, and Arthur will have no choice but to go nuclear. It is a twisted plan that gets Lucas all tingly inside. Cut to black, and we finally check back in with Elijah Knight. The dude looks like he has not slept in a week. Arthur opens the door and Elijah immediately tackles him with a bear hug. He slaps Arthur's back, joking that the guy is harder to squash than a cockroach in a bunker. The two bros finally get a second to chop it up. The director told him Arthur was fine, but Elijah has been stressing out of his mind anyway. Good news is the squad is safe though. Tessia is currently locked in the gym with her grandpa. Elijah tells him to go say hey, but Arthur is not in the mood to play 20 questions right now. He is feeling drained, so he asks Elijah to be his hype man and tell everyone he is 100% okay. Just let the crew know he is alive and kicking. They seal it with a fist bump. Arthur dips and his exhausted bestie immediately face plants onto the mattress. Arthur is walking around with the weight of the world on his shoulders, knowing the big shots are too tied up to help. Suddenly, Sylvie's radar goes off. She senses Tessia is in big trouble. Arthur sprints to the training room and kicks the door down to find a smoke-filled disaster. Virion needs backup, but Arthur's ring starts acting weird. His finger burns like crazy as he spots Tessia getting completely wrecked by her own beast will. Her grandfather is doing damage control, but apparently she has been glitching out like this since the dungeon trip. The power inside her is going rogue, basically declaring war on her own body during the assimilation. Virion realized way too late that the Elderwood Guardian drop was corrupted or something. It is definitely not safe. It has mutated into something nasty, and Arthur starts spiraling, thinking this is all his fault. His ring lights up just as a stray vine takes a lethal swipe at his head. That was definitely a kill shot, but he manages a smooth dodge as the plants go fully berserk. He is parkouring over vines that suddenly erupt from the floor, walling off Virion and leaving Arthur solo. The old man shouts to check on him, and while Arthur is physically fine, he gets a weird vibe. It feels like Tessia is genuinely pissed at him. The vines twist into massive spiked drills trying to squash him flat. He weaves through the attacks and signals Sylvie to play bodyguard for Virion. Priority number 1 is keeping Tessia alive, but he is wondering if hacking these weeds to pieces is safe. To his total shock, that mysterious orb from the potion shop decides to wake up and chooses action, diving straight into the vine cage. It blasts out a beam of yellow light, busting Tess out of the plant trap, and while she's floating there, like she's possessed, the sphere phases right into her stomach. Her hair literally glows up, turning a vivid shade of light green, which is the signal that the fusion dance is officially complete. Arthur sets her down gently while Grandpa Virion is standing there looking like a deer in headlights. But one thing is legit, these kids just clutched up and saved her life. Tess finally snaps out of it, waking up on the floor and wondering how she ended up napping there. Once the fog lifts, her vision locks onto her favorite people and she sprints over with zero hesitation to tackle Arthur in a hug. Poor old Gramps gets left completely in the dust, standing there with his arms open like he wasn't about to get straight up ghosted. Tess is just hyped that her boyfriend isn't dead, and Arthur flashes a smile back, matching her energy perfectly. Meanwhile, Virion is stuck in third-wheel purgatory all by himself, and later after they tuck her into the infirmary, that mystery orb is still living rent-free in Arthur's head. Still, whatever that thing was, it chilled her out, and the healers eventually come through with the status update bringing mostly good vibes. Things seem to be chilling out, but there is one massive red flag driving them crazy. And it's all about her mana core level. For some weird reason, their readings are coming up blank, so Virion steps up to run a manual diagnostic himself. What he finds is absolute insanity, leaving him totally shook because Tess didn't just level up. She evolved way past anyone's predictions. Her core is already knocking on the door of the silver stage. They walk out of the room totally floored, trying to wrap their brains around how on earth she speed ran 3 whole stages at once, but for now, they gotta let her recharge. Switching gears, Arthur has been obsessing over the Lancers lately and wants the full scoop on them. He's asking questions like how strong they really are. For perspective, a silver core mage could solo at least 20 yellow core scrubs easily. Dealing with just one silver mage is a nightmare, and the power gap jumps exponentially from there. The gap between silver and white is laughable. Virion is a mid-tier silver, but it would take a squad of 10 guys just like him to even scratch a single white core mage. Arthur, being the little troll he is, immediately roasts the old man for being weak. But it's not that Gramps is washed at all. It's just that white core mages are basically gods walking among men. So Arthur is confused. How do these lancers unlock that cheat code level of strength in the first place when they're still so young? The math isn't mathing, and honestly, if they're that OP, you gotta wonder why they haven't just conquered the whole kingdom yet. Virion drops the truth bomb that Lancers only hit that level after they get knighted, and this info completely throws Arthur for a loop. He learns that their juice actually comes directly from the royal families. This intel is top secret classified level stuff, so he warns the kid to keep his mouth shut before asking him if he believes in deities. Back in the Beast era, the three races were basically nomads, just roaming around the map with their own squads. They only linked up to swap goods and check out their different vibes, but generally everyone got along pretty well. Everything was peachy until the mana beasts crashed the party and started treating everyone like an all-you-can-eat buffet. The population count was tanking hard until one day, a literal god dropped down from the clouds. This deity gave the three races the ultimate starter pack tools to fight back and escape that nightmare era. The entity showed up in front of three specific dudes who would go on to become the OGs of the royal bloodlines. The Gladers, Greysunders, and the Royals got 6 artifacts to split among the three kings, but they weren't supposed to hog them for personal use. Instead, they had to pass that power down to their heaviest hitters through a knighting ceremony. These relics were basically cheat sheets that gave them valuable info on how to master and manipulate mana. Then the kings ordered the first 6 artifact users to go out and spread the gospel, teaching everyone else how to level up. And boom, that is how the very first mages were born. The elves, humans, and dwarves eventually pushed the mana beasts back in an all-out war to the zone now known as the Beast Glades. Peace was back on the menu, and the three races split up to build their own HQs that matched their distinct cultures. The human king took the west side, kicking off an age of serious cash and good living. Meanwhile, the elf king claimed the north, vibing out in the magical forests with all the mystical critters. The dwarf king headed south to dig holes focused on mining all the ores, metals, and bling they could find. With the kings and their lancers running the show, true peace was finally locked in. Arthur speedruns the recap, rudely cutting the old man off because he figures some massive drama must have gone down to start a war later. Virion playfully yanks his ear for the spoilers since he was literally just about to get to the juicy part. Virion decides to skip the boring history lecture since Arthur is already up to speed on the war drama. The real tea is about that peace treaty that barely lasted 2 generations before everyone started catching feelings and forgetting they were supposed to be allies. Greed messed everything up, obviously. And as for those lancers, they didn't just pull a disappearing act. They've been around the whole time, secretly raised by royals to flex these insane artifacts. The public only got the memo about them recently. With the second continent popping up on the map, our boy finally gets why this intel was kept on the devastatingly low down. See, lancers are basically the king's personal nukes. If regular folks found out there are cheat codes that can mass-produce super soldiers, the whole continent would implode into a civil war faster than you can say anarchy. Arthur is feeling pretty special that the old man is trusting him with these state secrets. Virion hits him with the classic, "You finally grew into that big brain of yours." And honestly, Arthur can't even argue. Tessia's Gramps drops the bomb that he's only spilling these beans because Arthur is going to be a major player in this mess. Our main character is looking confused until Virion points out that Sylvie isn't just your average mana beast pet. That little bond of his, she's a straight-up deity, a god who happens to be passed out cold right now. Arthur is trying to wrap his head around how a lazy, cute furball could be an all-powerful being. Virion clarifies that deities aren't exactly the holy figures you read about in dusty old scriptures. They are actually just brokenly OP creatures who evolved past mortal limits to vibe perfectly with mana. Arthur figures it makes sense since Sylvie is a dragon, and let's be real, she is crazy, smart, and strong for her size. The elf elder mentions that seeing a dragon is like winning the lottery, which is exactly why Arthur plans to keep her true identity under lock and key. Virion gets it, admitting he would do the exact same thing in Arthur's shoes to avoid the drama. He wants the kid to realize their meeting wasn't just some random coincidence. The world is about to flip upside down, and even if Arthur's role is blurry, Virion needs him prepped and ready for showtime. After that heavy talk, Arthur goes for a deep-thinking stroll, questioning the whole god concept, while Sylvie wonders where the heck they are going. Our boy is on a mission, heading back to that sketchy spot where he first met the mysterious item shop guy. He spots that familiar sphere jammed into a tight crack in the wall. He snags the note hidden with it and tosses the sphere. Cut to the next day, and he is chilling with the fam. But he is spacing out hard, so Alice, being the sweet mom she is, asks if he is okay. Arthur fakes a smile and hypes up her cooking, knowing he is going to miss those meals like crazy. Moms always know, though. She catches him stalling with his food and looking down. Turns out Sylvie is the thief happily snacking on his dinner under the table. Alice tells him it is fine to be stressed, but Arthur brushes it off, claiming he just wants to go check out the Aurora constellation. Even his dad Reynolds can tell something is off and tries to convince him to stay put. Classic parents. They just want their kids safe and happy. Ellie, being the savage little sister she is, just demands presents because she thinks dad's gifts are trash. R.I.P. Reynolds' ego. Arthur smirks, thankful his family is so chill, and finally says his goodbyes to head out. He has got that secret note in hand, and we finally get to see what is written inside. The sender wants to spill the full story and tells Arthur to meet up at the teleportation gate. Suddenly, we get a flashback to one of King Grey's absolute worst memories. Some advisor was yapping about how he needed to offer woman to prove his loyalty to the kingdom. They pressured him to take her out so the country would look tough. Just kill, kill, kill. Total toxicity. Arthur snaps back to reality hearing Sylvie scream his name, petting her to calm down from the nightmare. He is low-key wondering why his brain decided to replay that specific trauma right now. He whips out the note again, replaying the last few days and figures it has to be from that mysterious shop owner. That guy definitely eavesdropped on them and probably has some juicy info that the elf elder missed. But then again, Arthur doubts Virion would just forget to mention something that important. It seems kinda sus that a random shopkeeper would know more about this than Virion. The carriage rolls up to the checkpoint where a guard demands to see some ID. The pointy-eared local explains that this magic door goes straight to Eleanor, so our boy can't just waltz in without a VIP pass. Talk about a plot twist. Arthur is scratching his head, wondering why they are even heading to Eleanor of all places. Then he drops the ultimate flex, the royal seal of the Ellen family, and the veteran guard practically shakes in his boots. The guard waves Arthur through and he steps inside before getting absolutely swallowed by a massive beam of yellow light. Even Sylvie is vibing low, looking totally stressed as mana strings tie them up like a yo-yo and drag them into a void of pure darkness. Arthur and his dragon pup are looking around desperately, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. What's actually nightmare fuel is that Sylvie is terrified, and she is usually chill as ice. Our boy sparks up a flame just to see what is lurking in the shadows. He is totally clueless. Suddenly, bam, they get hit with an energy wave so heavy it feels like gravity just increased by 1,000%. Poor Sylvie nopes out and shuts her eyes, while Arthur is screaming into the void, asking who invited them to the party. A pair of snake eyes pop open, staring them down like they are the appetizers. Pure terror hits the duo like a truck. Then a booming voice clears away the darkness, swapping it out for a blinding white room. Sylvie is shaking like a leaf, and Arthur is about to lose his cool completely. Then he spots the cat. Yeah, that same shady furball he ran into at the shop earlier. The kitty gives him a death stare before morphing into a fancy humanoid dude named Winsome to clear up the confusion. Winsome drops the bomb that he is basically a god. Hard cut to Director Goodsky sitting all alone in the council room. She had been eavesdropping on the drama, listening to everyone freak out over the Lancers getting wiped out. One guy was raging hard, demanding they grill the student who saw the whole mess go down. But the rest of the squad shut that down immediately, arguing that an interrogation would be a total waste of time. Instead, they are focused on the next move, which basically means sending in the A-team of mages. They want a dungeon deep dive, but Cynthia gave that request a hard no right to their faces. Everyone agreed the headmaster had paid her dues, so she is left to babysit the academy instead. Goodsky is replaying the tapes in her head, now wondering if keeping the kid's identity secret was the right play. Even her magic pet thinks the kid is a giant question mark, and this is only going to make things spicier. She is just relieved the council is off his scent, but then, surprise, a bunch of mages jump her out of nowhere. She tanks the first hit with a barrier, and then absolutely deletes the forecasters who tried to step to her. She lets her beast handle the cleanup duty, eating them whole, while she corners the last guy standing. Goodsky goes full interrogation mode, showing zero mercy. This dude is tight-lipped though, refusing to spill a single drop of tea. He tells her she is tripping if she thinks this continent is going to last another few decades. Turns out there are moles literally everywhere, and it is only a matter of years before Dikathan blows up into an all-out war. Before the snitch can drop his gang's name, Goodsky silences him for good, probably because she already knows the score. Avier finishes his buffet of human snacks. Her wounds are fine, but Goodsky has zero chill right now. That fight was way too easy, sus level 100. She decides to check out the coast next. She hopes she is wrong, but then, oh my god, here comes the mother of all plot twists. There is a nasty curse mark on her back, which means she has been playing for the wrong team this whole time. We snap back to Arthur's god-tier meeting. He gets hit with a flashback right before facing Winsome again. The deity switches to human mode, so it is less weird to have a conversation. These guys are on a whole other level, way stronger than even the most hyped-up white-core mages. Arthur is trying not to freeze up in the presence of greatness, but he stands his ground and asks, "Yo, why are we going to the Elf Kingdom?" He asks if it involves Tessia, and Winsome is just like, "Relax, I am just here to help you transition." He waves his hand, opens a window, and boom, Grandpa Virion and Tessia are safe and sound. The princess is doing way better, all thanks to that magic pearl pill he gave her. Right before her core exploded, the meds kicked in. He hands Arthur a second pearl, leaving our boy totally shook. Tessia was basically moments away from losing her powers, and that is exactly why Winsome dragged the boy out here. He kicks things off by explaining that the kid started out as just a regular citizen of Dicathen, but it's common knowledge by now that there's a whole second continent out there, way beyond our borders. Turns out Alacrea is also run by these high and mighty deities who crash in the legendary land of Ephiatus. The so-called inferior beings down here just call them deities. But if you ask them, they prefer the fancy title Asuras. Fun fact, these are the same heavy hitters who gifted those overpowered magical artifacts to the three races so they wouldn't get eaten alive by mana beasts. Winsome spills the tea, admitting he only knows about those artifacts because Virion filled him in. But real talk, the truth about the Asuras is way above the pay grade of anyone in Dicathen. Even these god beings had to follow their own code of honor, some super noble guiding principle. The rule was simple: don't mess with the lesser races or their land. They were only allowed to step in if the world's peace was about to go totally sideways. But you know how it goes. Rules are made to be broken. That sacred law didn't last long. Everything went south when Ephiatus got violently split into 3 separate cliques, all made up of different clans and races beefing with each other. The top dogs in each faction. Yeah, they only cared about their own selfish agendas. Classic power trip. For a while, they kept it professional and didn't blast the inferior races. That is, until Agrona snatched the crown as the leader of the richer clan. This dude had zero chill. He straight up trashed their sacred doctrine just to level up his own clan. Arthur is standing there brain buffering, trying to download all this crazy new info. Turns out our boy has already thrown hands with a few goons from that exact clan. And let me tell you, the Vritra are notorious. Even the other Asuras think they're bad news. Think of them as mad scientists with zero morals, obsessed with hacking mana to see just how overpowered they can get. Once Agrana took the wheel, the clan's power level went through the roof. We're talking massive game-breaking upgrades. Later on, the other deities found out the Vritra were running twisted experiments on the lesser races, using them like lab rats to boost their own stats. Hearing this makes Arthur want to puke, but he's also totally lost. Like, why is he even part of this conversation? Winsome clarifies that the war isn't technically about Arthur, but the kid needs to know the score because he's got a VIP connection to the deities. Then he flexes his mana and forces a transformation on Sylvie, making her drop the disguise and show off her true majestic form. The Asuras have been hunting for Sylvie for ages, literally years of searching. And when they finally tracked her down, they find some random human kid cuddling a baby deity in his arms. Winsome drops the bomb. Arthur isn't just a pet owner. He's bonded with the daughter of the big boss himself. Sylvia is hands down the most overpowered creature across all 3 continents. She's in a league of her own, leaving both Arthur and Sylvie completely dumbfounded by the scale of it. Grandpa Virion wasn't lying. Dragons aren't just big lizards, they're straight-up deities. Both Sylvia and Little Sylvia are top-tier powerhouses in history. Usually, these deities rock 3 different forms. But Sylvie, she likes chilling in her bite-sized adorable mode to save up her insane mana reserves. Funnily enough, most Asuras stay in their humanoid skins for the exact same reason: mana efficiency. Arthur is shook. The only reason Sylvie hasn't gone full humanoid yet is simply because she's not high level enough to pull it off. Her mana core is still pretty baby tier compared to the grown-up deities. And looking at the current mess, Winsome drops some heavy news: there are already enemy spies deeply embedded right here on our continent. It's not a matter of if, but when. And when is basically tomorrow. War is knocking at the door. The gods in Ephiatus would hate to admit it, but Arthur is the wild card that's going to flip the script on this entire war. If he teams up with the deities, they'll let him keep his bond with Sylvie. But reading between the lines, that's terrifying. It's a straight-up shakedown. If he says no, they snatch his dragon bestie away right here and now. Arthur points out that this war puts his family in the crosshairs, so he really doesn't have a choice. He's got to suit up whether he wants to or not. He clocks it immediately, though the gods are trying to play him like a chess piece. Winsome is honestly impressed the kid is this sharp for his age. So the plan is to drag both Sylvie and Arthur all the way to Epheotus for a hardcore training arc. This next part floors him. Sylvie's power is so cracked that even the gods crave it, and right now, it's snoozing inside Arthur's body. Epheotus is the only spot where he can learn to drive this Ferrari of a power without crashing, leveling up alongside his dragon. If he pulls this off, he might actually stand a ghost of a chance against Alacria's mages and save the whole continent from doom. Alright, let's fast forward a bit and check in on the disciplinary committee. Kathleen points out it's only been like 2 days since Claire and Curtis got back from their trip, but they're already drowning in campus drama. The students are losing their minds, acting wild and bullying each other like there's no tomorrow. And Curtis? The guy is a total wreck, still haunted by whatever nightmare fuel he saw down in that dungeon. Both of them are eating themselves alive with guilt for leaving Arthur hanging. Speaking of our boys, some kid pipes up asking for the tea on the search mission. Well, turns out it's a big fat nothing burger. No leads and absolutely zero receipts to pin on the sus students. Theodore is absolutely losing it. He's furious that the disciplinary squad is basically sitting ducks while the academy turns into a crime scene. Claire takes a minute to breathe and realizes this mess is way above their pay grade. Only the director can fix this dumpster fire. The school's rep is tanking harder than a bad crypto coin, and of course, haters are pinning the whole disaster on one specific student. The room goes dead silent when Kathleen goes full beast mode. She starts popping off defending Arthur's skills as a prof and his genius as a student. Like everyone knows he's the GOAT, but somehow he's still the one catching all the shade. Either way, Claire feels totally useless while Kathleen is fuming. She knows if Arthur was running the show, he'd have handled this drama like a boss. Then her brother Curtis jumps in dropping truth bombs that they can't really gossip about the guy when he's MIA. Kathleen is 100% convinced he's coming back. Theodore opens his mouth to clap back at her. Suddenly, Elijah, Arthur's bestie, crashes the party. He's about to spill the beans on Arthur's status when, boom, a massive earthquake rocks the building like a bass drop. The disciplinary squad scrambles to get everyone to safety. In the chaos, Kathleen starts thinking about her mum and how she always hyped up equality as the ultimate vibe. Her mom always told her to treat everyone the same, even if they were broke or came from the sticks. At the end of the day, status is just a label. Everybody's got their own special sauce. Her mom was basically a saint, the kind of person who actually gave a damn about people. She fought harder than anyone to turn this academy into a monument where all three races could actually chill together. This hall was supposed to be the ultimate symbol of peace and unity. Now it's getting toasted right in front of their faces. The whole place is lighting up like a bonfire, while the mages sweat buckets trying to cast shields and douse the inferno. Professor Glory is on it, using her summon to rush the injured kids to the ER ASAP. The water squad blasts the fire from both sides until it finally sizzles out, leaving nothing but crispy wreckage behind. Kathleen spots Charles and screams his name, but Theodore beats her to it, snagging the scumbag from behind. He slams him with gravity magic, pinning him to the floor for an instant interrogation. Funny enough, Charles starts acting all brand new, pretending he's totally innocent and being framed. Some clueless teacher rushes over to save him, whining that it's not the time to be bullying students. Glory clocks something weird about the guy. Charles is playing the victim card hard, acting like he didn't just walk out of an explosion without a scratch. Theodore isn't buying it. He keeps him pinned, absolutely livid that this clown has the nerve to claim he's clean. I mean, the dude's been caught hanging with radicals multiple times and always shows up at crime scenes. Still, that teacher steps up to play defense for Charles. He starts trashing the disciplinary committee's calls, so Glory has to step in as the ref to break up the fight. She knows Theodore is ready to snap, but she reminds him they can't just accuse a student without solid proof. Now, everyone's side-eyeing the disciplinary committee, whispering about how they're tripping on power. Curtis grabs Kathleen and checks Theodore, reminding them the mission is saving kids from the burning building, not hunting down one dirtbag. Theodore releases the gravity spell in a rage, grabs Charles by the collar, and shoves him away like trash. As they walk off, Kathleen catches a creepy smirk on that snake's face. Yep, he's definitely the mastermind pulling the strings. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Elijah is going hardcore in the training room. He's totally wiped out grinding to level up his precision and control over his elemental powers. Even hitting the light orange stage, he knows he's got a mountain to climb. His natural talent isn't exactly giving him a free ride either. Now he's kicking himself for hiding his weak spots from Arthur. If his buddy was here, he'd definitely help him level up. Arthur probably could have shut down this whole disaster solo without needing the committee to lift a finger. Once the fire was out, Elijah dropped the news that Arthur is alive, and you could practically hear the collective sigh of relief. They wanted to clean up this mess before he got back so he wouldn't have to stress. But honestly, these guys don't know the half of what Arthur can do. Only Elijah knows the real deal. Still, he figures they actually give a damn about the guy. Even keeping his powers on the down low, Arthur's got mad respect from the committee and even the princess. Elijah starts feeling a little insecure comparing himself. He wonders if he could have had a life like that among humans. They're both weirdos, but it feels like Lady Luck only swipes right for Arthur. All these feels start swirling in Elijah's head, overwhelming him with memories of the good times and the brutal battles they survived together. He shakes it off and snaps back to reality. Elijah finally realizes that Arthur has been his ride-or-die support system since day one. But let's be real. Arthur is dealing with boss-level drama that makes everyone else's problems look like a tutorial. If Elijah wants to even be in the same league as him, he needs to level up fast. Meanwhile, over at the warp gate, a crowd of travelers is getting super salty about all the extra paperwork. One of these guys clocks Arthur and instantly tries to play gatekeeper, yelling that this kid isn't an elf, so he needs to beat it. He starts roasting the boy for looking lost. Then some nice lady tries to drop some knowledge about who Arthur actually is, and this jerk just smacks her arm away like a total Karen. This dude, Roger, is absolutely fuming that he actually has to follow the rules and get a license like a normal person. So when he sees this pipsqueak skipping the queue, he loses his mind, even though our boy explains he's on a VIP mission that can't wait. Roger decides to choose violence and uses his magic to snatch the kid up. He isn't trying to delete Arthur, just flex a little bit to scare the living daylights out of him. Big mistake. This guy clearly didn't get the memo that he's messing with the main character, and he's about to find out. Arthur just casually flares up his blue aura, leaving the bully shaking in his boots with pure regret. Then he just struts away with his crew like a boss. Let's rewind to the chat with Winom. Arthur was scratching his head, wondering how the big bad deity couldn't track their GPS location for so long. Turns out hiding his Bond's insignia with Sylvia's feathers was basically like turning on airplane mode. It ghosted their signal completely. But the jig is up, they've been spotted, and now he has zero choice but to gear up for a trip to the mysterious land of A. As Theodotus strolls by, Arthur's brain is running a mile a minute, locking onto his next destination. He rolls up to a squad of elven guards and flashes the royal bling, that official pendant that's already been greenlit by the higher-ups. Arthur is getting a low-key headache though. He is totally over people looking at him like he is sus when he is literally holding the golden ticket. Even though the pass is legit and they let him through, the universe decides to throw a curveball and a massive earthquake rocks the whole place. Alright fam, I am cutting the feed right there because this video is getting way too long.